In the first volume of the blood-eye divine vein, the sky lay shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the cold, silvery light of the moon, with a scattering of chilly stars adorning the endless night. On the distant horizon, a crimson point suddenly materialized. In the blink of an eye, that red dot transformed into a streak of blood-red light, hurtling through the vast expanse of the sky like a magnificent rainbow, piercing through the boundless darkness and staining the entire heavens with a scarlet hue. At that moment, the world was aglow with this astonishing crimson light, painting the heavens and the earth in shades of red, the crescent moon glowing with a sanguine shimmer, and the mortal realm bathed in a blood-red aura. The blood light surged with the swiftness of lightning and the ferocity of thunder, as it descended from the sky and burst into a lavishly adorned room. The crimson radiance directly entered the body of a youth lying on the bed, and in an instant, the red light that filled the universe vanished, leaving only the crimson glow within the room, which swelled with an immense strength. It was as if all the blood light of the cosmos had been drawn into this chamber, transforming it into a sea of crimson. The blood-red light emanated an overwhelming aura of sovereignty, as if the very fabric of existence had succumbed to its formidable presence. The light surged into the youth's chest, and his entire being was enveloped in a brilliant crimson hue. The youth's eyes remained shut, his brows slightly furrowed, his expression betraying a hint of anguish. Within a radius of 100 feet, the vital energy of the heavens and earth rushed toward this location, converging in the room and flooding into the youth's body. Unbeknownst to the slumbering boy, his body was undergoing a monumental transformation, as the true energy within him flowed like a gentle river, ceaseless and unending. The once mighty blood-red light within the room gradually faded, all of it assimilating into the youth's being. Ultimately, this crimson light coalesced at the youth's dantian, forming a blood-red sphere. Initially the size of a ball, the sphere began to shrink as more red light continued to flow in, until it was reduced to the size of a fist. Yet, this extraordinary phenomenon did not cease. Instead, it continued to unfold. The red sphere compressed and compressed again, until it became a diminutive blood-red orb the size of a ping-pong ball. This small red sphere hovered above the youth's dantian, surrounded by tendrils of crimson energy. The red aura within the room had entirely dissipated, and everything returned to normal, as if nothing had ever transpired. In a distant and mysterious realm beyond the heavens, an elder with white hair and beard, clad in a flowing white robe, stood with a solemn demeanor. Beside him stood another elder, equally white-haired, draped in a black robe, his expression dark and menacing. After a prolonged silence, the elder in white sighed deeply. I never anticipated that after countless millennia, the legendary blood-eye divine vein would once again manifest in the world. I wonder whether this is a blessing or a curse. Brother, is it not said that the blood-eye divine vein is a natural king's bloodline? Why do you harbor such concerns? The elder in black queried, a look of confusion crossing his face. The elder in white shook his head slightly. This notion is misguided. While many believe this bloodline to be one of royalty, they are unaware that it is derived from the legendary Pengu stone, infused with the essence of the heavens, sun, and moon. If it absorbs divine energy, it becomes a divine vein. If it acquires demonic energy, it transforms into an unparalleled demonic vein. What? The legendary blood-eye divine vein possesses such spiritual essence. It truly is difficult to discern whether this is a blessing or a calamity, the elder in black exclaimed, astonished by the revelation. The elder in white did not respond but continued, since the inception of the blood-eye demonic vein, each individual bearing the divine line's legacy has provoked a cataclysmic upheaval in the cosmos. If the outcome is benevolent, all beings shall flourish. If malevolent, the world shall be plunged into despair. Given your prize, brother, can you sense whether this generation's master of the blood-eye divine vein is righteous or wicked? After a moment of silence, the elder in white shook his head, a bittersweet smile and concern etched on his face. Despite my millennia of cultivation, I cannot perceive whether the master of this generation is virtuous or nefarious. It is indeed perplexing. It seems this master will become an unprecedented variable in history. The elder in black nodded gravely. Since the founding of their sect, each generation's leader possessed the unique ability to sense the nature of the divine vein's master, allowing them to prepare for what lay ahead. Yet, just moments ago, his elder brother, the current leader, had revealed that even he could not discern the future of this generation's master. This undeniably indicated that the master of this generation could become the greatest unknown. The elder in white stepped forward, as if treading upon solid ground, gazing into the distance with an expression of inexplicable excitement and anticipation. He spoke slowly. According to our ancestral records, since the emergence of the blood-eye divine vein, only 2 masters have arisen over the course of countless millennia, and that was eons ago. I had believed that the blood-eye divine vein would never reappear, but lo and behold, after countless years, it has manifested once more. Furthermore, even I, an old man, cannot perceive the fate of this master. It is indeed a miracle. Brother, are the masters of the blood-eye divine vein in each generation truly formidable? Are they as terrifying as the legends suggest? Not just terrifying, but utterly astounding. I sincerely hope that this generation's master of the blood-eye divine vein will bring us a surprise, altering the fate of the divine vein and unifying the entire cosmos. The elder in white mused, his face alight with anticipation. Little did he realize, the master of this generation not only altered their own destiny but also transformed the legacy of the divine vein, turning the blood-eye divine vein into a bloodthirsty and murderous demonic vein. This master would ultimately merge with the blood-eye divine vein, comprehending its profound truth, becoming a blood-eyed deity of slaughter that would make the heavens tremble.
Chapter 2. The initial test of the mystic spirit magic tablet. A series of urgent knocks echoed through the air, followed by a somewhat immature female voice that called out with a hint of urgency, "Tianlin Ge, hurry and get up. Uncle sent me to summon you to the hall." Inside the room, a young boy abruptly opened his eyes and replied anxiously, "I understand, Xiana. I will be there shortly. You may go ahead." "It's all right, Tianlin Ge. I will wait for you outside," she reassured him. "All right then, please wait a moment, I will be ready shortly." This boy was none other than Ni Tianlin, the 4th young master of the Ni family in the mystic spirit continent. Ni Tianlin was the youngest son of the current family head, Ni Dingyu. At the tender age of 10, due to his innate dullness, he possessed the lowest cultivation level among his peers, enduring relentless mockery and ridicule from his relatives. Having begun his martial training at the age of 6, Ni Tianlin had spent 4 years honing his skills but remained at the 2nd level of the battle spirit realm, while his contemporaries had at least reached the 4th level. It was not for lack of effort. In truth, he dedicated his days to rigorous practice within his room, tirelessly striving to one day break through the 2nd level of the battle spirit realm and free himself from the scorn and derision of others. Ni Tianlin recalled that today marked the family's biennial competition of battle chi, yet he had only attained the 2nd level of the battle spirit realm, with his internal battle chi alarmingly feeble. Upon contemplating this, the extraordinary Tianlin shook his head and let out a heavy sigh. He recalled that at the tender age of 6, he embarked on his journey of martial cultivation, achieving 2 consecutive breakthroughs within a year and ascending directly to the second realm of battle spirit. During that time, he was regarded as a martial prodigy, a source of pride for his family. However, ever since he turned 7, his progress had stagnated, leaving him trapped in the second realm of battle spirit. Now, at the age of 10, he felt the growing indifference from his family, who had nearly forgotten him. The 3 esteemed elders of the clan and his peers in cultivation subjected him to scornful ridicule, deepening his sense of desolation. If there remained one individual who cherished him, it was his father, Naidongyu. Naidongyu had consistently treated Tianlin with kindness, showing no sign of neglect due to his stagnation in martial arts, which provided Tianlin with a glimmer of familial warmth. For years had passed, and he wondered when this arduous period would finally come to an end. As he opened the door, his gaze was met with the enchanting visage of Xiana, her delicate cheeks adorned with a rosy hue. Her fair complexion bore no blemish, and her long, raven hair danced gracefully in the breeze, while her eyes sparkled with an almost ethereal charm. Tianlin could not help but muse that Xiana would undoubtedly blossom into a breathtaking beauty in the future. In response, Xiana tilted her youthful face upwards and declared to Tianlin, "Even if Xiana becomes extraordinarily beautiful, she will always belong to Tianlin Ge, and no one can take her away." A warmth spread through Tianlin's heart. In these years of neglect, the individuals who cared for him the most, aside from his father, were Xiana. In his heart, Tianlin vowed that he would not allow anyone to harm Xiana, no matter the circumstances. "All right, let us proceed," he said, grasping Xiana's small hand as they entered the grand hall of the Ni family. The hall was already filled with guests, and his father, Dingyu, sat in the center, flanked by the haughty figures of the 3 esteemed elders. Following them were members of the various auxiliary families within the clan. Observing the arrogance radiating from the 3 elders filled Tianlin with a sense of discontent, yet he felt powerless to change the situation. In this realm, where martial prowess reigns supreme and battle energy is the measure of strength, possessing greater battle energy signified immense power and garnered the respect of many. "Tianlin, come here and sit beside your father. Xian, you may join your uncle as well," Dingyu spoke gently to Tianlin and Xiana. After a moment's hesitation, Tianlin approached and took a seat beside Dingyu. However, as soon as he settled in, he sensed a wave of intense murderous intent directed towards him. Startled, he raised his gaze to find his 3rd brother and other contemporaries from the auxiliary families glaring at him with fierce hostility. The reason was evident. Tianlin had been granted the privilege of sitting next to Dingyu, inciting envy and jealousy among his peers. In their eyes, Tianlin was nothing but a complete waste, someone whom even the weakest member of the family could easily defeat. Yet, here he was, seated beside the clan leader, which fueled their resentment. The 3rd brother of the extraordinary Tianlin is 3 years his senior and has cultivated to the 6th level of the battle spirit realm, making him a distinguished figure among his peers. His brother, Tianqi, often bullies Tianlin, seizing every opportunity to engage him in bouts, merely to humiliate him publicly and bring him disgrace. Their eldest brother tragically succumbed to a mysterious illness in his youth, while their 2nd brother, now 20, has achieved the 4th level of battle master. Though this 2nd brother treats him with a measure of kindness, it remains merely adequate, far from what could be deemed truly good. Surveying the surroundings, Yudi declared, "Very well, everyone in the family has gathered. We may commence this year's battle chi testing competition. Bring forth the Xianling demon steel." No sooner had Yudi spoken than 2 servants arrived, bearing a stone steel approximately 5 meters in length. This steel serves as the instrument for assessing the battle chi within cultivators. Its surface gleamed with an immaculate luster, radiating a gentle glow akin to that of freshly unearthed jade. As Tianlin gazed upon the Xianling demon steel, a wave of poignant emotions washed over him. Each year, this steel serves to further dampen his already despondent spirit. He finds himself the subject of ridicule from family members, all due to his stagnation in cultivation. Just as despair clouded his face, Yudi addressed all present in the hall. This year, any participant who attains the 7th level of battle spirit will receive a year of personal martial training from the 3 esteemed elders of our family. Upon these words, a wave of astonishment swept through the assembly of contestants in the hall, and even riveting Lin felt a stirring of desire. The profound cultivation of the 3 elders was universally acknowledged among them, second only to the patriarch, riveting Danyu. Chapter 3. A prodigy's emergence stuns all. The 3 elders possessed unfathomable martial prowess. To receive their personal instruction and cultivation for a year would undoubtedly result in a transformative experience, elevating one's cultivation to a higher plane. It might even facilitate a breakthrough to the Battle Master realm. Riveting Lin entertained this thought, but quickly dismissed it with a wry smile. Currently, he was only at the 2nd level of the Battle Spirit realm. Attaining the 8th level was an insurmountable feat. The glimmer of hope he harbored was instantly extinguished. Riveting Danyu observed Riveting Lin's every nuance, his heart aching at the sight of his despondent countenance. Among his progeny, Riveting Lin held a special place in his esteem. Although his talent and martial comprehension had proven fleeting, showing no progress in the last 4 years, Riveting Danyu had not given up on him. In Riveting Danyu's view, a prodigy's growth required hardship and the tempering of their will. He believed that this current situation was not entirely detrimental to Riveting Lin. If he could persevere, he would undoubtedly traverse further and become more formidable than others in his future martial journey. As Riveting Lin was immersed in his despondency, a voice reached his ears. "Dear child, do not worry. Your father will surely find a way to unblock some of your vital meridians and personally impart to you the sacred techniques passed down through our family." Came the resonant voice of his father. A tremor of realization coursed through Tianlin. He understood that this was a profound art of sound transmission. He had not anticipated that his father would convey such sentiments through this mystical communication, which filled his heart with immeasurable warmth. Turning slightly to glance at Dingyu, Tianlin's eyes sparkled with a radiant smile and an unusual brilliance. "If it is indeed fate that I am destined never to break through and continue my cultivation, then so be it. As long as I can remain by my father's side, I shall be utterly content," he mused with a sigh. The martial spirit assessment had commenced, with the young members of the family forming an orderly queue. One by one, they placed their hands upon the Xian spirit demonic steel, gathering formidable martial energy, which caused the steel to gradually turn yellow from the base. The hue halted at the midpoint, indicating the maximum level of martial energy attainable by that individual, thus reflecting their cultivation prowess. "4th level of the martial spirit realm, not passed," declared the chief examiner, jotting down the name on parchment before announcing the results. "Next, Wuqing." The chief examiner called forth the next contestant. A striking young man stepped forward, extending his right hand to imprint on the Xian spirit demonic steel. Instantly, the steel radiated a brilliant yellow, and a beam of light surged upward, soaring over 3 meters high. 7th level of the martial spirit realm, passed. Upon the utterance of these words, a collective gasp echoed through the participants, for none had anticipated that within merely a year, Wuqing had ascended to the 7th level. It is worth noting that during last year's assessment, he had merely attained the 6th level of battle spirit. Wuqing, the elder brother of Shiner, harbored a strained relationship with her, fueled by his disdain for Tianlin, whom his sister relentlessly defended, much to Wuqing's vexation. Next up was Shiner. With graceful steps, she approached the demon tablet, delicately placing her jade-like hand upon it. In an instant, a column of yellow light surged forth, ascending towards the Xianling demon tablet. 7th level of battle spirit, passed. What? Shiner has also broken through to the 7th level? How could we have been oblivious to this? It is utterly astonishing. A chorus of astonished murmurs arose among the crowd of participants. Shiner cast a subtle smile towards Tianlin and took a seat, refraining from any display of elation over her successful assessment, which caused Wuqing to furrow his brow in discontent. Tianlin, too, was taken aback by Shiner's unexpected advancement to the 7th level, feeling a flicker of surprise within. Just as Tianlin was lost in his thoughts, the voice of the chief examiner resonated once more. Next, Tianqi. No sooner had the words left the examiner's lips than Tianqi strode forward with an air of arrogance, confidently extending her right hand towards the Xianling demon tablet. In an instant, the tablet radiated an astonishing brilliance, and a surge of yellow energy erupted from its base, soaring to 2/3 of the tablet's height, eliciting gasps of awe from the assembled participants. Outside the hall, a multitude of distant relatives gathered, all astonished by the formidable prowess of Tianqi. 8th rank of the battle spirit realm. It is accomplished! The chief examiner appeared somewhat exhilarated, while Tianqi's father wore a countenance filled with delight, his eyes betraying a sly smile that went unnoticed by others. A year prior, Tianqi was merely at the 6th rank of the battle spirit realm. Who could have anticipated that within a year, he would have ascended to the 8th rank? Truly, he is the most gifted cultivator of the family in this era. Ah, Tianqi is indeed remarkable, a true prodigy nurtured by your own guidance. Dingyu exclaimed earnestly. Thank you for your praise, uncle, Tianqi replied with a slight bow. Instinctively positioning himself to the side, his gaze inadvertently darting towards Tianlin. Tianlin observed all of this, fully comprehending the implications behind Tianqi's glance, which only prompted a resigned sigh within him. During the 2 years of Tianlin's extraordinary aptitude, he had basked in the family's spotlight, a fact that had lingered in Tianqi's heart as a source of resentment, fueled by jealousy of others' superiority. Since the age of 7, for reasons unknown, Tianlin's cultivation had stagnated, the energy within him had become erratic, leaving him perplexed. Next, Tianlin. Just as Tianlin was lost in thought, the chief examiner's calm voice resonated once more. Startled, Tianlin drifted towards the Xianling magic steel, and as he gazed at the swirling energy surrounding it, a bitter smile crept upon his lips. With a delicate touch, Tianlin placed his palm upon the Xianling demon steel. Beside him, Tianqi wore a subtle sneer, as if already anticipating Tianlin's dejection and dismay upon failure. Moments elapsed, yet the Xianling demon steel remained unresponsive, devoid of even a trace of yellow energy. Disappointment washed over Tianlin. Chapter 4, Soaring Dragon, Blood-stained steel. Many of his peers, also participating, began to jeer. Their taunts, like barbed daggers, pierced Tianlin's heart. Was he truly beyond redemption? Was he destined for a life of mediocrity? No, he refused to accept such a fate. Tianlin cried out in his heart. In that instant, Tianlin's rage ignited. The immense humiliation and ridicule he had endured for the past 4 years surged forth like a breached dam, unstoppable. A minute passed, and still, the Xianling demon steel remained inert. Just as the chief adjudicator prepared to announce the results, Tianlin, with his hand pressed against the steel, raised his head and roared towards the heavens, I refuse to accept this. His furious voice carried boundless anger and sorrow, a desperate cry of defiance. At that very moment, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. A beam of crimson light erupted from the base of the Xianling demon steel, bathing the entire monument in a blood-red hue. So intense it was both blinding and terrifying. The red energy, like a fire dragon roaring skyward, surged from the steel's depths, shattering through its apex in an instant. The crimson radiance, undiminished in its intensity, effortlessly pierced through the sturdy roof, soaring toward the heavens. Tianlin stared blankly at the gaping hole above, then lowered his gaze to his own palm. He shook his head a few times, assuring himself that this was not a dream. Gradually, the red glow faded, and tranquility reclaimed the surroundings. The hall was enveloped in a chilling silence, where even the sound of a falling needle could be discerned. The only audible sounds were the hurried breaths and the rapid beating of hearts within the hall. Shock! Absolute shock! Every face bore the sheen of cold sweat and the pallor of fear, including that of Tianlin's father, Dingyu, whose expression reflected utter astonishment and disbelief. Just moments ago, when that blood-red light shot skyward, all present, including the most formidable cultivator, Ndy, felt an overwhelming pressure and a terrifying surge of power. Ntln's heart stirred as he began to breathe deeply, channeling the essence of heaven and earth to examine his own body. To his overwhelming delight, he discovered that within his dantian, the profound energy flowed ceaselessly. Akin to a slender river, though diminutive, it surged forth without end. Am I healed? I am truly healed, I have recovered. Many of the lower-ranked disciples from collateral branches were instantly struck by this ferocious force, suffering severe injuries, as many were tossed about by the fierce gusts. What? 9th level of battle spirit? Ndy, astonished, sprang from his seat, his face a canvas of disbelief. Under the forceful strike of Nitianlin, Nitianchi was compelled to stagger back 3 or 4 steps before regaining his composure. A tumultuous surge of blood surged within him, and he found himself unable to catch his breath, ultimately spitting out a mouthful of crimson liquid. One strike, defeat. This outcome left everyone in a state of astonishment, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief as they gazed at the composed and serene Nitianlin, as if he were a creature of legend. Nitianchi's father swiftly descended, placing a hand upon his son's back, from which a brilliant light emanated, as a vast reservoir of profound energy surged into Nitianchi's body. In a short while, his pallor began to restore. "Cheer, do you feel better?" his father inquired with genuine concern. "It's nothing, thank you, father," Nitianchi replied, stepping before Nitianlin. As he regarded the individual who had recently been deemed a waste, an array of reflections surged within him. "Tianlin, my abrupt aggression towards you was merely a test of your progress. I never anticipated that not only had you recovered, but you had also ascended to the 9th level of battle spirit. Congratulations." Nitianlin offered a faint smile, having sensed the murderous intent earlier. He found no merit in engaging with Nitianchi's theatrics, merely nodding lightly. "It's nothing, I have only advanced to the 6th level of battle spirit. Not yet to the 9th. Upon hearing this, Nitianchi's complexion changed dramatically, and even Nidingyu, standing nearby, wore an expression of disbelief. "Are you truly only at the 6th level of battle spirit? Yet your power and that enigmatic energy seemed significantly superior to mine just now?" Nitianchi questioned, perplexed. "I cannot articulate this clearly, yet I can assert with certainty that I am indeed merely at the 6th level of battle spirit." At that moment, the father of Nitianchi felt a sudden stir in his heart and abruptly reached for Nitianlin's pulse gate. Just as Nitianlin was about to resist, he suddenly felt a tremendous force surging into his body. Moments later, Nitianchi's father released his grip on Nitianlin's wrist and nodded solemnly, stating, "He did not speak falsehood, he indeed possesses the 6th level of battle spirit." Upon these words, astonishment swept through the assembly once more. To defeat someone of the 8th level of battle spirit with the 6th level is a feat that would likely be met with disbelief if it were to spread. Nidingyu nodded in satisfaction and smiled. "Liner, come here, your father has something to discuss with you." Nitianlin approached with ease, bowing as he replied, "Father, I have finally recovered. Thank you for your care and concern over the past 4 years, please allow me to pay my respects." Nitianlin bowed to Nidingyu, who beamed with joy, stroking his beard and letting out a hearty laugh. Chapter 5. The art of dragon passage. Skillfully breaking through the 7th level, nightfall enveloped the land, rendering visibility to a mere hand's breadth. The sky was devoid of stars. Within a chamber, Nitianlin sat cross-legged, channeling the mysterious energy within his body. For 4 years, his cultivation had stagnated, causing many of his meridians to become obstructed, preventing the flow of energy in numerous areas. Nitianlin guided the energy throughout his body in a complete cycle, yet due to the prolonged duration of blockage, the obstruction of his meridians was quite severe, rendering all his efforts to break through futile. As the protagonist, Nitianlin, let out a faint sigh within his heart, he stood on the brink of surrender. Just then, A surge of searing energy erupted from his dantian. This burning essence flowed like a dragon within the meridians of his body, initially gentle but soon began to thrash violently. Pain etched across Nietianlin's face as he gritted his teeth, enduring the searing agony coursing through his veins, beads of sweat forming on his brow. With unwavering willpower, he engaged in a fierce battle against the torment. The tumultuous energy traversed an astonishing path, and to his astonishment, the previously impenetrable meridians began to exhibit a hint of looseness under the dragon's relentless onslaught. A wave of elation washed over Nietianlin as he cautiously attempted to guide the energy within him to clear the obstructions in his meridians. One by one, the blocked channels gradually opened, and the pace of their unblocking accelerated. After a quarter of an hour, all the obstructions within his body had been cleared. Nietianlin completed a full cycle of energy circulation, releasing a long, deep breath of turbid air. Ah! What exquisite comfort! It had been ages since he had experienced such a sensation. A surge of joy filled his heart, and suddenly, fully awake, he realized he had made a breakthrough. The 7th level of battle spirit he had transcended. The excitement within Nietianlin was beyond words, as he had achieved in an instant what others took a year or even several years to accomplish in breaking through a realm. This matter, if brought to the attention of others, would undoubtedly incite fury. They would require years of arduous cultivation to transcend a single realm, only to find that Nietianlin has inadvertently achieved such a breakthrough. Nietianlin suppressed the elation within, gently closed his eyes, and sat in a meditative posture, introspecting into his dantian. Suddenly, he discerned a crimson orb, about the size of a ping-pong ball, levitating within his dantian. Nietianlin was greatly alarmed. From the outset, he had been immersed in the joy of his recovery, completely oblivious to the anomaly within his body. He had merely sensed a surge of scalding Xian Qi guiding him to unblock the obstructed meridians, without noticing the presence of this sanguine sphere within him. What could this be? Nietianlin felt a sense of unease. He had the vague impression of having encountered this blood-red orb before, yet he could not ascertain its true nature. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Liner, it is I, father? Nietianlin exclaimed in surprise, hastily alighting from the bed and opening the door. Father, why are you still awake at this late hour? Nietianlin was taken aback, as he suddenly recalled the matter of the martial arts tournament. However, father, as far as I am aware, participation in this tournament necessitates a cultivation based in the battle soul realm. I am merely at the 7th level of the battle spirit realm, and thus lack the qualifications to participate. A trace of despondency veiled Nietianlin's face as he uttered these words. Nixingyu nodded and said, "You are indeed correct. To participate in this martial arts tournament, one must possess the cultivation level of a battle soul. Although you currently stand at the 7th level of battle spirit." Nixingyu suddenly halted, a look of astonishment gracing his features. Liner, what did you just say? You have already broken through to the 7th level of battle spirit? How could you achieve such a feat in less than a day? It was only then that Nietianlin realized the source of Nixingyu's astonishment. He had momentarily forgotten that he had indeed advanced to the 7th level. Yes, father. Just now while I was recuperating and cultivating in bed, I inadvertently broke through while attempting to clear the obstructed meridians. Nixingyu was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down his face. For the past 4 years, he had not enjoyed a single peaceful night's sleep. Ever since Nietianlin had fallen from the status of a prodigious martial talent to the stagnation of a mere wastrel, Nixingyu had been unable to find solace. He recalled the time when Nietianlin began his training at the tender age of 6. In just a year, he had ascended to the innate realm, achieving the 2nd level of battle spirit, a remarkable accomplishment for one just embarking on the path of martial arts. This extraordinary feat had caused a sensation across the Eastern Spirit continent, as news spread of such a gifted practitioner within the Ni family. Chapter 6. The innate demonic bone. However, a year later, the nearly monstrous talent of Nietianlin faded into oblivion. No matter how exquisite the elixirs and potent medicines Eniding provided, Enai Tianlin's cultivation showed not the slightest improvement. Consequently, he gradually became marginalized by others in the family. As many of his peers had long since surpassed him, while his own progress remained stagnant. This predicament left Eniding perplexed, and gradually, including Eniding himself. The family began to abandon their efforts in nurturing the once promising genius. Eniding released Enai Tianlin's hand and motioned for him to sit aside. Father does not concern himself with what has transpired, but now that you are well, I feel at ease. It appears that the mysterious elder truly did not deceive me. He mused, almost to himself. With a slight furrow of his brow, Enai Tianlin inquired, Father, which mysterious elder are you referring to? I am unaware of this matter. Oh! It is quite the tale. Sit down, and I shall recount it to you. Eniding gestured for Enai Tianlin to take a seat. It was 4 years prior. On a day that changed everything. Ever since your prodigious talent vanished, I have been plagued by anxiety and sorrow daily. Just as I was preparing to launch another attack. That elder smiled kindly at me, and with a mere flick of his finger, I felt an overwhelming force surge toward me. The might of that power was akin to a colossal wave crashing down, leaving me breathless. Eniding seemed to relive that terrifying moment. A look of reverence gracing his features. Do not be afraid, I harbor no malice towards you. I merely wish to share something that may alleviate your doubts. The mysterious elder spoke with a serene smile, his tone ethereal and elusive. Who are you? Why have you intruded into my chamber? Ningding inquired. His surprise tempered by a palpable gravity in his gaze. I apologize for my uninvited presence, esteemed Master Ning. I have urgent matters to discuss, hence my intrusion. I hope you can forgive any offense I may have caused, the elder replied, his countenance beaming with a smile, seemingly unfazed by Ningding's demeanor. A flicker of astonishment crossed Ningding's mind as he regarded the elder with a mix of suspicion and intrigue. May I ask who you are, senior? I have never heard of your esteemed name in the Eastern Spirit Continent. I humbly request your guidance, I shall listen attentively. The elder appeared quite pleased with Ningding's response. Nodding slightly, he declared, your son, Ning Tianlin, possesses extraordinary innate talent. He is destined to become a formidable figure among the heavens, you must nurture him diligently and not neglect his potential. Ningding was profoundly shaken. The elder before him exuded an aura of profound wisdom and otherworldly grace, unmistakably a peerless sage hidden from the world's eye. Please, senior, continue. I apologize for any offense I may have unwittingly caused. He inclined his body slightly, offering a respectful salute to the enigmatic elder. The elder nodded with a smile, responding. No offense taken. I have long transcended the mundane customs of this world, you need not concern yourself with such formalities. The elder paused momentarily, gazing solemnly at Eniding, and spoke softly, this young man embodies the essence of a natural-born ruler, yet he harbors the terrifying demonic bloodline, coupled with an innate demonic bone, making him nothing short of a born demon emperor. What? Senior, you must not frighten me. Eniding exclaimed. My son has always been so well-behaved and understanding since childhood. How could he possibly possess demonic blood and bones? Master and I, please remain calm and allow me to elaborate, the elder replied. This child is blessed with boundless fortune from birth, a true embodiment of the world's great luck, and his future is indeed limitless. However, he also carries demonic blood. If one day he were to awaken this blood, igniting its latent power, the consequences would be dire. The elder left his statement hanging in the air. The implications all too clear. Eniding, drenched in sweat, struggled to ask, may I inquire, senior, is there a way to resolve this matter? With a sigh. The elder shook his head. Forgive my inability to assist, I have no remedy for this situation. All we can do is submit to fate and not force matters. You must remember one thing, under no circumstances should he come into contact with anything imbued with demonic essence, including any tones related to cultivation. Should he encounter such objects or phenomena, the repercussions will be unfathomable. Enidinu swallowed hard, trembling as he asked, "If I may ask, Senior, how severe could the consequences be? The secrets of fate cannot be divulged." The elder replied. "I understand," Enidinu said earnestly. "I shall bear this in mind." The elder nodded in satisfaction. "While I cannot reveal the secrets of destiny, I can offer you a hint. Should the awakening of the demonic essence be triggered, he, possessing innate demonic bones, will see his blood reignite, plunging the world into chaos and suffering, with rivers running red with blood. The cosmos will know no peace. And within the 6 realms, a tempest of blood and carnage will ensue." As the words hung in the air, the enigmatic elder's figure had already vanished without a trace. Remember, under no circumstances should he come into contact with anything imbued with strong demonic energy. The weighty utterance resonated once more, sending a shiver down the spine of Enidinu. Such terrifying cultivation! Could this be the realm of the 9th layer of the War Emperor? Enidinu muttered to himself, standing alone in contemplation. The elder's final words were evidently conveyed to him through inner strength. For it is said that only those that the 9th layer of the War Emperor can communicate across vast distances, reaching up to millions of meters. Chapter 7. The spirit envoy Enai Tianlin recalled that his father had personally destroyed all the demonic cultivation texts within their family's ancestral scripture, solely for this purpose. Enidinu nodded in understanding. Indeed, his father had feared that one day he might encounter these demonic texts, thus inviting unnecessary troubles, leading to the decisive act of destruction. Although these techniques bore only a hint of demonic allure, his unease lingered. A wave of emotion washed over Enai Tianlin. He had not realized the extent of his father's sacrifices on his behalf, remaining blissfully unaware until now. "Father, rest assured, Tianlin will surely remember your words from tonight." "Ah! Remember this well. By the way, you have now reached the 7th realm of battle spirit. During this month, you must diligently immerse yourself in cultivation, striving to break through to the realm of battle soul within a month." A frown creased the brow of Enai Tianlin as he asked, "Father, do you truly believe I can achieve a breakthrough to the realm of battle soul within such a short time?" Enidinu rose with a smile and replied, "If there is anyone in the entire Eastern Spirit continent capable of such a feat in 1 month, it is undoubtedly you." Enai Tianlin nodded thoughtfully. "Father, I understand. I will devote myself to rigorous training and aim to break through to the realm of battle soul within a month, representing our family in the martial arts tournament of the Eastern Spirit continent. Indeed, I have faith in your abilities. From tomorrow onwards, you shall enter the Forbidden Forest behind our family estate for your training." Enai Tianlin's heart quivered, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "What? The Forbidden Forest? Is it not a place reserved solely for the family heads of past generations? I have heard that fierce spiritual beasts reside deep within that forest." Enidinu nodded with a smile. "Precisely. It is my intention for you to hone your skills within the Forbidden Forest, for it is indeed the finest place for your cultivation. But how will you explain this to the family?" Enai Tianlin recalled that entry to the Forbidden Forest was a privilege reserved for the family heads, and no one else was permitted to enter for training. Enidinu sighed. "Rest assured, I will find a way to grant you access to the Forbidden Forest behind the estate." The night remained as tranquil as ever. Upon the summit of a towering mountain that pierces the very heavens, there stands an imposing palace, resplendent in its grandeur, evoking a sense of sovereign authority. In the depths of this magnificent edifice, a middle-aged man, exuding an air of menace, sits silently upon a throne. Suddenly, a chilling breeze sweeps through, and a shadow materializes before him within the great hall. "Greetings, Master of the Gate," intones the cloaked figure, kneeling respectfully before the man upon the throne. "Rise!" The middle-aged man replies languidly, his eyes half closed. "Have you uncovered any news regarding the matter I entrusted to you? Grateful am I for your mercy, Master." The cloaked figure bows deeply, as if granted a reprieve, before retreating towards the door. Yet, as his left foot crosses the threshold of the hall, a faint hissing sound pierces the air, and in an instant, the cloaked figure is transformed into a mist of crimson, leaving no trace behind. Humph! I shall never harbor a useless wretch at my side, the middle-aged man declares, his eyes snapping open, radiating a chilling luminescence, a palpable aura of lethal intent. Master! Why the urgency to discern the source of the crimson light observed during the day? Is there a matter of significance? A man, his countenance stern and impassive, appears beside the middle-aged figure, his arrival shrouded in mystery. The middle-aged man turns to regard him thoughtfully, pondering for a moment before he speaks. This morning, as I practiced my techniques, I suddenly sensed a powerful surge emanating from the eastern spirit continent. Despite the vast distance of 1,000 miles, I distinctly felt the tremors of that formidable force. After the middle-aged man spoke, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. I pondered for a long time but could not recall when such a formidable figure had graced the eastern spirit continent. Consequently, I dispatched scouts to investigate. Yet they returned with nothing. With a sigh, the middle-aged man ascended the stone steps outside the grand hall, gazing skyward with a solemn expression. Who could it be? Such a powerful surge of energy, intertwined with an aura of kingship, this truly baffles me. Observing the furrowed brow of the middle-aged man, the stern gentleman stepped forward and said, "Do not worry, sect master. Tomorrow, I shall venture to the eastern spirit continent to uncover the truth and hopefully dispel your concerns." Although he spoke thus, none could predict the twists and turns that might arise. Our Lingluo sect has governed the entire mystic spirit continent for centuries, yet we have not attained complete control. We can only restrain it through our formidable might. There remains much for us to accomplish. Fear not, sect master. Since Lei Peng serves as the envoy of Lingluo, it is only right that I share your burdens. I shall unwaveringly stand by your side, unafraid of death. Lei Peng deftly flattered the sect master, his words striking just the right chord. Indeed, upon hearing Lei Peng's declaration, the middle-aged man burst into hearty laughter, visibly delighted. Suddenly, Lei Peng bellowed, his figure transforming into a fleeting shadow as he darted toward a corner of the grand hall. Who dares intrude upon our Lingluo sect under the cover of night? Lei Peng coldly shouted, pointing at the figure clad in black across the way. The middle-aged man gazed at the scene before him, merely smiling faintly, devoid of any surprise, as if entirely unconcerned by the unfolding events. Chapter 8. The mysterious man in black robes. The figure opposite, enshrouded in a voluminous black robe, obscured any glimpse of his features. "You are the spirit messenger?" The emotionless voice drifted from the cloaked man. Were it not for the fact that he was the sole individual present, Lei Peng might have doubted that the voice belonged to him. The man's entire being was shrouded in the oversized garment, lending an air of unreality to his speech. There was an undertone of age in the black-robed man's voice, leading Lei Peng to deduce that he was a middle-aged individual, approximately in his 40s or 50s. "Indeed, I am the spirit messenger. And you, who might you be? Should you fail to introduce yourself, do not blame me for being impolite," Lei Peng proclaimed, his voice rising in intensity as he unleashed a powerful surge of energy towards the man in black. The energy materialized as a translucent blade, swiftly approaching the cloaked figure. With a peculiar laugh, the black-robed man merely waved his sleeve, dissipating Lei Peng's sudden offensive strike into nothingness. "Ha ha ha, the first realm of the Battle Emperor. Truly, you are the envoy of the foremost sect in the Xianling continent. I never anticipated you had reached the Battle Emperor realm. It is indeed enviable." The black-robed man chuckled heartily, showing no inclination to retaliate. Embarrassed by the black-robed man's dismissal, especially in the presence of his sect leader, Lei Peng felt a surge of indignation. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched another powerful palm strike directly at the man's chest, the oppressive aura and fierce wind of his attack arriving in an instant. Lei Peng transformed the profound energy within him into a blade of ethereal essence, his martial aura surging to its utmost peak. He understood that anyone daring enough to intrude upon Lingluo Gate must possess remarkable prowess. The aura of a battle emperor was indeed extraordinary, the surrounding air was forcibly displaced by this immense energy, causing a momentary pause in the breath of those present. The elder in the black robe, upon witnessing this spectacle, merely let out a hearty laugh. Then, under Lei Peng's astonished gaze, he gently waved his palm. This seemingly feeble gesture, however, emanated an unmistakable formidable force that surged towards Lei Peng, who was ensnared within the combat zone. Just as Lei Peng's powerful strike was about to reach the black-robed figure, the latter finally moved. With arms extended, the black-robed man summoned the energy in an instant towards his limbs, conjuring a translucent sphere of light the size of a bowl at his chest. The energy within the sphere continued to coalesce, accompanied by the ominous crackling of sparks that resonated around it, producing a chilling, sharp friction sound. With a commanding shout, the black-robed man unleashed the luminous sphere, now shimmering with fierce lightning, propelling it directly towards Lei Peng. The sphere, radiating overwhelming martial energy, instilled a tremor of trepidation within Lei Peng. Yet, true to his status as a Ling Luo envoy, he quickly regained his composure after a brief moment of astonishment. With a powerful cry, he unleashed the blade-like energy, striking downward at the opposing figure. The force of his attack was compelling. "Excellent!" exclaimed the black-robed man as the sphere surged forward in an instant. Bang! Bang! A tremendous sound pierced the tranquility of the night sky, its deafening roar causing the very earth to tremble. The vast plaza of the Grand Hall shuddered, and the surrounding pavilions and stone carvings disintegrated into dust under the force of the powerful shockwave. Even the formidable Lei Peng was propelled several meters away by this fierce strike, bracing himself against the ground as he coughed up blood, a testament to his grievous defeat. The first level of the Battle Emperor realm, with a single blow, he was vanquished. A sense of bitterness filled Lei Peng's heart, his astonishment beyond the capacity of words to express. The highest cultivation level in the Xianling continent was the realm of the Battle Emperor. Across the entire Xianling continent, aside from the heads of the 4 great families, no one else had achieved this pinnacle. Yet, the figure in the black robe standing before him clearly had reached the Battle Emperor realm, which left him in a state of bewilderment. Struggling to rise, Lei Peng coughed up another mouthful of blood and asked, "Who are you, and how do you possess such terrifying prowess?" "Ah, little one, did you not expect this? There are many things in this world beyond your imagination," the figure in the black robe cackled. "You consider yourself remarkable merely because you have reached the first level of the Battle Emperor realm? Let me enlighten you, even I, a practitioner of the 4th level, would not dare to claim the title of a top-tier expert, let alone someone at your level." "What? The 4th level of the Battle Emperor?" Lei Peng exclaimed, momentarily stunned. The figure in the black robe seemed pleased with Lei Peng's reaction and remarked in an appreciative tone, "In truth, to have cultivated to the Battle Emperor realm at your age is quite impressive, thus you indeed possess the grounds for your arrogance." The figure cloaked in black remarked, "Truly, it is fitting that the foremost sect of the Xianling continent possesses such formidable strength. For years have passed, and I wonder how much your cultivation has progressed." As the words left his lips, he suddenly unfurled his right arm, and a peculiar, ebony longsword materialized in his grasp. The entire blade exuded an aura of dark desolation, reminiscent of an evil sword from the nether realms. Merely gazing upon it invoked an overwhelming sense of malevolence. Lei Peng's eyes narrowed in alarm, an involuntary chill coursing through him. That sword seemed familiar, though he could not recall precisely when he had last encountered it. The middle-aged man let out a hearty laugh, then bellowed, "Arise!" A long sword, glimmering with a chilling light, soared forth from the depths of the Grand Hall, landing directly in the man's grasp. The blade, exceeding 3 feet in length, was a vivid azure, its cold luminescence cutting through the darkness of night. Flanking the sword's hilt were 2 blue gemstones, bestowing an air of regal authority. "An exquisite weapon!" the cloaked man exclaimed. "After 4 years, your sword remains as sharp and unstoppable as ever. It appears you have been diligently pursuing breakthroughs in martial arts during this time." Chapter 9, The Astonishing Conspiracy. Is this a jest? Weren't we just about to engage in battle? How can you leave so abruptly? Ray Peng exclaimed in confusion. The cloaked figure had clearly been prepared to confront the sect leader, yet he had suddenly departed, cryptically stating that he would await him at the summit of Lingluo Mountain. What a perplexing turn of events! Alas, yet again, he had missed the opportunity to witness the leader's grandeur. Lei Peng shook his head in resignation and rose to walk into the hall. Atop Ling Luo Mountain, fierce winds howled, and darkness enveloped the surroundings, rendering visibility non-existent. However, such an environment posed no challenge to a master like the man in the black robe. Moments later, another sound of slicing air resonated. As a figure swiftly approached the mountain peak, the black-robed man stood facing the middle-aged man, their long swords already sheathed. It is quite safe here, so cease your pretense. Speak plainly, what urgent matter brings you here unexpectedly? The middle-aged man inquired suddenly. Indeed, I have come to convey something of great importance, particularly concerning that young man. The black-robed man replied, his voice tinged with gravity. What? Is there something unusual about the situation? Indeed, that young man has made a remarkable recovery. This morning, the Ni family conducted their annual battle energy test, and under a fit of rage, he astonishingly broke through my seal, directly advancing to the 6th level of combat spirit. What? You cannot be serious. Is such a thing even possible? Yi Lingtian exclaimed, his usually tranquil demeanor disrupted by the revelation. Indeed, I witnessed it with my own eyes. I was present at the scene. The black-robed man expressed his astonishment, a look of confusion crossing his face. With a sigh directed skyward, he lamented, truly. Human plans cannot rival the whims of fate. Who would have imagined that the intricate scheme I meticulously crafted over 4 years would unravel in such a manner? The black-robed man was taken aback, filled with a sense of unwillingness and helplessness at the unexpected turn of events that had shattered his carefully laid plans. The figure cloaked in black let out a sinister chuckle, remarking, You certainly possess a way with words. It is good that you understand, should any misfortune befall me, you too shall face dire consequences. In that eventuality, your esteemed leader of the Ling Luo sect will become a subject of ridicule across the land. I am fully aware of the gravity of the situation, so you need not worry, Master Evil Spirit. Responded the man referred to as Master Evil Spirit with a knowing nod, as he removed the hat that was seamlessly attached to his black robe. Revealed was a visage imbued with an unsettling aura, weathered by the passage of time, adorned with numerous wrinkles and dark spots. Yet, due to his cultivation, he appeared remarkably vigorous and robust, hardly resembling a man over 80 years of age. Should anyone happen to glimpse the face of the black-robed elder at that moment, they would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment, for this man was none other than the notorious evil spirit Daoist, who had vanished from the Xianling continent for 4 long years. 4 years prior, a series of bizarre and mysterious events had transpired across the Xianling continent. The first incident involved the current head of the Ni family, one of the 4 great clans, Ni, who fortuitously unearthed an ancient and inscrutable martial arts manual within a hidden cave in the forbidden forest of his family's rear mountain. Given the significance of this discovery, it remained a secret known only to the head of the Ni family and 3 elders, with no one else privy to the matter. Following this, the renowned evil spirit Daoist abruptly vanished from the Xianling continent, as if he had evaporated into thin air. This event became common knowledge among the populace. For the evil spirit Daoist was a formidable martial artist, having reached the 4th realm of the martial emperor level, a true powerhouse of the time. The malevolent figure known as the evil spirit Daoist is ruthless and intensely devoted to the cultivation of martial arts, with the ultimate pursuit of reaching the pinnacle of strength. His sudden disappearance has given rise to numerous rumors. Some claim he perished while indulging in dark practices. Others suggest he was slain by a formidable foe due to his cruel actions, while yet another theory posits that he transcended to a higher realm after breaking through the innate boundaries. This enigma surrounding the evil spirit Daoist's abrupt vanishing has become a perplexing mystery on the Xian spirit continent. It is noteworthy that the head of the Ni family, who is none other than Ni Tianlin's father, has reached a consensus with the three esteemed elders of the clan to groom Ni Tianlin as the next family leader. However, at this crucial juncture, Ni Tianlin's innate talents inexplicably vanished, rendering him a complete failure in martial arts. Yet, astonishingly, 4 years later, Ni Tianlin's cultivation has inexplicably returned, and his remarkable martial prowess has re-emerged. Miraculously, the evil spirit Taoist, who had been absent from the Xian spirit continent for 4 long years, has reappeared at the foremost sect. The Lingluo sect. What could be the connection between these events? Is it merely coincidence, or is there a deeper conspiracy at play? After a moment's reflection, the evil spirit Taoist remarked, "That lad has not only eerily broken through my celestial energy seal but has also experienced a meteoric rise in his cultivation, advancing directly from the 2nd level of battle spirit to the 6th level, truly terrifying." What? He has jumped directly to the 6th level of battle spirit? Yi Lingtian's face displayed astonishment, as though he had heard something utterly unbelievable. Indeed, this young man, Ni Tianlin, is truly an anomaly. This morning, during the energy test in the hall, that young lad unexpectedly emitted a powerful and enigmatic crimson beam. The terrifying pressure concealed within it was palpable even to me. The sinister spirit master muttered gravely to himself, his expression laden with seriousness. "What did you say?" "That beam of red light during the day was indeed released by that young one from the reverse clan?" Yi Lingtian was genuinely astonished. Chapter 10, Shocking the Ling Luo sect. Yi Lingtian, the paramount figure of the entire Xianling continent, had attained the formidable 8th level of the Battle Emperor realm, making him the foremost martial artist in the land. His sect, the Ling Luo sect, was naturally the most prestigious faction on the continent, governing all of Xianling. However, this evening, Yi Lingtian found himself astonished twice by a mere 10-year-old boy. Should this information circulate, it would undoubtedly leave everyone in disbelief. The sinister spirit master scoffed, "Indeed, that crimson light was unleashed by that child, reverse Tianlin. I was present at the time, there is no doubt about it. Moreover, Reverse Dingyu ordered an immediate lockdown of all information regarding this incident, and it is to be kept strictly confidential." Impossible. The energy concealed within that red light is far beyond what a mere 10-year-old boy, especially one at the battle spirit realm, could possibly emit. Such immense power is simply unattainable for him, Yi Lingtian exclaimed, his voice almost a whisper, filled with agitation. The sinister spirit master coldly chuckled, fully aware of Yi Lingtian's thoughts. The energy hidden within the crimson beam released by reverse Tianlin was indeed far more potent than that emitted by a peak 9th level battle emperor. Most crucially, within that crimson beam resided a trace of regal aura, an aura so potent it compelled one to prostrate in reverence. After an extended interval, Yi Lingtian finally regained his composure, his countenance overshadowed by a somber hue. "No wonder my dispatched scouts returned with naught. It was that ageless fiend, Ni Dingyu, who suppressed the tidings." Yi Lingtian's visage was etched with resentment, emanating an imposing battle aura that even the evil spirit Taoist across from him sensed a degree of coercion. "Thus, I have resolved to await a propitious juncture, whereupon I shall entreat your tenfold obliteration to strike, coordinating from within to eradicate the Ni clan directly. In so doing, all shall become our dominion." Yi Lingtian chuckled sinisterly, "Your scheme is indeed ingenious, senior uncle. Rest assured, I shall liaise with the tenfold obliteration to execute this endeavor. Once the Ni clan is vanquished, we shall have unfettered access to that forbidden forest. Haha, then I shall seize that ancient manual, and I shall ascend to become the paramount being under the heavens, ha 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 ha." The evil spirit Taoist, engrossed in his reverie, erupted in unrestrained laughter, oblivious to the chilling intent that flickered within Yi Lingtian's gaze. Achoo! Ni Tianlin, immersed in cultivation within his chamber, emitted a sneeze. "Who speaks of me? Why such a prodigious sneeze?" Ni Tianlin muttered to himself, perplexed. Little did he know, at that very instant, 2 figures of godlike stature on the Xianling continent were discussing him. Even more unforeseen was the conspiracy that had surreptitiously unfurled, targeting him and his entire lineage. Before the break of dawn, even before Tianlin had stirred from his slumber, a persistent knocking echoed at his door. The enigmatic Tianlin casually inquired, "Who is it?" "It's me, Tianlin Ge. Are you awake?" "Xena? I am awake. Please wait a moment." As Tianlin opened the door, he was met with Shiner's radiant smile, akin to that of a rare and precious treasure, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. "But Tianqi is your biological brother. Are you not at all upset that I defeated him?" Tianlin asked, his mind struggling to comprehend Shiner's words. With a slight tilt of her delicate face, Shiner huffed. "I am not upset at all. He always wears a stern expression around me and forbids me from associating with you, Tianlin Ge. How dreadful. You did well to defeat him. Please teach him a lesson on my behalf in the future." "Ha, Shiner, do not say such things. Your brother simply has that temperament, do not overthink it. He means you no harm," Tianlin explained with a smile. Originally, Tianlin intended to comfort Shiner. Yet she pouted and retorted, "Humph. Tianlin Ge, how could you defend that scoundrel of a brother? I shall not play with you anymore." Tianlin broke into a light sweat, taken aback by Shiner's evident disdain for her own brother. However, it was not entirely surprising. Tianqi had never treated Shiner kindly, often scolding or reprimanding her, while their father remained indifferent, seemingly oblivious to the existence of the two children. Over time, Shiner's feelings for her brother had shifted from indifference to outright aversion. "Do not be upset, Xena. From now on, Tianlin Ge shall refrain from speaking of it, all right? Hee, this is truly my dear brother. Come. Sample the delicacies I have brought for you and see if they delight your palate." As she spoke, Xiner placed the basket she held upon the table, presenting several plates of delectable treats to Tianlin. Observing Xiner's thoughtful care and sincere intentions, Tianlin felt a warm sensation in his heart. Xiner, a year younger than Tianlin, was but 9 years old this year, yet, she possessed a remarkable understanding and empathy. For the past 4 years, Xiner had steadfastly remained by Tianlin's side, always managing to bring him joy despite the taunts of others. Tianlin vividly recalled an occasion when he and Xiner frolicked by the riverside and encountered several peers who were cultivators. These cultivators, emboldened by their superior prowess, insulted Tianlin. Just as Tianlin was about to erupt in anger, Xiner stepped forward, her face flushed with indignation, and chastised the cultivators with fervor. Aware of Xiner's esteemed lineage, the cultivators could only endure her scathing rebuke and ultimately retreated under her sharp reprimands. "Xiner, thank you," Tianlin exclaimed. "For what, exactly?" "I have done nothing worthy of your gratitude," Xiner replied with a playful sparkle in her bright, enchanting eyes. Tianlin gently pinched her petite nose, chuckling. "Your unwavering presence by your brother Tianlin's side for these 4 years is the greatest gift for which I am grateful." Upon hearing his words, Xiner's cheeks flushed slightly, a youthful blush adorning her delicate visage. Chapter 11, Trespassing into Forbidden Grounds. Just as the atmosphere grew somewhat intimate, a hearty laugh suddenly shattered the tranquility of the moment. "Ah, Liner, why are you up so early today?" "Oh, Xiner is here as well," said Yu with a smile on his face. Tianlin stood up and bowed, inquiring, "Father, has that matter been settled?" Noticing Xiner beside him, he chose to phrase his question subtly. The significance of entering the Forbidden Forest in the back mountain weighed heavily on him, so he refrained from being too overt. Yu nodded with a smile, affirming Tianlin's conjecture. "Uncle, what are you discussing?" "I can't comprehend a word," Xiner asked, her face a picture of confusion. Yu affectionately ruffled Xiner's hair and replied, "Your brother Tianlin is preparing for a journey, so I'm conveying some instructions to him." Turning his gaze to Tianlin, Yu simply said, "Pack your things. It's time to set off." Upon hearing this, Tianlin felt a surge of excitement. for he knew he was finally about to venture into the enigmatic and mysterious forbidden forest of the back mountain. Remember, this forest is teeming with ferocious beasts. And it is fraught with peril. You must not venture deep into the forest, otherwise, you risk severe injury or even death. And Aiding warned with a grave expression. His demeanor imbued with an unspoken seriousness that only heightened Tianlin's curiosity about the forest. Father, is it truly as terrifying as you say? Tianlin questioned. It is not merely frightening, it instills a profound sense of dread. Unless you have experienced it firsthand, you cannot fathom it. I once ventured inside during my youth. And since that day, I have never mustered the courage to return. Regret was etched across the face of Yu. Yet amidst this sorrow lay an unmistakable undercurrent of fear. Tianlin solemnly nodded, saying, I understand, father. Rest assured, I know what must be done. Yu, satisfied, replied. My son, you must remember this. Within the forbidden forest stands a stone tablet inscribed with the ominous words Valley of Death. You may venture only to this point, beyond it. You must not proceed. For within that realm lies a place so terrifying that even I, at the third tier of the Battle Emperor realm, would sustain grave injuries. What? Even my father's Battle Emperor prowess can be severely wounded? Tianlin's face was a canvas of astonishment. He had not anticipated the Valley of Death to possess such dreadfulness. Indeed, Yu affirmed, and it is not the beasts within that inflict the harm, but rather the overwhelming battle aura contained therein. Injured by battle aura? How can that be? Father, you are a battle emperor of the third tier. If mere battle aura can wound you, then... Tianlin dared not continue his thoughts, for the implications were too horrifying to contemplate. The fact that a master at the third tier of the Battle Emperor realm could be severely injured by the battle aura of the Valley of Death indicated that the formidable energy therein had likely reached the pinnacle of the ninth tier of the Battle Emperor realm. If not surpass it. For under ordinary circumstances, a practitioner at the third tier would not be so easily harmed by the battle aura of a master at the peak of the ninth tier. Thus, you must never venture into this Valley of Death, for the consequences are unimaginable, cautioned Xie Dingyu once more. Xie Tianlin, finally wearing a grave expression, nodded thoughtfully. His mind already formulating a bold idea. Very well, remember this. Now follow me to my chamber. And I shall assist you in unlocking the hidden door to the forbidden forest. Xie Tianlin was taken aback. What? Is there a hidden door to enter the forbidden forest? I had assumed there was a direct entrance. Xie Dingyu smiled faintly. Indeed, few would suspect that this forbidden forest lies beneath the ground, rather than above it. Understanding dawned on Xie Tianlin as he nodded contemplatively, his face reflecting deep thought. It was the first time he had heard of a forbidden forest existing underground. It seemed rather extraordinary. Xie Dingyu approached the bedside in Xie Tianlin's room, gently rotating an incense burner 3 times. As Xie Tianlin gazed on in astonishment, the walls of his chamber emitted a subtle rumbling sound. Just as Xie Tianlin registered his surprise, a stone door, tall enough for a person to pass through, materialized in the wall, revealing a woodshed on the opposite side. Xie Tianlin could hardly fathom that such an intricate mechanism was concealed within his own room. Yet he was puzzled about its purpose and why it led to a woodshed. Father, what is this? He asked, his expression filled with confusion. This was established by me 4 years ago, with the intention of one day allowing you to enter this mysterious forbidden forest for your cultivation, Xie Dingyu explained. A smile gracing his face as he addressed the bewildered Xie Tianlin. The corners of Tianlin's eyes glistened with moisture, his heart enveloped in an unparalleled warmth. This was paternal love, profound and magnificent, as weighty as Mount Tai. Father, thank you. I never anticipated the extent of your silent sacrifices for me. Dingyu nodded with a smile, saying, it was 4 years ago, during a serendipitous encounter in the Forbidden Forest, that I discovered an ancient cultivation technique. From that moment, I understood that this forest was no ordinary place. Thus, I discreetly undertook all these efforts, hoping that one day you too could enter and cultivate. even if you cannot ascend to the position of the next clan leader. Tianlin suppressed the overwhelming shock and emotion within him, striving to contain his tears. He had not realized that his father had already prepared everything for him. Chapter 12, The Spirit Beast Snow Wolf. Father, rest assured. I will diligently cultivate and not disappoint your earnest efforts. Haha, with your words, I can find solace. If only you could break through to the Battle Soul realm within this month, I wonder if you can achieve it. Understand that transcending from the 9th stage of Battle Spirit to the 1st stage of Battle Soul is no trivial matter. Such a leap is far more challenging than progressing from the 1st to the 7th stage of Battle Spirit. This kind of breakthrough requires not only arduous training but also a stroke of fortune. Tianlin nodded, affirming, I understand, Father. I firmly believe I can reach the Battle Soul realm within a month. Excellent, such determination. You truly are my son, you erupted into a hearty laughter. As the enigmatic Tianlin followed the esteemed Dingyu into the woodshed behind the wall, the concealed door seamlessly closed, evoking a sense of astonishment within him. He observed Dingyu gracefully formulating intricate hand gestures while uttering an unfamiliar incantation. Suddenly, a fierce crimson glow emanated from one wall of the woodshed, transforming it into a dazzling crimson glass-like surface. A flicker of awareness struck Tianlin. He sensed an uncanny connection between this resplendent red wall and the small red orb within him. Quickly, step inside, my son. My power can sustain this glass door for no more than 3 seconds before it vanishes, Dingyu urged. Alarmed, Tianlin leaped forward without hesitation, plunging into the crimson barrier. In an instant, darkness enveloped him, and he lost all sensation. When Tianlin finally opened his eyes again, he found himself amidst an endless expanse of forest and hills teeming with underbrush. Is this the Forbidden Forest? He pondered to himself. A chilling roar of a beast pierced the silence, sending a shiver down his spine. At that moment, he became acutely aware that he had indeed entered the family's sacred hinterlands, for the fearsome cry had unmistakably originated from a demonic creature. Until now, Tianlin could hardly believe his eyes. He had never imagined that the family's forbidden forest would manifest in such a manner. He had always envisioned it as a mysterious realm or a dense thicket, but the reality before him, intertwined with his recent experiences, left him bewildered. This forbidden forest was indeed akin to a barrier of sorts. When he beheld a translucent interface of red glass materialize on the wall, a manifestation of his father's influence, he realized that the so-called Forbidden Forest was not a tangible place but rather an isolated, extraordinary realm. The defiant Lin traversed the depths of this forest, surveying the surrounding environment and terrain. He discovered that the expanse of the Forbidden Forest seemed boundless, filled with towering trees and peculiar shrubs. Had he not personally witnessed the recent events, he would scarcely believe that this was an otherworldly sanctuary. Everything within this forest resembled a genuine world, utterly indistinguishable from a mere enclosed space. Should one encounter a formidable foe, they could instantaneously retreat into this realm, remaining undetected, regardless of the adversary's strength. Yet, Lin found himself perplexed as to why this legendary spatial artifact resided within his own family. Furthermore, the vastness of this artifact appeared limitless. Most confounding to him was the inexplicable connection between this secluded space and the neighboring woodshed, a mystery that left Lin in deep contemplation. Why was this spatial treasure linked to the wall of the woodshed? Shaking his somewhat bewildered head, Lin momentarily relinquished this puzzling inquiry. This was no ordinary wolf. Could it be the spirit beast, the snow wolf? Lin gasped in astonishment, swiftly retreating and creating a distance of 3 yards between himself and the creature. On the mystical continent of Xianling, humanity is not the sole inhabitant. Alongside humans exist formidable beasts known as Yaoshou. A distinct boundary separates humans from these creatures, with clearly defined territories for both. In the remote northeastern region of Xianling lies a desolate expanse, spanning tens of thousands of miles, which is entirely the realm of. Within this territory dwell beasts that instill fear even in the hearts of human warriors. unlike ordinary wild animals, possess immense combat prowess. Should a warrior of equal rank engage in battle with A, it is invariably the human who meets their demise. This is due to this formidable strength, coupled with their tough exoskeletons and robust physiques, similar to humans, can also undergo cultivation. The hierarchy of ranges from lowly, spiritual beasts, to the exalted, sacred beasts, and immortal beasts, with the legendary and enigmatic, divine beasts, rumored to exist as well. However, to this day, no one on the continent has ever laid eyes upon a Chapter 13, The Wits of the Snow Wolf. The snow wolf bared its gaping maw, revealing 2 rows of sharp, elongated fangs, accompanied by a pungent and repulsive odor that caused the brow of Nian Tianlin to furrow in distaste. With a resounding clang, a long sword appeared in his right hand, seemingly materializing from thin air. This blade, gifted to him by his father 4 years prior, had remained untouched since his cultivation stagnated, as he felt unworthy to wield such a weapon. Before entering this realm, he had secretly retrieved the sword from a beautifully crafted box, for believed that the time had come to grasp it once more. With the long sword in hand, Ni Tianlin's robe fluttered gently, his hair danced in the air, and the blade emitted a chilling white light, as an intangible aura of death gradually coalesced. The spiritual beast, a snow wolf, seemed to perceive the menace emanating from the sword. It howled towards the heavens, its crimson eyes brimming with sanguinary intent, and an icy, penetrating cold radiated from its form. Ni Tianlin's gaze turned frigid, his face etched with solemnity. Currently, he was merely at the 7th level of the battle spirit realm, whereas the snow wolf, a first-order spiritual beast, possessed combat prowess comparable to the 1st level of the battle soul realm, imposing an invisible pressure upon Ni Tianlin. The snow wolf, seemingly discerning a trace of apprehension in Ni Tianlin's heart, let out a ferocious roar and lunged at him with its foreclaws extended. Its momentum and velocity caused a fleeting astonishment to flicker across Ni Tianlin's face. Such celerity! Ni Tianlin exclaimed, instantly channeling the Xian Qi within his body. Battle Qi erupted from his form, and in the blink of an eye, he had evaded 5 meters away. In their initial exchange, Ni Tianlin wisely chose to avoid a direct confrontation. Ni Tianlin lamented his misfortune at encountering this first-order snow wolf upon his arrival. He realized that continuing in this manner was untenable and that resolving the situation with the snow wolf expeditiously was the optimal course of action. With this in mind, Ni Tianlin steeled his resolve, drew his sword, and charged forward. This time, Ni Tianlin initiated the attack. Potent battle qi coalesced at the sword's tip, unleashing formidable energy, and the surrounding air was drawn away and cleaved apart by this intense battle qi. The snow wolf across from him glimmered with a flicker of excitement in its eyes, and with a swift motion, it lunged towards the heavenly reversal unicorn, simultaneously exhaling a chilling blast of frigid air. The heavenly reversal unicorn was taken aback, for it had not anticipated that this snow wolf could transform its battle aura into bone-chilling ice to assail its foe, catching him completely off guard. With a nimble leap, the heavenly reversal unicorn evaded the oncoming icy attack, and with a flourish of his sword, the condensed battle aura struck the snow wolf squarely. His gaze, laden with gravity, remained fixed on the wolf that was poised to pounce. Suddenly, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. With a mighty roar, he concentrated his battle aura once more upon his blade, leaping into the air. Seeing the heavenly reversal unicorn ascend, the snow wolf let out a fierce howl and propelled itself upward, reaching a height comparable to that of its adversary, unleashing another icy breath. In an instant, the determination in the heavenly reversal unicorn's eyes flickered, and he swiftly descended, bellowing as his sword sliced towards the exposed abdomen of the snow wolf suspended in midair. A sharp sound echoed as a crimson arc of blood erupted forth, and the snow wolf crashed heavily to the ground, motionless. With a single strike, the heavenly reversal unicorn had slain the snow wolf, a creature whose power rivaled that of the 1st level of the battle spirit. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly astonish many. As blood gradually stained the ground beneath the snow wolf, the heavenly reversal unicorn stood there, breathing heavily. Though that strike had appeared effortless, he had nearly exhausted all of his inner energy in the process. Having observed the formidable natural defenses of the snow wolf, Tianlin had been contemplating a method to circumvent them. Upon noticing the wolf's underbelly, a stratagem occurred to him. Consequently, he channeled nearly all of the profound energy within him, amassing a potent battle aura upon his sword. Subsequently, he would entice the snow wolf to leap into the air, thereby seizing the opportunity to slay it in a single stroke. Tianlin refrained from excessive sentimentality and promptly settled into a cross-legged position, endeavoring to replenish his profound energy. As a result of the preceding battle, the profound energy within Tianlin had increased considerably. Despite the significant depletion of his profound energy, Tianlin deemed it worthwhile. While recuperating his profound energy, Tianlin ruminated upon the events that had transpired. He marveled at the existence of such extraordinary phenomena within the Xianling continent. The Xianling continent was characterized by intricate power dynamics, a multitude of sects, incessant conflicts, and the dominion of various influential clans, each reigning over their respective territories. Within the Xianling continent, there existed 4 paramount aristocratic clans, namely the Yan'ai clan, the Tang clan, the Ouyang clan, and the Chen clan. These 4 clans constituted the apex powers within the Xianling continent. Each of these families possessed immeasurable wealth, and correspondingly, their martial arts were among the most exceptional within the Xianling continent. Although these 4 clans were the preeminent powers within the Xianling continent, they were not the most formidable entities. The most potent sect within the Xianling continent was the Ling Luo sect. The presence of the Spirit Luo sect as a godlike entity in the Xianling continent is undoubtedly justified. Although the Spirit Luo sect may not possess the immense wealth rivaling the 4 great families, it stands as the most formidable and terrifying force in martial arts across the Xianling continent. In this realm where martial prowess reigns supreme, martial arts constitute everything. The Yan'ai family has accumulated wealth over nearly a millennium since its inception, a fortune that defies mere numerical representation. Chapter 14, The Demon Heaven Divine Realm. The recent decision by Dingyu to allow Tianlin to train in the Forbidden Forest was made with the intention of securing his qualification to participate in the martial arts tournament in a month's time, thus bringing honor to the Yan'ai family. This raises the question, do other realms or even broader worlds exist beyond the Xianling continent? The answer is an emphatic yes. The Xianling continent is merely a relatively vast part of a larger world, which is the Demon Heaven Divine Realm. Although the Xianling continent is expansive, it is but a fragment of the entirety of the Demon Heaven Divine Realm. According to historical records from the Xianling continent, the Demon Heaven Divine Realm is composed of 3 distinct realms: the Xianling continent, the Demon Heaven continent, and the Divine Realm continent. At the northernmost edge of the Xianling continent lies a barrier, which serves as a passage to the other 2 realms within the Demon Heaven Divine Realm. However, it remains a mystery as to why martial artists on the Xianling continent can only breach this barrier upon reaching the 9th level of the Battle Emperor realm, thereby allowing them to pursue higher levels of martial arts in the other 2 realms. In the realm of Xianling, the most formidable master of Linglumen, Yi Lingtian, is merely at the 8th level of the Battle Emperor realm. He is incapable of unsealing the barrier that leads to other dimensions. Like many other warriors on Xianling, Yi Lingtian harbors dreams of transcending to the 9th level of the Battle Emperor realm, thereby unlocking the barrier to the Demon Heaven continent and the Divine Domain continent for further cultivation. Within the vast expanse of the cosmic starry river, numerous galaxies and energy bodies exist. In this unified entity composed of space, time, matter, and energy, there are many interconnected systems of time and space. As noted in Wenzi, nature, the ancient times are referred to as Zhou, while the 4 cardinal directions and the heavens above are termed Yu, illustrating the vastness of the universe. In ancient times, there were wise sages who posited the existence of other universes beyond the one inhabited by humanity, known as parallel universes. They believe that beyond the universe where humanity resides, there exists a higher-level parallel universe, harboring potentially more advanced beings, though they remain undiscovered for the time being. Tracing back to several million years ago, in a distant corner of the universe lies a place of extraordinary energy, the most central area of this cosmic space, known as the Demon Heaven Divine Domain. The Demon Heaven Divine Domain comprises Xianling Continent, Demon Heaven Continent, and Divine Domain Continent, and throughout history, a mysterious legend has persisted in this realm. This legend states that whoever can master the core area of the universe, the Demon Heaven Divine Domain, will gain dominion over the life and death of the entire starry universe, becoming the supreme ruler of all existence. For countless millennia, innumerable prodigies have aspired to become the supreme sovereign of the Demon Heaven Divine Realm, yet none have succeeded. This is primarily due to the necessity of attaining the legendary 10th level of the War Saint Realm to dominate the entirety of the Demon Heaven Divine Realm. Throughout history, no one has managed to comprehend or transcend to the unparalleled pinnacle of the legendary 10th level of the War Saint. Legend has it that over 10 million years ago, there existed a once-in-a-millennium demonic genius on the Xianling continent, known to the world as the Supreme Demon Saint. He mastered an unparalleled sword technique and cultivated extraordinary demonic powers. Ultimately, on the day of his ascension, he grasped the legendary 10th level of the War Saint realm. Regrettably, in a moment of exhilaration, he allowed his essence to overflow, resulting in a catastrophic self-detonation, leaving no trace of his existence behind. This tale has become a myth that has endured in the annals of the Demon Heaven Divine Realm. No one knows the ultimate fate of this legendary prodigy, nor can anyone ascertain whether he truly attained the supreme pinnacle of the 10th level of the War Saint. The Demon Heaven Divine Realm is not a singular spatial dimension, rather, it comprises a mysterious core space formed by the interconnection of the Xianling continent, the Demon Heaven continent, and the Divine Realm continent. These three continents are arranged in a triangular formation, linked by ethereal columns of gas-like light that seem almost tangible. Viewed from the distant cosmos, it appears as though a gaseous tunnel connects the three continents. The interconnection among these three spatial realms is far more intricate than it may initially appear. Each pair of these realms is linked, and at every point of connection, a unique barrier exists. Only when one's martial prowess reaches a certain elevation can one traverse this barrier to enter another spatial realm. The entire domain of the Demon Heaven is categorized into 8 levels of martial cultivation, ranked from lowest to highest: Battle Spirit, Battle Soul, Battle Corporeal, Battle Master, Battle King, Battle Emperor, Battle Sect, and Battle Saint. Each level is further divided into 9 stages, with only the Battle Saint level possessing a mention of a 10th stage. However, to date, aside from the legendary Celestial Demon Saint, who purportedly comprehended the elusive 10th stage of the Battle Saint realm upon transcending, no individual has succeeded in accessing this nearly non-existent level of mastery. On the continent of Xianling, inhabited primarily by ordinary humans and beasts, the continent of Demon Heaven serves as the dwelling place for the demon and monster races, while the Divine Realm continent is home to deities and the Spectral Clan. Collectively, these 3 continents host 6 races: humans, beasts, demons, monsters, deities, and specters, which together constitute the 6 realms, or the 6 paths within the Demon Heaven domain. The beings of these 6 realms coexist within the same spatial plane, each governed by its own order and domain. For millions of years, despite occasional conflicts, these 6 realms have maintained a delicate balance. As the saying goes, man follows the earth follows heaven, heaven follows the Tao, and the Tao follows nature. There exists a balance point among all things in the world. On the continent of Xianling, human martial development thrives abundantly, with a multitude of warriors. Yet, throughout the vast expanse of the Xianling continent, for reasons unknown, the pinnacle of martial arts cultivation is limited to the realm of Battle Emperor, beyond which further advancement is unattainable. Only upon reaching the 9th tier of the Battle Emperor realm can a martial artist unlock the barrier to venture into the Demon Heaven continent or the Divine Realm continent for further cultivation. This restriction, however, does not exist on the Demon Heaven and Divine Realm continents, where warriors can, over an extended period, attain the formidable battle saint realm. Logically, one would surmise that the Xianling continent, due to this limitation, would likely fall under the dominion of battle saint level experts from the other realms. Yet, for millions of years, a peculiar tranquility has prevailed, which inevitably raises questions. The primary reason lies in the aforementioned barrier. For warriors from the demon heaven and divine realm continents to traverse the barrier into the Xianling continent, they must first achieve the battle saint level, otherwise, passage is impossible. Moreover, upon entering the Xianling continent, the martial arts rank would be immediately compressed by 2 tiers, plummeting to the battle emperor realm. In addition, the number of top-tier battle saints on the demon heaven and divine realm continents is exceedingly scarce. Who would willingly diminish their martial prowess to venture into the Xianling continent? Thus, this peculiar circumstance has preserved a certain equilibrium between the Xianling continent and the demon heaven and divine realm continents, preventing one from dominating or consuming the other. Consequently, for millions of years, none have been able to control these 3 realms interconnected by the enigmatic barrier. The celestial Kirin sat cross-legged upon the ground, meditating for a quarter of an hour. Suddenly, the celestial unicorn opened its eyes wide, and 2 beams of divine light flickered and vanished. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the celestial unicorn's vitality had completely replenished. In truth, he was aware that if he were to rely solely on himself for recovery, it would take at least an hour. However, with the assistance of the enigmatic crimson orb within him, he could restore his energy in a remarkably short span of time. Just moments ago, as the celestial unicorn concentrated his energy in his dantian, endeavoring to recover the consumed profound energy, a wave of somewhat searing energy began to spread throughout his body. At first, he remained oblivious to this anomaly, but as he prepared to channel his energy once more, that intense energy surged violently into his meridians, nearly forcing his vital blood to reverse its flow. The celestial unicorn swiftly withdrew his consciousness and turned inward to examine his dantian. Upon witnessing the blood-red glow within, he found himself momentarily frozen in astonishment. The small crimson orb above his dantian was now radiating a sanguine light, rapidly replenishing the profound energy he had expended, even hastily mending the minor internal injuries inflicted by the icy breath of the snow wolf. Gradually, the celestial unicorn relaxed, allowing the crimson orb to restore his internal energy. If this sanguine radiance could rejuvenate his profound energy, could it not also signify an enhancement of his cultivation? The celestial unicorn pondered inwardly. With this thought, he felt a surge of inspiration and slowly extended a thread of his consciousness into the crimson glow. To the astonishment of Tian Kai Lin, the crimson radiance offered no resistance, allowing his consciousness to delve into it. Filled with elation, Tian Kai Lin gradually guided the vibrant red light through his meridians, mending the other damaged areas within him. He could distinctly perceive the profound energy within him recovering at an astonishing pace, and under the stimulation of the crimson glow, his meridians seemed to expand slightly. The shock resonating in Tian Kai Lin's heart was beyond the capacity of words to express. It is known that the expansion of meridians is determined solely by the practitioner's level of profound energy cultivation. For instance, if we consider the adept of the warrior king realm, whose meridians may be as thick as a thumb, the adept of the warrior emperor realm possesses meridians comparable to that of an arm. This illustrates the formidable challenge of expanding the meridians within a warrior's body. The thickness of the meridians signifies the volume of profound energy a warrior can expend within the same time frame. The thicker the meridians, the greater the output of profound energy, which in turn increases the pressure they can endure, allowing for a higher conversion of battle energy, thus significantly enhancing combat prowess. Yet, just moments ago, Tian Kai Lin discovered that his meridians had expanded slightly. Although it was merely a small increment, it brought him immense satisfaction. The slight augmentation of his meridians implied that his combat strength would ascend to a new echelon, should he encounter a spirit beast of the same tier again. Tian Kai Lin would no longer be at risk of injury. Tianlin rose to his feet, stretching his body comfortably and exhaling a breath of turbid air. momentarily setting aside the astonishing occurrence. He understood that his current task was to forge ahead into the depths of the Forbidden Forest, where he would confront more formidable beasts to enhance his cultivation. Casting a glance around, Ni Tianlin casually chose a narrow path and ventured inward, his demeanor remarkably calm, devoid of any fear. In truth, he was not entirely unafraid, rather, he was striving to heighten his senses, acutely attuned to every sound within a 10-zhang radius. Suddenly, a ripple of energy emanated from a short distance ahead. Ni Tianlin's heart stirred as he extended his consciousness, detecting a powerful aura of battle approaching his direction. Could this be the presence of a beast? It seemed that this creature was even more formidable than the blood-eyed snow wolf he had encountered earlier. With a wry smile, he murmured to himself, pondering whether it was fortune or misfortune to encounter two spirit beasts so soon after entering. As Ni Tianlin contemplated his situation, a silver streak, tinged with a slight metallic scent, rushed toward him from afar. In the blink of an eye, a silver-furred spirit fox materialized before him. This fox appeared no larger than an ordinary rabbit, hardly resembling even a typical fox in stature. Ni Tianlin could scarcely believe that the formidable energy he had sensed moments ago emanated from this diminutive creature before him. The spirit fox's fur shimmered in a silvery gray hue, and its eyes were elongated and glimmered with a chilling coldness. Strangely enough, atop its head sprouted a pair of antennae, reminiscent of those found on a stag. However, these antennae on the spirit fox were astonishingly silver. The formidable Tianlin remained wholly vigilant, fixating on the diminutive spirit fox before him, not at all underestimating its seemingly fragile form. Could it be the silver enchantment spirit fox? Tianlin exclaimed, his voice imbued with astonishment. He had heard tales of the silver enchantment spirit fox, a creature considered exceedingly rare on the Xianling continent, so elusive that its presence was nearly mythical. To his surprise, Tianlin found himself before one in this very moment. The rarity of the silver enchantment spirit fox was not solely due to its limited numbers. What rendered it truly precious was the pair of antennae atop its head, renowned as miraculous herbs for healing and alchemy. Many alchemists on the Xianling continent tirelessly sought the whereabouts of the silver enchantment spirit fox, yearning for the chance to acquire those antennae and concoct numerous elixirs capable of rejuvenating spiritual energy and mending internal injuries. It is well known that for martial artists, the efficacy of ordinary spiritual herbs diminishes with their increasing prowess. Yet the antennae of the silver enchantment spirit fox could yield elixirs that remained effective even against warriors of the sovereign realm. One can only imagine the longing these alchemists must feel. Chapter 16. The enigmatic illusion. The silver enchantment spirit fox gazed at Tianlin with its elongated eyes, occasionally emitting peculiar sounds, which bore an uncanny resemblance to human speech. Tianlin was taken aback. He had not anticipated such peculiarity from this enchanting creature. With a countenance filled with vigilance, X felt an unsettling intuition regarding the silver enchanting spirit fox before him. Yet, he could not pinpoint the source of his unease, so he endeavored to maintain a sense of caution. The silver fox merely fixed its gaze upon him, exhibiting no other actions. Gradually, he sensed a fog enveloping his consciousness, his mind becoming sluggish and numb, while his spiritual awareness rapidly waned. A wave of alarm surged within him. This was a sensation he had never encountered before, leaving him bewildered as to the unfolding circumstances. With a graceful sway of her waist and delicate steps, the unparalleled beauty before him bore a captivating smile. Stunned, X found himself rooted in place, staring at the enchanting figure of Xiana, yearning to call out her name. However, just as he prepared to speak, Xiana approached him directly. Tianlin Gij, it is I, Xiana. I cannot bear to part with you. As she spoke, she reached out her delicate hand to caress his handsome visage. Initially, he intended to halt her advances, yet for reasons unknown, he felt as though he could not synchronize his thoughts with his actions. Each time he prepared to move, an inexplicable lethargy held him back. As confusion clouded his expression, a warm, fragrant essence enveloped him, and soon, a soft form nestled against his chest. Startled, he looked down to meet Xiener's entrancing gaze, which momentarily disoriented his senses. As the gaze of the enigmatic Tianlin became momentarily clouded, Xiener, with a bewitching smile, gracefully encircled his neck with her delicate hands, slowly bringing her cherry lips closer. Closer still, they were on the brink of touching. Just as Xiener's lips were about to meet his, a thunderous explosion resonated within Tianlin's mind. Instantly, a surge of battle energy erupted from his core, propelling him to retreat over 10 meters. After creating a distance of 10 meters from Xiener, Tianlin unsheathed his sword without hesitation. The immense battle energy swiftly coalesced along the blade, and with a fierce swing, he launched a horizontal strike towards Xiener. A strange cry echoed, and in an instant, Xiener vanished, leaving behind a blood-dripping silver enchanting spirit fox, glaring at him with an aura of menace. Tianlin inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. Had it not been for the timely intrusion of that crimson mysterious energy into his mind, restoring his perception and awareness, he would have met his demise. It turned out that the silver enchanting spirit fox possessed an extraordinarily unique ability. It could delve into the memories within the minds of humans using its own consciousness, employing its seductive arts to cast illusions and ensnare its foes, plunging them into a labyrinth of confusion. Just moments ago, the silver enchanting spirit fox had exploited the memories in Tianlin's mind to conjure an illusion, making him perceive Xiener as she appeared in his thoughts, thereby momentarily blinding him to reality and ushering him into a fleeting realm of dissociation. Such a terrifying power! Were it not for that crimson mysterious energy, he might have perished here. With lingering trepidation, the Celestial murmured to himself, his gaze imbued with a grave intensity. Not far away, the silver enchantress fox observed the Celestial with a flicker of astonishment in its eyes, clearly taken aback by his unexpected escape from its illusionary realm, and the injury he had inflicted upon it. Suddenly, the silver enchantress fox emitted a peculiar cry, and its form began to swell gradually. In a matter of moments, the once rabbit-sized fox had transformed into a creature as formidable as a tiger. As the silver enchantress fox expanded in size, a potent aura began to permeate the surroundings. The fallen leaves in the forest were reduced to ashes, scattered across the sky by the overwhelming presence of the fox. What an awe-inspiring display of might! The Celestial gasped in astonishment, immediately channeling his inner energy to conjure a battle aura shield that radiated a faint crimson glow around him. Should anyone behold this ethereal shield emanating a soft red light, they would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment. For such a battle aura is typically the domain of masters above the rank of Battle King. Yet, the Celestial, a mere battle spirit of the 7th tier, had already manifested his own battle aura shield. Was this not a source of wonder? Unflinching, the Celestial bellowed, and a dazzling array of sword light illuminated the air before him. A shriek echoed as the side of the silver enchantress fox was pierced, a gaping wound opening from which blood flowed relentlessly. Witnessing this, the Celestial did not hesitate. He swiftly darted to the fox's rear, and once more, brilliant swordlight erupted as he raised his blade to strike, aiming squarely at the very wound he had just inflicted. Just as the radiant swordlight of the unparalleled Tianlin was about to strike the ethereal silver charm spirit fox, the latter's form abruptly vanished from sight, leaving behind only an ephemeral shadow. With a resounding thud, the ground was cleaved open by the mighty sword strike, creating a vast chasm, while the earth trembled slightly, attesting to the immense power of Tianlin's blow. As Tianlin pondered this, a piercing sound sliced through the air from behind, accompanied by an overwhelming force that surged towards him. Alarmed, Tianlin gasped and swiftly attempted to evade to the side. However, it was too late. The silver charm spirit fox moved with such astonishing speed that Tianlin had no time to react. With a tremendous crash, a massive crater formed in the ground, sending tremors throughout the forest floor. Tianlin, unable to recover his breath, coughed up blood, his internal energy nearly depleted. Seizing this fortuitous moment, the silver charm spirit fox let out a chilling cry and lunged at Tianlin. As the fox drew near, Tianlin unleashed a fierce roar, and a crimson orb within him emanated a surge of potent energy, instantly filling his dantian. His internal energy surged along an unprecedented path, and a torrent of battle aura erupted forth. The sword was drawn and sheathed once more. All fell silent again, save for the lifeless body of a beast and a pool of crimson blood staining the earth. Chapter 17. The Evil Emperor's Divine Palace. Nishianshin Lin breathed heavily, his body feeling somewhat drained. Had it not been for the mysterious red orb within him releasing an abundance of profound energy, he would undoubtedly have become a cold corpse by now. The power of the silver enchantress fox surpassed Nishianshin Lin's imagination, and after this battle, he felt a renewed curiosity about the enigmatic red orb, which had repeatedly saved his life, leaving him perplexed. Nishianshin Lin settled into a meditative position, seizing the opportunity to restore his inner profound energy. The recent confrontation deepened his understanding of martial arts, and he needed to assimilate these insights swiftly to further solidify his strength. Circles of crimson energy formed around him, ultimately coalescing into an oval-shaped red barrier that isolated him from the outside world. Feeling the abundant profound energy within him, Nishianshin Lin's heart swelled with joy. The red orb above his dantian emanated a gentle aura, replacing the previous intense heat with a comforting warmth. Why did he feel this way? Nishianshin Lin pondered in confusion, recalling that previously, whenever the red orb released a significant amount of profound energy, it was accompanied by an unbearable burning sensation. He reassured himself internally. Glancing at the silver enchantress fox lying on the ground, Nishianshin Lin approached, bending down to channel his battle energy into his palm, where a small, slightly reddish energy sphere materialized. With a resounding crack, the pair of antennae atop the silver enchantress fox's head was deftly severed by the formidable Tianlin. As he gazed at the shimmering silver appendages in his grasp, Tianlin's eyes sparkled with delight. It was truly unexpected that such a rare alchemical ingredient, a rarity in the mystical realm of Xianling, would come to him in this manner. Indeed, the vicissitudes of life are often unfathomable. Shaking his head in awe, he carefully placed the precious antennae into his storage ring. The storage ring, a cherished gift from his father, Naidinju, was bestowed upon him just before his departure. Naidinju had remarked that it would facilitate the collection and preservation of various items. Tianlin felt a surge of emotion as he contemplated the ring adorning his finger. It was the sole storage ring his father possessed, a treasured heirloom passed down through generations of the Anai family, symbolizing the authority of each family head. The significance of such a vital ring being entrusted to him filled his heart with gratitude. He resolved that upon the completion of his month-long training, he would return the ring to his father. In the realm of Xianling, storage rings are exceedingly rare, with the creation of a 10-square-meter ring requiring at least an 8th-tier artifact master. Furthermore, the materials necessary for crafting such rings are extraordinarily scarce, often unattainable even by prominent noble families. This scarcity underscores the immense value of storage rings. Above the 8th rank, the supreme artifact smiths, combined with the rare and elusive crafting materials found on the Xianling continent, render the storage rings among the most coveted treasures of this realm. In the Xianling continent, both artifact smiths and alchemists share an equal status. Although their cultivation cannot be compared to that of dedicated martial practitioners, their standing remains exalted. Esteemed masters often exert considerable effort to engage a skilled artifact smith or alchemist to forge a treasured artifact or concoct a potent elixir. In the Xianling continent, artifact smiths and alchemists are held in high regard, with even the most accomplished martial experts displaying a measure of respect towards these craftsmen. Gazing at the storage ring upon his finger, Nishinkin's heart was a tumult of emotions. He was acutely aware of his father's expectations, and thus he was resolute in his determination to break through to the soul war realm within the month, or even achieve the higher state of war spirit. After organizing his thoughts, Nishinkin stepped forward into the depths of the forest, his stride imbued with steadfast confidence. The deeper he ventured, the more astonished he became. The treasures contained within the spatial artifact were astonishingly diverse. Birds, beasts, fish, serpents, plants, and insects were all present. This realization left Nishinkin in awe. For one who possesses such a spatial artifact must undoubtedly wield extraordinary martial prowess. Unlike ordinary storage rings, the crafting of spatial artifacts requires the unparalleled skill of legendary 10th rank artifact smiths. Moreover, the difficulty of crafting spatial treasures is unparalleled, far exceeding that of ordinary artifacts. Take the Xianling continent, for instance. There is not a single individual capable of forging spatial treasures. Expanding the scope a bit further, within the entire demon heaven divine realm, the number of 10th tier artificers skilled in the creation of spatial treasures is exceedingly rare. Furthermore, not every 10th tier artificer possesses the aptitude to successfully forge such treasures. It is crucial to understand that the complexity involved in crafting spatial treasures is beyond the imagination of the average person. Most importantly, once a spatial treasure has been successfully forged, it requires the practitioner to refine it using their own essence blood. A process that is extraordinarily protracted, ranging from several decades to potentially hundreds or even thousands of years before it can be fully integrated into their being. The larger and more comprehensive the spatial divine treasure, the lengthier the refinement period necessitated. Once successfully refined, the spatial treasure becomes one with the cultivator, manifesting an independent spatial realm that fosters a new microcosm within, wherein energy is sustained by the cultivator's immense profound energy. Therefore, even if one manages to refine a spatial divine treasure, lacking a sufficiently high martial realm and cultivation level will only lead to the depletion of one's energy by the treasure, ultimately resulting in the practitioner's demise. To possess such an extraordinary spatial divine treasure, it appears that this senior expert has reached a level of martial prowess that is truly formidable, potentially even rivaling the legendary battle saint tier. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and the only sound that pierced through was the howling of the wind. After what felt like several seconds, Nianlin sensed that his feet had finally touched solid ground, bringing a slight sense of relief. Just as Nianlin was engulfed in confusion, a faint glow illuminated the surroundings. Directing his gaze towards a distant wall where 4 golden characters emerged before him, Evil Emperor's Divine Palace. Nianlin gasped, his pupils narrowing in astonishment. Chapter 18. The Supreme Demon Saint. Upon seeing the 4 gilded characters of the Evil Emperor's Divine Palace, Nianlin's face was etched with shock and disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that this legendary palace would manifest here, and in such a manner. The Evil Emperor's Divine Palace was a name he had heard mentioned by his father and the 3 elders of his clan. It was said that tens of thousands of years ago, within the divine realm of the demon heaven, a formidable warrior at the saint level had sacrificed his own cultivation to traverse the barriers in search of a spatial treasure that had been lost in the Xianling continent. Despite a decade of relentless pursuit, this warrior had failed to uncover any trace of the coveted treasure, which was ultimately discovered by those with ulterior motives. It turned out that the spatial treasure he had been seeking was none other than the relic of the unparalleled demon talent, the Supreme Demon Saint, who had ascended to the legendary 10th realm of saint level 1,000,000 years ago, known as the Evil Emperor's Divine Palace. It is said that the unparalleled Jitian Demon Saint, the only being to transcend to the 10th layer of the battle saint in the history of the demon heaven divine realm, once possessed a remarkably extraordinary spatial divine treasure known as the Evil Emperor Palace. This palace was refined through the formidable battle energy of the Jitian Demon Saint, augmented by the essence of his own blood from the battle saint realm, enabling the Evil Emperor Palace to traverse through the heavens and the earth, as well as to journey through the fabric of time itself. Furthermore, he could ensconce his very soul within this palace, allowing it to remain undisturbed for 10 millennia. It is important to recognize that the Jitian Demon Saint was an almost divine figure within the entire demon heaven divine realm. Legend has it that 1,000,000 years ago, he stained the 6 realms with blood, defeating the formidable experts from the realms of humans, gods, demons, monsters, ghosts, and beasts with his supreme demonic prowess, thereby reigning supreme over the entire demon heaven divine realm. During that era, the Jitian Demon Saint was regarded as a deity, an unparalleled master whom all could only revere from afar. Those who could recount his dubious past have long since departed from this world. for only the dead can keep secrets untold. Most of those whom the Jitian demon saint vanquished were individuals with dubious ties and bloody hands, leading some to proclaim him as a righteous warrior, while others branded him a bloodthirsty fiend. Despite being the most formidable force within the demon heaven divine realm, the Jitian demon saint showed no desire to dominate it. His singular focus throughout his life was the pursuit of martial excellence, with little interest in the trivialities of dominion. In essence, the Jitian demon saint embodied the spirit of a martial fanatic. His extraordinary talent and formidable cultivation rendered him an unattainable pinnacle for the masses. Under the sway of the supreme celestial devil saint, none dared to proclaim themselves the strongest within the divine realm of the devil heaven, for wherever a master emerged, the specter of the supreme celestial devil saint would loom. Legend has it that the supreme celestial devil saint's existence was an odyssey of ceaseless trials and cultivation. Upon his celestial departure, his self-forged divine treasure, the divine palace of the wicked emperor, was said to have been lost upon the profound spirit continent, its whereabouts unknown. Whether the supreme celestial devil saint lived or perished remained a mystery. Some whispered that he had succumbed to cultivation gone awry, self-imploding in a cataclysmic burst. Others speculated that he had transcended the 10th level of the battle saint, ascending to realms beyond the celestial sphere. Yet, the truth remained elusive, obscured by the veils of time. Gazing upon the 4 golden characters in the distance, Ni Tianglin was seized by a sense of surrealism. How could it be? Could he truly have stumbled upon the supreme celestial devil saint's divine palace of the wicked emperor? It was preposterous. Ni Tianglin felt his heart pounding vehemently. A surge of excitement mingled with trepidation coursing through him. Slowly, he followed the radiant glow, eventually arriving before the cavernous entrance of the divine palace of the wicked emperor. Standing before the grotto, Ni Tianglin furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. It was peculiar. One would expect that a divine treasure forged by a paragon such as the supreme celestial devil saint would be imbued with formidable battle energy and fraught with danger. Yet, why had he felt nothing of the sort along the way? Could it be, Ni Tianglin murmured softly, that this divine palace of the wicked emperor is but a fabrication? Could it be that it is not the true divine treasure of the supreme celestial devil saint? But that defies logic. This treasure is concealed within the spatial treasure of the forbidden forest behind the mountain, suggesting a high degree of secrecy. It shouldn't be a counterfeit. Gazing upon the malevolent imperial palace before him, the expression on Tiankun's face was one of utter bewilderment. He could not fathom how this divine treasure had manifested itself within the confines of the forbidden forest on the rear mountain. For years prior, his father had stumbled upon this spatial treasure and subsequently designated it as the Forbidden Forest. However, it was only upon entering that he realized the so-called forest was not a true woodland, but rather an entire spatial realm. What astonished him even more was the revelation that hidden within this vast spatial expanse lay an even more formidable entity, the sinister imperial palace. Leaving Tiankun in a state of confusion, pondering the enigmatic connections between these phenomena. The place his father referred to as the Forbidden Forest was a spatial treasure in its own right, and the Imperial Palace was also a spatial artifact. Did this not imply that one space enveloped another? Such a notion seemed utterly absurd and impossible. Shaking his head in solitary denial of his own conjecture, Tiankun sighed and lifted his gaze once more towards the Imperial Palace. The 4 characters spelling out Imperial Palace were inscribed directly upon the stone wall before him, which bore no fissures or cracks, indicating an absence of any entrance. A glance around revealed an oppressive darkness, rendering visibility non-existent. Extending his spiritual awareness, he discerned that he was ensconced within a sealed cavern, encircled by thick stone walls. Furthermore, he observed that the enclosing stone surface was likely circular, for his spiritual perception was obstructed by the walls within a radius of 5 paces. What a peculiar place this is! Could it be that there is not a single object to illuminate it? Suddenly, the formidable Tianlin's brows furrowed as he gazed contemplatively at the 4 characters inscribed on the stone wall, Evil Emperor's Divine Palace. Upon closer inspection, Tianlin discerned a dark gemstone, strikingly similar in hue to the stone wall, embedded above the character for divine. It emitted a gentle glow that had previously gone unnoticed amidst the oppressive darkness. An epiphany struck Tianlin, his eyes sparkling with intensity as he leapt into action, extending his right hand to strike forcefully at the gemstone embedded in the character. With a sharp crack, light erupted around him, blindingly bright and illuminating the surroundings as if it were day. Chapter 19. The powerful restriction. As the area transformed into a radiant brilliance, akin to daylight, Tianlin gradually adjusted to the intensity and opened his eyes, surveying the terrain of the evil emperor's divine palace. Upon inspecting his surroundings, he realized that he was indeed at the entrance of the palace. However, the periphery was encircled by solid rock, leaving no apparent exit. Since this was the entrance to the evil emperor's divine palace, there must be a means of escape. The pressing question now was how to locate that exit. As he pondered this in his mind, Tianlin meticulously searched the cavern. Suddenly, he noticed some indistinct yellow characters etched upon one of the walls. Driven by curiosity, he approached the wall and examined it closely. This divine treasure is forged from the essence of my entire being, containing the abundant vitality of the heavens and the earth, while also connecting to the inner realm shaped by true essence. Within the sacred palace, a mythical beast, the Taowu, guards it, and one must triumph over it to enter for cultivation and treasure-seeking. Nishinclin gazed at the yellow inscriptions on the wall, softly reciting them. The further he read, the greater his astonishment grew. Upon encountering the term Taowu, he nearly gasped in disbelief. Taowu is one of the 4 fearsome beasts of ancient lore, said to be the offspring of the northern celestial sovereign, Shuangshu, and is also known as the proud and fierce creature, difficult to tame. From these names, one can infer its formidable nature. It is truly astounding to realize that this is indeed the sinister royal palace of the extreme heavenly demon. And even more surprising that it is guarded by one of the 4 ancient ferocious beasts, Taowu. Nishinclin had come across records of the Taowu in ancient texts, which describe it as resembling a tiger with canine fur, measuring 2 feet in length, possessing a human face, tiger legs, and tusks like that of a pig, with a tail stretching 18 feet, wreaking havoc in the primordial chaos, known as Taowu. It is a stubborn and fierce supernatural beast. Nishinclin looked around once more. Yet he still could not discern any so-called entrance, which left him feeling perplexed. How could there be no entrance? The very existence of such inscriptions on the stone wall indicates there must surely be an entrance. Could it be a restriction? Nishinclin suddenly exclaimed. Restrictions have long been lost in the Xianling continent, and those who comprehend them are even rarer. The reason Nishinclin considered this possibility was that his father, Naidinjiu, was also adept at employing restrictions. As the preeminent aristocratic clan on the eastern spirit continent, the Ni family undoubtedly possessed a wealth of ancient texts and arcane secrets. Ni Tianlin had encountered such books on enchantments within the family's depository, thus acquiring some rudimentary knowledge. If only my father were here, he mused, I could seek his guidance. Observing the complete absence of any semblance of a divine palace, he surmised it was likely an enchantment akin to an illusion. Ni Tianlin pondered in solitude. He faintly recalled that the texts mentioned that to unravel an enchantment, one must employ potent battle energy to counteract the caster's own. Only when one's battle energy attained the martial level of the enchantment's creator could the enchantment be dispelled. At this realization, Ni Tianlin wryly shook his head. Given that this divine palace belonged to the Holy Extremity Devil, how could he, a mere congenital martialist at the battle spirit realm, possibly dismantle an enchantment cast by someone of the Holy Extremity Devil's battle saint Cultivation? After much deliberation, Ni Tianlin remained at a loss. I can't simply await my demise here, can I? To escape, I must first break this enchantment. I have no choice but to attempt it. With this thought, Ni Tianlin abruptly stood, his inner heaven and earth profound chi surging wildly, gradually coalescing into a faint aura of crimson battle energy around him. Ni Tianlin knew that at this juncture, he could only gamble everything. Before long, a formidable battle energy materialized before Ni Tianlin. Ha! With a fierce shout, Ni Tianlin thrust his palms forward, and the potent battle energy, like a celestial rainbow, crashed into the rock wall. As the combat aura made contact with the rock wall, a resounding thud echoed, and the aura was instantly extinguished, as if it had been drawn away by some unseen force. Astonishment gripped the heart of the defiant Lin, who could scarcely believe his own eyes. Though he was acutely aware that his modest cultivation was utterly insufficient to contend with such a formidable barrier, he had not anticipated that his efforts would yield no response whatsoever, plunging him into an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. With a slight furrow in his brow, Lin fixated on the rock wall before him, rendered speechless by the sheer strength of the barrier. The previous strike had drained an excessive amount of his profound energy, leaving him on the verge of depletion. Was it truly destined for him, the defiant Lin, to be ensnared in this place? Was his fate to endure a life of solitude and despair? Was he to perish here just as he had begun to regain his strength? Standing there, he silently interrogated himself. No, this cannot be. I must escape. I have a promise to fulfill to my father. I aspire to become a true powerhouse. I cannot surrender so easily, I must not. In a fit of rage, Lin let out a furious roar that caused the ground to tremble. At that moment, something extraordinary transpired. As Lin struggled against his confinement, a surge of crimson energy erupted from the small red orb situated above his dantian. In an instant, a radiant crimson light flooded the entire cavern. The red glow, reminiscent of blood, surged with an overwhelming presence both enchanting and terrifying. The formidable energy emanating from the crimson combat aura sent a shiver through Lin's very being, for he could distinctly sense that this powerful aura was on par with that of a battle emperor. The extraordinary Tianlin gazed in astonishment at the transformations occurring within his own body, feeling as though he were ensnared in a dream. However, he understood that this was not the time for contemplation, for he had to break through this barrier. With a gentle sweep of his hands, a formidable crimson battle aura began to swirl rhythmically around him. Gradually, a blood-red sphere, forged from his battle energy, materialized between his palms. Ha! Tianlin exclaimed, and the red energy sphere shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, colliding with the rock wall. The immense energy contained within it stirred even Tianlin's heart. With a sharp sound, the small crimson orb pierced through the rock wall, only to vanish without a trace. What? How can this be? Tianlin cried out, unable to believe his own eyes. At that moment, he truly felt a sense of despair. He had not anticipated that even his most potent strike would fail to disturb the barrier upon the rock wall. Was there truly no way forward? Tianlin murmured softly to himself. With a sigh, he shook his head and turned to sit down for a brief respite. Suddenly, a faint rumble echoed, reminiscent of a blade slicing through fine silk. Chapter 20. The ancient divine beast. Tianlin looked at his palms, astonished. It was indeed this small crimson sphere within him that had come to his aid. When the opportunity arose, he would certainly inquire with his father about the nature of this entity, for he had never imagined it possessed such immense power. As he muttered to himself, he lifted his gaze towards the rock wall he had just struck. Upon this glance, he found himself rooted to the spot in utter disbelief. My goodness! Is this truly the sinister imperial palace of the extreme celestial demon? It seems utterly extravagant. Just moments ago, the solid rock walls surrounding me vanished, replaced by a magnificent hall resplendent in gold and jade. Ni Tianlin glanced around and realized he was standing on the jade steps outside the grand entrance of the imperial palace. The gates themselves were meticulously carved from Tianshan jade, exuding an aura of immense majesty. As Ni Tianlin slowly approached the grand entrance, he extended his right hand to touch the cool, unadorned jade door. A powerful, refreshing energy surged through his palm and into his body. How delightful! Truly, this is a divine treasure left behind by a master of the battle saint rank. Even a door possesses such formidable energy. Ni Tianlin marveled and gently pushed against the door, but alas, it showed no signs of movement. Determined, he gathered his battle energy and pushed with all his might, yet the door remained steadfastly immovable. How peculiar, why can't it be opened? Perhaps it requires some sort of mechanism to unlock? With that thought in mind, Ni Tianlin began to search the door for hidden mechanisms or secret panels. Unfortunately, after an extensive search, he found nothing. Suddenly, Ni Tianlin's attention was drawn to two golden lion statues positioned on the steps outside the palace. While it is not unusual for such statues to adorn an entrance, what piqued his curiosity was the fact that one lion faced east while the other gazed north. Logically, the statues of jade at the entrance should be oriented in the same direction. However, these two golden lion statues face east and north, respectively. They neither stand facing each other nor align in a singular direction, leaving the protagonist, Nian Tianlin, perplexed. Could the answer to the mystery lie within these golden lions? With a sense of intrigue, Nian Tianlin approached the two statues. Upon closer inspection, he found no peculiarities. Both lions gaped with their cavernous mouths, seemingly poised to devour everything in sight. Clearly, these golden lions harbored a secret, yet he was uncertain how they should be arranged. Should they both face east? Or should one face south while the other face north? Nian Tianlin pondered aloud. The entire divine palace was oriented west to east. If both lions faced east, it would resemble the arrangement commonly found in ordinary households. But would the supreme demon monarch truly adopt such a layout? Gazing at the two golden lions with their gaping maws, a sudden epiphany struck Nian Tianlin. He approached the statue facing east, channeling his battle energy to strike its surface. Under the force of his power, the lion finally stirred. Nian Tianlin rotated the eastward lion to face south, aligning it to confront the northward lion. In that moment, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. Both lions simultaneously emitted a beam of golden lightning that collided within their mouths. Then, a thunderous sound resonated as the grand doors of the evil emperor's palace gradually swung open. It was indeed as he had surmised. As the formidable Tianlin approached the grand entrance of the evil emperor's divine palace, a glimmer of astonishment illuminated his countenance. Upon entering the palace, he was greeted by its majestic splendor. The entire hall was supported by colossal dragon-patterned pillars, which Tianlin soon realized were not crafted from wood, but rather from exquisite natural marble. Encompassing an area of approximately 500 square meters, the hall boasted a magnificent dragon-shaped throne at its center. The depth of the hall was striking. From a distance, the throne emitted a subtle, ethereal glow. Strangely, there were no sources of illumination within the hall. Yet it radiated brilliance, dispelling any sense of gloom. This luminescence stemmed from the opulent golden ornaments adorning the space, which infused the entire hall with an air of nobility, ensnaring all who entered in its enchanting embrace. Such a wondrous artifact, one could hardly fathom its existence. It was evident that the supreme demon saint was a figure of unparalleled significance in ancient times. Tianlin mused in admiration. Just as he was lost in reverie, a deafening roar shattered the tranquility, followed by an oppressive wave of terror that surged towards him. Before him stood a fearsome beast, its body resembling that of a tiger but with a distinctly human-like visage. Its blood-red maw was lined with sharp teeth, and its face bore a striking resemblance to that of a gorilla, with large, menacing eyes. The creature's legs, adorned with short crimson fur, were planted firmly on the ground, its claws equally crimson. This formidable creature, known as the Taowu, measured over 3 feet in length, while its tail extended nearly 20 feet, an astonishing sight indeed. With its limbs slightly bent and fierce eyes locked onto Tianlin, it exhaled puffs of mist from its nostrils, emitting deep, guttural growls. Having inadvertently stumbled upon this place, I, Tianlin, harbor no intent to cause harm or offense, and beseech your forgiveness. Tianlin offered a profound bow to the Tao Tai, his countenance utterly solemn. The Tao Tai, as if comprehending Tianlin's words, raised its head and emitted a pair of muffled roars, its facial expression somewhat softening. What is the purpose of your intrusion? A deep, stentorian voice reverberated, startling Nian, who, sword in hand, scanned his surroundings, discovering no one. Could it be? Nian abruptly turned his head, meeting the unwavering gaze of the Tao Tai. I merely sought to find an exit, and thus, I rashly entered. I implore the divine beast's pardon for any disturbance or offense caused, Nian stated with utmost gravity. The Tao Tai nodded, its jaws moving as it spoke. Though you possess a reason, your unauthorized entry into the divine palace warrants death, according to my master's decree. Unless, of course, you can triumph over me. The Tao Tai's voice remained weighty and profound, each word causing Nian's ears to resonate. At this juncture, Nian could definitively ascertain that the speaker was none other than the divine beast, Tao Tai. Nian had encountered in ancient texts that genuine divine beasts not only possessed human understanding but also the ability to speak and act on behalf of their masters. Witnessing the Tao Tai's articulation, Nian was inwardly astonished. My cultivation is shallow, and I am no match for the divine beast. I beseech you to grant me a path to survival, Nian implored with neither servility nor arrogance. For those who trespass upon the divine palace, there exists but one path, aside from defeating me, death. As the divine beast, Tao Wu, uttered these words, its form transformed into a streak of blue lightning, hurtling directly towards the heavenly reversal unicorn. The swiftness of its movement and the intensity of its momentum were unparalleled in the life of the heavenly reversal unicorn. Chapter 21, The Savior of Divine Veins. However, a wound was still inflicted upon his back, blood dripping down in steady droplets. Such formidable battle energy! The heavenly reversal unicorn forcefully suppressed the tumultuous blood and energy within, adjusting his breath. Tao Wu's strength was beyond the unicorn's expectations. He had been utterly defenseless against that previous strike. It appeared that the legendary power of divine beasts was indeed immensely potent, comparable to the might of a pinnacle war emperor in that single blow. Whilst the heavenly reversal unicorn pondered in solitude, another thunderous roar reverberated through the air. He felt his mind shake, leaving him momentarily blank. In a state of urgency, he quickly summoned the profound energy within to shield his consciousness and spirit, lest the sound waves imbued with tremendous battle energy injure his internal organs. Observing Tao Wu's demeanor, the unicorn suspected that it might already rival the apex masters of the war sect or even the war saint realm. With a ferocious roar, Tao Wu lunged towards the heavenly reversal unicorn with astonishing speed, its massive form stirring a tempestuous gale. Realizing that evasion was futile, the unicorn steeled his resolve and decisively drew his sword from its sheath. Instantly, a powerful, pale red battle energy coalesced upon the blade. With a mighty shout, he swung towards Tao Wu's head. The clash of metal rang out, and as the heavenly reversal unicorn focused his gaze, he could not help but be astounded. The sword strike, which he had unleashed with all his might, not only failed to inflict any harm upon the Tao Wu but instead left a conspicuous notch upon its blade. While the formidable Tianlin was momentarily taken aback, the Tao Wu had already lunged towards him. In a moment of negligence, Tianlin was sent flying several meters by the force of the Tao Wu's charge. With a gasp, he ultimately coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, his complexion turning pallid in an instant. The impact from the Tao Wu had left him feeling as if his bones might shatter, and a considerable amount of his internal energy had been depleted. The Tao Wu seemed quite pleased with its handiwork, excitedly arching its neck, every strand of its blue fur bristling with vigor. Despite the excruciating pain coursing through his body, Tianlin gritted his teeth and struggled to rise. One hand pressed against his chest, a faint crimson stain marring the corner of his mouth. Since entering the forbidden forest of the back mountain, this was the first time he had sustained such severe injuries. Noticing Tianlin's resilience in standing, the Tao Wu appeared infuriated. With a monstrous cry, it swung its expansive tail, measuring nearly 2 yards in length, directly towards Tianlin. The tail of the Tao Wu struck with the force of an indomitable steel whip, aimed squarely at his face. Tianlin had ample reason to believe that if this blow were to connect, it would surely shatter his bones. Left with no choice, he narrowly evaded once more. This marked the first occasion since entering the Forbidden Forest that he had to dodge so frequently. This was not merely a testament to Tianlin's weakness, but rather an acknowledgement of the Tao Wu's overwhelming might. Though Tianlin never shied away from a challenge, he was not one to make futile sacrifices. The chasm between him and the divine beast was insurmountable. Victory could not be claimed through sheer force alone. As the formidable Tianlin deftly evaded his onslaught time and again, the heart of the beast, Tao Wu, simmered with indignation. It was a profound humiliation for a dignified fifth-tier divine beast to find itself unable to vanquish this mere human. Suddenly, Tao Wu stood motionless, as if ensnared by a binding spell. Yet, rather than feeling reassured, Tianlin's expression grew even more grave. He sensed a terrifying and overwhelming aura coalescing within the great hall, a regal presence that seized the very essence of his being. The air around him crackled with the intense energy, and he realized that Tao Wu's formidable will had him firmly locked in its sights. After a moment of stillness, Tao Wu let out a thunderous roar, and an overwhelming wave of battle energy surged toward Tianlin like a cataclysmic tide. Left with no choice, Tianlin summoned every ounce of his internal energy to withstand the onslaught. In that instant, his body was pushed to its limits, expending all of his vital energy, leaving his inner reservoir desolate and barren. He understood that if this continued, he would inevitably exhaust himself to the brink of death. Yet, at this moment, he saw no alternative but to fight with all his might. Desperation clawed at his heart. Was it truly destined that he would perish here? As anxiety gripped him, he could feel his body nearing its breaking point. The creature known as Ta seemed to perceive that the formidable Tianlin was on the brink of defeat. With a thunderous roar, it violently swung its tail, descending from the heavens to strike directly at Tianlin below. This was dire. It appeared that all hope was lost. As the tail, resembling a steel whip, descended, Tianlin was consumed by urgency. In that critical moment, a powerful energy surged within Tianlin, coursing through his body in an unprecedented manner. The crimson orb above his dantian transformed into an extraordinarily vivid red, both enchanting and heart-stirring. Just as Tao's tail was about to crash down upon Tianlin, an overwhelming force erupted from within him. A crimson beam of light shot forth from Tianlin's chest, enveloping him in a sphere of blood-red radiance. A terrifying battle aura, unparalleled in might, erupted forth. In that instant, Tianlin stood as if he were the supreme sovereign of the realm, exuding the majesty of a king and the grandeur of a ruler. This formidable, blood-red battle aura surged toward Tao, obliterating the powerful, solidified battle energy emitted by the divine beast, shattering it like fragile glass. Ta, taken aback, let out a startled cry and hastily recoiled to the side. It was the first time in its life that Ta had evaded an attack from a human warrior. Alas! The ferocity of that blood-red battle energy was too swift and potent. A piercing blood arrow shot forth from Ta's body with a hissing sound. Chapter 22. The power to confront the divine beast. Ta let out a painful cry, leaping back 5 or 6 meters, eyeing the enigmatic, crimson-glowing Tianlin with a wary gaze. Observing the crimson aura surrounding him, Nidhi and Ln distinctly sensed the formidable battle energy it harbored, a power so terrifying that even he found it daunting. He had not anticipated that this red light would once again save his life in a moment of peril. In the eyes of the formidable beast, Kiao, Nidhi and Ln detected a hint of astonishment that left him astounded. He had indeed witnessed a flicker of panic. This creature was an ancient divine beast, one of the notorious four-fiends among the divine entities. Yet, even such a powerful and fierce beast displayed a trace of fear towards Nidhi and Ln, which greatly surprised him. Gazing at the resplendent aura enveloping Nidhi and Ln, Tiao hesitated momentarily before a malicious expression crept across its visage. The beast lowered its front body slightly, its blue fur standing on end, while its tail, measuring an impressive 2 yards in length, rose like a colossal whip. Suddenly, an overwhelming and unparalleled battle energy emanated from Tiao, conjuring a tremendous whirlwind within the divine palace, swirling above its head. Nidhi and Ln recognized that this was no ordinary whirlwind, it was a vortex formed by the potent battle energy. He was certain that anything coming into contact with that vortex would be utterly obliterated by its immense force. As expected, after concentrating its battle energy, TL widened its eyes, opened its mouth wide, and a blue orb, as large as a manhole cover, hurtled towards Nidhi and Ln with astonishing speed. As the cerulean orb of potent battle aura hurtled toward him, Ni Tianlin exhibited no inclination to evade, his gaze fixated on the approaching sphere. Just as the azure sphere was about to collide with him, Ni Tianlin bellowed, and a crimson beam erupted from his palm. Without time for deliberation, Tao Wu promptly opened its maw once more, ejecting another azure sphere crackling with electricity. The crimson and azure spheres converged in the air, colliding ferociously. A deafening explosion reverberated, causing Ni Tianlin to stagger. As the smoke dissipated, Ni Tianlin observed that Tao Wu's stature had diminished noticeably. His face etched with astonishment. He surmised that Tao Wu's successive emission of 2 spheres had depleted its battle aura, incensed at being bested by a human warrior, especially one of such meager battle spirit cultivation. Tao Wu roared, propelled itself forward, and lunged at Ni Tianlin, its tail lashing out simultaneously, aimed directly at him. Confronted with Tao Wu's formidable assault, Ni Tianlin's countenance remained devoid of fear, instead, it was filled with a smile. At that moment, Ni Tianlin's hands commenced a deliberate dance, conjuring a series of crimson battle aura circles under his guidance. Though his arm movements appeared languid, they were, in reality, executed with astonishing velocity. Merely because the velocity had surpassed the threshold discernible by the human eye, an illusion of languor, even immobility, was conveyed. A crimson aura of cataclysmic potency coalesced into a battle chi sphere before Ni Tianlin, its domineering presence permeating the entirety of the divine palace. Shatter! Ni Tianlin roared, and the sanguine sphere of battle chi hurtled towards the Tao Wu in the firmament. Confronted with such formidable energy, the Tao Wu raised its head in a sonorous cry, extending its forelegs and unleashing 2 torrents of potent battle chi. Without pause, its tail descended upon Ni Tianlin's crown. At last, the 2 formidable auras collided in the ether. No sound erupted. The clash of battle chi did not yield the anticipated reverberation, nor the violent explosion of before, but instead, it vanished as if absorbed into cotton. Without the slightest sound, the sanguine battle chi sphere, akin to a circular rampart of energy, dissolved the Tao Wu's battle chi into nothingness. The instant the Tao Wu's tail grazed the sanguine battle chi sphere, a piercing agony coursed through its appendage, as if scorched by raging flames. The Tao Wu emitted a plaintive wail of agony, followed by the expulsion of an azure orb of light. Just as Ni Tianlin surmised that the Tao Wu was preparing to retreat, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. Suddenly, the creature known as Ta emitted 2 additional azure orbs of light, which fused with the preceding one, forming a colossal blue sphere with a diameter identical to that of the blood-red aura surrounding the formidable Zaishanlin. The sphere surged towards Zaishanlin's aura. In that fleeting moment of astonishment, the 2 forces collided. What transpired next nearly caused Zaishanlin to lose his footing in astonishment. The azure orb unleashed by Ta was unexpectedly absorbed by Zaishanlin's blood-red aura without producing the slightest sound. Zaishanlin stood in disbelief. He had not anticipated the overwhelming power of this crimson energy. Ta was equally taken aback, realizing that his most formidable strike had vanished without a trace. The blood-red aura did not cease its advance. After absorbing the blue orb, it transformed into a slender crimson beam, soaring through the air like a meteor. Its target was none other than Ta, suspended in midair. Before Ta could evade, the crimson light struck him directly. The red beam accurately impacted the center of Ta's forehead, only to vanish moments later. With a muffled groan, Ta collapsed to the ground, while the crimson light surrounding Zaishanlin dissipated entirely. Upon examining his palm and inspecting his body, Zaishanlin discovered that the injury inflicted by Ta had completely healed. Chapter 23, Continuous Breakthrough. Just as Zaishanlin reveled in his newfound joy, He inadvertently noticed that the energy within his dantian had become significantly purer. This revelation nearly left him astounded. The first level of the battle soul! To my astonishment, I have triumphantly transcended 2 realms, attaining the first level of the battle soul. It is truly incredible. The surprise within my heart is beyond the capacity of words to express. Typically, it requires at least 1 to 2 years for an ordinary person to break through a single layer, yet I have achieved this remarkable feat following a fierce battle. And not just once but consecutively. As I relish the more refined essence of mystic energy coursing through my body, joy fills my heart. With the breakthrough into the battle spirit realm, I shall have the opportunity to participate in the martial arts competition a month from now. In this way, I can honor my father's expectations, which brings me considerable peace of mind and fortifies my resolve to continue pushing my limits. Suddenly, a mournful wail disrupted my thoughts, and I turned in confusion. What I beheld left me nearly speechless with astonishment. The formidable and towering beast, the Taowu, had transformed into a diminutive creature, no larger than a young lion, adorned with a coat of blue fur. Gazing at this tiny Taowu, merely 40 centimeters in length and 30 centimeters in height, I found myself momentarily frozen in disbelief. I never imagined this grand and fearsome divine beast could become so small and endearing. Were it not for its striking blue fur, I would scarcely recognize that this little creature was indeed the once mighty Taowu. It is all your fault. Were it not for you, I would not be in this predicament. Suddenly, the small Taowu opposite unexpectedly spoke a word to Nai Tianlin, who was taken aback, surprised that this divine beast, despite its current form, could still articulate words. Suppressing his astonishment, Nai Tianlin cautiously inquired, "Are you all right? You tell me if I'm well. Have you not seen what I have become?" Taowu retorted, "Once a majestic ancient divine beast, one of the 4 great ferocious creatures, I now find myself in this pitiable state all because of you." Upon hearing Taowu's somewhat teasing remark, Nai Tianlin couldn't help but chuckle. "Taowu, I never imagined your angry expression after becoming smaller could actually be quite charming." Mistaking Nai Tianlin's astonished expression for disdainful skepticism, Taowu continued, "Hey, do not underestimate me. Although I may not stand a chance against warriors of the battle soul realm, I can certainly hold my own against those of the battle spirit realm." "Is that so? Are you certain you can handle all the experts beneath the battle spirit realm?" Nai Tianlin queried. "Of course. Do not forget, I am a 5th-tier divine beast." Suddenly, Taowu seemed to realize something and, with evident reluctance, added, "Except for peculiar warriors like you." After this, Taowu turned away, displaying a comically dejected demeanor that elicited hearty laughter from Nai Tianlin. "When will your cultivation be restored?" Nai Tianlin asked. "That is difficult to ascertain. However, as long as I consume the corpses of magical beasts and absorb the profound energy contained within their bones, my cultivation will gradually recover, though the process may be quite lengthy." Upon this, the Taowu exhibited a fleeting shadow of despondence. The rebellious Tianlin contemplated for a moment and concurred, for although Taowu was indeed a divine beast, it relied on profound energy to sustain its vitality. As long as it received nourishment from the corpses and essence of demonic creatures, Taowu would gradually recuperate. "By the way, may I inquire why you are here? Was it the extreme heavenly demon saint who imprisoned you here to guard the evil emperor's divine palace?" The rebellious Tianlin posed his inquiries in one breath. He believed that since Taowu was entrusted with the guardianship of the evil emperor's divine palace, it must have been subdued by the extreme heavenly demon saint in the past and surely possessed knowledge regarding the evil emperor's divine palace and the extreme heavenly demon saint. "Oh, is that so? I am curious to witness how you express your displeasure." After uttering these words, the rebellious Tianlin lifted Taowu effortlessly, causing the latter to thrash its legs in the air in agitation. After toying with it for a while, the rebellious Tianlin inquired with a smile, "So, have you decided to speak now? Humph, release me first, or else I shall never utter a word." "Very well, I shall place my trust in you." But should you dare to play tricks again, do not blame me for being merciless. With that, the rebellious Tianlin relinquished his grip, allowing the small Tao Wu to descend to the ground. Tao Wu, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, twisted its body and glared at the rebellious Tianlin. You are correct. I was indeed subdued by the extreme heavenly demon saint, thus he became my master. In those days, my master was unparalleled, reigning supreme over the entire demon heaven divine realm. The rebellious Tianlin nodded in sudden realization. So, does this mean that I am now your new master? Humph. Do not be so self-satisfied just yet. My master once proclaimed that defeating me is but one of the prerequisites to become my new master. You must also endure additional trials to truly claim that title, the creature known as Tao Wu remarked, a hint of irritation in its voice. Now reduced to this state, it found itself disregarded by the human warrior before it, who was merely a practitioner of the battle soul realm. This thought filled Tao Wu with a sense of gloom. You say I must undergo further trials to become your true new master? What if I choose not to partake in these trials? The inquisitive Nyanshinlin countered. Humph. My master has already devised everything. There exists but one path out of the evil Emperor Divine Palace. Only by successfully completing all the trials can you safely depart, otherwise you will be left to await your demise here, Tao Wu declared, a trace of pride evident in its tone. What? It can't possibly be that terrifying. Nyanshinlin exclaimed in shock, not anticipating that the extreme heaven demon saint would be so ruthless, requiring the completion of all trials in the evil Emperor Divine Palace to escape. Chapter 24. The Trials of the Divine Palace. What if I cannot succeed? My father is counting on my cultivation breakthrough to represent the family at the martial arts tournament. Nyanshinlin murmured to himself, a twinge of concern creeping into his heart. Hey, kid, what are you pondering? Although your cultivation realm is woefully inadequate, the fact that you managed to defeat this divine beast at the battle soul realm is already a miracle. Moreover, after a single battle, you astonishingly broke through 2 levels, further underscoring your exceptional talent and comprehension. As the formidable Tengu observed the young divine beast, he furrowed his brow, mistakenly believing that the latter was overwhelmed with fear. Thus, he began to offer an incessant stream of reassurances. Tengu's motivation for this was rooted in his fervent desire for the young divine beast to successfully navigate the trials of the sacred palace, thereby liberating him from the clutches of the malevolent emperor's palace, which had ensnared him for countless millennia. All beings yearn for freedom, and this holds true for both humans and mystical creatures alike. Tengu had been imprisoned by the supreme demon saint for over 10 million years, enduring an existence largely spent in slumber. In the days when the supreme demon saint roamed the earth, there had been companions to share his company. But since the saint suffered grave injuries and departed from this realm, Tengu had been left to languish alone in the sinister emperor's palace for millennia. Though mystical creatures are known for their prolonged lifespans, especially divine beasts, even a span of 10 million years is an eternity to bear. Little Tengu, if I wish to pass the trials of the sacred palace, how long might it take? The young divine beast inquired suddenly. I must reiterate, please do not refer to me as Little Tengu, such a title severely wounds my pride, Tengu emphasized with a hint of exasperation. The young divine beast chuckled heartily, finding Tengu to be quite amusing. The creature had once appeared formidable in his massive form, yet now, in his diminutive size, he seemed rather endearing. To successfully complete the trials, it may take no less than 3 to 5 years, and in some cases, it could extend to several decades, Tengu replied matter-of-factly. What? The young divine beast gazed at Tengu in shock, prompting the latter to leap back several meters in fright. Hey, you little rascal! Are you trying to scare me to death? Why so dramatic? At this moment, the extraordinary Tianlin disregarded the reproaches of Tao Wu and, with a solemn expression, inquired. Are you saying that to succeed in this trial, one requires at least 3 to 5 years? Indeed, however, with your unparalleled talent, it is conceivable that you could accomplish it in merely a year, Tao Wu pondered thoughtfully. Alas! Tianlin sighed deeply, yet I have less than a month remaining. What? You possess less than a month's time? Then you might as well resign yourself to fate. To expect to pass the Divine Palace trial in a month is nothing short of wishful thinking, Tao Wu replied with a hint of dissatisfaction. I made a promise to my father to participate in the martial arts tournament in a month, so I must venture forth, Tianlin declared. His fists clenched and determination etched upon his face. Tao Wu, take me to the site of the trial at once. I must seize every moment to prepare and cannot afford to squander any more time. Very well, follow me, I shall guide you to the entrance of the trial. With that, Tao Wu led the way, and Tianlin closely trailed behind him, advancing deeper into the palace. The interior of the evil emperor's divine palace was extraordinarily magnificent. The further they ventured, the more Tianlin sensed an overwhelming essence of the universe suffusing the entire space. After taking a moment to regulate his breathing, he discerned that the density of the cosmic energy in the depths of the palace was nearly 3 times that of the Great Hall. Before long, Tianlin, following Tao Wu, arrived at a circular golden altar situated deep within the palace. The altar, with a radius of approximately 10 meters, stood around 10 meters high and was not merely a single tier, rather, it resembled a pyramid, ascending in layers. The Jintan consists of 10 levels, with each ascending layer causing a reduction of 1 meter in its radius, culminating in a sharp pinnacle at the summit. After listening to the explanation provided by the enigmatic Tao Wu, Nian Tianlin furrowed his brow in contemplation before gradually making his way to the first level of the Jintan. Observing Nian Tianlin's silent ascent, Tao Wu called out loudly, "Be cautious of the fluctuations of the mysterious energy. Once you enter the trial of the Jintan, failure will result in the catastrophic rupture of your meridians." As Nian Tianlin stepped onto the first level, he was suddenly enveloped in darkness. This darkness felt almost tangible. While nothing was visible, he instinctively recognized the solid ground beneath his feet and the stone walls before him. Within this abyss, countless strands of celestial energy lay concealed, merely hidden from sight. After a moment, Nian Tianlin gradually acclimated to this obscured environment. With his eyes closed in concentration, he extended his consciousness outward, perceiving everything within a radius of several meters with remarkable clarity. Relying on his heightened awareness, he advanced step by step. Although he was uncertain of the criteria for passing the trial, he understood that steadfastness amidst chaos was paramount. Suddenly, Nian Tianlin sensed an overwhelming force surging towards him. As the celestial energy within the darkness began to swirl violently, before he could fully comprehend the situation, this tumultuous energy assaulted his body with ferocity. Under the immense pressure of the cosmic forces, he felt as though his very being was on the verge of explosion. His mind became momentarily sluggish as the overwhelming energy invaded his form, as if intent on dissolving him entirely. Driven by sheer desperation, Tianlin experienced a sudden flash of inspiration. He cautiously began to guide the mystical xuanqi of the heavens and earth into his body. Subsequently, he diverted a wisp of his divine consciousness to navigate and integrate the xuanqi within him. While this may seem straightforward, its execution was fraught with immense difficulty. Chapter 4: Prodigy. Epiphany. Judging by the current situation, the xuanqi on the second level would undoubtedly be even more chaotic and immense. To successfully traverse it, one would require a formidable cultivation realm and the capacity for profound enlightenment. Sensing the profound transformations of the xuanqi within the golden altar, Tianlin relaxed his entire being and immersed his mind completely within the altar's xuanqi, perceiving the interplay of yin and yang within these energies. With his eyes gently closed, Tianlin felt a sense of clarity pervade his mind, as if the scene before him had become transparent, no longer the dark and boundless expanse it once was. With each breath, his mind converged into a state of perfect unity. If Tianlin's current state were witnessed by an outsider, they would undoubtedly be astonished. This state of mental convergence requires not only a mind free of distractions but also a tranquil and pure state of being. Once entered, this state persists until one awakens on their own accord. Otherwise, if one becomes trapped within it and fails to comprehend the principles of mental convergence, it can lead to mental chaos and, ultimately, cultivation deviation. Ni Tianlin had now attained this state, and everything hinged on his ability to grasp the essence of mental convergence. The small, crimson sphere within his body emitted a faint red glow, greedily absorbing all the xuanqi that Ni Tianlin had drawn into his body, assimilating it as its own. Knowing that he had not succumbed to madness, Nian Tianlin attributed this to his inadvertent enlightenment regarding the unity of mind and spirit, as well as to the small red orb within him. Ever since Nian Tianlin fully entered this realm, the red orb had consistently emanated a gentle crimson glow, safeguarding the meridians and internal organs from the encroachment of mysterious energies. With the assistance of this red orb above his dantian, Nian Tianlin was able to perceive the fluctuations of these energies without reservation, thereby comprehending the principle of the unity of mind and spirit. As time progressed, Nian Tianlin increasingly appreciated the marvels of this golden altar. Within a mere quarter of an hour of introspection, he sensed a slight expansion of his consciousness. It is worth noting that a warrior's consciousness, akin to their cultivation level, is stratified into varying degrees of strength. The levels of consciousness, from weakest to strongest, are categorized as battle spirit, battle soul, battle corpse, battle master, battle king, battle emperor, battle sect, and battle saint. The potency of one's consciousness also determines a warrior's aptitude and potential, as the enhancement and breakthrough of consciousness are significantly more challenging than those of martial prowess. Typically, a warrior's cultivation level and consciousness level are relatively aligned. Take Nian Tianlin's father, Ni Dongyu, for example. His martial cultivation has already reached the 4th tier of Battle Emperor. Yet his consciousness level is merely at the 2nd tier of Battle Emperor. This illustrates the considerable difficulty in elevating consciousness compared to the advancement in martial arts. Many individuals may nearly perfect their martial arts, yet their consciousness level fails to keep pace with their martial realm, leading to a lifetime of stagnation. If one were to say that your martial prowess is at the 9th realm of the Battle King, merely a thread away from transcending to the Battle Emperor, it is imperative to note that if your spiritual awareness does not reach the 9th realm of the Battle King, it signifies an insurmountable barrier preventing your ascension to the Battle Emperor's realm. Thus, the cultivation and enhancement of spiritual awareness hold paramount significance. Should your spiritual awareness remain stagnant, it would imply that your martial realm shall forever remain at a standstill. Currently, the martial realm and spiritual awareness of Xian Tianlin are at the 1st realm of Battle Soul. However, just moments ago, Xian Tianlin distinctly sensed an elevation in his spiritual awareness, igniting a profound excitement within him. The potency of spiritual awareness not only serves to safeguard the practitioner's soul from external disturbances but also facilitates the advancement of martial realms. The state of unified consciousness represents the optimal method for honing a warrior's spiritual awareness. If employed effectively, it can amplify one's spiritual perception while aiding in the enhancement and breakthrough of martial skills. Suppressing his astonishment, Xian Tianlin gradually summoned a strand of mysterious energy, directing it toward the unactivated meridians within his body. With the protection of the crimson orb, he could boldly traverse the acupoints and meridians, utilizing the celestial energy within the golden altar to assist in his breakthrough. At this juncture, Xian Tianlin felt no urgency to hasten through the process. Instead, he calmed his mind and began to absorb the celestial energy from the first layer of the golden altar at a measured pace. Under the onslaught of the mysterious energy, Xian Tianlin's spiritual awareness expanded continuously. Initially, he could perceive events within a radius of 10 meters. Now, he was capable of discerning all phenomena within a radius of 15 meters. The understanding and realm of martial arts profoundly influenced the elevation of one's consciousness. A formidable consciousness can, at times, surpass even a higher level of martial prowess. In a confrontation between two equally ranked battle emperors, the warrior possessing a superior consciousness will undoubtedly triumph over the one with lesser awareness. This is because consciousness has the capacity to conceal an individual's true martial cultivation. Take, for instance, the case of the extraordinary Tianlin. Presently, both his martial arts and consciousness are at the first layer of the battle soul realm, allowing him to perceive the cultivation levels of all warriors beneath this tier. However, should he encounter a warrior of the second layer of the battle soul realm, he would be utterly unable to discern their true strength. Conversely, if his consciousness were to ascend to the second layer, he would then be capable of perceiving the opponent's power. At that moment, Tianlin suddenly sensed a tremor within the golden altar's mysterious energy, followed by an instantaneous disappearance of all such energy. It was as if an immense force was tugging at the very fabric of space. He felt an energy that seemed capable of tearing apart the heavens and earth, permeating the first layer of the golden altar. More alarmingly, he perceived that the entire space appeared to be contracting and twisting. In this critical juncture, an epiphany struck Tianlin's mind. With a sudden surge of intuition, he let out a powerful shout, releasing all the mysterious energy he had just absorbed into his body. In that instant, the surroundings before him shimmered, and darkness vanished, replaced by a radiant expanse of brightness and clarity. A semicircular entrance emerged at one end of the golden altar, serving as the passageway to the second layer. Thus, in that pivotal moment, Tianlin experienced a profound awakening. All the mysterious energy was forcefully expelled from the body by the extraordinary Tianlin, maintaining the balance of yin and yang within the golden altar, allowing him to gain enlightenment into the first layer of its profound meaning and thus break through to the second layer. Outside the altar, the creature Tao gazed in terror at the scene unfolding within, rendered speechless for a long while. A genius! This lad is indeed a prodigy! Who would have thought that in less than half an hour, he would breach the first layer of the golden altar? Grasping the principle of choice and sacrifice inherent in the first layer, he is truly an anomaly. Chapter 26, Soul Attack, a Genius. This lad is indeed a prodigy. Who would have thought that in less than half an hour, he would breach the first layer of the golden altar? Grasping the principle of choice and sacrifice inherent in the first layer, he is truly an anomaly. The creature Tao kept its gaze fixed on the happenings within the altar, and upon witnessing Tianlin suddenly attain enlightenment and break through the first layer, it could not help but exclaim in admiration. The method to breach the first layer of the golden altar lies in comprehending the balance of yin and yang and the principle of choice and sacrifice. As long as one can achieve this understanding, a breakthrough is natural. Yet, Tao never anticipated that Tianlin could grasp the principle of choice and sacrifice in less than half an hour. It is known that the great heavenly demon saint once confided to him that even he required 3 months to break through the first layer of the golden altar. In stark contrast, Tianlin achieved this in under half an hour. Unbeknownst to Tianlin, who was now intently fixated on the entrance to the second layer, he was suddenly met with a surge of mysterious energy that grazed his arm as he stepped into the second layer. The expression on the face of the heavenly reversal shifted slightly as he leaped into the air, his longsword already unsheathed. At this moment, he finally had the opportunity to observe the conditions of the second layer. Unlike the endless darkness of the first layer, the second layer was enveloped in an infinite brightness. This luminescence bore no warmth and exhibited no hues. The entire expanse was a stark, paper white. This peculiar whiteness instilled an inexplicable sense of constraint, akin to being ensnared by a spell. Staring at it for too long would inevitably induce illusions. Heavenly Reversal maintained a tranquil demeanor as he surveyed the surrounding blankness, extending his consciousness to sense the hidden mysteries within. Suddenly, he felt his perception and vision blur, his thoughts became disordered, and a drowsy sensation washed over him. Startled, he realized that he had merely gazed at the space a few moments longer and explored it with his consciousness, yet this unforeseen outcome had transpired. He understood this as a manifestation of an attack on his spirit. When a warrior's soul is assaulted by external forces, it can lead to confusion of the mind and even a fracturing of the spirit. The entire space within the Golden Cauldron was a realm entirely isolated from the outside world. To mitigate the encroachment of the mysterious energy on his spirit, He needed to devise a means of separating himself from the external influences, shielding his soul from further impacts and invasions. Heavenly Reversal remained seated in a meditative posture, appearing as if he were asleep. In truth, however, he was not. He was diligently attuning himself to the fluctuations of the mysterious energy within the golden cauldron, seeking even the slightest opening amidst the chaos. The celestial being believed that by discerning the patterns of the profound energy's flow and movement within the golden cauldron, he could uncover a narrow seam and thereby seize an opportunity for survival. While this notion appears deceptively simple, the reality is as daunting as scaling the heavens. For the fluctuations of the profound energy within the cauldron are unpredictable. Identifying a single moment devoid of such energy waves is far more intricate than one might envision. After the passage of an hour, S. elegant brows arched slightly, only to return to their prior state. A further half-hour elapsed, and suddenly, opened his eyes, their brilliance igniting like twin stars. With a powerful shout, he unsheathed his sword with a resounding clash. A faint crimson glow illuminated the air, tracing an arc through the void. Before that arc could dissipate, leaped to the very spot it had occupied. Without hesitation, he unleashed another strike, followed by a graceful leap that melded his form with the radiant swordlight. At that moment, an expression of epiphany dawned upon his visage, and with a thunderous roar, he executed a rapid succession of over 10 strikes, creating a continuous stream of swordlight within the expanse. In an instant, S figure weaved seamlessly through this cascade of brilliance. Then, a resounding thunderclap echoed, and the entire white space vanished, revealing the entrance to the third tier of the golden cauldron before his eyes. The second tier of the golden cauldron had been breached. In just 2 hours, had traversed the second layer. Outside the cauldron, the creature known as was left dumbfounded. Though aware of the young man's exceptional talent, he had not anticipated that his abilities would reach such extraordinary heights. In the depths of his heart, the creature known as Tao was filled with confusion, unable to comprehend why the extraordinary Tianlin possessed such unparalleled strength and exceptional talent. Alas! Although I am a divine beast with an understanding of human nature, I am still merely a beast myself. The latent potential within human warriors and many other peculiarities elude my grasp. It seems this divine beast lacks sufficient wisdom. Tao sighed to himself, his gaze drifting toward the extraordinary Tianlin within the golden altar, momentarily lost in thought. Upon observing Tianlin, he faintly perceived a trace of the supreme demonic saint within him. At this moment, Tianlin stood alone at the entrance of the third layer, contemplating the insights he had just acquired. Initially, Tianlin intended to seek a small fissure within the golden altar to evade the encroachment of the mysterious energy upon his soul. However, as he sat cross-legged in deep meditation, a brilliant idea suddenly struck him. Since the mysterious energy within the altar could erode the souls of warriors, he merely needed to create an independent space relative to the altar to circumvent its detrimental effects. Upon reaching this conclusion, Tianlin felt a surge of confidence swell within him. He then gathered his battle aura and drew his sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy. This sword energy, born of his battle aura, created a minuscule space that, for as long as the energy persisted, stood as an independent realm in relation to the second layer of the altar. Thus, as long as Tianlin could immerse himself in this space before the sword energy dissipated, he would be shielded from the assault of the mysterious energy upon his soul. After 2 preliminary trials, Tianlin was finally assured that his deduction was correct. He then wielded his sword to unleash a continuous stream of swordlight, merging his body into the space created by the luminous blade. Thus, the enigmatic second tier of the golden platform was unraveled by the extraordinary Tianlin. In truth, within the evil emperor's divine palace, it was not solely the Talu who was fixated on Tianlin. Deep within the palace, in a chamber formed by rock walls shrouded in ominous miasma, a shadowy elder observed Tianlin through a screen mounted on the wall. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that this elder not only lacked any physical substance but was also entirely translucent. His gaze was unwavering, fixated upon Tianlin within the golden platform. his expression marked by an unsettling calmness. I have waited for 10 million years, and at last, a peerless genius has entered this realm. It appears he may very well be the chosen master of the blood-eye divine vein in this lifetime, the elder spoke slowly, revealing no hint of joy or anger. Unbeknownst to Tianlin, who was immersed in his trials, the events unfolding outside held no significance for him. His sole ambition was to devise a means to ascend through the 10 tiers of the golden platform with utmost haste. However, this trial was meticulously crafted by the extreme celestial demon saint for intruders, and breaking through within the shortest possible time was no simple feat. Talu recalled the words of the extreme celestial demon saint, who asserted that even the most brilliant prodigy would require a year to complete the golden platform trial. After half an hour, Tianlin advanced to the 3rd tier. An hour later, he surged through to the 4th tier. Yet another hour passed, and he conquered the 5th tier. At this point, Talu, stationed outside the golden platform, stood in a daze, having grown desensitized to Tianlin's astonishing prowess. Is this still a human being? Is this truly a genius? This is nothing short of a prodigy, it is downright monstrous, far from what one would define as a genius. Where could such an aberrant talent possibly exist? The divine beast, Tao Wu, has lived for millennia and has never encountered a talent like that of the defiant Tianlin. In Tao Wu's recollections, even his immensely revered master, the supreme demon saint, did not possess such astonishing gifts. This defiant Tianlin is nothing less than an anomaly. Observing Tianlin's composed demeanor and tranquil gaze, Tao Wu was nearly driven to the brink of madness. Not for any other reason, but simply because Tianlin's prowess is overwhelmingly extraordinary. Not only Tao Wu, but the transparent elder deep within the evil emperor's divine palace also displayed an expression of astonishment. How could the master of the divine pulse in this era possess such exceptional innate talent? Could it be that the endless starry river is on the verge of a transformation? The elder murmured to himself. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Tianlin had once again surpassed the 6th level of the golden platform. Tao Wu had long since disregarded this, having witnessed Tianlin's extraordinary capabilities today. Now, even if Tianlin were to declare to Tao Wu that he could conquer all trials within a single day, Tao Wu would undoubtedly believe him. Within the 7th level of the golden platform, Tianlin stood resolutely with his sword, his handsome visage imbued with an air of serenity. He raised his sword and advanced slowly, attuning his mind to the infinite transformations and profound principles within the golden platform. It had only been half a day since the beginning. Yet Tianlin had already traversed nearly a quarter of the distance. This could hardly be deemed anything less than miraculous. Furthermore, he continued to forge miracles with his astonishing willpower and innate talent. At that moment, Tianlin inadvertently noticed that the red halo surrounding him had deepened in hue compared to before. The formidable Tianlin found himself without time for contemplation. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his sword, emanating a vast circle of sword intent that enveloped his entire being. Remarkably, the brutal sword energy within the 8th tier of the golden altar could not inflict any harm upon him. The sword energy within the altar was ferocious and unpredictable. Even the most adept sword practitioners had to rely solely on their innate talent and reflexes to navigate through it, leaving no room for shortcuts. Thus, the pace of one's advancement within the golden altar directly reflected the disparity in a martial artist's innate abilities. The velocity at which Tianlin progressed was utterly inconceivable to the Tao Wu. In merely a quarter of an hour, he had already surmounted the 8th tier and ascended to the 9th. His progress was akin to a relentless force of nature. It seemed that Tianlin's potential in martial arts had been entirely unleashed within this realm, with strength and comprehension surging forth, nearly reaching the limits of his physical endurance. Were it not for the small crimson orb within him, continuously releasing energy to mend his body, he might have been obliterated by the expanding sword energy within rather than harmed by the sword intent of the golden altar. At this moment, only one thought occupied Tianlin's mind: to advance, to move forward. Upon entering the 9th tier, he discovered that the intensity of both sword intent and battle aura within was far more profound than in any preceding layer. He had once heard Taowu speak of how, within the golden altar, both battle aura and sword intent embodied the will and power of the supreme demon saint. The deeper one ventured, the denser the battle aura became. At present, Ni Tianlin is situated on the 9th level of the golden altar, where each strand of sword intent and every trace of battle aura possesses immense power. Ni Tianlin's expression is solemn as he fully unleashes his divine sense, attentively surveying every movement within the golden altar, seeking an opportunity to break through the 9th level. Outside the golden altar, Taowu observes Ni Tianlin standing there motionless, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Chapter 28, Peerless Spirit Summoning the 10th Level of the Golden Altar. Ni Tianlin stands at the entrance to the 10th level of the golden altar, his face filled with bewilderment as he gazes upon the scene within. This 10th level differs from any of the preceding 9 levels. For instance, the first level was filled with endless darkness, while the second level transformed into boundless light. However, this 10th level resembles a genuinely existing space, with faint light illuminating the surroundings. Although the space is dim, one can clearly discern everything within the altar. The entire 10th level of the golden altar is utterly silent, devoid of even the slightest sound. The more it is like this, the more Ni Tianlin dares not to be careless in the slightest. He knows that as the final level of the golden altar, it will definitely not be as simple as the previous 9 levels. Suddenly, Ni Tianlin discovers something that perplexes him greatly. He finds that there isn't a trace of battle aura or a wisp of sword energy within this 10th level. No! There must be a danger here that even I cannot perceive. A sudden thought fills Ni Tianlin's heart with alarm, and before he realizes it, cold sweat has soaked his entire back. Ni Tianlin hastily releases his divine sense, probing every inch of space within this 10th level, but still finds nothing. The entire space appeared as it always did, devoid of any semblance of discord. Oddly, could it be that I was mistaken in my perception? Nian Tianlin murmured softly to himself. Just then, the entire 10th floor trembled, and a transparent longsword sliced through the dark void, hurtling directly towards Nian Tianlin's chest. Startled, Nian Tianlin drew his sword, channeling his battle energy to conjure a faint crimson sword light in front of him, and then swiftly leaped back. However, the transparent longsword did not cease its advance. Instead, upon making contact with the sword light he had emitted, it continued to pursue him relentlessly. At that moment, Nian Tianlin realized he had underestimated the situation. This was no ordinary sword, it was a spirit summoning. Could this truly be the legendary spirit summoning? A wave of astonishment surged through Nian Tianlin's heart. With a fierce roar, he concentrated powerful battle energy upon his sword, enveloping it in a radiant crimson aura. Calculating the trajectory of the transparent sword's movement, Nian Tianlin unleashed his sword light, striking fiercely at the ethereal blade. With a resounding crash, the transparent sword shattered, dissipating into nothingness. Nian Tianlin lightly touched down on the ground with grace, yet his breath quickened, and beads of sweat formed on his brow. He never anticipated encountering a spirit summoning here. After all, the formation of such a phenomenon is no trivial matter. Nian Tianlin had previously heard that peerless masters, when executing their techniques, could condense their intent into a spirit summoning. Such an enigmatic realm had eluded his eyes until today, when he unexpectedly witnessed a spirit summoning firsthand. The so-called summoning spirit cannot be regarded as a true being, it is merely an embodiment of the essence and spirit of a technique, a projection of an image. It appears in an instant and just as swiftly dissipates into formlessness. Legends speak of a pinnacle technique where a human form manifests in a fleeting moment. A phenomenon once chronicled in ancient texts. The summoning spirit just witnessed took the shape of a longsword, indicating that the predecessor who condensed the spirit must have been a master swordsman, for his sword energy transformed into the spirit, forming a longsword. In the realm of martial arts, techniques are infinitely varied, yet most summoning spirits assume a human form. This is likely due to the fact that the human shape embodies wisdom, thus, the majority of spirits condensed from essence and spirit take on a human appearance. Of course, there are instances of beast-shaped spirits, but these typically arise from martial techniques that mimic animal forms, capturing a sense of ferocity. Take the dragon claw technique, for example. Should it ever coalesce into a summoning spirit, it would manifest as the shape of a colossal dragon. However, apart from this, most summoning spirits predominantly take on human forms. It is not solely human martial artists who can summon spirits, even demon beasts possess this capability. Nevertheless, legends assert that only divine beasts can truly condense summoning spirits, while other tiers of demon beasts are incapable of such a feat. According to tradition, all demon beasts are descendants of divine beasts, and for ordinary demon beasts, the existence of divine beasts is akin to the relationship between mortals and deities. The summoning spirits condensed by divine beasts are predominantly shaped like avian creatures or similar entities. Although human forms do occasionally manifest, such occurrences being exceedingly rare. According to the ancient texts, the wicked emperor's sacred palace has existed for millennia, which implies that the previous manifestation of spiritual technique has also endured for over 1,000 years. What concept does this evoke? The very thought of a technique persisting for a millennium instills a sense of dread within the heart of the formidable Tianlin. A technique sustained over 1,000 years, what immense power must it possess? At the pinnacle of martial arts, each strike and each sword carries its own spiritual essence. If one could refine this essence into a spiritual technique, the duration of its manifestation would extend with the depth of its refinement. A spiritual technique that endures for a millennium is nearly indistinguishable from a living entity. Whose swordplay could possibly sustain itself for such an epoch? Could it belong to the supreme demon saint? This is the first possibility that springs to Tianlin's mind. The golden altar is a structure within the wicked emperor's sacred palace, which is a divine treasure forged by the supreme demon saint. It is likely that this altar was left behind by him to test the martial artists who seek to enter the sacred palace, and thus, the spiritual technique may very well be a legacy of the supreme demon saint. However, Tianlin understands that the earlier manifestation was merely a tentative sword strike. For the supreme demon saint, being a prodigious genius and master of martial arts, undoubtedly possesses the capacity to conjure a spiritual technique of far greater magnitude. At that moment, amidst a resounding crash, a towering figure clad in golden armor materialized in this space, followed by an overwhelming aura that enveloped the entire 10th level of the golden altar. Before the formidable Tianlin could react, the golden-armored giant hovering in midair unleashed a beam of swordlight from his mouth. Tianlin felt a powerful gust of energy rush towards him, followed by an unbearable pain that spread throughout his body. Struggling to suppress the shock within, Tianlin drew his sword with a resounding clang, tracing a crimson circle around himself. With a fierce cry, he thrust his sword upward, shattering the fierce sword intent entirely. Gasping for breath, Tianlin remained on high alert, his gaze fixed on the golden-armored giant above, his pupils constricting in trepidation. "May I inquire if you are the spirit of the martial arts left by the esteemed demon saint?" Tianlin questioned coldly. "Impudent wretch! How dare you address the demon saint so casually? It seems you seek your own demise." The golden-armored giant, embodying the summoned spirit, fumed with rage and swung his hand, unleashing a wave of immense martial energy that left Tianlin in awe. Confronted by this overwhelming spirit, Tianlin's expression grew exceedingly grave, and he instinctively tightened his grip on the sword. Chapter 29, The Golden-Armored Giant. The martial energy contained within the giant's palm strike had undoubtedly reached the realm of a martial sovereign, presenting a formidable challenge to Tianlin, who was merely at the soul warrior level. At that moment, Tianlin's countenance bore an unprecedented seriousness. As he witnessed the impending strike, he shouted once more, channeling powerful martial energy into his sword. Unbeknownst to him, the energy coalescing around his blade had deepened in hue compared to before. In previous encounters, his battle aura, though red, had merely exhibited a faint hue. However, the crimson energy coalescing upon the blade this time was more vivid than ever before. Without allowing himself a moment's contemplation, the protagonist, with sword in hand, positioned it across his chest and executed a powerful strike akin to the famed splitting of Mount Hua. aimed directly at the oncoming torrent of battle aura. Furrowing his brow, he gritted his teeth and surged forward. Fully aware that retreat was not an option, doing so would mean the loss of his final chance. Resolute in his determination, the profound energy within him began to surge vigorously, mobilizing every thread of essence coursing through his meridians. In an instant, he found himself enveloped in a mysterious, faint red battle aura. With a formidable shout, he thrust both palms forward, the pale red energy clashing directly against the golden-armored giant's hands. Contrary to expectations, there was no explosive sound nor overwhelming shockwave. Instead, the two energies, one red and one white, entwined in a tense standoff. The golden-armored giant was taken aback, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. The realization that a mere young upstart had managed to neutralize the legendary technique of the esteemed battle saint struck a blow to his pride. With a furious roar, the giant thrust his body forward, causing the once stalemated white battle aura to surge aggressively toward the protagonist. Alarm surged within him. If he did not retaliate now, doom would surely follow. With a startled exclamation, the formidable Tianlin felt his originally straight arms bend gracefully backward before suddenly thrusting forward. In an instant, crimson battle aura enveloped the white energy of the golden-armored giant. As Tianlin let out a fierce roar, the pale red energy shattered the last line of defense and surged toward the giant. The tremendous sound of an explosion echoed throughout the space, the shockwave generated by the battle aura propelling Tianlin 3 jong away. Gasping for breath, he fixed his gaze intently on the golden-armored giant, who appeared bewildered as he stared at his own hands. Astonishment etched across his face. He could scarcely believe what had transpired. How could a mere youth at the realm of battle spirit defeat the technique manifested by a seasoned battle saint? It seemed inconceivable. Outside the golden platform, the creature Tiao was utterly dumbfounded, regarding Tianlin as if he were some monstrous being. Though he had already witnessed Tianlin's extraordinary prowess, he had not anticipated such an escalation. Is this boy truly human? The world has become utterly insane. Tiao, in a fit of anger, let slip a curse. Feeling emotions surge within him for the first time since he had become a divine beast. How is it that since meeting this boy, I have become increasingly human? Will I one day transform into a human myself? Tiao murmured softly to himself, a flicker of longing igniting within him at the thought of such a transformation. The divine beast metamorphosed, its bestial form transmuting into a human semblance, virtually indistinguishable from a mortal. Legend dictates that only divine beasts of the 6th rank or higher possess the ability to assume human form, while those below this echelon are incapable. Dao, a 5th rank divine beast, was therefore unable to transform. Had it not been for Nishanlin, Taowu might have cultivated for several more centuries to ascend to the 6th rank and attain the capacity for human guise. Abruptly, Taowu was startled by a burst of explosive sound. He craned his neck to gaze towards the 10th level of the golden altar, only to witness Nishanlin locked in combat with the golden-armored giant. Is this even possible? This is utterly preposterous, Taowu exclaimed, his face etched with disbelief. At that moment, Nishanlin was exerting his utmost effort, wielding a long sword with impenetrable finesse, engaging the golden-armored giant in a fierce contest of equals, while desperately parrying the giant's colossal attacks. Nishanlin meticulously analyzed his adversary's maneuvers and offensive patterns. As if discerning Nishanlin's intentions, the golden-armored giant emitted a frigid roar, intensifying the force of his strikes. The overbearing battle aura and formidable onslaught left Nishanlin struggling to cope, forcing him to haphazardly fend off the giant's domineering attacks, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. Nishanlin realized that if this continued, he would inevitably succumb. Defeat would signify the failure of his trial, leading to a single, dire consequence, the dissipation of his soul. I cannot lose! I must not lose! Nishanlin roared inwardly. Ah! Nishanlin bellowed, his voice imbued with indignant fury and indomitable resolve. At this moment, a remarkable transformation occurred within the body of the defiant Tianlin, as the crimson orb above his dantian once again emitted a resplendent red glow. Chapter 30, Sword Chi like a rainbow. An overwhelming battle aura surged forth from Tianlin's body, the red energy brimming with a terrifying momentum. Embodying the essence of a true sovereign. The dazzling crimson light enveloped Tianlin entirely, a formidable and domineering battle energy surged forth, hurtling toward the golden-armored giant hovering in the air. Startled, the golden-armored giant exclaimed, hastily channeling his own battle energy to counter Tianlin's crimson force. "What is this, boy?" he inquired, panic evident in his voice. A bead of sweat appeared on Tianlin's forehead, as he distinctly sensed that the red energy within him was more potent than ever before. In the past, when the crimson orb released its energy, he could endure it. But this time he felt immense agony, a piercing pain coursing through him. With a cold snort, Tianlin replied, "You are correct. Nearly everyone in the demon heaven divine domain possesses transparent battle energy, but I am an exception. What say you? Are you afraid? Ha ha ha. Boy. Do not think that your mysterious red battle energy intimidates me. I, a dignified battle saint, shall not be defeated by you. Prepare yourself." The golden-armored giant bellowed, unleashing a powerful palm strike toward Tianlin, causing the very air to still, as if it had been cleaved apart by his blow. Tianlin felt a sharp pain in his face from the fierce gust of wind generated by the giant's palm, and his breath quickened beneath the weight of that strike. As he accurately gauged the direction of the golden-armored giant's impending attack, Tianlin swept his right hand, causing the crimson battle aura on his sword to quiver, faintly resonating with the sound of a dragon's roar. This strike was devoid of any embellishment, relying purely on sheer force. The giant's colossal palm clashed with the sword's energy, and the crimson aura surged forward like a fearless fire dragon, directly shattering the battle energy emanating from the giant's hand. The red blade of light effortlessly pierced through the giant's right palm. In that fleeting moment, as his sword penetrated the giant's hand, Tianlin distinctly sensed an abrupt alleviation of the pressure surrounding him. "You seek death, boy," roared the golden-armored giant, as his left palm summoned a fierce wind aimed directly at Tianlin's crown. Should this blow land, Tianlin would undoubtedly meet his demise on the spot. Feeling the ferocity of the oncoming wind, Tianlin was jolted with urgency and instinctively leapt back. With a sweeping motion, the giant bellowed, his immense form stirring a whirlwind as he charged towards Tianlin. "How audacious of you to gamble with your life! I shall oblige your recklessness," the giant thundered, his visage contorting with rage. With a slight separation of his feet and a powerful clasp of his hands, he unleashed a resounding howl towards the heavens. Tianlin felt the very ground tremble violently beneath him, the air filled with the howling tempest. Suddenly, the entire 10th level of the golden platform was illuminated by a brilliant golden light. Fixing his gaze, Tianlin beheld the giant wielding a colossal golden sword, measuring nearly 10 feet in length. The formidable Tianlin was taken aback, his sword-like brows furrowing tightly together. The golden-armored giant wielded a colossal golden sword, measuring approximately 10 feet in length and 2 feet in width, which delivered an immense visual impact. Though the golden sword appeared solid, it was, in fact, an embodiment of summoned spiritual energy. As it sliced through the air, it seemed ethereal, almost dreamlike. The golden-armored giant let out a hearty laugh, gripping the hilt of the sword with both hands, and raised it high above, preparing to cleave downwards toward Tianlin. Feeling the fierce gust of wind generated by the descending sword, Tianlin's heart quivered, and the crimson aura surrounding him transformed into an even more enchanting spectacle. He sensed the profound energy within him surging forth as if desperately striving to escape. With this invigorating sensation, Tianlin's confidence swelled. He crossed his sword before his chest and stood resolutely. Just as the golden sword was about to descend, Tianlin's body shifted slightly, vanishing from the giant's sight in an instant. The golden-armored giant uttered a soft exclamation, bewildered as he scanned his surroundings, finding no trace of Tianlin. Suddenly, the giant shuddered, glancing upwards at his own head. To his astonishment, he beheld Tianlin hovering a foot above him, his right hand holding the sword at an angle. his expression one of serene indifference. A sense of foreboding washed over the giant. Moments ago, Tianlin had inexplicably vanished from his view, only to reappear directly above him with such swiftness that even the giant could not discern how it had occurred. In that moment, he found it difficult to accept this reality, reflecting on his own formidable status as a spirit summoner at the saint warrior level, whose power, despite having been worn down over a millennium, remained formidable and not to be underestimated. In such a scenario, to find oneself compelled to unleash an ultimate move against a congenital warrior of the battle soul realm, yet still unable to subdue him, filled the golden-armored giant with profound indignation. With a thunderous roar, he swung his colossal sword, unleashing a radiant golden blade of light into the air, then forcefully pointed upwards, aiming directly at the defiant Tianlin hovering above. Just in time. With a chilling shout, Tianlin plummeted from the sky. As he was about to collide with the golden giant's sword, he suddenly straightened his body, channeling all his battle energy into his feet, and lightly landed on the tip of the golden sword. Chapter 31, Unity of Man and Sword. Countless sword energies surged within the confines of the 10th floor of the golden platform, crimson battle energy cascading down like a breached dam. Tianlin spiraled down along the blade of the golden sword, his right hand wielding the long sword with force as he aimed for the right shoulder of the golden-armored giant. With a sharp hiss, Tianlin's longsword cleaved through the giant's shoulder, eliciting a mournful cry as the colossal sword clattered to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. In an instant, the golden sword, severed from the giant's body, became insubstantial, vanishing without a trace, along with the right arm that Tianlin had severed. Tianlin executed a nimble roll to the side, sword in hand, his gaze fixed intently on the golden-armored giant, wary of underestimating his opponent. Although he had successfully severed the giant's arm with a single strike, he was acutely aware of the tremendous effort it had taken to achieve this moment. At this moment, the profound energy within the body of the Tianling was considerably depleted. However, it was fortunate that the small red orb within continued to emanate a crimson glow, persistently replenishing the consumed profound energy. The golden-armored giant struggled to rise, his visage twisted with fury. Upon witnessing his right arm severed by Tianling, the giant unleashed a furious roar, his golden armor radiating blinding golden light, illuminating the entire 10th level of the golden platform as if it were a realm of gold. Tianling hastily shielded himself with the brilliance of his sword. But when he looked up again, he was struck with horror. The golden-armored giant had transformed himself into a colossal golden sword, his entire being morphing into an exquisite blade, its surface exuding formidable battle intent. Within a radius of 3 feet enveloped by this battle aura, the air was violently swept away, producing a terrifying hissing sound. Tianling understood that this was the giant's ultimate move. He had transformed his body into a long sword, achieving the realm of unity between man and sword. Truly, this was the legacy of a martial saint master, having attained the pinnacle of the man-sword unity. Tianling silently marveled within, recalling that he had encountered the concept of man-sword unity in ancient texts. It was said that only when a warrior's martial prowess and swordsmanship reached a certain level could one comprehend the essence of man-sword unity. The extreme celestial demon saint, being the only expert in the entire demon heaven divine realm to have broken through to the 10th level of the martial saint realm, naturally possessed such an ability. However, even the sword techniques he left behind had reached the realm of man-sword unity, which filled Tianling with profound admiration. The mythical beast Tao Wu, observing from outside the golden altar, witnessed the unfolding events with keen interest. As the golden-armored giant transformed himself into a colossal sword, Tao Wu sensed the gravity of the situation. The unity of man and sword, a realm of profound mastery, was bound to unleash a force of cataclysmic power. Such power was far beyond what Ni Tianlin, a mere warrior at the level of a battle soul, could withstand. "Young one, you must not perish," Tao Wu murmured, its gaze fixed intently on the scene within the golden altar. The golden sword, a manifestation of the giant, trembled slightly before thrusting towards Ni Tianlin with relentless precision. The sheer might of the sword was overwhelming. Ni Tianlin, unaccustomed to defeat, refused to succumb to the relentless assault. Harnessing the residual energy from the red orb within him, he forcibly mobilized his internal energy, determined to confront the golden sword. With a resounding cry, Tianlin leapt into the air, his sword charged with formidable combat energy. Aiming directly at the tip of the golden sword. The moment their swords clashed, a surge of powerful combat energy, akin to a tsunami, overwhelmed Tianlin. His right hand, gripping the sword, went numb from the shock, and soon lost all sensation. The golden sword, unimpeded, pierced through Tianlin's defenses, heading straight for his chest. Faced with the imminent threat, Tianlin's expression changed drastically. However, immobilized by the sword's energy, he found himself unable to move even an inch. A faint sound echoed as the golden sword's tip pierced through the skin of the formidable Tianlin's chest, relentlessly advancing further. Outside the golden platform, the Taowu was rendered speechless. Utterly astonished by the formidable might of the sword technique born from the fusion of man and sword. As he gazed at the crimson stain spreading across Tianlin's garment, sorrow filled Taowu's eyes. Alas! What a pity it is that such an extraordinarily gifted martial genius is destined to perish in this manner. It truly evokes a sense of lamentation. With a sigh, Taowu could no longer bear to witness the unfolding tragedy. He recognized Tianlin's immense strength, from the very beginning. This young man had been akin to a prodigy, instilling a profound sense of awe. He had vanquished Taowu, a fifth-tier divine beast, using merely his combat spirit realm. And subsequently, after a single battle, he broke through 2 levels to attain the combat soul realm, ultimately shattering the 7th tier of the golden platform with astonishing swiftness. Such prodigious talent is nearly beyond belief. Is this what they call heaven's jealousy of exceptional talent? Must such a young and remarkable martial genius meet his untimely demise here? Deep within the sacred palace of the evil emperor, a translucent elder wore an expression of deep contemplation. Could it be that I was mistaken? Yet, I distinctly sensed the aura of the divine pulse emanating from him, and that crimson battle aura is characteristic of the blood divine pulse, is it not? The elder shook his head, his ethereal form appearing somewhat frail. He continued to ponder, convinced he had not erred. Yet how could he possibly fall to my summon spirit technique? His innate talent and comprehension had been abundantly clear. He should have been capable of overcoming my mansword unity technique. Strange, indeed strange. At this moment, the protagonist, Lin, was drenched in cold sweat. The colossal sword, forged from the fusion of the golden-armored giant and the sword, had penetrated his body by a fraction. Despite the protection of his battle aura, he had still sustained injuries. Just when he found himself in a perilous situation, Lin suddenly felt a powerful energy surging from his dantian, leaving him nearly breathless under the pressure. Before long, he sensed that this energy was multiplying within him, reaching a point where it threatened to burst forth uncontrollably. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through Lin's entire being, and a resounding hum resonated in his mind as a crimson energy erupted around him, akin to flames dancing in the wind. Chapter 32, Breakthrough. Rewards. A vibrant red suffused the entire golden arena. As the immense sword from the fusion of the giant and sword caused the energy within Lin to churn violently. The blood-red battle aura swiftly healed the wound on his chest at a visible pace. The golden sword, which had already pierced beneath Lin's skin into his muscle, was now being mended by the red battle aura, and he could distinctly feel his injuries closing up. The giant sword emitted a gentle, resonant quiver, and an even more formidable wave of battle aura surged toward Lin. As he braced himself against this overwhelming force, his body endured an extraordinary burden. In this state of intense oppression, a remarkable transformation began to unfold within him. Ah! Lin let out a mighty roar. His arms stretching wide as 2 streams of blood-red battle aura suddenly split apart, releasing a torrent of magnificent energy. With a resounding roar, the defiant Tianlin thrust forward with both palms, causing the colossal golden sword to tremble violently before emitting a mournful wail. In the next instant, the magnificent sword shattered explosively. Golden shards erupted into the air like shooting stars. Although the sword had fragmented, the remnants retained immense power, each piece imbued with martial energy. Every trajectory teeming with lethal intent. Tianlin, refusing to indulge in any complacency, summoned his battle aura, wielding his sword to unleash a dazzling array of swordlight, forming a crimson barrier of energy around him. At that moment, Tianlin felt a sudden surge of heat emanating from his dantian, accompanied by an instinctual sensation of impending breakthrough. Suppressing his astonishment, he skillfully navigated the onslaught of the golden fragments while simultaneously focusing his mind to safeguard his spirit, striving to maintain the last vestige of clarity within his consciousness. Tianlin had entered a critical juncture in his breakthrough. Even the slightest misstep could result in catastrophic failure. Outside the golden altar, the Tao Wu was rendered speechless, aghast that Tianlin would dare attempt a breakthrough at such a perilous moment and act tantamount to courting death. It is well known that a martial artist requires a tranquil environment and a singular focus during a breakthrough. Any distraction could lead to a catastrophic reversal of blood flow, potentially resulting in self-destruction or even madness. This reckless youth was indeed flirting with death, audaciously choosing this moment to advance. Had his master imparted no wisdom to him regarding such grave taboos? The divine beast Tao Wu, with a face full of concern, muttered to himself, unwittingly regarding the extraordinary Tianlin as his own master. At that moment, within the confines of the golden altar, the extraordinary Tianlin suddenly opened his eyes wide. A brilliant light surging forth from them, radiating with an uncontainable brilliance. In just 3 days, he had ascended through all 10 levels of the golden altar, a feat that even the astoundingly intelligent and unparalleled martial artist, the extreme heaven demon saint, could not achieve. As Tianlin contemplated how to exit, he sensed a sudden shift in his surroundings, and by the time he regained his composure, he found himself standing outside the golden altar. The divine beast Tao Wu burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Kid, you truly are a prodigy. Who would have thought you could pass the golden altar trial in just 3 days and even break through to the second level of the battle spirit realm? Such martial prowess is simply astonishing. By the heavens, do not forget that I am a divine beast. In this mystic spirit continent, no one can rival me. Only warriors of the battle saint realm are worthy to stand alongside me. Should you continue to underestimate this divine beast, I assure you, once my strength is restored, you shall face my wrath." Observing Tao Wu's indignation, Tianlin chuckled heartily before sighing, "What a pity. I could have broken through to the 3rd level of the battle spirit realm just now, but for some unknown reason, I could not. Such a splendid opportunity for advancement is truly regrettable." Tao Wu, upon hearing Tianlin's lament, disregarded his words entirely. For others, breaking through even a single level would be a monumental occasion, yet for Tianlin, it seemed as though he was indifferent, even dissatisfied with merely advancing 1 level. It has only been 2 days since he last achieved a remarkable breakthrough, ascending 2 realms to reach the 1st level of the battle soul. Yet, he dares to complain about the pace of his progress. If other cultivators were to overhear such words, they might very well succumb to apoplexy in disbelief. To ascend 3 levels in merely 3 days, transitioning from the 8th level of battle spirit to the 2nd level of battle soul, is nothing short of astounding. Although the creature known as the TNGW is a divine beast well versed in the ways of the world, it has never witnessed such an aberrant rate of advancement. Were every cultivator to replicate the frenzied breakthroughs of the inverted heaven Lin, the entire Xianling continent would be transformed in a matter of years into a realm teeming with extraordinary talents. In just 3 days, the inverted heaven Lin traversed the 10 levels of the golden platform, and by all accounts, he should receive rewards unprecedented in history. TNGW too awaited this revelation, as he had never beheld the nature of such rewards. Suddenly, the entire evil emperor's palace trembled with a subtle vibration, followed by a radiant light appearing at the pinnacle of the golden platform's 10th level. A screen, reminiscent of a square, manifested before the inverted heaven Lin and TNGW. Within this shimmering display, an elderly man with flowing white hair emerged, appearing as though he had just awakened from slumber. As the elder's eyes gradually opened, 2 beams of divine light erupted forth. In that instant, the inverted Heaven Lin felt a jolt coursing through his body, only to be struck with horror as he realized he was rendered immobile. A person can indeed ensnare another with merely a glance, rendering them utterly immobile. This remarkable ability leads Ni Tianlin to believe that this individual is no ordinary being. Their martial prowess must certainly exceed that of a battle emperor. For even before a battle emperor, Ni Tianlin has never experienced such a sense of being bound. After countless millennia, someone has finally managed to break through the 10th level of the golden platform within 3 days, and thus the reward can finally be bestowed. The elder spoke slowly, a glimmer of anticipation gracing his aged visage. Chapter 33. The emergence of the demon saint. A tremor coursed through Ni Tianlin's heart as he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity emanating from the elder. It was a peculiar sensation, for Ni Tianlin had never met the elder before, leaving him in a state of perplexity. Upon the elder's arrival, the once tranquil crimson orb within him began to emit a resonant thrumming, an odd feeling akin to the excitement and warmth shared between 2 long-separated individuals upon their reunion. As a divine beast, he possesses an absolute regal status and dignity. Ni Tianlin had never witnessed such a display from the Taowu. Ni Tianlin understood that the being capable of eliciting such expressions and actions from the Taowu must be an entity of formidable power. To instill such reverence in a 5th-tier divine beast, there could only be one person. Could it truly be him? Ni Tianlin's heart raced as he abruptly raised his gaze to the enigmatic elder atop the golden platform, his blood surging with fervor. Are you the esteemed demon saint of the extreme heavens? In a state of disbelief and profound astonishment, Nishinkin gazed at the elder on the screen, his lips twitching. I never imagined that after 10 millennia, someone would still remember this old man. The elder chuckled heartily and countered with a question. Nishinkin was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression turned serious as he spoke. Esteemed senior, your presence within the evil emperor's divine palace, along with the reverence displayed by the divine beast, suggests that you must be the legendary extreme heavenly demon saint who once dominated the entire demon heaven divine realm. Ha ha ha, indeed. I am pleasantly surprised to find that you possess considerable knowledge, the elder replied with a hearty laugh, tinged with an indescribable bitterness. It is gratifying to know that even after 10 millennia, there is still someone who recognizes me, the extreme heavenly demon saint. My journey through this world has not been in vain. Nishinkin's heart surged with excitement as he silently exclaimed. To think I am in the presence of the extreme heavenly demon saint, who once reigned over the entire demon heaven divine realm. Despite his outward calm, a tempest of emotions raged within him. You, young one, have achieved the remarkable feat of traversing the 10 levels of the golden platform within just 3 days. This is nothing short of a miracle. I am astonished that someone in this world possesses such extraordinary talent and potential. Truly, you are a prodigy, the elder remarked, his admiration evident. Since the appearance of the extreme heavenly demon saint, the divine beast's tail had remained prostrate, not daring to lift its head. Nishinkin observed that although the extreme heavenly demon saint stood before him, he appeared more like a wisp of ethereal blue smoke, subtly swaying upon the luminous screen. As the enigmatic figure of the extreme heaven demon saint observed the furrowed brows and expressions of uncertainty on the face of the young man, he discerned the thoughts swirling within his mind. Child, are you pondering whether I am a specter or a living soul? The extreme heaven demon saint abruptly inquired. Startled for a moment, the young man, known as Reverse Heaven Lin, nodded in acknowledgement and replied, I beg your pardon for my audacity. It is widely believed throughout the demon heaven divine domain that you have long since passed into the next realm. To encounter you here today is indeed a rare stroke of fortune, yet there is a matter that perplexes me, and I humbly seek your wisdom. Today, I find myself in good spirits. Pose your inquiries freely, the elder encouraged. Your esteemed presence vanished from the demon heaven divine domain eons ago. The whereabouts of your essence have inspired myriad speculations. Now, having the fortune to meet you here, might you elucidate this matter? Reverse Heaven Lin asked, maintaining a tone of respect and curiosity. The extreme heaven demon saint nodded thoughtfully, his voice resonating with gravitas. Indeed, young one, you possess a keen perception. What stands before you is but a fragment of my spiritual consciousness, a mere remnant conjured from my own spiritual power and intent. My corporeal form and true essence have long since disintegrated into dust, over 10 millennia ago. A tremor of realization coursed through reverse heaven Lin, his suspicions were confirmed. The figure of the extreme heaven demon saint before him was merely a shadow preserved through spiritual essence for millennia. Yet, this revelation was astonishing. For it required immense mastery and spiritual fortitude to sustain such a projection for thousands of years. Beside them, the creature known as Tao Wu emitted a series of muffled grunts, betraying its excitement at the unfolding discourse. The enigmatic Tianlin turned his gaze towards the creature beneath him. The Tao Wu, and inquired, Tao Wu, why do you remain prostrate upon the ground? If you have something to convey, do so directly. To his surprise, the extreme celestial demon saint erupted in hearty laughter upon hearing Tianlin's words. Chapter 34, The Reversal Elixir. Why have I never heard of such an elixir? Tianlin pondered. Having resided in the Xianling continent for over a decade and hailing from a prominent family, he had encountered numerous potions. Yet, the elixir in his possession was one he could neither name nor had ever heard of before. Tianlin quickly clarified, Senior, you have misunderstood. This was given to me by my father upon my arrival here. It is his storage ring. In our family, the Ni family, there exists only this singular elixir. Ah, I see. What did you just mention? The Ni family? The extreme celestial demon saint appeared to recall something suddenly, his curiosity piqued. He inquired once more. Tianlin's body trembled violently as he swallowed hard, responding, Ni Chongtian is the ancestor of our Ni family. He was the pioneer who founded our lineage. The extreme celestial demon saint's expression shifted, and after a prolonged moment, he burst into another round of raucous laughter. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that after 10,000 years, I would stand face to face with the descendant of an old friend? Fate truly is a capricious force. With a sigh of nostalgia, he gazed towards the luminous screen atop the golden altar, while a flicker of intrigue danced in Tianlin's eyes. Young man, what is your name? From the beginning until now, the extreme heavenly demon saint has always referred to Ni Tianlin as the lad, and thus has yet to learn his name. I am called Ni Tianlin. Well, I did not expect you to be a descendant of Ni Chongtian. No wonder you possess such extraordinary talent. The extreme heavenly demon saint nodded, his face brimming with approval. At this moment, Ni Tianlin felt even more perplexed. After hesitating for a moment, he spoke up, May I inquire, esteemed senior, if you were acquainted with our ancestor of the Ni clan? Not only acquainted, but I was a close friend of Ni Chongtian over 10 millennia ago. He was my sole companion and my greatest rival in martial arts. Esteemed senior, since you were such a close friend of my ancestor, why have I never heard my father mention this? Upon hearing this, the extreme heavenly demon saint sighed and replied, Indeed, it is all due to me. My residual presence will fade in less than half an hour. Child, would you like to hear about my experiences with your ancestor Ni Chongtian? I can provide you with a brief account. The extreme heavenly demon saint began to speak slowly. Thank you, esteemed senior, I am all ears. Very well. Let us start from 10,000 years ago. At that time, I was merely a master at the Battle Emperor realm, traversing the Xianling continent. By chance, I encountered your ancestor, who was also a master at the Battle Emperor realm. Thus, we engaged in a contest of equal prowess, and ultimately, I was defeated by his sword. Noticing the look of yearning on Ni Tianlin's face, the extreme heavenly demon saint revealed a faint, bittersweet smile and continued, however, the good times were short-lived, for soon after, your ancestor Ni Chongtian established the Ni clan. In a momentous clash upon the summit of Mount Lingluo, I faced a formidable adversary, a martial artist at the pinnacle of the Battle Emperor realm, steeped in the practice of nefarious arts. Your esteemed father, in an act of solidarity, ventured forth to aid me in this perilous encounter. Alas, during the heat of battle, the Battle Emperor, succumbing to a sudden surge of demonic influence, resorted to a desperate life-for-life gambit in his final moments. As his blade hurtled towards my throat, a mere inch from its mark, your venerable ancestor intervened with unforeseen alacrity, selflessly intercepting the fatal blow meant for me. The suddenness of the event forced Chong Tian into a hasty response, resulting in the severing of his meridians by the overwhelming battle aura. Though I managed to deliver the coup de grâce to the malevolent Battle Emperor, your ancestors sustained grievous injuries in the process. Chapter 35, The Puppet Vestibule. 1. Nishinlin, recognizing the telltale signs of a dissipating spiritual essence and the fading of an afterimage, felt a pang of melancholy. So many unanswered questions lingered in his mind, yet the dwindling time of the supreme celestial devil saint was evident. Though the saint had not uttered the final words, Nishinlin already knew the answer, albeit surprised that his ancestor and the saint were such close confidants. Nishinlin nodded, his countenance tinged with solemnity. Rest assured, esteemed elder, I shall not fail to meet your expectations. Excellent. Splendid indeed. Ha 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 ha. The supreme celestial devil saint erupted in a hearty laugh, followed by a tremor in the light screen atop the golden altar. The saint's form gradually blurred, eventually vanishing into nothingness. Hey, Tuo, why are you gnawing at my leg? I didn't see you daring to do that when the saint was present. With a hint of irritation, Ni Tianlin remarked, then bent down to brush off his garments. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Ni Tianlin's words, Tao Wu not only refrained from expressing anger but instead responded with a touch of pride, You know nothing, young one. The extreme heaven demon saint is the true master of this divine beast, having subdued me through sheer strength. Therefore, my deep respect carries no shame. Ever since entering the Forbidden Forest, Ni Tianlin had scarcely paused in his battles. Upon careful reflection, he realized that today marked the 7th day since his entrance into the Forbidden Forest, with approximately 20 days remaining until the grand tournament. Thus, he must seize every moment to engage in combat. Little did he know that Ni Dingyu had not anticipated that Ni Tianlin would inadvertently stumble into the evil emperor's divine palace and, by a stroke of fortune, encounter the extreme heaven demon saint. Chapter 36, The Puppet's Mystical Passage. 2. The Puppet's Mystical Passage. Ni Tianlin's face was filled with confusion as he gazed at the corridor before him, utterly perplexed. Indeed, it is the puppet's mystical passage, Tao Wu reiterated, confirming Ni Tianlin's suspicions. As the name suggests, the puppet's mystical passage involves mechanisms akin to wooden puppets that launch attacks. Tao Wu elaborated, this passage is divided into 81 challenges, each representing a step. With each step, puppet figures will emerge to obstruct your progress. Only by overcoming all challenges can you pass the trial. Gazing at the lengthy corridor ahead, Ni Tianlin acutely sensed the murderous intent it harbored, his brow furrowing slightly. On either side of the passage, dozens of torches flickered, crackling as they burned, having done so for countless years. Aside from this, the corridor was utterly desolate, devoid of any other objects. Yet he remained oblivious to the source of the intense aura of hostility surrounding him. Could it be? A faint smile graced the lips of the formidable Nishinlin, who then shook his head slightly, as if grappling with an elusive thought. The puppets at the threshold? Could it be that there are wooden figures lurking within this corridor? A frown creased Nishinlin's brow, only to be swiftly replaced by a glimmer of realization. Suddenly, with a deft flick of his wrist, his sword was drawn, its radiant light brimming with martial spirit, transforming into a streak of brilliance that surged forth into the passageway. Clang clang! In an instant, 2 towering figures emerged from the corridor's walls, their expressions vacant and demeanor icy, yet their martial prowess was unmistakable. With a series of resounding clashes, they unleashed their fists, shattering the sword light that Nishinlin had conjured. So it was. A hint of arrogance curled at the corners of Nishinlin's mouth, his eyes alight with anticipation. He understood now that this corridor was likely filled with many such wooden puppets. The purpose of the challenge laid by the Supreme Demon Saint became clear to him. Indeed, within the Xianling continent, numerous sects employed similar wooden or bronze alleyways, designed to test whether their disciples met the martial standards of the sect. Furthermore, this method spared the instructors from direct involvement, allowing them to utilize formations and magic to control various puppets, thereby assessing the strength of their students. Without further hesitation, Nishinclin strode confidently into the corridor. Taking his first step, as he stepped forth, a series of clicking sounds emanated from the walls on either side of the passage, and two wooden figures leaped forth from the walls. Two puppet figures, one on the left and one on the right, charged towards the unyielding beast with astonishing speed, leaving it momentarily astonished. The puppet on the left launched a powerful punch aimed at the unyielding beast's head, while the one on the right simultaneously extended its leg, attempting to sweep at the unyielding beast's lower body. The velocity of their assault was far beyond what one would expect from mere puppets. At that moment, the unyielding beast had no time to ponder the situation, as the fists and leg were nearly upon its skin. Swiftly, it sidestepped and leaped into the air, unsheathing its longsword. Having evaded the immediate peril, the unyielding beast dared not linger. It thrust the sword towards the puppets, hoping to repel them. However, the reality was harsh, as the battle aura merely left a faint scratch on the puppets' bodies, failing to shatter or dissipate. Alarmed, the unyielding beast recognized the futility of brute force and understood the necessity of employing cunning. Aiming for the trajectory of the left puppet's punch, the unyielding beast abruptly sidestepped, simultaneously seizing the puppet's arm with its right hand and yanking it fiercely. In that instant, the left and right puppets' fists collided with a resounding crack before they quickly separated, retreating dazedly into the walls. The first trial was overcome. Upon passing this initial challenge, a torrent of information surged into the unyielding beast's mind, elucidating the true purpose of the corridor. Indeed, it was as the unyielding beast had surmised. This passage was designed to test those who dared to traverse its path. This passageway consists of a total of 81 challenges, each step representing a distinct trial, culminating in a total of 81 steps. The very act of taking a single step signifies the successful completion of one challenge. However, the protagonist, Reverse Tianlin, possesses ample reason to believe that this enigmatic passageway of puppets harbors formidable offensive capabilities. Furthermore, Reverse Tianlin has received intelligence indicating that the 81 trials conceal 81 unique martial arts techniques, each a transcendent skill of the illustrious Extreme Heaven Demon Saint. Should Reverse Tianlin navigate these 81 challenges with success, it would imply his profound comprehension of the essence behind the Extreme Heaven Demon Saint's 81 techniques, thereby granting him access to an unparalleled martial prowess. Reverse Tianlin is acutely aware that the martial arts left behind by the Extreme Heaven Demon Saint to test those who dare to traverse this path are anything but ordinary. He harbors a measure of trepidation regarding his own ability to prevail. After all, he currently resides only in the second realm of the Battle Soul stage. To successfully traverse this passageway, he must rely solely on his innate talent and his capacity for enlightenment in martial arts. Attempting to surmount the 81 challenges based solely on his actual strength is an utterly impossible endeavor. Recognizing this truth, Reverse Tianlin remains stationary, refraining from hastily taking his second step. After a brief pause of several seconds, Reverse Tianlin suddenly advances forward. The moment his feet touch the ground, two wooden puppets spring forth from either side of the wall. Each puppet simultaneously unleashes a beam of swordlight, which, just as it is about to reach Reverse Tianlin, unexpectedly intertwines, forming a grand cross of swordlight that rushes toward him. With unwavering focus, Reverse Tianlin keenly observes the incoming swordlight, his mind rapidly calculating its speed and the trajectory of its movement. With a thunderous shout, Nishinclin brandished his longsword, unleashing a vivid crimson arc of light that cleaved through the air towards the oncoming sword strike. The two beams of light collided in an instant. Yet Nishinclin's attack shattered into fragments, utterly unable to withstand the force. Chapter 37, Ingenious Craftsmanship. Nishinklin stood solemnly at the entrance of the corridor, his expression grave and silent, absorbing the daunting presence of the puppet left behind by the martial saint. Even after thousands of years, its formidable power remained palpable. It became evident that traversing this passage required an immensely high level of martial prowess, otherwise, it would lead only to demise. Nishinklin sighed internally, a sense of despondency taking hold of him. Although he had reached the second realm of the battle soul and exhibited signs of a potential breakthrough, he was still merely a practitioner at the battle soul level, woefully distant from the coveted realm of the martial saint, which all warriors aspired to attain. The chasm between the battle soul and martial saint realms was not merely one of layers, but of an entirely different essence. While Nishinklin had managed to defeat the formidable fifth-tier divine beast, Taowu, on par with a martial saint using the energy from the red orb within his dantian, he knew that without that sudden surge of energy to protect his vital pathways, he would have been incapable of overcoming the beast. It is worth noting that Taowu was an ancient divine beast, one of the most ferocious among the magical creatures. Alongside Taowu, the other three great beasts Tao Tai, Chaos, and Qiongqi were renowned for their unmatched power. Had it not been for the sudden eruption of formidable battle energy from the divine veins within the Tianlin body, which timely shielded his heart's pulse, he would have long since become a lifeless corpse. It is precisely because Tianlin is acutely aware of this fact that he refrains from acting rashly, standing there with furrowed brows, contemplating a countermeasure. Although this pressure is not particularly potent for Tianlin, what astonishes him is not the pressure itself, but rather the source of it. An unparalleled powerhouse, capable of infusing their battle energy into each strike, sustaining that energy for centuries or even millennia without dissipating. Yet, to merge one's own battle energy and pressure into a technique is an exceedingly arduous endeavor. The pressure emanating from a warrior is a natural consequence of their realm and years of mental cultivation. Thus, integrating one's own pressure into a technique is a daunting feat, revealing the extraordinary martial prowess of the extreme Sky Demon Saint in their prime. With his resolve firm, Tianlin positioned his sword against his chest and resolutely stepped forward, his eyes glinting with determination and confidence. The moment his feet landed, a series of crackling sounds echoed from the walls of the passage, as two beams of sword light flashed, attacking Tianlin's chest and lower body from different angles. Startled, Tianlin did not anticipate that the puppet mechanism would present a different challenge each time. During his previous trial, the sword lights had crossed in their assault, but now, as he took this second step, it triggered a transformation in the puppet's moves, something completely unforeseen by Tianlin. There was no time for Nishinklin to ponder further, for the two beams of sword light approached with astonishing speed, reaching him in the mere blink of an eye. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt into the air, his right hand wielding the long sword in a sweeping motion, unleashing a faint crimson swordlight that surged toward the two incoming beams. With a resounding clash, the three beams of sword light vanished into oblivion. Before Nishinklin could fully comprehend the situation, several more sword energies assailed him. To exacerbate matters, two wooden puppets simultaneously struck at him with their palms, the force of their strikes causing his breath to catch momentarily. This was fortuitous. Nishinklin let out a hearty laugh, his sword light dancing with confidence, utterly unafraid. The faint crimson battle aura swirled around him, wherever his longsword traversed, sword energies intertwined and the battle aura surged. He deftly flicked his sword against the left puppet, then somersaulted to the rear of the right puppet, delivering a powerful kick to its back. Under the impact of this forceful strike, the right puppet's body involuntarily swayed. Seizing this rare opportunity, Nishinklin shook his sword, channeling all his battle aura into the blade. And with a mighty shout, he thrust toward the puppet's neck. Break! With a thunderous roar, his sword was but mere inches from the puppet. Just then, the puppet suddenly bent its body and retreated into the wall, while the other puppet awkwardly followed suit. Nishinklin laughed heartily as he gracefully descended, his expression betraying a hint of joy. So it was indeed true. Nikita Lin nodded to himself, finally grasping the true purpose of this puppet's threshold. It serves not merely as a test of a warrior's martial prowess but also as an evaluation of their potential and innate qualities on the path of martial arts. Chapter 38, The Nine Phantom Sword Record. Indeed, it is the aura of murderous intent. Nikita Lin distinctly sensed within that aura a relentless momentum. Such terrifying malice. He never anticipated encountering such a formidable killing intent in this passageway. With a gasp of astonishment, Nikita Lin, without a moment's hesitation, brandished his sword. His entire being trembled as he released his battle energy within a 1-foot radius, ensuring that the malevolent force could not infiltrate his body. Just as Nikita Lin prepared to exhale in relief, two puppets suddenly burst forth from the walls with astonishing speed. His body instinctively sank, and his right-hand sword arched downward, forming a bow. Using the sword as a pivot, his feet performed an incredible sweep in midair. With a thunderous shout, Nikita Lin channeled his battle energy, propelling the sword upward to strike at one of the puppets. Just as he believed this strike would surely repel the puppet, it executed an action that left Nikita Lin in awe. The puppet's body swayed and then, with a sudden force, it extended its fist, crashing it against the blade of Nikita Lin's sword. A wave of dread washed over him as he felt the violent battle energy surging through the sword. His mind was momentarily shaken. Struggling to stabilize against the immense pressure exerted on the blade, Nikita Lin immediately summoned the mysterious energy within him, striving to break free from the puppet's binding force. At that moment, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. Suddenly, the puppet on the right crossed its arms with the puppet on the left. In the instant their left and right arms intermingled, a peculiar, transparent weapon materialized above them, exuding a formidable aura of battle. Nishiang Lin understood that this transparent weapon was forged from concentrated battle energy. To condense battle energy into such an ethereal form required at least the cultivation level of a battle sovereign. Nishiang Lin's father, Knighting Yu, possessed the ability to transform his own battle energy into a gaseous weapon shape, thereby enhancing its lethality. Now, however, Nishiang Lin had no time to ponder the reasons behind this, for the weapon formed of battle energy was already hurtling towards him in an instant. A grave expression settled upon Nishiang Lin's face as he sensed the overwhelming battle energy and oppressive pressure emanating from the peculiar weapon. His sword danced through the air, and a faint crimson battle energy, imbued with a mysterious essence, radiated from him. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, and Nishiang Lin tasted blood, a trickle escaping from the corner of his mouth. It was almost unbelievable that the combined efforts of the two puppets could unleash the power of a battle sovereign. Such a technique of energy amalgamation manifesting within a mere puppet was utterly unprecedented. Energy amalgamation, as the term suggests, involves channeling mystical energy to enhance combat prowess. However, it is important to note that while energy amalgamation can significantly augment a warrior's power, it does not elevate their cultivation level. However, how did these two puppets manage to achieve such feats? During the recent confrontation with the marionettes, the formidable Tian Lin sensed that they had not reached the realm of a battle sovereign. Yet they were capable of amalgamating their powers to manifest the strength of a battle sovereign. Furthermore, they had cultivated a tangible battle aura that could only be realized by one at the battle sovereign level, leaving Tian Lin utterly perplexed. The amalgamation of power typically results in a dramatic increase in a warrior's prowess, elevating their internal mystic energy to an unparalleled zenith. Some prodigious warriors may channel their potent internal mystic energy to break through during combat, though such occurrences are exceedingly rare. The reason is simple: a warrior must achieve breakthroughs in a tranquil and undisturbed environment, otherwise, they risk succumbing to madness and catastrophic demise. Yet, before him stood not a human, but two mere puppets, rendering a spontaneous breakthrough utterly impossible. Could it be the 9 illusion sword manuscript? A tremor coursed through Tian Lin's body, his countenance shifting dramatically. Given the exquisite swordsmanship and profound sword intent displayed moments ago, it seemed that only the 9 illusion sword manuscript could contain such techniques and moves. With a deep sigh, Tian Lin's expression transformed into one of reverent yearning. The 9 illusion sword manuscript, one of the 4 ancient tomes of legend. It is said that this manuscript holds the secrets of supreme martial arts and unparalleled sword techniques. Revered throughout history, the 9 Illusion Sword manuscript was a coveted ancient tome that incited frenzied competition among the denizens of the demon heaven divine realm thousands of years ago. Countless martial cultivators resorted to mutual slaughter and madness, driven by an insatiable desire to possess the 9 Illusion Sword manuscript. To this day, a legend circulates within the realm of the demon sky, recounting how the supreme demon sage of the Xianling continent, through a fortuitous encounter, acquired a remarkable tome. It is said that he comprehended the profound sword techniques contained within the 9 Illusion Sword record, ultimately achieving unparalleled mastery in swordsmanship and martial arts. Yet, this remains merely a legend, for no one has ever laid eyes upon the 9 Illusion Sword record, leaving its contents shrouded in mystery. The connection between the 9 Illusion Sword record and the Supreme Demon Sage arises from the fact that, since his emergence, the tome vanished without a trace. Years later, the Supreme Demon Sage emerged from his seclusion, vanquishing the elite of the 6 realms with his supreme swordsmanship and divine skills, earning him the title of the foremost figure in the entire realm of the demon sky. Consequently, he is also referred to as the Supreme Sword Sage, a testament to the extraordinary heights of his swordsmanship and martial prowess. Just moments ago, the sword techniques wielded by those 2 puppet warriors compelled the rebellious Tianlin to associate them with the 9 Illusion Sword record. In his eyes, only the sword techniques within that tome could possess such formidable power and profound intent. Although those 2 puppets were likely limited to the realm of the Battle King, they were capable of manifesting combat energy, an ability typically reserved for the Battle Emperor, through the accumulation of their prowess. This alone suffices to illustrate the depth of their mysteries. It appears that the formidable sword moves executed by the puppets are, more likely than not, related to the 9 Illusion Sword record. Tianlin gazed into the passageway before him, murmuring to himself, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Chapter 39, Breaking Through 2 Levels. Relishing the enigmatic and unfathomable swordplay from before, Tianlin closed his eyes, savoring the essential principles of the swordsmanship. The lingering sword intent within the corridor captivated him. Abruptly, Tianlin's eyes snapped open, his gaze erupting with astonishing brilliance. Disregarding his injuries, Tianlin once more ventured into the 3rd stage of the trial. The wooden puppets sprang forth from the walls again, a surge of overwhelming sword intent assailing him. Throughout the corridor, battle energy crisscrossed and intertwined. Should Tianlin falter even slightly, he would undoubtedly perish beneath the battle energy-laden sword light. Ha 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 ha! Tianlin erupted in a hearty and unrestrained laugh, casually wielding his sword, his robes fluttering. Although the sharp sword energy incessantly carved several crimson wounds upon Tianlin's body, he persevered in his full-fledged response, displaying not a trace of timidity. Tianlin understood that his only recourse was to pass the trial, for he had no means of retreat. Recalling how his father, in order to enable him to enter the Forbidden Forest for cultivation, had defied the clan's prohibitions by allowing him in, all so that he could successfully break through to the Battle Soul realm and then represent the clan in the forthcoming martial arts tournament. Therefore, for the sake of his father's aspirations, Tianlin could not afford to lose. Simultaneously, for his own survival, Tianlin could even less afford to lose. With this realization, Tianlin's steps became even more unwavering, for he knew he had no other option. Since there was no choice, then he would forge his own. Tianlin roared inwardly, his body suddenly soaring into the air, his arms flung open, as he lifted his head and bellowed, his entire being erupting with unparalleled battle energy, akin to suddenly erupting magma, earth-shattering and heaven-shaking. At that moment, a surge of crimson battle aura suddenly coalesced upon the long sword in Nishinklin's right hand. Unlike previous manifestations, this aura took the distinct shape of a red sword, clear and formidable. The intensity of its hue had deepened, emanating a subtle yet oppressive pressure that instilled a sense of foreboding. Just then, Nishinklin felt an unsettling warmth rise within him. Realizing it must be the mischievous red orb inside him, he pondered its uncanny tendency to assist him in perilous situations, leaving him perplexed. As the sensation of heat intensified, Nishinklen deftly wielded his sword to fend off the attacks of the puppet adversaries while allocating a fragment of his focus to safeguard his heart's core. A sense of dread washed over him. The emergence of such a condition at this juncture could spell disaster. No! Not only was he contending with the relentless onslaught of the puppets, but he was also burdened with the daunting task of protecting his vital essence, straining him considerably. In a moment of carelessness, a blade of the puppets again carved a gash upon his form, crimson blood instantly spilling forth and staining his sleeve. Nishinklen furrowed his brow and executed a sudden backward somersault, sensing the insistent heat within him swell to an almost overwhelming degree. At that instant, clarity struck his mind. He sensed a burgeoning potential yearning to break free. In the next heartbeat, Nishinklen performed an astonishing maneuver that left all witnesses in a state of shock. Suddenly, the celestial being known as Nian Tianlin shifted the long sword that lay across his chest, exposing his entire form to the onslaught of the puppet's swordlight, allowing countless beams of radiant energy to strike against his body. In truth, a monumental transformation was occurring within Nian Tianlin at that very moment. The small red orb residing in his dantian was radiating a mesmerizing crimson glow, spinning incessantly within. Strangely, however, the sword light inflicted upon Nian Tianlin's form left not a single mark, not even the slightest wound. If one were to observe closely, they would notice that the sword energy dissipated into nothingness upon reaching a 3-foot radius around him, as if obstructed by an unseen force. Regardless of how fierce the puppet's sword light might be, upon reaching Nian Tianlin, it bore no trace of power whatsoever. A closer inspection would reveal a transparent barrier of air encircling him, shimmering with a faint red luminescence. Suddenly, Nian Tianlin opened his eyes wide, letting out a powerful roar as he brandished his sword, charging fiercely towards the 2 puppets before him. Upon entering the 4th test, 2 more puppets emerged from the walls. They were the same puppets, yet they exuded a more formidable strength. Without the slightest hesitation, Nian Tianlin allowed the wild, unrestrained swordlight to strike him. Yet it could not inflict a single injury upon him. Deep within the sinister emperor's sacred palace, in a chamber fortified by walls of solid copper and iron, an elder observed every move of Nian Tianlin through the luminous screen before him. Since the arrival of the extraordinary Tianlin into the depths of the evil emperor's divine palace, an elderly figure has been intently observing the silver screen before him, scrutinizing each swing of Tianlin's sword and every breakthrough he achieves. The appearance and stature of this elder reveal that he, much like the ethereal remnant of the extreme heavenly demon Saint's spirit, is merely a spectral manifestation. This elder is none other than the 3rd remnant created by the extreme heavenly demon Saint, forged from 3 drops of his essence and his very spirit. Among the 3 remnants, he is the most formidable one. The 3 remnants, infused with varying amounts of divine consciousness within the essence, possess differing degrees of knowledge, capabilities, and longevity. Chapter 40, the 5th level of Battle Soul. The elder gazes in astonishment at the luminous screen, murmuring to himself in disbelief. What an extraordinary talent in martial arts, a rarity in a millennium. To extinguish such a genius merely due to a rule would be an irreparable loss. Nodding thoughtfully, it seems he has made a significant decision. However, when the elder lifts his gaze again, he witnesses Tianlin breaking through yet again, boldly stepping into the 6th level. This time, the elder remains silent, shaking his head with a sigh, for he, like the mythical Tao Wu, has begun to acclimatize to Tianlin's remarkable prowess. At this moment, Tianlin is oblivious to such contemplations, for he has reached a pivotal juncture. The intense heat within him escalates, a searing pain piercing through his entire being, causing cold sweat to trickle down his brow. Within the depths of the dantian, the mysterious energy surged violently, akin to a tempest. At this moment, the energy coursing through the body of the defiant Tianlin rivaled that of a martial artist at the pinnacle of the battle soul realm. This overwhelming influx of energy compelled Tianlin to wield his brush fervently, depleting the energy within, otherwise, the accumulation would inevitably lead to his own destruction. Each stroke of his sword brimmed with battle intent, the crimson aura resembling a fearsome red dragon, coiling ominously around him, instilling trepidation in all who beheld it. In a quest to balance the intake and expenditure of his internal energy, every technique employed by Tianlin was exceedingly taxing on his battle spirit, yet he showed no hesitation. In a moment of clarity, he stepped forth once more, crossing into the seventh threshold. As he deftly countered the relentless assault of the puppet adversaries, he simultaneously guided the energy within him, allowing it to flow through every meridian and cell, thereby maximizing his physical prowess. Tianlin distinctly sensed the energy from his dantian beginning to dissipate significantly, yet the small crimson sphere within him radiated an ever-increasing intensity of energy. Faced with this dilemma, he had no choice but to continue his fierce struggle with the sword. A palpable restlessness surged within him, and at that moment, a singular thought consumed Tianlin: exhaust the energy within and seize the opportunity to break through. With a mighty roar, he raised his head and unleashed a brilliant strike. The sword light dazzling and swift as lightning. The 8th threshold. The 9th threshold. The 10th threshold, and onward to the 12th threshold. The extraordinary Ren Tianlin effortlessly traversed 5 formidable barriers, taking just 5 steps, a feat unparalleled in history. It is likely that no one will follow in his footsteps. Truly remarkable. The figure of the supreme demon saint, a spectral remnant of the evil emperor's divine palace, expressed a wistful astonishment. Even though he had grown accustomed to Ren Tianlin's extraordinary talents, he was momentarily stunned by the inhuman speed and comprehension displayed before him. At that moment, Ren Tianlin suddenly trembled, emanating a crimson aura that rippled outward. Where the wave of energy passed, the very air seemed to solidify, and the temperature plummeted abruptly. With a sudden lift of his gaze, 2 fierce beams of light burst forth from his eyes, igniting an indomitable spirit of battle within him. A fierce roar erupted as Ren Tianlin raised his long sword and stepped forward, his fervent combat intent reaching its zenith. With a thunderous crash, Ren Tianlin stood at the 14th barrier. With a single stroke of his sword, he shattered the obstacle. In that moment, he had successfully ascended to the 5th realm of the battle soul, achieving a breakthrough from the 2nd to the 5th realm in one go. This astonishing sequence of advancements was nothing short of breathtaking. A genius, an absolute genius. The spectral figure in the dark chamber felt a surge of excitement as he witnessed Ren Tianlin's triumph. Not only breaking through the barrier with a single sword strike but also elevating his martial arts mastery across 3 realms, a near miraculous feat that seemed unbelievable. I have broken through? I have finally done it! Ren Tianlin gazed at his hands, his face alight with exhilaration, tinged with a hint of fervor. Since breaking through in Jintan, the extraordinary Lin has remained at the 2nd level of the battle soul for quite some time. He has sensed on several occasions that he was on the verge of a breakthrough, yet due to insufficient internal energy and an unstable foundation, he could not advance. Just moments ago, after enduring immense mental torment and physical strain, he finally awakened the long-dormant power within him and successfully ascended to the 5th level of the battle soul. As Lin reveled in his newfound strength, a sudden rush of wind caught his attention, the air seeming to part as it rushed by with alarming speed. A surge of panic gripped his heart as he remembered he was still in the 14th trial of the corridor. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin drew his sword and retreated, utilizing the light of his blade to create distance. Before him stood 2 puppets, each wielding a battle axe, exuding an aura of ferocity. Having just attained the 5th level of the battle soul, he had yet to test his sword against anyone. Since they had approached him, he would not hold back. With a cold snort, Lin flipped his sword and charged forward. Now at the 14th trial, the puppets here possessed formidable strength, rivaling that of experts at the Battle King level, and their techniques were particularly noteworthy. Initially, while the puppets in the corridor displayed fierce battle intent and aggressive attacks, their movements were relatively straightforward and easy to comprehend, at least for Lin. At that moment, Another puppet wielding a battle axe charged towards the back of the unyielding Kirin with a piercing sound, its fierce momentum causing the unyielding Kirin to glance sideways. Ha! With a low shout, the unyielding Kirin's right hand wielded the sword, trembling several times, as multiple strands of battle aura coalesced into a net-like structure that enveloped the axe. The puppet, momentarily unaware, fell directly into the unyielding Kirin's trap. As the battle aura made contact with the axe, a resounding clash of metal reverberated through the air. Upon closer inspection, the axe had disintegrated into a shower of fragments beneath the overwhelming force of the battle aura. Chapter 41, Severe Injury. Astonishment. As the battle aura met the axe, the metallic clang echoed once more, and the unyielding Kirin observed in disbelief as the once formidable weapon was reduced to mere debris. With a cold snort, the unyielding Kirin unleashed a cascade of swordlight, exuding an air of tranquility, while the battle aura surged powerfully in its wake. With the unyielding Kirin's sword finally coming to a halt, he stepped firmly into the 15th chamber. From the very first step he took into the corridor to this 15th step, the unyielding Kirin's extraordinary speed was indeed a source of trepidation. However, throughout this journey, he had gleaned a wealth of martial techniques and the essence of various sword forms from the trials of these 15 chambers. As he continually broke through each barrier, his own strength was simultaneously on the rise. Although he currently resided in the 5th realm of the battle soul, when he fully unleashed his prowess, he could stand against a warrior of the battle master realm. Although the extraordinary Tianlin can now match the puppet warriors of the War King realm within the passage, it is essential to recognize that these puppets, formidable as they may be, are ultimately controlled by mechanisms products of the creator's meticulous design. Thus, they lack the wisdom inherent to humanity. Should the challenger manage to comprehend the nuances of the sword techniques amidst such perilous circumstances, discovering the means to overcome them, success in the trial would be inevitable. Tianlin embodies such an exceptional being. His astonishing talent and the ability to attain enlightenment in martial arts are not attributes bestowed upon everyone. Coupled with his innate explosive power, this challenge seems far from insurmountable for him. As Tianlin pauses again, he has already entered the 18th trial. Remarkably, in less than a quarter of an hour, he has shattered 3 obstacles, stepping into the 18th level with astonishing velocity, leaving the shadow in the dark chamber shaking its head in despair. Alas! I never anticipated that the intricate mechanism I meticulously crafted over years would be so effortlessly dismantled by this youth. What a headache this is! The shadow in the chamber sighed, its voice imbued with profound melancholy. The 18th trial. I am curious to see how you will conquer the 19th. A hint of a smile graced the elder's face, brimming with confidence. At this moment, Tianlin remains oblivious to the elder's vigilant gaze from within the dark chamber. His mind is singularly focused on one thought: to break through. To break through again. After the breakthrough of his martial arts realm to the 5th level of battle soul, the protagonist, Nishinclin, discovered an abundant flow of profound energy within his body. He could distinctly sense the steady circulation of this energy through his meridians. What excited Nishinclin the most was the unforeseen enhancement of his spiritual awareness, which had ascended to the 7th level of battle soul. It is well known that surpassing the limits of spiritual awareness poses a far greater challenge than advancing through martial arts levels. Should a warrior's spiritual awareness stagnate, their martial arts realm would inevitably remain stagnant as well. Typically, a warrior's spiritual awareness aligns closely with their martial arts level. However, Nishinclin astonishingly achieved a spiritual awareness that surpassed his own cultivation by 2 tiers. This alone is enough to baffle anyone. If a warrior at the 6th level of battle soul stood before Nishinclin, they would be utterly incapable of discerning his true level of cultivation. The reason is simple: their spiritual awareness is merely at the 6th level of battle soul, rendering them unable to perceive the 7th level of spiritual awareness possessed by Nishinclin. At this moment, Nishinclin was fully engaged in combat against 2 puppet automatons in the 18th trial. In this round, he acutely felt that the strength of the 2 puppets had significantly increased. whether in the complexity of their techniques or the ferocity of their strikes. These automatons were undeniably more formidable than any previous adversaries encountered. Nishinclin sensed a qualitative difference in the battle aura emanating from the puppets. The fierce battle aura, enveloped in a faint crimson glow, swirled around Nishinclin as he deftly maneuvered his sword, producing a melodic sound that signaled the retreat of the two automatons into the walls. The 18th trial was conquered. Without a moment's pause, the formidable Nishianglin took another step, crossing into the 19th barrier. As his feet touched the ground, a surging wave of battle aura enveloped his entire being. A wave of alarm surged through Nishianglin's heart. This overwhelming aura was beyond his capacity to withstand. The immense pressure of the battle aura bore down upon him, and in an instant, beads of cold sweat adorned his forehead, while even his sword-bearing right hand trembled slightly. Such a terrifying pressure of battle aura! Nishianglin marveled, as the profound energy within him began to surge wildly in response to the colossal weight of the aura. At that moment, a thunderous rumble echoed through the air as two towering puppet figures emerged from the walls of the passage. Just one glance at their imposing forms filled Nishianglin with foreboding. Danger was imminent. Without uttering a word, the puppet on the left lunged forward, unleashing a fierce flash of sword light that cleaved through the air, forcing it to part for several feet. Just as the left puppet's sword light approached him, the right puppet suddenly quivered and, with mechanical precision, slashed diagonally at Nishianglin. The brilliance of its sword light was dazzling, imbued with a chilling murderous intent. What astonished Nishianglin most was that the sword light from the right puppet had not only arrived first but also fused seamlessly with the left's, striking toward him in unison. As the two beams of sword light converged, a blinding radiance erupted, exuding a menacing aura, with a speed that surpassed Nishianglin's wildest imagination. A chill ran through his gaze, and he swiftly thrust his longsword forward. Chapter 42, The Four Great Masterpieces. Feeling the chaotic essence swirling within his dantian, the protagonist furrowed his brow. Without hesitation, he seated himself on the ground in a meditative posture to commence his healing. It was not that he lacked the desire to break through. Rather, he found himself utterly depleted of strength, for the formidable swordlight wielded by the puppet had exceeded his wildest expectations. He pondered the sudden enhancement of the puppet's strength in the 19th trial. Previously, the puppets had displayed considerable might, yet none had approached this newfound level of power. In this trial, the puppets not only surpassed him in strength but also exhibited a remarkable degree of adaptability. They behaved as if they had been programmed with a specific response protocol, demonstrating an uncanny ability to react. However, there was no time for further contemplation. He needed to recover swiftly and devise a strategy to counter the puppets' combined techniques. He understood well that overcoming these two puppets would pose a formidable challenge. The remarkable agility displayed by the puppets indicated that they possessed a robust synergy, the combined force of which he could not hope to withstand. "You have performed admirably." As he sat in meditation, a gentle voice resonated through the desolate halls of the, echoing with an ethereal quality. Startled, opened his eyes wide, and there, at the end of the corridor, an elderly man with a warm smile regarded him. Ni Tianlin's body trembled as he exclaimed in astonishment, "Senior Ji Tianma Saint?" The old man was none other than the second shadow left behind by Ji Tianma Saint. "He, young man, achieving what you have is unprecedented and unparalleled. You should be content." Ji Tianma Saint spoke slowly, his face filled with a smile. Ni Tianlin shook his head, gazing at the shadow of Ji Tianma Saint at the end of the corridor, his face revealing a trace of desolation. "Content? If I were to be content now, it would mean I cannot leave the evil emperor's divine palace. Not leaving the palace would mean I cannot fulfill the promise I made to my father. Nor can I represent my family in the once-in-a-decade martial arts tournament on the Xianling continent." At this point, a resolute expression appeared on Ni Tianlin's face as he looked at Ji Tianma Saint in the light screen and spoke calmly, "Therefore, I cannot be content. I must leave the evil emperor's divine palace and fulfill the promise I made to my father when I entered." Ji Tianma Saint was clearly taken aback by Ni Tianlin's words, momentarily at a loss for words. If it's too much, you don't have to leave. You can cultivate here peacefully. I believe that one day you will successfully pass through this puppet barrier. Ji Tianma Saint began to comfort Ni Tianlin. Perhaps it was because Ji Tianma Saint valued Ni Tianlin's talent, or perhaps he felt some guilt over the past events involving Ni Tianlin's ancestor, Ni Chongtian, that his words caused a slight surprise in Ni Tianlin's heart. The legendary extreme sky demon sage was once a renowned master within the entire demon heaven divine domain. Although he has long since passed into the annals of time, his name is still etched in the hearts of all. Yet, it is remarkable that such an extraordinary powerhouse is calmly conversing with a martial artist at the soul battle realm. If this were to become known, it would undoubtedly stir a tempest of turmoil throughout the demon heaven divine domain. Esteemed extreme sky demon sage, I appreciate your guidance and counsel. But I find myself with no alternative. I must exit the evil emperor's divine palace. Young one, why the urgency to depart? Is that tournament of utmost significance to you? The defiant Tianlin nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I made a promise to my father, and regardless of the peril, I shall stand before him to fulfill my vow. My entry into the Forbidden Forest was solely due to my father's audacious defiance of our family's prohibitions, and I cannot let him down. The extreme sky demon sage's expression shifted to one of perplexity. What? Forbidden Forest? What is this Forbidden Forest? Tianlin, taken aback, inquired curiously. Isn't this evil emperor's divine palace under your purview, esteemed sage? How could you be unaware of its layout? With a wry smile, the extreme sky demon sage replied. The evil emperor's divine palace was forged by my own essence through a unique refining technique, and it is in a state of perpetual transformation. Thus, I am unaware of its current configuration. However, one thing is certain, during my lifetime, I never fully refined it, meaning it retains certain imperfections. If I am not mistaken, the evil emperor's palace must have grown immensely by now, as it has been continuously expanding. At this point, the extreme sky demon saint let out a deep sigh, a shadow of concern crossing his face. The rebellious Tianlin found the situation somewhat perplexing and inquired, "What do you mean, senior? Are you suggesting that the evil emperor's palace can actually grow by itself?" Upon uttering these words, even he was taken aback, for he had never heard of a divine treasure that could grow autonomously. The extreme sky demon saint nodded and replied, "Indeed. The evil emperor's palace does grow on its own, a consequence of my failure to fully refine it back in the day. The crafting techniques required for this palace are exceedingly stringent. By a fortunate stroke of fate, I came into possession of a remarkable tome on crafting, which enabled me to refine this spatial treasure. However, alas, it is best left unspoken." The extreme sky demon saint sighed heavily, his voice laden with desolation. The more rebellious Tianlin listened, the more he sensed something amiss. After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously asked, "Senior demon saint, is the remarkable tome you mentioned one of the 4 great tomes, specifically the 9 Illusions sword record?" The extreme sky demon saint responded with a hint of surprise. "Ah, young one, you are quite knowledgeable, indeed, to be aware of the 9 Illusions sword record. Yet, it is no wonder, as one of the ancient 4 great tomes, I suspect that there is not a single martial artist in the demon realm who is unfamiliar with it. What surprised me was that at such a young age, you already possess such vast knowledge. It appears that the Ni family, to which you belong, has ascended to a prominent position within the Xianling continent." Ni Tianlin nodded and replied, "Indeed, our Ni family now stands at the pinnacle among the 4 great families of the Xianling continent, holding a position of considerable esteem. I learned about the 9 Illusions sword record from my father. Well, the Ni family's current stature must surely bring comfort to brother Chongtian in the heavens." The extreme heaven demon saint sighed and shook his head, then turned his gaze towards Ni Tianlin. "Kid, did you not just inquire about that remarkable tome on weapon forging?" Ni Tianlin responded eagerly, "Yes, I humbly seek your guidance, esteemed elder." The extreme heaven demon saint nodded and proclaimed, "In truth, That tome on weapon forging is also one of the legendary 4 ancient tomes. What? It is one of the 4 ancient tomes? Tianlin asked, his excitement palpable as he pressed for more information. The 4 ancient tomes are coveted by every practitioner who would devote their lives to mastering them. It is said that whoever can master the unparalleled techniques within any one of these tomes could rise to become the supreme being within the entire demon heaven divine realm. However, the names of the 4 ancient extraordinary tomes remain unknown to Tianlin, save for the knowledge that the 9 illusion sword record is one among them. As for the names of the other 3 remarkable books, he himself is oblivious, and even his father has never heard of them. The extreme heaven demon saint nodded and solemnly stated, the 4 extraordinary tomes are Blood-Eye Demon Scripture, Purple Gold Ancient Scroll, and 9 Illusions Sword Record. As for the name of the final tome, I too am unaware. Tianlin silently repeated the 3 titles mentioned by the extreme heaven demon saint, committing them to memory. Senior Demon Saint, are all 4 extraordinary tomes related to cultivation techniques? He inquired. No, the saint replied, it is said that Blood-Eye Demon Scripture is an unparalleled technique, lost for millions of years in the divine realm of the skies, and is the most mysterious and tyrannical of the 4 extraordinary tomes. The Purple Gold Ancient Scroll, on the other hand, primarily discusses various aspects of alchemy, artifact forging, and body refinement, containing methods and secrets that can lead to the creation of divine elixirs and artifacts. As for the 9 Illusions Sword Record, as the name suggests, it documents a legendary sword technique composed of 9 forms, each an unparalleled sword strike of extraordinary caliber. Hence its title. After the extreme heaven demon saint leisurely concluded his explanation, he observed Tianlin's astonished expression and smiled slightly, adding, the divine artifact, Evil Emperor Palace, was indeed crafted using the forging techniques and mental methods from the Purple Gold Ancient Scroll. What? The Evil Emperor Palace was forged utilizing the techniques and mental methods from the Purple Gold Ancient Scroll? No wonder it possesses such extraordinary capabilities, soaring through the heavens and traversing the earth. In utter astonishment, the extraordinary Tianlin began to grasp certain truths. Young man, do you not wish to venture outside? With your current prowess, no matter how formidable you may be, it is impossible to pass through the puppet's ethereal gateway. I can make an exception for you this once and escort you out. What do you think? The extreme heavenly demon saint regarded Tianlin with a faint smile. Yet the nature of that smile imparted a sense of conspiracy to Tianlin. If you have something to say, demon saint, please speak plainly. As long as it is within the capabilities of a junior, I shall exert every effort. Tianlin, being astute, understood that if the extreme heavenly demon saint could indeed make an exception to facilitate his exit from the evil emperor's divine palace, it must come with certain stipulations. Indeed, the demon saint nodded approvingly and stated, very well, I shall be direct. Do you recall what I mentioned regarding the perpetual growth of the evil emperor's divine palace? Indeed. You mentioned that the evil emperor's divine palace retained this flaw due to its incomplete formation. What do you imply, esteemed demon saint? Tianlin inquired with a note of uncertainty. During my time in the divine realm, I chanced upon an ancient tome beneath a millennium-old glacier. It was the Purple Gold Ancient Scroll. Tianlin's eyes widened in astonishment as he looked at the extreme heavenly demon saint, questioning, did you, esteemed elder, encounter the Purple Gold Ancient Scroll in the past? Indeed, I did. Elated by my discovery, I directly learned the forging techniques contained within it. After decades of arduous endeavor, I finally succeeded in forging the evil emperor's divine palace, this unparalleled divine treasure. However, I later discovered that the evil emperor's divine palace possesses the remarkable ability to ceaselessly absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, assimilating it for its own growth. It resembles an insatiable beast, perpetually devouring all the spiritual essence in its vicinity. The ancient text I acquired, the Purple Gold Ancient Scroll, comprises only the first half, while the latter half remains an enigma to me. This very reason has transformed the divine palace into its current state, relentlessly consuming spiritual energy and expanding infinitely. How enlightening! No wonder this divine treasure continues to grow without restraint. It is, in fact, due to the absence of the complete refining incantations and techniques. The rebellious Tianlin nodded solemnly. A grave expression etched upon his face. Indeed, it is as you say. Thus, I surmise that over the millennia, the evil emperor's divine palace has undoubtedly become even more colossal. If this continues, there will come a day when it devours all the spiritual energy along the Xianling Great Road, leading to the inevitable withering and demise of all living things due to the lack of spiritual essence. The extreme heaven demon saint's countenance was austere, his tone tinged with palpable concern. Upon hearing this, Tianlin's heart jolted. It was precisely as he had suspected. The extreme heaven demon saint sought his assistance in locating the latter half of the purple gold ancient scroll to reforge the evil emperor's divine palace and halt its frenzied expansion. After a moment's hesitation, Tianlin spoke. Senior demon saint, this endeavor is imperative for both personal and public reasons. On a personal level, you and our ancestral lineage share a profound friendship. On a public level, should the evil emperor's divine palace continue its unchecked growth, it would undoubtedly pose a grave threat to the safety of ordinary humans across the Xianling continent. After a brief pause, Tianlin continued, however, given my current capabilities, seeking out the purple gold ancient scroll seems almost an impossible task. As one of the 4 paramount ancient texts, the violet gold scroll is undoubtedly elusive, otherwise it would not have remained unknown throughout the Xianling continent for so many years. You are correct. As an ancient text of great significance, not everyone is aware of its existence. However, possessing the first part of the violet gold scroll will invariably lead you to the second. The Supreme Devil Saint's tone was exceedingly firm, as he gazed at Ni Tianlin with a smile, as if there were some hidden significance in his words. Ni Tianlin's expression shifted slightly, sensing a certain enigma within the Devil Saint's statement. Chapter 44. The death of the Devil Saint. Ni Tianlin paused, then tentatively inquired. Does the elder mean that you possess the first part of the violet gold scroll? Ha ha ha, young man, you have guessed correctly. The first part of the violet gold scroll is indeed with me. After I had thoroughly memorized the entire scroll, I kept it within my evil emperor's divine palace. I was aware that the allure of the violet gold scroll would incite a great deal of bloodshed within the entire Matian divine realm, which is something I wished to avoid. Ni Tianlin nodded, saying, it is truly admirable that the elder would consider the well-being of the common people on the continent. However, I wonder, what direct connection exists between the first and second parts of the violet gold scroll? The enigmatic heavenly demon saint smiled mysteriously and said, the ancient scroll of purple gold contains a unique method. If you place the upper half of the scroll in sunlight, as long as the lower half remains on the Xianling continent, a radiant purple light will manifest in the sky. This phenomenon will allow you to ascertain the approximate location of the lower half of the scroll. I discovered this ancient scroll on the divine domain continent. Yet when I learned of this method to locate its lower half, I did not observe any purple light in the sky above the divine domain. Thus, I deduced that the lower half is not present on that continent. Strange, could it be within the demon heaven continent? Inquired the rebellious Tianlin, somewhat perplexed. Tianlin suggested the possibility of it being in the demon heaven continent because he understood that such an ancient tome would undoubtedly reside in higher realms like the demon heaven and divine domain continents, rather than on the Xianling continent. The heavenly demon saint shook his head and replied, no, I have been to the demon heaven continent, it is not there either. Then could it be on the Xianling continent? Tianlin asked with a look of astonishment. No, it is not on the Xianling continent either. For I have personally verified this. The heavenly demon saint sighed, weariness and confusion etched upon his aged face. How can this be? It is neither on the divine domain continent, nor on the demon heaven continent, and certainly not on the Xianling continent. Where, then, could it possibly be? Within the entire realm of the skyscraping divine domain, there exist only 3 continents. If this method proves effective, then the latter half of the ancient scroll of purple gold must reside within this domain. While this assertion holds some truth, there is not a trace of the ancient scroll's existence to be found throughout the skyscraping divine domain. Could it be possible that someone has concealed it? Perhaps in a subterranean chamber or buried within the earth? The eager Tianlin inquired. The supreme demon sage shook his head and replied, no. For even if the ancient scroll of purple gold were buried hundreds of meters underground, as long as it remains upon this continent, it will undoubtedly resonate. But how can this be explained? How could there be no resonance? Tianlin found himself somewhat bewildered. The only plausible explanation is that the resonance between the ancient scrolls has a limited range. If one exceeds that range, the two will no longer respond to one another. The supreme demon sage stated calmly. Tianlin furrowed his brow in contemplation and eventually nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is a possibility. The skyscraping divine domain is vast. Just the Xianling continent alone spans over 1 million square kilometers. It is entirely reasonable that the ancient scrolls would fail to resonate. You are correct. Thus I implore you to assist me by searching diligently to locate the latter half of the ancient scroll of purple gold, the supreme demon sage urged. Tianlin nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, esteemed demon sage. I shall undoubtedly find the latter half of the ancient scroll of purple gold and prevent the evil emperor's sacred palace from continuing its reckless expansion. Upon hearing this, the supreme demon sage let out a hearty laugh and said, fear not, young one. Once you discover the second half of the purple gold ancient scroll, the evil emperor's divine palace shall be yours. Tianlin trembled with excitement and hastily replied, the evil emperor's divine palace was originally crafted by you, esteemed elder. How could I dare to harbor any ulterior motives? Moreover, this divine treasure has been refined over the years with your own essence. Aside from you, I doubt anyone else could wield it. Indeed, you speak the truth, the supreme demon sage chuckled. However, should you uncover the latter part of the purple gold ancient scroll, you will have the opportunity to personally refine and perfect the evil emperor's divine palace, curbing its insatiable hunger and expansion. At that point, all you need to do is drip 3 drops of your essence blood into the palace's core to reclaim it. The prerequisite is that you must master the manipulation incantations contained within the scroll. Do you understand? Tianlin hesitated for a moment before nodding. I shall remember this. I will find a way to obtain the second half of the purple gold ancient scroll. At this moment, he suddenly felt the weight of immense pressure upon him. He had not anticipated encountering such numerous challenges during his training, nor meeting the illustrious supreme demon sage, which led him to ponder the unpredictability of fate. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Tianlin gazed at the ethereal figure of the supreme demon sage hovering at the end of the passage and inquired, by the way, esteemed elder, I have been so engrossed in discussions about the purple gold ancient scroll that I forgot to ask you something. Oh, pray. What is it that you wish to inquire? The defiant Tianlin nodded and said, to be frank, I am quite curious about the cause of your demise, esteemed elder. Currently, there exist 2 prevailing theories regarding your death in the realm of the celestial domain. One posits that you perished due to a catastrophic backlash while attempting to break through in your cultivation, while the other suggests that you had ascended to the legendary 10th realm of the battle saint and transcended to a higher plane. However, given the circumstances, the first theory appears to have been substantiated. Upon hearing Tianlin's inquiry, the countless heaven's demon saint's countenance darkened with evident ire, which startled Tianlin momentarily. Humph! Ever since I ascended to the battle saint realm, I remained within the confines of the divine domain. Yet, ultimately, I was betrayed by the very person I placed my utmost trust in, besieged by a cadre of unparalleled masters. We battled for 3 days and nights. Ultimately, I was overwhelmed and gravely wounded. However, I would rather die than fall into the hands of those hypocritical scoundrels, so, at the last moment, I resorted to self-detonation. As he spoke, the countless heaven's demon saint's demeanor grew increasingly animated, causing the luminous veil in the air to tremble violently. Suddenly, An overwhelming aura of dominance surged forth, enveloping the surroundings. Even more astonishing to Tianlin was the chilling, bone-chilling intent to kill that accompanied this formidable presence. A shiver ran through Tianlin, and the small red orb within his dantian responded instinctively, emanating a powerful essence that swiftly formed a faint red protective barrier of battle energy around him. Chapter 45, The Shocking Dark Veil. A sudden tremor coursed through the heart of the extraordinary Tianlin, as the crimson orb within his dantian emitted a formidable surge of profound energy, swiftly enveloping him in a delicate crimson aura of protective combat energy. Such an overwhelming presence! A look of anguish crossed Tianlin's face as he summoned all his internal energy to withstand this oppressive force. From the ominous words of the extreme heaven demon saint, Tianlin discerned a hint of insight. The murderous intent radiating from the demon saint indicated an unparalleled animosity towards this individual. Indeed, with a cold snort, the extreme heaven demon saint's aged visage was marred by a terrifying aura of malice that sent shivers down one's spine. In the past, I secretly took on an apprentice in the divine domain continent. Recognizing his exceptional talent and extraordinary comprehension, I, in a moment of fervent admiration, accepted him as my disciple. I imparted all my lifelong knowledge to him, and he did not disappoint. By the tender age of 60, he had attained the second level of the Battle Saint realm, distinguishing himself among the younger generation of the divine domain. Tianlin gazed at the extreme heaven demon saint with astonishment, realizing he had secretly taken on such a gifted apprentice, a fact unknown to anyone within the entire demon heaven divine realm. This revelation underscored the demon saint's humility and the profound concealment of his disciple's prowess. I never imagined that my esteemed predecessor had such an exceptionally talented apprentice in his past. Had you not revealed it, it would have remained a mystery to all. Tianlin expressed with a sense of wonder. The extreme heaven demon saint sighed deeply, lamenting the passage of time. Regrettably, I was blind to his ulterior motives. In pursuit of my sword manual, he secretly allied with 6 other formidable masters from the divine domain, and together they launched a sudden assault against me while I was in the midst of my cultivation breakthrough. This treachery caused my vital energy to surge, resulting in internal injuries. After battling valiantly for 3 consecutive days and nights, I found myself outnumbered and, in a desperate bid, had to self-destruct. What a despicable scoundrel! Upon hearing this, the proud Tianlin couldn't help but curse, deeming this individual to be even lower than a beast. To murder his own master for the sake of a mere sword manual is a transgression unworthy of any creature. The extreme sky demon saint sighed, acknowledging that there were reasons behind such heinous actions. Indeed, the entire realm of the demon heaven coveted that sword manual. Oh! What sword manual could possibly incite such envy among the battle saints? Could it be? Suddenly, a spark of realization lit up Tianlin's eyes, and he exclaimed, "The 9 Illusions Sword Manual." The extreme sky demon saint nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it is the 9 Illusions Sword Manual. Many years ago, after I acquired this tome, one of the 4 great wonders, I withdrew from the world to study it in depth. Although the inhabitants of the demon heaven speculated about my possession of the 9 Illusions Sword Manual, they lacked any tangible evidence, and thus, the matter faded away. Later, I intended to pass this manual to my disciple, which is why I confided in him about my possession of the 9 Illusions Sword Manual. Who could have anticipated that this wretch would harbor malicious intentions, fearing I would refuse to impart the 9 Illusions Sword Manual? He, along with 6 other formidable warriors, conspired to eliminate me, attempting to coerce me into surrendering the sword manual. Yet, they could not fathom that I would rather self-destruct, shattering my body and soul, than relinquish this sacred text. At this juncture, the extreme heavenly demon saint emitted a chilling smile, though it was laced with pain and indignation. The rebellious heavenly Lin subtly shook his head, comprehending the anguish and fury within the extreme heavenly demon saint. The disciple he had painstakingly nurtured had betrayed him. Seeking to bring about his demise, such torment is incomprehensible to those who have not endured it. As I was on the verge of self-destruction, my soul fragmenting, I transmuted a sliver of my consciousness into 3 parts, which I then concealed within the evil emperor's divine palace. The being before you now is but one fragment of that consciousness from years gone by. The rebellious heavenly Lin trembled slightly. Gazing at the extreme heavenly demon saint in astonishment, I never imagined you possessed such supreme techniques. Able to preserve a fragment of your consciousness within the evil emperor's divine palace amidst the shattering of your soul. The extreme heavenly demon saint shook his head with a bittersweet smile. Alas, after 10,000 years, the time I can sustain myself before you has grown scarce. The passage of millennia has nearly extinguished the shadow of the consciousness I left behind. Although the spiritual energy in the evil emperor's divine palace is exceptionally rich, I cannot endure much longer. Even the mightiest consciousness cannot withstand the ravages of time. His words bore a tinge of bitterness, which is, in truth, quite understandable. Unexpectedly, the mighty Tianlin never anticipated that behind the death of the extreme heavenly demon saint lay such a colossal and shocking conspiracy. In his prime, the extreme heavenly demon saint dominated the entire demon sky divine realm, boasting martial prowess unparalleled in history. Yet, who could have foreseen that such an extraordinary powerhouse would ultimately perish at the hands of his own beloved disciple? The treachery of the human heart is indeed peerless. As this situation starkly illustrates, it is truly astonishing that 2 of the 4 ancient extraordinary tomes are now in the possession of the elder. This can only be described as a fortuitous alignment of destiny. Upon hearing this, the extreme heavenly demon saint let out a hearty laugh and said, "Young one, there is no need for envy. I shall now entrust you with the first half of this ancient tome of purple gold. You must diligently study the alchemical and smithing techniques contained within, and then seek out the second half to completely refine the evil emperor's sacred palace, thereby curbing its insatiable hunger." Tianlin trembled with excitement, overwhelmed by emotion. "Thank you, esteemed elder. I shall devote myself entirely to fulfilling your wishes." He clasped his hands in reverence and bowed deeply, his demeanor exuding utmost respect and seriousness. The extreme heavenly demon saint nodded in satisfaction. Then with a gentle wave of his right hand, a tome shimmering with violet golden light materialized before Tianlin. His hands trembled slightly as he reached out to accept the ancient tome of purple gold. The moment his fingers brushed against its surface, a refreshing sensation surged into his heart and lungs, jolting his spirit awake and flooding his entire being with vitality. Truly, the ancient tomes are remarkable. Merely touching its exterior yields such extraordinary effects. With a startled exclamation, Nishinklin's assessment of the ancient 4 great tomes deepened. "You must safeguard this ancient scroll of purple and gold with utmost care. Do not disclose it to anyone, not even to your father. Otherwise, it will surely incite a storm of bloodshed throughout the demon heaven divine realm." The supreme demon saint admonished gravely. Nishinklin nodded heavily, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Should it come to light that the ancient scroll was in his possession, not only would it potentially unleash chaos in the demon heaven divine realm, but his own life would undoubtedly be at risk. It is essential to understand that the 4 great tomes are revered as the most coveted cultivation manuals among all practitioners. Chapter 46, Promises. Heavy Responsibilities. Nishinklin cautiously stowed the purple gold scroll within his storage ring. Observing this, the supreme demon saint chuckled lightly and remarked, "Young one, the storage space of your ring is rather limited, and its capabilities may not be particularly high. I shall bestow upon you one of my own storage rings from my lifetime." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand, and a pitch-black storage ring flew into Nishinklin's grasp. "Well, since the elder is so magnanimous, it would be ungracious of me to refuse," Nishinklin responded, placing the ring upon his finger and bowing respectfully to the supreme demon saint. "I will now impart to you the incantation to activate this storage ring. Simply add a drop of your own blood, and it shall be yours." As the supreme demon saint spoke, he imparted the incantation to unlock the storage ring to the defiant Tianlin. Subsequently, Tianlin let a drop of his blood fall upon the ring, and amidst a radiant crimson glow, the ring gradually regained its dark and unassuming exterior. "Young one, The reason I bestow upon you the ancient purple gold scroll and the storage ring is not solely for your assistance in locating the latter half of the scroll to refine the evil emperor's divine palace. But I also implore you to help me track down the 7 who conspired to take my life and exact vengeance upon them. A tremor coursed through Tianlin's body as he replied, Predecessor, it is not that I refuse your request, but with my current strength, avenging you seems an insurmountable task. Consider that the 7 who once besieged the Supreme Demon Saint were all unparalleled masters at the Battle Saint level. While I am merely an innate martial artist at the 5th stage of Battle Soul. Even if fortune smiles upon me and I eventually cultivate to the Battle Saint realm, it is uncertain whether I could locate the 6 who conspired against the Supreme Demon Saint and his disciple. Ha ha ha! Young one, with your current prowess, you are not even capable of seeking them out, let alone avenging me. Therefore, you must diligently cultivate, strive for an early breakthrough, and find the purple gold scroll, as well as those enemies of mine, and eliminate them. The Supreme Demon Saint laughed heartily, his tone imbued with excitement and hope. Although Tianlin remained unaware, the Supreme Demon Saint was acutely aware that the young man before him was a natural ruler, endowed with the blood-eye divine vein. From the moment he possessed this divine lineage, it was destined that he would soar above the heavens and achieve great renown throughout the universe. Thus, the heavenly demon saint harbored great confidence in the unparalleled talent of the rebellious Tianlin. He believed that, with Tianlin's innate gifts and profound insights, he would swiftly ascend to the realm of the War Emperor and subsequently journey to the divine realm and the demon realm to further his cultivation. Tianlin nodded earnestly, stating in a solemn tone, since the esteemed demon saint has expressed such confidence, I shall exert every effort to track down the perpetrators of your demise and exact vengeance on your behalf. Tianlin was acutely aware that he would inevitably need to venture to the other 2 continents for further cultivation. As he sought to uncover the latter half of the golden scroll and refine the evil emperor's divine palace, the heavenly demon saint had shown him such kindness. As the saying goes, one cannot bite the hand that feeds. Whether for personal or altruistic reasons, Tianlin was determined to fulfill the demon saint's wish by locating the individuals responsible for his tragic fate. Esteemed elder, I do have one pressing question, Tianlin continued. The skilled assassins who took your life must have been renowned stellar masters, aged at least several centuries. Given that millennia have passed, are they still alive? This inquiry reflected the deepest concern in Tianlin's heart. Those who once stood alongside the heavenly demon saint as peerless masters were undoubtedly cultivators well over a century old. Now, with the passage of countless years, they would be over 10,000 years old. Could it be that they truly possessed immortality and could exist eternally? The heavenly demon saint nodded with a smile, seemingly pleased with Tianlin's question. Young one, you pose an excellent query. In truth, for those of us who have reached the pinnacle of cultivation at the War Saint level, it is not uncommon to live for several millennia, or even tens of thousands of years. Legend has it that those who cultivate to the 10th level of Battle Saint can glimpse into loftier realms of martial arts, and their lifespan can extend to hundreds of thousands of years, rendering them virtually immortal. Observing the astonishment etched upon Ni Tianlin's countenance, the Supreme Celestial Devil Saint continued, therefore, they are likely still alive. Your task is to locate the true culprit from that era after you break through to the Battle Saint realm, and slay them to assuage the resentment that has festered in my heart for millennia. Rest assured, Senior, Ni Tianlin avowed, now that I have pledged to you, I will undoubtedly fulfill your wish. Such unscrupulous individuals, even if you had not mentioned it, I would have eradicated upon encountering them. Excellent! I was not mistaken in my judgment. The descendants of my old friend Chong Tian are indeed individuals of magnanimous disposition and righteousness. The 9 illusory sword codex in my possession will be bestowed upon you as a reward once you possess the capability to overcome these 81 puppet barriers. As this codex was originally intended as a reward for those who conquer this gauntlet. Thank you, Senior. I am confident that one day I will surmount these puppet barriers. Ni Tianlin declared resonantly, his face radiating confidence and determination as he gazed upon the narrow passageway before him. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Ni Tianlin raised his head and inquired, "By the way, senior, regarding the 7 experts who assassinated you, do you have any clues? To locate the perpetrators who murdered the Supreme Celestial Devil Saint, some semblance of a lead is indispensable, otherwise, given the vastness of the devilish celestial divine realm, where would Ni Tianlin even begin his search?" The extreme celestial demon saint shook his head with a hint of bitterness and said, "For all these years, I have pondered this question, yet I have not unearthed any valuable clues. Back then, the 7 unparalleled masters who besieged me were all masked. It was only when I tore off the veil of one of the masked figures that I discovered, to my astonishment, that it was my own disciple. As for the other 6, their identities remain unknown to me." Chapter 47, "The True Essence Within I Remember Now," exclaimed the extreme celestial demon saint, his face alight with excitement, causing the entire luminous screen to ripple slightly with his fervor. The sinister technique employed by that individual was none other than the very same I vanquished with a single strike at the pinnacle of Ling Luo Mountain. In that moment, consumed by his demonic fury, he launched an assault against me, leading to the tragic demise of your ancestor, the esteemed brother Cheng Tian, who sacrificed himself to save me. Overwhelmed with grief, I struck him down with one decisive blow. Upon hearing this, Ni Tianlin furrowed his brow tightly, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. Yet, he could not pinpoint the source of this ominous feeling. "Oh, how could this be? Did you not slay him with a single strike back then? Could it be mere coincidence?" Ni Tianlin inquired, his tone laced with uncertainty. The extreme celestial demon saint shook his head, asserting, "It cannot be mere coincidence. In the realm of Mo Tian, such malevolent arts undoubtedly originate from the demon clan, and those of the demon world do not impart martial techniques to outsiders. Therefore, there is but one possibility: one among the 7 formidable masters who encircled me back then was indeed a denizen of the demon realm. And it is highly likely that he shares a connection with the peak martial artist I dispatched at Ling Luo Mountain." In the eyes of the extreme heavenly demon saint, a chilling light surged forth. He had not anticipated that among those who had besieged him in the past, there were individuals from the demon realm, and that one of them bore a certain connection to the peak warrior of the Battle Emperor from the Xianling continent. This revelation only intensified the murderous intent within the extreme heavenly demon saint. The rebellious Tianlin furrowed his brow and nodded, stating, "If that is the case, it is indeed true that the individual from the demon realm who once hunted the demon saint shares a connection with the Battle Emperor from the Xianling continent. And it is highly likely that they were master and disciple. Indeed, it is quite probable. I never expected that in my quest for vengeance for Zhangtian, I would slay him with a single sword strike, only to end up being forced to explode my own body by his fellow disciples. Perhaps this is fate." The extreme heavenly demon saint sighed, shaking his head wearily. "My child, it is astonishing to discover that the one who harmed me is connected to the individual who killed your ancestor. It appears that there is a tremendous conspiracy lurking behind this," he urged. "You must find a way to uncover these past events and avenge both me and your unjustly perished ancestor." With a grave expression, rebellious Tianlin nodded, "Rest assured, senior. Regardless of the cost, I will fulfill this wish of yours." "Good, I believe you will succeed. In the past, I felt remorse for your deceased ancestor, which is why I placed the evil emperor's divine palace in the back mountain of your rebellious clan, leaving behind a secret incantation in hopes that one day your clan would discover it and enter to cultivate. It serves as a small token of compensation to my dear brother Zhangtian." Rebellious Tianlin's face was filled with astonishment, expressing disbelief at the revelation. "Indeed, I feel a profound sense of remorse for the celestial being. Were it not for my presence, he would not have met his demise. I am the one who has caused his plight. Therefore, my child, you must seek out the murderer to avenge both me and our ancestors." The young man, Nix Tianlin, nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, esteemed elder, I shall not fail in this duty." At this moment, Nix Tianlin finally comprehended the reason behind the ancestral incantation passed down through generations of his family, allowing the family heads to access the forbidden forest in the back mountains. It was, in fact, a deliberate legacy left by the supreme demon sage. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that this so-called forbidden forest was nothing less than the malevolent imperial palace, which had captivated the hearts of all within the realm of demonic deities. The unparalleled treasure of the celestial space. Unbeknownst to the supreme demon sage, the imperial palace had now consumed the entirety of the forest behind their family's mountain. Observing the somewhat awkward expression on Nix Tianlin's face, the supreme demon sage chuckled heartily. Do not worry, my child, I shall ensure your safe passage and provide you with the incantations so that you may traverse freely. However, you must maintain utmost discretion and refrain from revealing this to anyone, including your father. Nix Tianlin shuddered at the gravity of the elder's words, exclaiming, So, esteemed elder, you have also discerned the existence of that small red orb within my dantian? Indeed, the elder replied. Otherwise, how could you possibly contend against an ancient divine beast? Without that red orb, even a formidable warrior would struggle to match its power. Thus, you must keep this matter a secret. I understand, esteemed senior. But do you know what this object is? I have longed to inquire about it from my father, yet I have never found the opportunity. Could you enlighten me? The pleading look on Su Tianlin's face was unmistakable. A flicker of hesitation crossed the eyes of the extreme sky demon saint, but it quickly vanished. However, this only deepened Su Tianlin's confusion. My child, I can only reveal that the red orb is a manifestation of the true essence that only a warrior at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the War Emperor can possess. True essence? What is that? If what you say is true, does it mean that there is not a single person in the entire Xianling continent who possesses true essence? Su Tianlin exclaimed in shock. He had never heard of such a thing as true essence, nor had his father ever mentioned it to him. Thus he was completely unaware of its significance. Chapter 48, Valley of Death, 1, Su Tianlin nodded. Although he did not comprehend the nature of this true essence, he could certainly imagine the immense power of the red orb within him. Esteemed senior, might I ask what practical applications true essence has in combat? Su Tianlin felt it prudent to inquire further, especially since the red orb had erupted with energy unexpectedly on several occasions, and he had yet to fully master it. The extreme sky demon saint spoke softly. Only warriors at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the War Emperor possess true essence within them. And your possession of this true essence is entirely predestined. Predestined? What does that mean? There is no need for further inquiry. I shall not divulge the details now. But in due time, you shall come to understand. Observing the furrowed brow of the extraordinary Tianlin, the supreme demon saint chuckled, Child, the essence within you can be said, without exaggeration, to be comparable to that of even a master at the battle saint level. It is precisely for this reason that it occasionally manifests such formidable energy. The essence, or true energy, is a vital force formed by the accumulation of genuine qi within a martial artist's body. Similar to the elemental energies of the external world, true energy can only flow through prolonged cultivation and accumulation. Once the true qi within the dantian reaches a certain threshold, it begins to condense, transforming from a formless gaseous state into a liquid form, and subsequently solidifying into a transparent solid. At present, the true essence within your dantian exists in a state between liquid and solid. Thus, you must seize this opportunity to diligently cultivate and strive to solidify it. Tianlin, blessed with innate wisdom, comprehended much from the supreme demon saint's words. The elder implied that the true essence within him was currently in an unstable state and required prompt solidification, correct? Indeed. The degree of condensation of true essence determines the extent of a martial artist's combat prowess. The more refined the true essence, the smaller its form. Legends speak of individuals who condensed their true essence to the size of a pearl, indicating that their martial arts mastery had reached unparalleled heights. Thank you for your guidance. Esteemed elder, I now understand the path forward. Very well, it is good that you comprehend. Child, I believe you are a warrior with a heart of justice. Therefore, regardless of what transpires in your future, I am confident you will embody the essence of a righteous fighter. The rebellious Tianlin, perplexed, turned to the supreme demon saint in the distance and inquired, "What do you mean by that, esteemed demon saint?" "Ha ha ha, it is of no consequence. Simply remember my words from today. I trust that by the time we meet again, you will have unraveled all mysteries. Senior, enough of your questions. At present, your cultivation is still quite rudimentary, and thus, it is better for you to remain in ignorance regarding certain matters. Do you understand?" Rebellious Tianlin hesitated before responding, "Senior, that is certainly not an issue, but I wander about frequently, and it may be inconvenient to carry it with me. You need not worry about that. I possess a metallic collar. If you wear it on your arm, it will allow its essence to be contained within the collar. When you require its presence, a mere thought will enable you to communicate freely with it." "Ah, I see. Thank you, esteemed senior." With a slight raise of his hand, the Supreme Demon Saint placed a metallic ring directly onto Tianlin's right arm. Tianlin felt a jolt of energy, and suddenly, a new memory flooded his mind. He understood that this was the incantation for connecting with the Taowu. With a flicker of intent, Taowu emitted a muffled grunt and transformed into a streak of azure light, entering the metallic collar. "Very well, you may depart. Remember, the evil emperor's divine palace has not yet been fully refined, which is why it can only be opened once every decade. Therefore, when we depart from here, our reunion will not occur until 10 years hence." The rebellious Tianlin was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in understanding, saying nothing further. It is indeed comprehensible that the current state of the evil emperor's divine palace presents such a limitation. The younger generation shall remember this. Rebellious Tianlin bowed once more before turning to leave. The Supreme Demon Saint observed the slightly gaunt figure of Tianlin with a satisfied nod. And then with a thought, Tianlin vanished from within the evil emperor's divine palace. "Child, there will come a day when you realize that the entire world trembles at your arrival. So this is where the exit lies. Yet it bears no semblance of an entrance." Rebellious Tianlin tentatively placed his right foot down, testing the ground with a couple of light steps, but elicited no response. Previously, he had inadvertently stumbled here and fallen, yet now, standing upon the ground, he remained upright, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Chapter 49, The Valley of Death, 2. Rebellious Tianlin vividly recalled the cautionary words of his father upon his entrance, warning him of a valley of death within the forbidden forest. What astonished him most was his father's admonition to never venture within, lest he invite peril to his very life. Humans, inherently curious beings, are no exception. Tianlin was no different. With this thought, he boldly stepped deeper into the forbidden forest, within the confines of the evil emperor's sacred palace. He had once listened to the extreme sky demon saint recount tales of its original shape and location. According to the extreme sky demon saint, this area was not initially part of the palace, suggesting that the current forbidden forest was likely consumed by the evil emperor's sacred palace over the years through gradual accumulation. Along the way, lush greenery enveloped the surroundings, with the trees whispering softly in the breeze, resembling the undulating waves of the sea from a distance. The dappled shadows of the trees were vividly cast upon the path, akin to exquisite paper-cut artworks in harmonious shades. The bare poplars and elms stretched their charcoal-like branches towards the gray, oppressive sky. In the tranquil forest, a myriad of wildflowers bloomed, dazzling as if sprinkled with gemstones and laid upon brocade. Immersed in the maple grove, the countless red leaves resembled butterflies resting upon the branches. Suddenly, the reverse Heavenlin halted, sensing an ominous aura in the air. He scanned his surroundings but found nothing suspicious. With a fleeting thought, he communicated with the Taowu using the incantation bestowed upon him by the extreme sky demon saint. After a moment, Taowu's somewhat languid voice emerged. "Kid, can't you see this divine beast is resting? Honestly, The reverse Heaven Lin remained silent, his vigilance directed towards the periphery. Do you sense any magical beasts approaching us? Magical beasts? Indeed. It is a fourth-tier spirit beast. Tao Wu's voice resonated in reverse Heaven Lin's ears, causing a jolt of alarm within him. Tightening his grip on the sword instinctively. How do you know? Nonsense. Do not forget that I am a divine beast, I possess this ability. From the aura they emit, I can discern their ranks. So it is. Young one, this prey shall soon be mine. Just at the moment, I am in dire need of a substantial number of demon beasts to replenish my strength. You will assist me in capturing it to atone for your previous shortcomings. The unruly broke into a cold sweat. This Tao Wu was indeed somewhat extraordinary, not at all resembling a divine beast. Were one to proclaim that the current Tao Wu is one of the 4 ancient fierce beasts, no one would believe it. Who would accept that a creature no larger than a small dog, adorned with a coat of blue fur, is an ancient divine beast? At that moment, a roar reverberated through the air, followed by a flash of red. The unruly felt a chilling gust rush toward him and, without a moment's thought, leaped to the side. However, before he could regain his footing, a crimson object resembling a dry branch shot toward his heart with astonishing speed. Humph! The unruly let out a cold snort. And as he retreated, his sword was already drawn. The blade gleamed as he unleashed his battle aura. The red battle energy surged forth, colliding with the approaching spirit beast, which, sensing danger, swiftly dodged to the side. With a thunderous crash, a towering tree 3 paces away was brutally cleaved into fragments, scattering into fine particles that danced upon the wind. At that moment, the formidable Lin discerned that the spirit beast before him bore a striking resemblance to an antelope, its body entirely adorned in crimson. Above its head sprouted a scarlet antenna, the very appendage that had just assaulted him. This 4th-tier spirit beast was equivalent to a martial artist at the warrior level, possessing a shell far sturdier than that of human fighters. Yet, Lin was utterly indifferent to the creature's rank. A singular thought consumed his mind, to unleash his most potent technique and swiftly vanquish it. Indeed, the 4th-tier spirit beast proved to be formidable, managing to carve a breach amidst the brilliance of Lin's sword light before seizing the opportunity to flee. Attempting to escape? At that moment, the creature known as Tao Wu sprang forth from the metallic ring on Lin's arm. Grinning mischievously as it dashed toward the spirit beast sprawled on the ground not far away. After a frenzied feast, Tao Wu returned to Lin's side, grumbling about its unsatisfied hunger. If you are still hungry, why not wander through the forest and seek something more substantial? Lin retorted, exasperated. You, as my companion, must bear responsibility for my sustenance. How can you deny me nourishment when I am still famished? After spending millennia within the evil sovereign palace, it is only natural that I wish to indulge now that I have finally emerged, Tao Wu protested. With a resigned sigh, Lin acknowledged the creature's troublesome nature, reminiscent of a mischievous child. Very well, I concede defeat. Let us venture together into the depths of the forbidden forest, perhaps there you shall encounter more spirit beasts to satiate your appetite. After speaking, the rebellious Tianlin focused his thoughts and summoned the loquacious Tao Wu into his collar. Hey, kid! How dare you confine me without the consent of this divine beast? This is utterly unjust. If you continue to prattle, I shall ensure you never see the light of day again. Tianlin huffed in mild irritation before striding deeper into the forest. The further he ventured, the more peculiar the atmosphere became. Moments ago, he had felt the gentle caress of a breeze upon his face, but now, an eerie stillness enveloped him, as if an invisible barrier separated him from the outside world. The surroundings were enveloped in an unsettling silence. Chapter 50, The Valley of Death, 3, as Tianlin pressed onward. The strangeness intensified. Not only was there an absence of wind, but the air itself felt significantly thinner. There were no chirping insects or the cries of wild beasts. Everything around him seemed devoid of life, steeped in an overwhelming silence. How could this be? This is highly abnormal, Tianlin murmured, cautiously advancing with deliberate steps. His sword drawn and poised for an unexpected strike. "Kid, I sense something amiss," Tao Wu's voice resonated in Tianlin's ear, a telepathic warning. "I too have detected an inexplicable pressure here." Tianlin furrowed his brow, a grave expression settling on his face. "If my instincts are correct, that pressure emanates from a beast. And it is no less than a 7th-tier divine beast. Humph, young one, do not forget that I am also a divine beast. The aura emanating from this presence bears a formidable weight, at least on par with my own. I am certain it possesses a rank no less than 7. A 6th-tier divine beast does not exude such overwhelming energy." The voice of the Tao Wu echoed softly in the ears of the rebellious Tianlin, who discerned a trace of reverence in the tone of the Tao Wu. Furrowing his brow, Tianlin pondered how a 7th-tier divine beast could exist in this forbidden forest. One must understand that divine beasts are not mere spirit beasts or celestial beasts, they are the most esteemed and rare entities among the demon beast lineage. The revelation from Tao Wu that a 7th-tier divine beast lurked within startled Tianlin immensely. He was merely a warrior at the Battle Soul realm, yet within just a few days, he had encountered an ancient ferocious beast and was now on the brink of facing a 7th-tier divine beast, an extraordinary series of encounters that many might never experience in a lifetime. "What are you planning to do, young one?" Tao Wu inquired, astonished as Tianlin took steps forward. With a slight smile, Tianlin replied, "Of course, I shall venture deeper. Since we have come this far, I must explore further, mustn't I?" "You must be out of your mind. That is a 7th-tier divine beast we are talking about. And it could very well be of an even higher rank. Are you truly willing to risk your life?" "I am fully aware of the danger," Tianlin responded calmly as he continued to advance. "However, it has yet to emerge and harm us during our time here," indicating that it is likely guarding something of great significance. Otherwise, it would have revealed itself long ago. As he moved forward, he meticulously analyzed the situation at hand. "Child, if you wish to perish, I have no intention of meeting the same fate. Should anything untoward occur once we venture in, we would surely be doomed." "Is that so? Very well, if you prefer not to enter, I shall release you now, permitting your departure. What say you?" "Indeed, that would be splendid. For this divine beast has no desire to meet its end so soon after emerging." The heavenly unicorn chuckled softly. "However, upon your departure, you must vow never to follow me again. You shall dwell alone within this forbidden forest." Child, you are quite audacious to threaten this divine beast. Mark my words, you shall regret it in the future." The Tao Wu, incensed, gritted its teeth, resorting to fierce words to alleviate its fury. The heavenly unicorn merely smiled in response and proceeded deeper into the forbidden woods. After traversing several miles, the heavenly unicorn suddenly perceived a potent pressure suffusing the air around him, infused with an undercurrent of ferocity. It was unnaturally silent, eerily so. The unicorn held its breath and continued forward, albeit at a markedly reduced pace. At this moment, although the heavenly unicorn appeared outwardly composed, within, its energy surged wildly. Every pore of its being opened wide, and every sense and cell radiated vitality, poised to unleash an astonishing force at any moment. The heavenly unicorn understood that in such circumstances, any lapse in vigilance would be tantamount to courting death. The formidable aura emanating from the depths of the forest tightened its focus, commanding every ounce of its attention. "Child, that presence grows increasingly potent, by my estimation. It lies not far ahead." As the formidable Tianlin's heart stirred, he subtly nodded and continued his advance. At this moment, although he appeared composed, a closer inspection would reveal beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Abruptly, Tianlin halted, his gaze fixated on a corner ahead, a visage of sheer astonishment upon his face. The Valley of Death! Indeed, it was the Valley of Death. His eyes were drawn to the distant, coldly glimmering azure rock face, where the 4 ominous characters seemed to exude an air of mystery and eeriness. Tianlin stood still, his expression laden with gravity. This was the Valley of Death. The very place his father had warned him about countless times, and it truly lived up to its name, steeped in a palpable aura of demise. Now, Tianlin was certain of one thing: this Valley of Death was unequivocally not a part of the evil emperor's divine palace. According to the words of the supreme demon saint, the evil emperor's divine palace was originally no larger than an ordinary divine treasure. However, due to its incomplete refinement, it had gone on a ravenous spree, consuming the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth, continuously expanding. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that the Valley of Death had not been engulfed by the evil emperor's divine palace. Tianlin's conviction stemmed from the realization that the spiritual energy near the Valley of Death not only remained intact but was, in fact, remarkably abundant. Within this forbidden forest, nearly all living beings had been devoured by the evil emperor's divine palace, yet in front of him, the Valley of Death thrived with vibrant life. Despite the eerie stillness surrounding him, the towering trees continued to flourish in robust health. This extreme contrast left Tianlin utterly perplexed. In this desolate Valley of Death, an astonishing array of vibrant life thrives. Amidst an atmosphere thick with the essence of demise, such vitality blooms. All of this appears utterly inconceivable, eerily so. Gazing into the abyss of the valley, the protagonist, Tianlin, pondered deeply before cautiously stepping forward. Young man, do you seek your own demise? Are you not aware of the lethal intentions concealed within? The voice of the creature Tao boomed, sending a tremor through Tianlin's heart. I comprehend your concerns. Yet in the realm of martial arts, one must either advance or retreat. Should you falter in the face of peril, forever will you remain stagnant, unable to achieve significant breakthroughs in your martial journey. In Tianlin's philosophy, there is no room for retreat, only relentless progress and transcendence. Amidst Tao's astonishment, Tianlin had already begun his advance, his body rigid with determination, as his right foot crossed the threshold into the Valley of Death. Chapter 51, Severe Injury. Return home. The moment Tianlin's feet touched the ground of the valley, he was immediately engulfed by an overwhelming pressure. Waves of potent force, intermingled with surging battle energy, surged towards him from all directions. Tianlin felt his mind blank, as if struck by sudden amnesia. His limbs grew weak, and even his sword-bearing right hand could muster no strength. Before he could react, a piercing wave of battle energy collided with his abdomen. Thud! Thud! Tianlin coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, his body hurled backward. In just a fleeting encounter, he was grievously wounded. It was terrifying, something he had never fathomed. He once believed himself to be formidable, yet now he realizes how far he still has to go. No wonder his father cautioned him so earnestly against venturing here. It turns out this place harbors unspeakable horrors. With blood still staining the corner of his mouth, he spat forth a mouthful of crimson and unsteadily rose to his feet. What do you intend to do, young one? Are you truly willing to risk yourself further? With your current strength, you could scarcely withstand a single strike. It would be wise to relinquish this folly. The voice of the beast, Tao Wu, trembled with a hint of fear. For the ferocious aura they had just encountered left even this divine creature shaken. Though his complexion was pale, Tianlin understood that, despite his injuries being relatively minor, he was far from capable of traversing this forest, ominously dubbed the Valley of Death. Gazing at the thick, white mist enveloping the area, he spoke calmly, rest assured. I would never be foolish enough to toy with my own life. Oh, I was genuinely concerned you might recklessly charge ahead, Tao Wu replied, a note of resignation in his tone. Tianlin shook his head, acknowledging, at this moment, I lack the strength to enter the Valley of Death. It seems my father was right, this is not a place I can freely explore. Very well, take heed and focus on recuperating, it appears your injuries are quite severe. Tao Wu urged. It truly is a case of a dragon being bullied in shallow waters. Mark my words, young one, once I regain my strength, I shall settle the score with you. Tianlin responded with a tranquil smile, you need not worry. Before the echoes of his words faded, he leaped nimbly to the side, making his way out. In the blink of an eye, The formidable Tianlin found himself once again within the confines of a familiar room, the very cottage he had entered earlier. He understood that all his father had done was for his sake, to enable him to continue his cultivation and to take the steps necessary for his own life's journey. Thus, Tianlin resolved to break through his limitations, for he could not bear to disappoint his father. Throughout the years of stagnation in his own progress, his father had been silently watching over him, and this paternal love stirred profound emotions within Tianlin's heart. Yet, those were matters for another time. As Tianlin stepped into his chamber, he beheld a familiar silhouette busily engaged in activity. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded effortlessly down her back, held together by a delicate lavender butterfly hairpin that harmoniously gathered her flowing tresses, exuding an enchanting beauty. Her slender waist gracefully arched with each movement, and her light lavender robe fluttered gently, reminiscent of lilacs beneath the moonlight, captivating yet tinged with a subtle melancholy. A faint smile graced her fair, rosy profile, while her elongated eyelashes fluttered softly, accentuating her strikingly magnetic eyes. Beneath her delicate, upturned nose, her cherry-like lips curved slightly upward, forming an alluring arc. The gentle rise of her bosom complemented her flawless figure, crafting a portrait of beauty that could rival the elegance of a falling fish or a swooping goose. As the enchanting girl busied herself polishing the tables and chairs, she murmured softly, "I wonder where brother Tianlin has gone to cultivate. It has been nearly a month without any news. I hope the heavens bless him and that he is well." Chapter 52, The Return. Excitement. When the girl finally discerned the figure of Tianlin standing at the door, tears cascaded down her cheeks in an overwhelming flood. "Brother Tianlin!" she cried out, her voice filled with indescribable excitement and joy. Tianlin smiled and nodded, his eyes radiating warmth and kindness. Without a second thought, Xian'er dashed towards him and leaped into his embrace, her nose tinged with warmth as she began to sob softly. Upon hearing Tianlin's words, Xian'er lifted her exquisite face and whispered, "Is what you said true? From now on, you must take me with you wherever you go. Rest assured." "I promise to take you with me wherever I venture," Tianlin assured her. With this promise, Xian'er ceased her tears, blinking her slightly swollen eyes as she gazed at Tianlin. The position they found themselves in was undeniably intimate. Xian'er gently wrapped her delicate arms around Tianlin's neck, her entire being nestled within his embrace. Feeling the softness of her jade-like figure and inhaling the faint fragrance of innocence that wafted from her, Tianlin, as a man, couldn't help but experience a flutter of emotions. "Oh? Is that so? I did not notice," Tianlin chuckled lightly before turning to walk toward the wardrobe. "Brother Tianlin, I shall first go surprise uncle and the others. After you change your clothes, hurry to the hall." "All right, I understand, I'll be there shortly." After Sheer finished speaking, she smiled and gently closed the door behind her. Tianlin's small face radiated with a brilliant smile, as if the breakthrough in cultivation had been her own achievement. "Really? That's wonderful. Liner truly did not disappoint my expectations. How splendid!" At that moment, the excitement in Dianyu's heart was beyond words, yet he could not afford to display it too overtly, so he simply nodded and smiled incessantly. "Someone, summon the 3 esteemed elders of the family along with the other direct and collateral descendants, as well as the responsible parties. Inform them that Liner has completed her cultivation and has returned." Dianyu instructed a servant in the hall, his voice resonating with authority. When Tianlin returned to the hall after changing her clothes, she was astonished to find the vicinity filled with numerous youths, including both direct descendants of the Xi family and several powerful collateral relatives. To her surprise, even the 3 esteemed elders, who typically sequestered themselves in seclusion, were present, their eyes half closed as they sat solemnly in the center of the hall. The distance from the entrance to the hall was merely a few dozen meters. Yet Tianlin felt as though she was moving in slow motion, as the onlookers regarded her with expressions of either admiration or haughtiness. However, such gazes mattered little to the current Tianlin. What truly mattered was that she had regained her strength, no longer the derided and humiliated waste of the family. Tianlin bows to her father, to the three esteemed elders, to her second uncle. Tianlin respectfully greeted his father, the three elders, and the father of Nixoner. Exhibiting an attitude of reverence and composed demeanor, his expression tranquil and devoid of any visible tumult. Merely at the first level of the battle soul realm. And yet he dares to pry into my cultivation level, utterly oblivious to the consequences. In his heart, Tianlin scoffed coldly, harboring an increased disdain for Tianqi. Tianqi had always held animosity towards Tianlin. During the years when Tianlin lost his talent, Tianqi had relentlessly bullied and mocked him, coming perilously close to ending his life. At that moment, Tianlin's father spoke. By the way, Tianlin, after more than 20 days of cultivation, to what realm have you advanced? Upon hearing this, Tianqi sneered inwardly. Merely half a month ago, he was only at the 6th level of battle spirit. No matter how talented he may be, it is inconceivable for him to break through 4 levels and reach the battle soul realm within such a brief span. I myself ascended from the 8th level of battle spirit to the 1st level of battle soul in half a month. Let us see how he embarrasses himself. Chapter 53, The Disastrous Defeat. The Broken Sword. Tianqi, reflecting on this, gazed at Tianlin with a hint of disdain. Observing everything, the prodigious Tianlin raised his head and gave a slight bow to his father, speaking solemnly, "Father, I am unworthy of your high expectations, having only advanced to the 5th level of battle soul." Upon hearing this, the audience collectively gasped in astonishment. The 5th level of battle soul? How could this be? It was inconceivable. How could he possibly have achieved the 5th level? Tianqi murmured to himself, his face pale and filled with shock. Impossible! He is lying. He cannot have reached the 5th level of battle soul. Tianqi shouted furiously, pointing at Tianlin with indignation. His father, Diliu, changed expression, furrowing his brows. His son's competitive spirit was excessively strong. While ambition is beneficial for a cultivator, if it surpasses rationality, it only leads to demise. Moments ago, when Tianlin proclaimed his advancement to the 5th level, Diliu had discreetly probed Tianlin's true strength with his divine sense, and the result left him utterly astounded. The 5th level of battle soul. Moreover, his divine sense had already ascended to the 7th level of battle soul. Diliu was taken aback. It was unprecedented to encounter someone whose divine sense surpassed their martial cultivation. This lad is simply an anomaly, Diliu thought in shock, a hint of bitterness crossing his features. At this moment, Dingyu could no longer concern himself with trivial matters. Upon investigation, he indeed discovered that Tianlin spoke the truth. What astonished Dingyu the most was Tianlin's spiritual cultivation at the 7th level of the battle soul. Naturally, Dingyu understood the arduous nature of spiritual cultivation. The stronger the spirit, the greater its protective capacity over the soul, especially during combat with formidable opponents. Upon reaching a certain level, the rank of one's spiritual awareness became even more crucial than that of martial arts. Many practitioners, having attained a considerable level of martial prowess, found their internal energy sufficient to ascend to higher realms, yet they remained hindered by their inability to advance their spiritual awareness, thereby spending their entire lives unable to break through. The three elders exchanged glances, each perceiving a flicker of astonishment in the other's eyes. Tianlin's innate talent and comprehension were astonishingly remarkable. Having broken through 8 levels in just half a month, a level of understanding not easily found among ordinary individuals. Given the current circumstances, it seemed highly probable that Tianlin was an unparalleled genius, seldom seen in the past 10,000 years of the clan. Chier! Be mindful of your demeanor, Dinglu admonished in a low voice, his expression dark as he addressed the standing Tianqi beside him. However, in her state of jealousy and fury, Tianqi was utterly oblivious to her father's words. Tianlin, I shall see if your claims hold any truth. With a loud cry, she leapt forward, sword drawn, as her father looked on helplessly. Tianlin had been watching Tianqi's actions all along. and seeing her brazen disregard only fueled his irritation. With a slight raise of his brow, Ni Tianlin cast a penetrating gaze at Ni Tianqi. A fleeting glimmer of cold light flashing momentarily. Such a terrifying gaze. Ni Tianqi felt an inexplicable tremor in her heart as the distance between her sword and Ni Tianlin diminished to less than 3 inches. "Be careful, brother Tianlin!" Xian'er exclaimed in alarm, her face etched with concern. A mysterious smile graced the corners of Ni Tianlin's lips, and without any discernible movement, he vanished just as Ni Tianqi's sword was about to pierce him. This astonishing moment eluded all but the third-tier battle spirit Ni Dingyu and the 3 elders present. None could fathom how Ni Tianlin had maneuvered. All that the spectators perceived was a fleeting blur, and then Ni Tianlin stood behind Ni Tianqi. To their astonishment, in the brief span of half a month, Tianqi's swordsmanship had remarkably advanced. That previous strike surely bore the potency of a first-tier battle spirit. "Die!" Ni Tianqi roared, her fierce battle energy transforming into a streak of lightning aimed directly at Ni Tianlin. Witnessing this, Ni Tianlin's expression abruptly turned icy. He had not anticipated Ni Tianqi's ruthless resolve to strike without mercy. "In that case, I shall show no mercy either," Ni Tianlin replied coolly, his face betraying no emotion. However, as his words echoed, all present felt the surrounding air constrict sharply, an overwhelming aura pressing down on the onlooking disciples, rendering them nearly unsteady. Shock registered on each face, as none had expected Ni Tianlin to wield such formidable might. Upon sensing the overwhelming pressure, Ni Tianqi was momentarily taken aback. Yet there was no time for contemplation, as Ni Tianlin had already made his move. Everyone witnessed Ni Tianlin's right hand extend slowly, indeed. It was a deliberate and measured motion. Suddenly, an orb of crimson energy coalesced upon his palm. Though the hue did not resemble the deep scarlet of blood, it emitted a faint red glow, appearing exceedingly bizarre. Just as Ni Tianqi's sword was about to reach Ni Tianlin, the latter abruptly turned his head, his eyes flashing with brilliance. Chapter 54. The Sword Breaks the War Emperor. Although there exists a considerable disparity between the 1st and 5th levels of the battle soul, it should not be to such an extreme degree. The power inherent in Ni Tianlin's recent maneuver seemed to resonate with the peak of the battle soul realm, far beyond what one at the 5th level could possibly generate. Ni Tianqi stood there, dumbfounded, glancing at the shattered sword in his hand and then at his tattered garments. In that moment, his anger ignited completely. "Ah!" Ni Tianqi let out a furious roar, his body trembling violently. With a sudden gasp, he spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his face paling dramatically. This was a consequence of his intense agitation, causing his vital energy to become obstructed. Alas! It appeared that Ni Tianqi would suffer lasting repercussions from this incident. "Tiankai!" Ni Dinglu exclaimed in alarm, leaping forward to catch Ni Tianqi as he staggered backward. Concern etched across his features. "Ni Tianlin!" Ni Tianqi managed to utter those 3 words before his vision blurred, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. "Tiankai? Tiankai! Rebellious Tianlin! How dare you strike with such ferocity? I shall not let this matter rest." With a furious roar, rebellious Dinglu set aside rebellious Tianqi and unleashed a powerful palm strike toward rebellious Tianlin. Having attained the 1st level of the Battle Emperor realm, he exerted at least 30% of his strength. The surging battle energy surged forth like a roaring lion, charging directly at rebellious Tianlin. With little time to contemplate, rebellious Tianlin swiftly retreated to evade the onslaught. A warrior of the Battle Emperor realm is not easily trifled with, despite his formidable prowess. He was still merely at the battle soul level, a vast chasm separating them. However, rebellious Tianlin was not one to submit easily. In an instant, he extended his right hand, and with a piercing whistle, a longsword was firmly in his grasp. At that moment, all his profound energy surged forth, placing him in the prime state for an offensive. Rebellious Dinglu was taken aback, astonished that rebellious Tianlin had managed to evade his strike. With his pride wounded, He let out a cold snort, now unleashing 40% of his strength. Rebellious Tianlin furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated that rebellious Ding Lu would act so ruthlessly, attacking a junior in front of an audience, and with such intensity. Thus, rebellious Tianlin decided to hold nothing back. Red battle energy suddenly coalesced around the blade of his longsword, causing the entire sword to tremble under the immense pressure. With a fierce shout, rebellious Tianlin swung his sword, unleashing the battle energy in a sweeping arc. The grand hall was filled with the crimson sword aura, and everyone felt a palpable sense of pressure emanating from it. With a resounding crash, the battle energy barrier conjured by rebellious Ding Lu was shattered by rebellious Tianlin's longsword. The entire arena was astounded. The display of prowess by the formidable Tianlin was simply astonishing. If one were to suggest that Tianlin could defeat a master of the battle soul realm with a single strike, they might reluctantly accept this notion. For there was indeed a compelling pressure and formidable aura emanating from the crimson battle energy he unleashed. However, the fact that Tianlin could shatter the battle aura shield of a warrior at the battle emperor level was utterly beyond belief. Shock. Fear. It seemed that, aside from their astonishment, what consumed them more was sheer terror. Tianlin's astonishing combat power and extraordinary talent sent chills down their spines, riding the tides of anger. The countenance of Redinliu shifted between shades of pale and flushed, his chest heaving rapidly. Very well. I did not anticipate that you could breach even 50% of my battle aura shield. Now, I shall see how much of my strength you can endure. Redinliu's expression turned frigid as he gazed at Tianlin, his face etched with murderous intent. Just as Redinliu prepared to strike again, a sharp voice rang out, "Enough! Do you not find it disgraceful for an elder and a junior to compete in such a manner?" Redinliu's expression darkened as he turned to Redinliu, questioning, "Brother, what do you mean by that? Tianlin has injured Cher, as his father, do you think I will stand idly by?" Redinliu retorted. Tianlin harmed Tianqi only after Tianqi made the first move, and everyone here can see that Tianqi sought to take Tianlin's life. Should Tianlin simply allow himself to be slain? Ah, what a convenient justification for striking first. You have an extraordinary son, and yet you maintain such a demeanor towards him. Do I not exist as your second brother in your eyes? The stern and cold gaze of Enai Dinglu fixed upon the central seat where Enai Dingyu sat. Uncle. It is true that Tianqi was at fault initially, however, I should not have retaliated so fiercely. This matter arose from my actions and is unrelated to my father. I implore you not to put him in such a difficult position. Without any means of defense. Enai Tianlin braced himself against the weight of that heavy strike with his own body. A frown creased his brow, and a trickle of crimson blood escaped from the corner of his mouth, staining the sleeve of his white robe, rendering it painfully conspicuous. "Brother Tianlin!" Enai Xian'er cried out, springing from her seat to rush towards him. "Why were you so foolish? Why did you not evade?" With a quivering voice, Xian'er gently dabbed at the blood at the corner of Tianlin's mouth. Enai Tianlin tenderly took her hand away from his face, speaking softly, "Do not worry, Xian'er. I am fine." He then turned to the bewildered Enai Dinglu and said, "Uncle, consider this strike an apology for Tianqi's earlier actions. I hope for your understanding." Enai Dingyu's words had unmistakably signaled Enai Dinglu to depart, a message that was not lost on him. With a disdainful snort, Enai Dinglu flicked his sleeve and commanded two servants to carry Enai Tianqi away. After Enai Dingyu's exit, Enai Dingyu approached with concern, asking, "Liner, how do you feel? Are you all right?" The warmth in his father's caring gaze enveloped Enai Tianlin's heart. "Do not worry, father. This strike will not claim my life." Humph. Ding Lu has become increasingly unreasonable, resorting to such heavy-handedness against a junior. With a cold snort, Enai Dingyu's eyes glimmered with a chilling light. Chapter 55, The Nine Heavens Earth. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Enai Tianlin's complexion turned somewhat pale. He had already sustained severe injuries from the formidable battle aura in the Valley of Death within the Forbidden Forest, and after clashing with Enai Tianqi, He had endured a strike from a master at the battle's sovereign level. Had this occurred to an ordinary person, they would likely have succumbed to grave injuries or even death. The fact that Tianlin has persevered thus far is truly miraculous. He never anticipated that his second uncle's recent strike would be so devastating, had it not been for the significant improvement in his cultivation over the past half-month. He would surely have perished from that blow. Glancing at the blood in his palm, Tianlin furrowed his brows deeply. Sitting cross-legged, he focused his energy in the dantian, gently closing his eyes as he guided the profound energy within his body to circulate through his meridians for several cycles before finally feeling a bit better. To his astonishment, he discovered that the small red orb within him had actually shrunk. Although it appeared unchanged at first glance, the observant Tianlin discerned that the red orb had indeed diminished in size. He recalled what the extreme celestial demon sage had mentioned before, that this red orb represented true essence. A sign that only practitioners at the pinnacle of the 9th level of Battle Sovereign would possess. Yet, as a practitioner at the Battle Soul Realm, he had already acquired true essence, which left Tianlin feeling quite perplexed. In a moment of haste, the formidable Tianlin had neglected to examine the contents of his storage ring. It only now dawned on him that he remained oblivious to what treasures it may hold. Perhaps it contained elixirs that could expedite his recovery from injury. With the grand competition held once every decade imminent, Tianlin was determined not to let his wounds hinder his performance. With this thought igniting a spark of curiosity within him, he proceeded to open the storage ring. Upon witnessing the vast expanse within, he nearly gasped in astonishment. The space exceeded his wildest imagination, roughly estimated to encompass tens of thousands of square feet. It was indeed unbelievable that such a colossal storage ring existed in this world. Tianlin marveled at the sight and focused his gaze on a shelf filled with numerous small vials. Driven by curiosity, he approached the shelf and casually uncorked one of the vials. When he read the 3 characters inscribed on the porcelain bottle, he was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Little healing pill. This remedy was, without a doubt, the finest healing elixir for cultivators below the rank of War King. Although the materials required to concoct the little healing pill were not particularly difficult to gather, they were not readily available either. Moreover, the crafting of this elixir necessitated a pharmacist of at least the 3rd tier, thus amplifying its value. Upon pouring out the contents, Tianlin estimated there to be over 20 pills. If these were to be sold in the market, they would fetch no less than several 100,000 crystal stones. Once again, he carelessly picked up a nearby bottle, boldly labeled as Baiduden. Without a moment's hesitation, he recognized it as a miraculous elixir capable of counteracting all poisons. Relying on his keen observation, he glanced at several other vials. They contained various healing potions and a selection of divine elixirs designed to aid practitioners in their breakthroughs. However, these items held little value for him at present, so he merely took a small restorative pill to mend his internal injuries. Continuing his exploration of the storage ring, he wandered to other corners, where he stumbled upon a seemingly inconspicuous pile of dark materials. As he approached, he discovered it was a collection of rare substances used for forging. Suddenly, one particular piece of dark matter captivated him, revealing something astonishing. A fist-sized clump, resembling black soil, lay quietly, seemingly unremarkable at first glance, yet emanating a radiant glow akin to black crystals, exuding an aura of unparalleled sanctity. The Jiutianxi Rua is considered the pinnacle of crafting materials for divine artifacts, rumored to possess the ability to forge celestial-grade treasures. These celestial-grade artifacts are of the utmost caliber, said to possess their own consciousness and the ability to transform into human forms, indistinguishable from ordinary mortals. Gazing at the Jiutianxi Rua before him, he found himself at a loss for words to articulate the whirlwind of emotions stirring within him. Chapter 56, Xian Grade Spirit Artifact. With utmost care, he crouched down, cradling the Jiutianxi Rua in his hands, examining it meticulously in the palm of his hand. As soon as the 9 heavens Shirong was grasped in his hand, a wave of warm and gentle energy immediately permeated his heart and soul, causing a tremor to ripple through the entire being of Nian Tianlin. Indeed, it was a premier material for weapon forging. This formidable essence of the earth's veins rendered all other forging materials incomparable. Nian Tianlin's eyes gleamed with excitement as he swiftly approached. Upon laying eyes on the sword, he exclaimed in astonishment, "An Xian-level spirit weapon." Standing before the sword, he marveled at its brilliantly luminous blade. The Xian-level spirit weapon far surpassed the Huang-level mundane tools, excelling in both resilience and performance, attributes unattainable by their lower counterparts. Nian Tianlin extended his hand to grasp the sword, feeling the chilling sword intent emanating from it, which evoked a deep sense of admiration within him. A Xian-level 6th grade spirit weapon, he murmured softly, gently caressing the blade as if appreciating a masterful piece of art. In the realm of the demon heaven, weapons are categorized according to the elements of heaven and earth. The Huang-level mundane tool stands as the most basic, while the Tian-level divine weapon reigns supreme. Weapons are classified from lowest to highest as Huang-level mundane tools, Xian-level spirit weapons, D-level holy artifacts, and Tian-level divine weapons. Within each level, weapons are further divided into 9 grades. The higher the grade within a level, the superior the weapon's quality and potency. At this moment, Nian Tianlin held in his grasp a 6th grade spirit weapon from the Xian-level category. For a warrior of his caliber, at the Battle Soul realm, his personal longsword was merely a Huang-level 7th grade mundane tool. Moreover, this yellow grade 7th tier common artifact was a gift bestowed upon Nian Tianlin by his father. Generally, individuals below the realm of a battle king possess predominantly yellow grade common artifacts, with exceedingly few owning mystical grade spiritual instruments. Even Nian Tianlin's father, the esteemed expert of the Battle Emperor realm, wielded merely a 5th tier mystical grade spiritual instrument. This illustrates the formidable difficulty of crafting spiritual instruments and the stringent requirements for their materials. Throughout the entire Xianling continent, noble families akin to the Nishi family possess at most 5 or 6 mystical grade spiritual instruments. The majority are yellow grade common artifacts, with many more being simple iron swords forged by ordinary blacksmiths. Gazing at the 6th tier mystical grade spiritual instrument in his hand, excitement shimmered in Nian Tianlin's eyes. It is noteworthy that his father only held a 5th tier mystical grade spiritual instrument, while he now possessed a 6th tier one, igniting an uncontainable thrill within him. Throughout the Xianling continent, Nian Tianlin had never encountered a terrestrial grade holy artifact. In his view, it was plausible that such artifacts might not even exist on the entire continent. Observing a cabinet behind him adorned with a dozen long swords, both yellow grade and mystical grade, Nian Tianlin counted a total of 12 yellow grade common artifacts and 3 mystical grade spiritual instruments, the highest being only a 3rd tier mystical grade spiritual instrument. Nevertheless, this was a significant boon for Nian Tianlin. He had not anticipated that the storage ring of the Extreme Heaven Demon Saint contained so many valuable treasures. These spiritual instruments were sufficient to equip the forces of a small family. Casting a glance at the small elixir in his hand, Nian Tianlin smiled faintly and settled into a cross-legged position. Glimpsing the small red pill nestled in his palm, Nian Tianlin opened his mouth and swallowed the elixir. As the pill entered his body, a surge of heat emanated from his dantian, swiftly followed by an overwhelming wave of energy radiating throughout his being. Nian Tianlin shuddered, fully aware that the medicinal potency of the elixir was activating. However, he was somewhat taken aback by how rapidly the effects took hold upon ingestion. Cautious not to underestimate the situation, he recognized that if he failed to absorb the immense energy generated by the elixir in a timely manner, it could pose a grave threat to his life. The consequences could range from severe injuries to a catastrophic explosion of his body. When the pill enters the dantian, if the user does not swiftly guide the internal mystic energy, it can accumulate at an alarming rate within the practitioner's body, leading to potentially life-threatening consequences if one is not careful. With meticulous care, Nian Tianlin began to direct the mystic energy flowing within him. His meridians bore the relentless onslaught of the vast energy, while he endured the excruciating pain of the energy's invasion. Beads of sweat, as large as mung beans, trickled down his forehead, and his garments were thoroughly drenched, the agony proving nearly unbearable. The internal mystic energy surged like a wild stallion, mercilessly battering every organ and nerve within him. Ni Tianlin's body began to tremble. He had not anticipated the elixir would possess such formidable potency. The minor medicinal pill can exert its effects on martial artists below the realm of the Battle King. As the prodigious Tianlin is still far from reaching the Battle King level, the potency of this minor pill can only be fully realized within him, whose cultivation is merely at the battle soul stage. At that moment, an enigmatic force detached itself from Tianlin's control, surging toward a hidden acupoint within his body with astonishing speed, leaving him scarcely able to react. Subsequently, a piercing pain radiated from within him, a sensation akin to being torn apart, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Unable to endure the overwhelming agony any longer, Tianlin let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through his being, amplifying the sound waves in tandem with the impact of the enigmatic force. In that instant, the small red orb within his body erupted with a brilliant crimson glow, enveloping his dantian in a cocoon of red light, resolutely barring the ferocious force from encroaching even slightly, as if declaring dominion over this territory. The two forces appeared to engage in a fierce struggle, neither willing to concede an inch. Initially, the enigmatic force battled fiercely against the crimson light, but gradually it began to yield, repelled by the radiance emanating from Tianlin's dantian. The red orb within him quivered violently, and the blood-red light surged forth with renewed intensity, illuminating the surroundings. In an instant, the crimson glow transformed into a blood-red dragon, emitting a melodious sound as it lunged toward the enigmatic force with its gaping maw. Sensing the formidable power contained within the red radiance, the enigmatic force promptly retreated in haste. The crimson dragon, transformed from the red mango, unfurled its gaping maw and lunged directly toward the ethereal energy. Ultimately, that ethereal energy could not escape its grim fate and was consumed by the blood-red dragon, swallowed whole. After absorbing this energy, the crimson dragon spiraled around the body of Ni Tianlin before letting out a piercing roar and crashing straight into his dantian. Ni Tianlin trembled violently, as if his ears were ringing from the impact. Unable to endure the force of the red dragon any longer, he let out a thunderous roar that resonated through the heavens and earth, shaking the very foundations of the Ni clan. All members of the Ni family felt the ground tremble beneath them, soon followed by the resounding crash of collapsing structures. Ni Dingyu was the first to hear that sound and realized it emanated from Ni Tianlin's quarters, prompting his immediate concern. When everyone arrived at the scene, they discovered that the rear guesthouse had completely collapsed, leaving chaos in its wake. Ni Tianlin's room was ablaze, billowing thick smoke. A servant, head bowed and voice trembling, spoke softly, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. "What are you all doing? If anything happens to the young master, I will hold each of you responsible." Ni Dingyu thundered, his face a mask of fury. "Brother, do you look like a head of the household? Can this be blamed on the servants?" Ni Dinglu observed Ni Dingyu's wrathful visage, feigning concern for the subordinates, and spoke softly in self-reproach. "In this place, I am the head of the family, and it is not your place to interject. Do you truly believe that your actions today, inflicting such severity upon Liner in the Great Hall, reflect the demeanor of an uncle? You." The words of the reverse Ding Lu, spoken in the presence of the reverse Ding Yu, left him utterly speechless. With a flick of his sleeve and a cold snort, he fell silent. Should anything happen to Liner, I will not spare you. Immediately extinguish the flames. I shall personally enter to find him." Reverse Ding Lu gazed upon the blazing inferno and the collapsed structures, sneering as he remarked, "Such a colossal fire, combined with the ruins, would likely render even a master of battle spirit unable to survive." Father was not mistaken. It appears that Tianlin is indeed in grave peril this time. The speaker of these words was none other than Reverse Ding Lu's youngest son, Reversed Wu Qing, who had now reached the pinnacle of the 9th level in battle spirit. This morning, he had already heard of Tianlin's predicament from his father. Having been away at the academy for his studies, thus absent during the incident. Upon hearing his father recount how Tianlin had severely injured his brother, reverse Tianqi, Wu Qing immediately seized the longsword from the table, intent on avenging his brother. However, he was stopped by reverse Ding Lu, who informed him that Tianlin's martial prowess had ascended to the 5th level of battle soul, rendering Wu Qing no match for him. This revelation filled Wu Qing with both fury and resentment. He and Tianqi were alike in their disposition, both narrow-minded and arrogant. Thus their discontent toward Tianlin's sudden rise was palpable. Yet, little did they anticipate that such calamity would befall the very dwelling of Tianlin. It seemed that this time, he truly faced a life-or-death situation. From the beginning until now, the fire has only grown more intense, however. The prodigious Nixian Lin has yet to emerge, which may indeed portend ominous outcomes. Alas! It is a pity that such a genius has fleetingly vanished like a morning dew. Just moments ago, Nixian Lu and Nixian Wuqing's words were firmly etched in Nixian Yu's mind. He understood that the father and son duo were deliberately provoking him. Yet, despite this awareness, Nixian Yu could hardly tolerate their remarks. Without a moment's hesitation, he sternly interjected to put a stop to their taunts. Nixian Lu was momentarily taken aback. But soon a cold smirk graced his features. Brother, I mean no disrespect, but as the head of the family, one must prioritize the greater good. We cannot jeopardize our family's long-term aspirations over a mere junior at the soul combat realm. Humph, what do you wish to convey? Do you imply that my treatment of subordinates is tantamount to cruelty? Let us not forget, here I am the patriarch, and as long as I am at the helm, the Nixian clan shall be governed by my decree. Nixian Yu's words directly struck a deep-seated scar within Nixian Lu, one that had festered for many years. The position of the family patriarch had originally been contested between Nixian Yu and Nixian Lu. Especially since Nixian Yu's younger brother had perished years ago due to an ill-fated training accident. Subsequently, during the election for the family head, Nixian Yu had garnered the majority's support and ascended to his position. This event had left an indelible mark on Nixian Lu's heart, becoming a shadow he could never shake off. Ah, what a declaration! As long as you remain, this family shall dance to your tune. However, I must inform you that should you dare to take any actions detrimental to the development of the Ni family, I am fully capable of uniting with the 3 esteemed elders to strip you of your position as the family head. Ni Dinglu was genuinely incensed by Ni Dingyu's words, trembling with agitation as he pointed accusingly at Ni Dingyu, finally voicing a sentiment he had suppressed for many years. Just as Ni Dingyu was preparing to leap into the ruins, a thunderous dragon's roar resonated from the chamber where Ni Tianlin resided. Amidst the astonished faces of the crowd, a white figure soared into the sky, emerging directly from the debris. Father, your son has returned, Ni Tianlin proclaimed loudly, gracefully twisting in midair before landing effortlessly before Ni Dingyu and the astonished onlookers. Chapter 58, The 7th Layer of Battle Soul. Father, your son has returned, Ni Tianlin declared once more, executing a flawless aerial maneuver as he descended elegantly before Ni Dingyu and the awestruck crowd. As soon as Ni Tianlin's feet touched the ground, a formidable aura of battle energy surged toward Ni Dingyu, leaving him momentarily stunned and enveloped in a sensation of unreality. Liner! You! Ni Dinglu, too! Sensed that something was amiss, recalling that during the day in the main hall, Ni Tianlin had not exhibited such an imposing presence. Now, however, Ni Tianlin smiled slightly and nodded, affirming, indeed, your son has achieved a breakthrough. What? Ni Dingyu exclaimed in shock. While Ni Dinglu and Ni Wuqing behind him were already displaying expressions of fear. For Ni Wuqing, jealousy and fury were more prominent on his face. Could it be that you have already broken through to the 6th layer of battle soul? Nydia, somewhat incredulous, inquired. That day, He shook his head and proclaimed in a resonant voice, "No, it is the 7th level of battle soul." Upon utterance of these words, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Astonished by such an unparalleled rate of advancement and extraordinary breakthrough speed that had never been witnessed before. This morning, needy Tianlin was merely at the 5th level of battle soul. Yet within less than a day, he had surged through 2 levels to attain the 7th level, a prodigious pace of cultivation that seemed unprecedented in history. Humph! So what if it is the 7th level of battle soul? What is so remarkable about it? Needy Tianlin remained unfazed, merely responding with a serene smile. "Father, my sudden breakthrough has caused me to lose control over the profound energy within, resulting in this current predicament. I hope for your understanding. Ha ha ha, my son. As long as you can break through, even if you were to demolish the entire architectural structures of the needy clan, I would not hold it against you. We can always rebuild," Nydia replied with a hearty laugh, his face radiating excitement and enthusiasm. Yet, no one noticed the glimmer of cold light that flashed in the eyes of needy Liu behind him. The other members of the needy family gazed at needy Tianlin with expressions of admiration, mixed with envy. However, to needy Tianlin, these sentiments were inconsequential. What truly mattered was his preparation for the forthcoming year-end competition. A gentle smile graced his lips, and he understood his father's doubts. Not only his father, but even needy Tianlin himself found it somewhat hard to believe. At that moment, as he howled in agony, a powerful energy suddenly emanated from the small red orb within his dantian, effectively repelling the blood-red dragon beyond its confines. Later, without realizing it, he inexplicably achieved a breakthrough. And remarkably, he broke through 2 levels at once, which left him, Ni Tiankin, in a state of disbelief. "Lina!" Eniding called out to Ni Tiankin several times without receiving a response. "Oh! Father, what did you just say? Lina, what is the matter with you? Are you feeling unwell? I called your name several times, yet you did not respond. Were you lost in thought?" Eniding inquired with concern. "Oh! I was merely contemplating the destruction of so many houses during my breakthrough. It will undoubtedly result in significant losses for our family," Ni Tiankin replied, smiling as he looked at Eniding, his expression revealing no unusual signs. "Ha ha ha, so Lina was thinking about this matter. Do not worry, I shall have them rebuilt tomorrow. Besides, that row of houses has not been renovated in ages. It is the perfect opportunity to construct a new courtyard for you as a place to practice and rest." Eniding laughed heartily, his face radiating ease and joy. In Ni Tiankin's memory, his father's laughter today exceeded the total of the past 4 years. He was acutely aware of the familial bond and the bitterness and pressure that lay within his father's heart. For 4 years, his cultivation had inexplicably stagnated, and his father had been tirelessly laboring behind the scenes for his sake. It wasn't that Ni Tiankin was unwilling to speak, rather, he truly did not know how to broach such matters with his father. Take, for instance, the red primordial essence within my own body, throughout the entire Xianling continent. There exists no other individual possessing such a thing. Even Yiling Tian, the master of the enigmatic and formidable Ling Luo sect, a martial artist at the pinnacle of the 8th level of the Battle Emperor, does not harbor this primordial essence within himself. This predicament places Nishienkai in a challenging position to elucidate the situation to his father. Moreover, he had pledged to the extreme heaven demon saint to remain silent about this matter, thus, from a moral standpoint, he cannot divulge it to his father. "Father, the reason I was able to successfully break through this time is due to the elixir," Nishienkai contemplated before speaking to his father. "Oh? An elixir? What kind of elixir?" "The Xiaohuandan." "What? The Xiaohuandan? Are you saying it was due to the Xiaohuandan?" The astonishment was evident on Xidingyu's face. Although the Xiaohuandan is known for its remarkable healing effects for cultivators below the Battle King level, it is still considered a miraculous healing potion, requiring at least a 3rd-tier alchemist to concoct. Furthermore, the ingredients for crafting the Xiaohuandan are not easily obtainable within the entire Nishi family. there are scarcely fewer than 10 Xiaohuandan. Nishienkai nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is precisely due to the Xiaohuandan. Without it, I could not have achieved such a smooth breakthrough, and even managed to ascend 2 levels. I see. But where did you acquire the Xiaohuandan? Xi Dingyu suddenly pondered this crucial question. The entire Nishi family's Xiaohuandan is stored within the scripture pavilion, guarded by the most elite disciples of the Nishi clan, making it impossible for Nishienkai to access it. Thus, from where did Nishienkai obtain his Xiaohuandan? Chapter 59, Midnight Confabulation. Confronted by his father's perplexed gaze, Ni Tianlin smiled without uttering a word. Liner, are you? As he spoke, Ni Dingyu paused, gesturing towards a wall in his room, his meaning unmistakable. Ni Tianlin nodded with a smile, affirming, indeed, it is from there that I acquired the knowledge. Ni Tianlin was, of course, referring to the family's forbidden ground, the Back Mountains restricted forest. He had initially intended to mention the divine beast but refrained, recalling the warning from the extreme sky demon saint, who had cautioned him against revealing any secrets of the evil emperor's divine palace. Have you encountered a 4th-tier spirit beast? Were you harmed? Ni Dingyu inquired, a hint of anxiety in his voice. A 4th-tier spirit beast equated to a human martial artist at the battle master level. Whereas Ni Tianlin was merely at the battle soul level, it was implausible for him to contend against a creature 2 levels above him. Yuxai, did I not advise you to never venture there? Why do you refuse to heed my counsel? What if something unfortunate were to befall you? Ni Dingyu's emotions began to escalate. Ni Tianlin lowered his head in a gesture of remorse. Father, I apologize, I recognize my folly. However, I was compelled to uncover the mysteries of this Death Valley, which even you cannot approach, thus I could not resist the urge to investigate. All participating martial artists must be young practitioners aged between 10 and 20, and another stipulation is that they must attain the battle soul level. These 2 conditions may appear simple, yet those who can transcend to the realm of battle soul before the age of 10 are exceedingly rare, akin to a phoenix feather or a unicorn's horn. This year, at merely 10 years of age, Ni Tianlin has already attained the 7th level of battle soul cultivation. In the entirety of the Xianling continent, it is unlikely that any other youth can be compared to him. The decade-end grand competition, held once every 10 years, stands as the most significant event on the Xianling continent, drawing millions of martial artists to witness the spectacle. Furthermore, the top 50 competitors will be selected to undergo trials in the Earth Fire Sword Cave, where those who succeed shall be rewarded with a 9th-grade Xian-level spirit weapon. The 9th-grade Xian-level spirit weapon represents the pinnacle of weaponry on the Xianling continent. There are no Earth-level sacred artifacts on the Xianling continent, primarily due to the absence of 8th-tier alchemists. The crafting of Earth-level sacred artifacts necessitates the expertise of an 8th-tier alchemist, along with exceedingly rare and precious materials. Consequently, the Xianling continent is devoid of Earth-level sacred artifacts. Among the known 7th-tier alchemists, Ni Tianlin is aware of only a handful, illustrating the esteemed status of alchemists on the Xianling continent. The path of an alchemist is fraught with greater difficulties than that of a martial artist. It requires not only ample patience and extensive knowledge of alchemy but also sufficient financial resources and materials. Without practical experience to complement theoretical knowledge, one cannot progress. Many alchemists lacking innate talent may never achieve a breakthrough in their lifetime, underscoring the harsh reality of this arduous journey. It is precisely for these reasons that the artisans of the Xianling continent are regarded as more esteemed than even the most accomplished martial sovereigns. Many prominent families, such as the formidable Ni family, may not possess a 5th-tier artifact master, yet they often boast 2 or 3 martial sovereigns. This illustrates the remarkable value placed upon artifact masters. Liner, when the time comes for the competition, the number of martial artists will surely be in the tens of thousands. Thus, whether you can stand out amidst the crowd will depend solely on your prowess. I understand, Father, rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. For I possess another remarkable treasure. With a smile, Enai Tiankun produced a gleaming, snow-white longsword and placed it before Enai Dingyu. Enai Dingyu's pupils widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, a 6th grade Shin-level spirit weapon. Enai Tiankun nodded with a grin, affirming, indeed, it is a 6th grade Shin-level spirit weapon. Heavenly stars, Linner, where did you acquire this? I can scarcely believe my eyes, this is truly a 6th grade Shin-level spirit weapon. Enai Dingyu was overwhelmed with joy, caressing the sword as if it were a priceless artifact. Enai Tiankun replied with a smile, I discovered it within my storage ring. Storage ring? Enai Dingyu's gaze shifted to Enai Tiankun's finger, where he noticed a simple yet exquisite black storage ring adorning it. I stumbled upon this within. This storage ring was a gift from you to Linner, and now I return it to you. With that, Enai Tiankun handed back the storage ring his father had given him before entering the Forbidden Forest. Enai Dingyu accepted the ring, slipping it onto his finger. His eyes filled with boundless astonishment. He had not anticipated that the fortunes of the heavenly unicorn would be so extraordinary. A mere excursion would yield such a plethora of treasures, leaving Yi Dingyu quite astonished. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Yi Dingyu raised his head and inquired with a hint of perplexity, Unicorn, this storage ring requires a specific incantation for activation. How did you manage to unlock it? Chapter 60. Renowned across the continent, the heavenly unicorn was momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing his verbal slip. The storage ring could only be fully utilized with the incantation of its rightful owner, accompanied by a drop of his blood, thereby claiming it as his own. His earlier statement about acquiring the ring by chance had understandably raised his father's suspicions. Beside this storage ring was a cultivation manual, which contained the corresponding incantation, enabling me to unlock it. So it was, but he had not anticipated the profound secrets hidden within that forbidden forest, which not only harbored the Valley of Death but also the manual. By the way, may I disclose to father what kind of manual it is? Oh! It is merely a standard swordsmanship cultivation manual. Upon hearing this, Yi Dingyu refrained from further inquiries, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Casting a glance at the storage ring in the heavenly unicorn's hand, Yi Dingyu inquired with a smile, pray tell, how vast is the space within this storage ring? Is it over 100 feet in size? The heavenly unicorn chuckled and shook his head. The esteemed Reverse Dingyu misunderstood the essence of Reverse Tianlin's words, mistakenly believing that he was suggesting it was not that large. He nodded and remarked, I initially thought it might be a few hundred zhang in size. It seems that not everything within is necessarily a treasure, however, having even one is quite remarkable, considering such items cannot simply be purchased with wealth. Reverse Tianlin shook his head with a smile and clarified, Father, you have misinterpreted my meaning, it exceeds 100 square zhang. What? It exceeds 100 square zhang? How could that be? Is it possible that it spans thousands of zhang? Reverse Dingyu inquired, a hint of astonishment in his voice. Once again, Reverse Tianlin shook his head with a smile and declared, no, it is indeed a magnitude of over 10,000 square zhang. This simple statement nearly caused Reverse Dingyu to topple from his seat in shock. A storage ring of 10,000 zhang? He had never even heard of such a thing. Are you certain it measures over 10,000 zhang? Are you not mistaken? Reverse Dingyu asked again. Yes, father. It truly encompasses over 10,000 zhang, there is no error, Reverse Tianlin affirmed. Reverse Dingyu burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, my son. I scarcely know how to respond. I never anticipated that upon your entry there, you would encounter such fortuitous blessings. I am genuinely delighted for you. The fact that Reverse Tianlin not only experienced a significant enhancement in his cultivation upon entering the Forbidden Forest but also encountered such remarkable fortune filled Reverse Dingyu with exhilaration and bolstered his confidence for the impending year-end competition. The following day, when Reverse Tianlin rose from his slumber, he was pleasantly surprised to find a basin of steaming water for washing and a neatly folded stack of towels placed beside his bed. A warm sensation enveloped Xian Tianlin's heart. he instinctively understood that it was Xiner who had prepared something for him. Xiner, I shall ensure that no one harms you. I promise. He silently vowed within himself. Creak. Brother Tianlin, you are awake. Did you sleep well last night? Xiner entered, carrying a tray that evidently held breakfast for him. Perhaps. What delightful treat have you prepared for me this time? Tianlin replied with a smile as he settled beside the table, observing Xiner in her bustling activity. With a cheerful tone, Xiner ladled soup for him, saying, Of course. It is your favorite snow fungus and bird's nest porridge. Here, please taste what I've made for you. As she handed the porridge to Tianlin, she thoughtfully offered him a spoon as well. Gratefully smiling, Tianlin took a delicate sip. Quite exquisite. It seems that your culinary skills have indeed improved, he remarked. Xiner's cheeks flushed slightly as she responded, That is because I prepared it with great care for you, brother Tianlin. Tianlin was momentarily taken aback, his countenance slightly awkward as he chuckled, Ah, Xiner, you are too kind. He then lowered his gaze, continuing to savor the porridge, fearing that if he looked up, he would be met with Xiner's clear, penetrating eyes. Though Tianlin possessed considerable talent in martial arts, he was utterly naive when it came to matters of the heart. Brother Tianlin, do you know? You have become quite the celebrity in the Xi clan. News of you has spread throughout every corner of the streets. Oh! How could this happen so swiftly? Surely, someone is intentionally spreading the word, he inquired, perplexed. Reverberating with consternation, Tianlin furrowed his brow and conceded. That remains beyond my ken. Perchance my esteemed uncle possesses such knowledge. With a pensive nod, Tianlin acknowledged Xiner's candor, resolving to seek counsel from his father anon. Little did Tianlin apprehend that a momentous occurrence had seized the collective consciousness of the Xianling continent, with himself as the epicenter. Pray tell, art thou acquainted with the scion of the clan, Tianlin? Indeed, who remains oblivious? Rumor hath it that the lad ascended through 8 gradations within a fortnight, attaining the 5th stratum of the battle soul realm. Alas, thy tidings are antiquated. It is now universally acknowledged that the clan's prodigy surmounted 2 additional strata on the eve of yesterday, thereby reaching the 7th echelon of the battle soul domain. What sayest thou? Is such a feat conceivable? To ascend 2 strata within a single day? Is this youth truly mortal? Alas, such is the disparity that separates us. Let us hasten to witness this marvel. For I have heard tell that the clan intends to host a lavish banquet in honor of their kin in the days to come. Why didst thou not impart this information sooner? Let us proceed with haste, for I am consumed with curiosity to behold the visage of this young man, and to discern the source of his extraordinary prowess. Such exchanges reverberated throughout the thoroughfares and alleyways, permeating the very fabric of society. Scarcely a soul remained ignorant of this extraordinary event. Though the Xianling continent sprawled vast and boundless, the relentless dissemination of this narrative ensured that its echoes reached every corner within a mere 3 days. Even paragons of martial prowess, such as battle masters and battle kings, yearned to behold this Tianlin, for his rate of advancement defied comprehension. In merely 3 days, the name Tianlin became renowned among all practitioners, particularly among those of the martial master and martial king ranks, who yearned to encounter him and seek his counsel on the secrets of cultivation breakthroughs. Little did they realize that Tianlin possessed no profound secrets for such advancements. Each of his breakthroughs occurred almost imperceptibly, often without his conscious awareness, sometimes occurring in fleeting moments. What astonished Tianlin the most was that he consistently achieved consecutive breakthroughs, either 2 or even 3 levels at once. This method of advancement was nothing short of astonishing. Thus, through the whispers of many, within just 3 days, the name Tianlin reverberated throughout the entire Xianling continent. Chapter 61, A Challenge Arises? At this moment, Tianlin's name had become an idol in the hearts of the majority of young martial artists. For he was the sole practitioner among his peers, soon to celebrate his 11th birthday, who had broken through to the 7th level of the Battle Soul realm. Consequently, many youths regarded Ni Tianlin as their benchmark for surpassing greatness, and tales of his feats spread like wildfire across the expanse of the Xianling continent. Lei Peng felt a tremor in his heart and respectfully remarked, "Congratulations, Sect Master, on your advancement. I believe it will not be long before you break through to the 9th level of the Battle Emperor realm, becoming the first master in centuries to reach the pinnacle of the Battle Emperor 9th level within the realm of the Demon Heaven." The flattery from Lei Peng was indeed perfectly timed. The middle-aged man nodded slightly and remarked, "You speak wisely. Although I have remained at the 8th level of the War Emperor realm for several years, during this time I have refined the profound energy within my Dantian to a greater degree. I believe that even without that cultivation technique, I could still break through to the 9th level of the War Emperor realm." At this point, a fleeting shadow of cold murderous intent crossed his face, as if he recalled some unpleasant memory. The sect leader, devoted to the study of martial arts and endowed with extraordinary talent, is bound to achieve a breakthrough soon. Ha ha ha! Splendid! The middle-aged man let out a hearty laugh, his somewhat aged voice imbued with a strong sense of confidence. This man was none other than Yiling Tian, the leader of the Ling Luo sect, the foremost sect in the Xianling continent. As the envoy of the Ling Luo sect, Lei Peng was often entrusted with important matters by Yiling Tian. Given the rampant rumors surrounding the extraordinary Tianlin, Yiling Tian had tasked Lei Peng with investigating and confirming the truth. Just moments ago, Lei Peng was reporting back to him. "By the way, you must be referring to that young man from the Ni family, correct?" "Indeed, sect leader. Almost everyone across the Xianling continent is now familiar with the name Ni Tianlin. In just half a month, he has broken through 8 levels. And in a single day, he has ascended 2 levels. Such a pace of cultivation is simply astonishing." There was a trace of lingering trepidation in Lei Peng's voice as he spoke. The unexpected prowess of this young man continues to astonish. Merely a month ago, he was regarded as an insignificant member of his family, possessing only the 2nd level of combat spirit. Yet, in such a brief span, he has emerged as a distinguished figure among the younger generation. Truly formidable, if he maintains this momentum. It will not be long before he becomes a master among the youth of the Xianling continent. Indeed, should this come to pass, it would pose quite a dilemma. Although our Linglumen is the foremost sect on the Xianling continent, we lack exceptional young talents like him. As Yiling Tian spoke, a sigh escaped him, tinged with concern. Felt a stir within, contemplating the implication of the sect leader's words. Was he suggesting that they should endeavor to recruit into Linglumen? Yiling Tian nodded, affirming, "Precisely. Our sect is in dire need of young experts like. If we can successfully draw him into our ranks, many who admire him will undoubtedly follow suit, which would greatly benefit the growth of Linglumen. However, sect leader, it is said that is a man of integrity, wholeheartedly devoted to martial arts, yet seemingly has no intention of aligning himself with any sect. Might our efforts be in vain? Your considerations are astute, yet without attempting to engage him, how can we ascertain whether he would choose to affiliate with Linglumen?" Slightly inclined his head in agreement. "Indeed, sect leader. The grand annual competition of the Xianling continent, held once every decade, is meticulously organized by the foremost sect, Lingluo Gate, in conjunction with the 4 prominent families. Thus, Lingluo Gate places significant emphasis on this event. Thousands of contestants will vie for victory, yet only 50 will emerge triumphant, proceeding to the Earth Fire Sword Cave for further trials. The ultimate victor shall be awarded a 9th-grade mystical spirit artifact." Yiling Tian's assertion was anticipated by Lei Peng, since the inception of this competition. Yiling Tian has only graced the event once, during his inaugural year as the head of Lingluo Gate, after which he vanished from public view. "Thank you for your trust, Master. I shall not fail in my mission." Lei Peng knelt on one knee, his expression imbued with reverence. "In the Ni family, father. Have you heard the news circulating outside?" Ni Tianlin inquired as he entered the grand hall, addressing Ni Dingyu, who was seated at the center. and Idingu raised an eyebrow. Intrigued. Oh? What news? There are rampant rumors about my breakthrough in cultivation, and I fear this may lead to complications. I am now hesitant to step outside. And Tianlin confessed. Ha ha ha, so it is because of this matter, my son. However, there is little I can do, though our Ni family wields considerable influence. We cannot silence the whispers of the world. Seeing the smile upon Idingu's face, Tianlin could only shake his head in resignation. Aware that his father was undoubtedly elated. With such a prodigious talent emerging from the Ni family, it would indeed be peculiar if Idingu were not pleased. At that moment, a servant hurriedly entered the hall to report to Idingu, "Master, it is bad news. A young man has arrived outside, specifically requesting to challenge the young master." Upon hearing this, Tianlin furrowed his brow in concern. "Someone is challenging?" "Yes, young master. A young man has named you as his opponent, and he also said." The servant hesitated, lowering his head, clearly hesitant to disclose something. "Speak freely." "What did he say?" Tianlin inquired calmly, his expression unchanged. "Well, he said that if the young master does not wish to come out to face him, it is acceptable, as long as you address him as boss," the servant replied, a hint of panic in his voice. Tianlin exchanged glances with Idingu. Idingu chuckled heartily, while Tianlin shook his head with a sense of resignation. "My son, this matter pertains to you, so I shall leave it in your capable hands. Although we do not yet know the identity of this challenger, since he has come to our doorstep, we should extend the courtesy of meeting him. A guest from afar deserves our respect." Upon hearing Tianlin's words, Idingu's eyes brightened, and he nodded discreetly. "This child has truly not disappointed me. It seems that under his leadership, the Yi family will surely achieve great success in the future." When Tianlin arrived outside the Yi family residence, he found that several of the family's young disciples lay sprawled on the ground, clutching their stomachs and groaning in pain. Xianlin furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze catching sight of a young boy engaged in combat with two warriors from the Xian clan. "Cease at once!" Xianlin exclaimed in a low voice, his words imbued with a martial aura that sent a tingling sensation through the ears of all present. Upon hearing this command, the young boy turned his head, slightly displeased, and retorted, "Who dares to shout here? Can't you see that this young master is in the midst of an exhilarating battle?" Xianlin was momentarily taken aback. The boy possessed a strikingly handsome visage, standing a tad taller than Xianlin, with clear, spirited eyes that seemed to flicker with an inner flame. The boy's gaze met Xianlin's piercing eyes, and an unbidden shiver coursed through him. "What a sharp gaze!" Suppressing his astonishment, the boy boldly inquired, "Who are you?" "I demand to see Xianlin." "What business is it of yours?" One of Xianlin's attendants was about to reprimand the boy, but Xianlin subtly gestured for him to remain silent. Stepping forward, Xianlin addressed the young man, "My friend, you are unfamiliar with Xianlin. Pray tell, why do you wish to see him?" "Hey, why are you so verbose?" "My desire to see Xianlin has nothing to do with you. Speak too much." "And beware of my sword," the boy retorted with a cold snort, brandishing the sword in his hand. "A second-grade Shen-class spiritual weapon." Xianlin's eyes widened with interest. Though the boy appeared to be of a similar age, the possession of such a weapon indicated that his background was anything but ordinary. As Tianlin gazed at the sword in his hand, a hint of astonishment crossed his features. The youth, seemingly pleased, remarked with a smile, "What do you think? You've never seen this before, have you? Let me tell you, this is a profound grade spiritual weapon, incomparable to your mundane yellow grade artifacts. Hurry and summon Tianlin, or else I shall unleash my wrath and bring you all to your knees." Tianlin merely smiled gently and shook his head, responding, "If you do not even recognize Tianlin, why is it that you insist on meeting him?" To his surprise, the youth burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Who says I have not met Tianlin? Just a few days ago, I had an encounter with him, it was he who invited me to this duel today. No! He hides away, frightened to show himself, which has incited my anger and LED to this altercation. Jian Tianlin nearly succumbed to disbelief. This fellow was brazenly fabricating tales. Unable to recognize him even when standing directly before him, yet daring to assert they had met. The onlookers from the Jiantian family erupted in laughter, casting scornful glances at the bewildered youth in the arena. What are you all laughing at? Keep it up, and I shall bring you all down. The youth, somewhat befuddled, protested. Jian Tianlin, shaking his head in bemusement, began to descend the steps. I stand right before you, yet you fail to recognize me. And still you claim I summoned you for a duel. Upon hearing these words, the youth's expression shifted, a flicker of surprise illuminating his face as he inquired. You are Jian Tianlin? Does it not appear so? Jian Tianlin replied. As the youth received confirmation of Jian Tianlin's identity, astonishment washed over his features, his countenance reflecting sheer disbelief. You appear to be smaller than I am. How could you possibly be the illustrious Ni Tianlin? He is a cultivator of the 7th realm of battle soul, so how could he be so diminutive? Spare me your deceit, and summon Ni Tianlin at once, or I shall engage you in combat. I have already stated that I am Ni Tianlin. Should you doubt my word, feel free to inquire with them. Ni Tianlin gestured towards the surrounding disciples of the Ni family, smiling. Indeed, he is the son of our esteemed family head, Ni Tianlin. He is our young master. Young master, defeat him. Immediately, the air filled with shouts and cheers of encouragement. The young man's expression shifted again, then gradually settled into calmness. To my astonishment, Ni Tianlin is even younger than I am. Boy, how old are you this year? The young man, unfazed by Ni Tianlin's status, bellowed. Ni Tianlin remained unperturbed, offering a serene smile. I am 11 this year. May I inquire about your esteemed name? The young man huffed dismissively. You may learn my name, but only after you defeat me. With that, he let out a fierce shout, gathering a palpable aura of battle energy in his right palm, and struck towards Ni Tianlin. Ni Tianlin's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated that this seemingly equally sized youth possessed such formidable battle energy. To his astonishment, the opponent initiated the attack without granting him a moment to react. As the battle energy approached, Ni Tianlin stood undeterred, effortlessly waving his right hand to dispel the young man's fierce strike. Ah! The youth expressed surprise, never anticipating that the formidable Nishinclin could so effortlessly deflect his strike. Intrigued, he chuckled softly, refusing to linger any longer, and soared into the air, his long sword unsheathed. A flash of cold light illuminated the scene as a blade of energy, infused with fierce battle intent, descended upon Nishinclin's chest. Nishinclin took a slight step back, his right hand flipping over to reveal a faint crimson energy hovering above his palm. He observed that this time, the shade of the red battle energy appeared more vibrant than before. Without a moment's hesitation, Nishinclin's gaze sharpened, and he unleashed the crimson energy, targeting the youth's long sword. The youth was taken aback, astonished that Nishinclin could evade his sword energy and boldly counterattack. Just as he found humor in what seemed to be a reckless maneuver on Nishinclin's part, he suddenly felt an oppressive force assault his right arm. The faint crimson energy enveloped his long sword entirely, rendering it immovable, no matter how he exerted himself. Chapter 63, Do You Yield? A glimmer of disbelief flickered in the youth's eyes as he realized he had been ensnared by Nishinclin. In response, he summoned all the mystic energy from his dantian, strands of it emerging from his skin like translucent silk, forming a delicate glow across his body. Nishinclin's expression shifted with surprise as he regarded the luminous layer on the youth's skin, as if a realization dawned upon him. Ha! The young man suddenly let out a loud cry, his right arm trembling violently, causing the blade to emit a faint chime. Furrowing his brow, the formidable Tianlin retracted his crimson battle aura, ensnaring the young man's sword once more within its grasp. Observing the veins bulging on the youth's arm, Tianlin allowed a faint smile to escape his lips before bellowing, directing the surge of red energy to the side. The young man felt an immense force of resistance tugging at his sword, and before he could react, the blade was flung aside by Tianlin's delicate crimson aura. The sword clanged as it embedded itself into a stone tablet in front of the Ning family residence, resonating with a violent tremor due to the overwhelming force. The young man's expression shifted, and his left hand transformed into a claw, lunging towards Tianlin's right arm. In that moment of panic, Tianlin discerned the shape of a white tiger within the youth's claw. A jolt coursed through Tianlin as he began to unravel the young man's true identity. With a sudden twist of his body, Tianlin's left foot unexpectedly stepped sideways, slightly leaning back as he summoned a powerful surge of battle energy into his right palm. Just as the young man's claw was about to grasp Tianlin's arm, Tianlin released the grip on the youth's right arm, directing his charged palm forcefully towards the young man's left arm. Clearly caught off guard by Tianlin's abrupt counterattack, the young man stood momentarily stunned, allowing Tianlin's palm to collide painfully against his left arm. A sharp agony surged through him, etched across his face. Yet, Tianlin had no intention of relenting. Extending his right hand into the air, a delicate crimson aura enveloped his entire right arm. Before the youth could steady himself, the formidable Tianlin unleashed his right palm. Bang! The young man's body crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. How about it? Are you convinced? The youth, struggling to rise, glared at the distant Tianlin and gritted his teeth, declaring defiantly, not convinced. With that, he let out a fierce roar and charged forward, executing an aerial maneuver as he swung his arms in a swift exchange, unleashing two waves of battle aura. Tianlin's gaze turned icy, he reached back, and the long sword, embedded in the stone tablet, soared into his grasp. Without a moment's hesitation, Tianlin infused the sword with his energy, causing it to hover and tremble between his palms. As he locked onto the youth's emitted energy, he thrust his hands out, and the sword lunged violently towards the young man's chest. The youth's battle aura was effortlessly dispelled by the sword, which, with unrelenting speed, hurtled towards his heart. Panic surged through the young man, in that fleeting moment of shock. The sword was now less than 3 inches from his heart. A sudden tightness gripped his chest as despair washed over him. There was no evading the sword's assault in such dire circumstances. Unbeknownst to him, cold sweat had drenched his entire back. At that moment, the onlookers witnessed a flash of white light, and then Tianlin's figure vanished from sight, only to reappear before the youth. The arena fell into silence, everyone stunned, their faces etched with disbelief as they beheld the scene. The young man, expecting excruciating pain, opened his eyes in confusion, realizing he felt nothing as he stared ahead. As he beheld the scene before him, his mouth fell agape in astonishment, rendered speechless. There stood the formidable Nishinkin, fingers firmly gripping the blade, its tip hovering perilously close to the boy's heart, less than an inch away. Shock and amazement surged within him. And in that moment, the boy realized he was no match for Nishinkin. Do you concede? Nishinkin maintained his characteristic smile, his expression betraying neither joy nor sorrow. The boy swallowed hard, nodding slowly, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. Nishinkin flashed a gentle smile and extended the sword towards the boy. Here, it's yours. The boy, taken aback, accepted the sword. According to the customs of the Xianling continent, the defeated party was to relinquish their weapon to the victor. Yet Nishinkin so generously returned the blade to him, leaving the boy astonished. I know what you wish to say. In light of your bravery, consider this sword a gift from me. The boy immediately grasped Nishinkin's subtle intent, a grin spreading across his face. I didn't realize you had such wit. Nishinkin was slightly taken aback. The boy had just been defeated by him, yet here he was, devoid of any embarrassment, engaging in conversation with such ease, a rare quality not possessed by many. However, I do not deserve it. With those words, Nishinkin turned and continued on his path. The youth, slightly anxious, remarked, Tianlin, having bested me in combat, you are undoubtedly my elder brother now. Had I emerged victorious, you would have been obliged to address me as elder brother in the future. Alas, fate was not on my side, thus I concede the title to you. The youth nodded affirmatively, acknowledging, indeed, you are my elder brother, and as your junior, I shall follow you henceforth. Rest assured, however, I shall not accompany you to sleep. Tianlin nearly broke into a sweat, perplexed by the unexpected turn of the conversation. Since when did the members of the Ouyang clan become so glib? He inquired with a smile, turning to face the youth. The youth's expression shifted, a tempest of emotions flitting across his countenance. What do you mean by that? He demanded. Meeting Tianlin's gaze, a fleeting glimmer of surprise in his eyes. Tianlin replied with a gentle smile. It is said that only the Ouyang clan from the Western Spirit continent possesses the deadly white tiger claw technique across the entire Xianling continent. During our battle, I noticed a faint luminescence emanating from your body, if my memory serves me right. Such a family secret can only be mastered by the direct descendants of the Ouyang clan. The youth's expression transformed dramatically. Astonishment etched across his face as he regarded Tianlin. How surprising it is that you, so young, possess such knowledge, it truly exceeds my expectations. You are correct in your deduction, I am indeed a member of the Ouyang clan. With a meaningful contraction of his pupils, the enigmatic Tiankun of the Enai family inquired. As far as I am aware, our Enai family has had little interaction with your Ouyang family. I am curious about the purpose of your visit. The youth chuckled heartily. If you agree to be my elder brother, I shall reveal the reason. With that, Tiankun fell silent and strode forward, leaving Ouyang Wufeng with no choice but to shake his head in resignation and follow. The Ouyang family, one of the 4 illustrious families of the Xianling continent, ranks second in strength only to the Enai family. Across the vast expanse of the Xianling continent, 4 prominent families hold sway: the Enai family, the Ouyang family, the Gongsun family, and the Tang family. Each of these families governs a distinct territory, dividing the continent into 4 regions: the Eastern Ling continent, the Western Ling continent, the Southern Ling continent, and the Northern Ling continent. Together, these 4 regions form the Xianling continent, with the Lingluo Gate positioned at their central junction. The Enai family occupies the Eastern Ling continent, while the Ouyang family claims the Western Ling continent, and the Gongsun and Tang families preside over the Southern and Northern Ling continents, respectively. Interactions among these 4 families are infrequent, often marred by conflicts and frictions arising from various disputes. Tiankun discerned Ouyang Wufeng's identity based on the martial techniques he exhibited during their earlier confrontation. Despite Ouyang Wufeng's efforts to conceal his prowess, he could not evade the keen perception of Tiankun. Upon entering the Grand Hall, Tiankun first greeted Enai Dingyu, then approached him to whisper a few words in his ear. Unfazed by the happenings around him, Ouyang Wufeng surveyed the opulent decorations within the Grand Hall. Oh! Ha ha ha! The voice of Enai Dingyu resonated with hearty laughter as he observed Ouyang Wufeng's puzzled expression. So, you are the beloved son of Ouyang. No wonder you possess such remarkable skills. How is your esteemed father faring these days? Ouyang Wufeng clasped his fists and smiled, responding earnestly, I, Ouyang Wufeng, pay my respects to the head of the Enai family. Enai Tianlin's eyes gleamed with surprise. He had not anticipated that Ouyang Wufeng, despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, would exhibit such decorum at a crucial moment. Enai Dingyu nodded in approval. There is no need for such formality. Although our families have had little interaction, I shared some camaraderie with your father in the past. May I inquire as to the purpose of your unexpected visit? Uncle Enai, the truth is, I sneaked out on my own for a singular purpose, to find Enai Tianlin and defeat him, compelling him to address me as big brother. However, I lost. So now he is indeed my big brother. Beside him, Enai Tianlin wore a grim expression. He had not anticipated Ouyang Wufeng's brazen audacity, for he had never agreed to such a notion. Now, with Ouyang incessantly calling him big brother, Enai Tianlin found himself in a rather helpless predicament. Enai Dingyu merely observed, silently amused. Without uttering a word, Dear Uncle and I, the long-anticipated martial arts tournament in the Xianling continent, held once every decade, is drawing near. Consequently, my father and several elite disciples from the Ouyang family are hastening towards Lingluo Mountain. Along the way, I heard about the extraordinary Tianlin, which prompted me to sneak over to challenge him to a duel. If I have inadvertently offended you in any way, I hope you can forgive me. After speaking, Ouyang Wufeng respectfully bowed to Enai Dingyu. Enai Dingyu laughed heartily. No offense taken, no offense taken. How could I possibly hold anything against you? Ha ha ha. If you enjoy it, feel free to seek out Liner for more bouts in the future. Father. Tianlin expressed his discontent. Sighing, Enai Dingyu raised a hand to silence Tianlin's protest and turned to Ouyang Wufeng, saying, with the great competition approaching, Brother Ouyang, you are already en route to Lingluo Mountain. Why not stay here for a day? The day after tomorrow, we shall set off together to meet with the other 3 prominent families at the foot of Lingluo Mountain. Ouyang Wufeng's eyes brightened with gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Enai. Upon finishing, he couldn't resist casting a triumphant glance at Tianlin, who could only choose to ignore it. Hey, big brother, wait for me. In the backyard, Ouyang Wufeng clung to Tianlin like a cotton candy, following him wherever he went. Tianlin turned, his brow furrowed. Didn't I tell you? I need to practice. Feel free to do as you please, but please do not follow me. With that, Tianlin strode away, leaving Ouyang Wufeng standing there, visibly disheartened. Ouyang Wufeng had never been this attached to anyone in his life. To his surprise, his first attempt to address someone as big brother was met with rejection. Determined, he thought to himself that he would not be defeated so easily. As he gazed at the receding figure of Enai Tianlin, a mischievous smile crept across Ouyang Wufeng's face, albeit with a hint of lewdness. Inside the room, Enai Tianlin sat cross-legged on the bed, cultivating his energy. During their recent duel, a sudden epiphany struck him. He sensed an imminent breakthrough. While engaged with Ouyang Wufeng, he noticed that the luminous aura surrounding Ouyang seemed to provoke a stirring within his own red essence. Chapter 65, Mysterious Resonance. Upon reflection, he recalled that he had already possessed this red essence when he first became aware of it, leaving him uncertain about its origin. It struck him as peculiar that Ouyang Wufeng's ancestral technique would elicit such a reaction from his essence. Could there be an indirect connection between the two? Enai Tianlin furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the door. Big brother, it's Wufeng. I have some questions regarding my cultivation. May I come in? Enai Tianlin was at a loss for words. If he wanted to enter, he could simply say so instead of concocting such a pretext. Come in, he replied coolly. A triumphant laugh resonated from outside, and soon Ouyang Wufeng pushed the door open and entered the room. Upon seeing Enai Tianlin seated on the bed in meditation, Ouyang Wufeng was slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated such diligence from Enai Tianlin. It seems that such astonishing breakthroughs are inseparable from his diligence. Ouyang Wufeng subtly nodded, harboring an increased admiration for Enai Tianlin. Speak. What inquiries do you wish to pose to me? Enai Tianlin spoke nonchalantly, intrigued to hear what Ouyang Wufeng could possibly ask. It is this. During our battle earlier, I noticed a rather peculiar phenomenon. Enai Tianlin felt an inexplicable jolt in his heart and promptly inquired, what phenomenon? Ouyang Wufeng appeared slightly taken aback, unable to comprehend Enai Tianlin's reaction. During our confrontation, when I was under immense life-threatening pressure, a faint luminescence unexpectedly emanated from the surface of my body. This occurrence has never transpired before, and I sensed that the glow was somehow drawn forth by an external force. As Ouyang Wufeng's words fell, Enai Tianlin involuntarily shuddered, a conjecture gradually forming in his mind. What troubles you? Ouyang Wufeng noticed Enai Tianlin's countenance had shifted, prompting him to inquire further. Oh, it's nothing. Please, continue. Enai Tianlin suppressed his astonishment and urged Ouyang Wufeng to elaborate. Ouyang Wufeng, undeterred, continued, indeed, our Ouyang family possesses a unique ancestral skill. Upon reaching a certain level of mastery, when the practitioner encounters extreme peril during combat, a luminescent aura will manifest upon their body, safeguarding them from significant harm inflicted by adversaries. However, throughout my life, this layer of fluorescence has manifested only twice. The first occurrence was a month ago, during my practice, when it suddenly emerged, startling me in my ignorance. The brilliance of that fluorescence erupted, illuminating the entire room in a brilliant azure hue. Oh! An azure hue? Indeed! The fluorescence exuded a blue combat aura. Tianlin's pupils contracted sharply, as if he had recalled something significant, though he could not articulate precisely what it was. He merely sensed an intuition that the blue fluorescence enveloping Ouyang Wufeng was likely connected to the red essence within him. Tianlin nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "So that is how it is. No wonder I noticed a faint blue glow emanating from your body during our battle." That was indeed the second time my own body unconsciously radiated a light blue combat aura, and I have a vague feeling that it was triggered by you. Why do I say this? Because I sensed something was drawing that fluorescence forth from within me. After pondering, Tianlin softly continued, "Actually, I experienced something similar." "What? You too? What do you mean?" Ouyang Wufeng exclaimed, rising abruptly from his chair in surprise. "Indeed, during our recent confrontation, the energy within my dantian also underwent an inexplicable tremor. And I sensed it was linked to you." Furthermore, he had never witnessed the light blue combat aura I emitted, which had led him to remain skeptical. "So that is the case, it seems there is indeed something peculiar about this. Under no circumstances should this matter be divulged to anyone. At least not until I have fully comprehended the situation." Tianlin's countenance was grave, as if burdened by some preoccupation. Ouyang Wufeng solemnly nodded in acknowledgement. "Could it be that there exists some form of mystical resonance between us?" Tianlin nodded with equal gravity. "Indeed. It is plausible that a certain resonance exists within our battle energies. However, what perplexes me is the sheer coincidence of it all." "Sheer coincidence? Are you implying that you have encountered a similar phenomenon previously?" Ouyang Wufeng inquired with a hint of astonishment. Tianlin hesitated momentarily before nodding. "My cultivation also experienced a sudden resurgence a month prior. If what you say is true, the effulgent glow emanating from your body's surface also intensified dramatically a month ago." "Correct?" Ouyang Wufeng nodded with curiosity. "Precisely. But how does this relate to what you were saying?" "There is a definite connection. It was also a month ago that I unleashed an extraordinarily potent crimson battle energy during a battle energy assessment. From that day forward, my cultivation has undergone a period of rapid and significant advancement." Upon hearing Tianlin's account, Ouyang Wufeng's face registered astonishment. He had not anticipated that Tianlin had experienced such an extraordinary occurrence. Observing Ouyang Wufeng's somewhat exaggerated reaction, Tianlin furrowed his brow and cautioned, "The family has maintained strict confidentiality regarding this matter. I am confiding in you because I trust you implicitly. Therefore, I implore you to safeguard this secret and refrain from divulging it to anyone." Ouyang Wufeng was momentarily taken aback, but soon broke into a smile and said, "Rest assured. I, Ouyang Wufeng, am well aware of what should be said and what should not." Chapter 66, The Might of Heavenly Thunder, The Scorch of Fiery Flames. Tianlin smiled slightly, unable to articulate why he felt such trust towards Ouyang Wufeng, whom he had only met once. It is well known that Tianlin is typically very cautious. Whenever he faced Ouyang Wufeng, he sensed an inexplicable trust and warmth emanating from him, which left Tianlin perplexed. "Tianlin, I shall keep your secret, and from now on, you shall be my elder brother. But you must not abandon me," he said. "What? Do you intend to threaten me?" "Hey, that's rather ungrateful of you." "What do you mean by threat?" "I merely wish to accompany you in your cultivation. Threatening you, a weirdo, would be utterly pointless." Upon hearing Ouyang Wufeng's remarks, even Tianlin could not help but chuckle. "Very well, I shall accept you as my little brother. By the way, Wufeng, did you hear any other news during your journey here? Ni Tianlin suddenly inquired. Ouyang Wufeng hesitated for a moment before glancing at Ni Tianlin. Then snorted coldly, what other news could there possibly be? The whole city is abuzz with your exploits, words like genius are flying everywhere, and I'm quite vexed by it. Ni Tianlin was rendered speechless. He had not anticipated such a strong reaction. What I meant was if you had heard any unusual tidings. As I sense a powerful aura of monstrous beasts looming over Dongling continent these past few days. Aura of monstrous beasts? Why did I fail to notice? Ouyang Wufeng felt a hint of confusion in his heart. Although he was merely at the second realm of the battle soul, still some distance away from the extraordinary Tianlin. He could not fathom such a vast disparity. Throughout his journey, he had not sensed any trace of beastly presence. Tianlin furrowed his brow. It was indeed curious why he felt this way. Humph, it must be due to your astonishing cultivation speed and that enigmatic red battle aura of yours. Is there anything normal about the occurrences surrounding you? Thus, it is understandable for you to perceive the aura of beasts. Ouyang Wufeng spoke with a tinge of envy, though his expression bore a hint of melancholy. At the tender age of 11, he had once believed that breaking through to the second realm of the battle soul at such a young age was an impressive feat. However, upon learning of the name Tianlin, his previous pride dissipated like mist. Especially after battling Tianlin, Ouyang Wufeng increasingly recognized Tianlin's unparalleled talent and comprehension in martial arts. At this moment, he felt acutely aware of the considerable distance between himself and Tianlin. Tianlin, however, had little inclination to dwell on such matters. His sole concern lay with the beasts. He could not comprehend why he could sense their presence while others could not, which perplexed him greatly. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Tianlin turned to Ouyang Wufeng and said, Wufeng, no matter what you see in a moment, do not be surprised, do not panic. And above all, do not disclose this to anyone. Can you promise me that? Observing the solemn expression on the face of the formidable Tianlin, Ouyang Wufeng found himself devoid of any inclination to jest. He solemnly nodded, tacitly agreeing with Tianlin. A faint smile graced Tianlin's lips as he focused his thoughts. And in an instant, a blue figure flickered into existence. A beast, no larger than a small dog, now stood before him. Ouyang Wufeng's pupils constricted, and his heart raced wildly. This diminutive creature was none other than the divine beast Tao Wu. As Ouyang Wufeng locked eyes with Tao Wu, an overwhelming aura surged towards him, rendering his breath momentarily stilled. Although Tao Wu had taken on a juvenile form, it remained a divine beast, its inherent pressure palpable. The astonishing force emanating from Tao Wu caused beads of cold sweat to break forth on Ouyang Wufeng's forehead, engendering a sense of suffocation within him. In that fleeting moment, he perceived a chilling breath of death. Cold sweat drenched his back entirely. Noticing this, Tianlin furrowed his brow and said coldly, Tao Wu, cease your antics. I have matters to discuss with you. Meanwhile, Ouyang Wufeng stood transfixed, listening in astonishment to the dialogue between Tianlin and Tao Wu. My heavens! Ouyang Wufeng could scarcely believe his eyes and ears. Dao? Wasn't he that one of the renowned four fierce beasts from ancient mythology? How could it possibly appear in such a diminutive form, and moreover, be subdued by Tianlin? The revelation was nothing short of astounding. Boss, I wish to express something. Ouyang Wufeng murmured as he turned to face Tianlin. Nishianshan Lin paused, taken aback by the gravity of the moment. Why so serious? Just tell me what it is. He urged. Boss, the fact that you can speak of these matters in my presence signifies your trust in me, which brings me great joy. However, I implore you to believe that I shall not divulge anything that should remain unsaid. Should I, Ouyang Wufeng, dare to breach this promise, I would willingly suffer the wrath of heavenly lightning and the torment of raging flames. Nishianshan Lin felt a shiver run through him. He had not anticipated that Ouyang Wufeng, who usually appeared so carefree, could exhibit such a solemn side. This revelation delighted Nishianshan Lin immensely. The punishment of heavenly lightning and consuming fire that Ouyang Wufeng spoke of was indeed a harrowing fate. The wrath of heavenly lightning referred to the agony of being struck by fierce bolts, while the torment of raging flames evoked the searing pain from the molten fires that birth magma. Chapter 67. The aura of beasts. Nixian Shenlin did not outwardly express his feelings, yet he was profoundly shaken internally. Unbeknownst to them, the bond between Nixian Shenlin and Ouyang Wufeng had evolved from unfamiliarity to a deepening camaraderie. Nixian Shenlin himself could not articulate the reason for this connection. Perhaps it was all due to the mysterious essence dwelling within him. With a subtle smile, Nixian Shenlin remarked, "I have been experiencing a peculiar sensation these past few days. I have sensed fluctuations in the aura of demonic beasts near the Xianling continent, and they are at least fourth-tier spirit beasts." Upon hearing this, even Ouyang Wufeng was taken aback. Fourth-tier spirit beasts? That was a presence comparable to the realm of battle masters. Upon hearing this statement, Tao Wu casually remarked, "Isn't it merely a fourth-tier spirit beast? There's nothing particularly strange about it. The Xianling continent has always been a shared habitat for human warriors and demon beasts, so the presence of spirit beasts is hardly surprising." You are correct, however. What is crucial is that I sense not merely one or two demon beasts, but rather a multitude of their auras active in the vicinity of the Dongling continent. What? A multitude of demon beast auras? Ouyang Wufeng could scarcely believe his ears. He was well aware of what a multitude meant in the context of what the heavenly reversal Lin had conveyed. While it is true that the Xianling continent serves as a habitat for both humans and demon beasts, it is predominantly populated by humans. Although demon beasts occasionally venture near human settlements, they typically have their own established territories. Now, if the heavenly reversal Lin spoke of a multitude of demon beast auras, then the situation would undoubtedly be far more complex. Tao Wu was taken aback upon hearing the words of the heavenly reversal Lin, and it was evident that he too was contemplating the implications of this matter. As far as I am aware, the emergence of demon beasts in large numbers within a specific area can only signify one thing: they are being driven by a more formidable demon beast, compelling them to gather in a particular direction. The heavenly reversal Lin furrowed his brow. Are you implying that an exceptionally powerful demon beast may appear in the Xianling continent? Tao Wu nodded, affirming, "You are correct. Based on my deductions, it is highly likely that an extraordinarily powerful demon beast will manifest in the Xianling continent, and it will be no less than a sacred beast." Upon hearing this, the heavenly reversal Lin's brow furrowed sharply before gradually easing. He has even encountered the legendary ancient divine beasts, let alone a sacred beast. However, Ouyang Wufeng is not so fortunate. To date, he has yet to behold any demon beasts above the 4th rank, let alone a sacred beast. While it is true that sacred beasts are merely superior to spiritual beasts, the disparity in combat prowess between the two is not as simplistic as 1 + 1 = 2. If we liken a 9th rank spiritual beast to a master at the warrior king level, then a sacred beast would correspond to a master at the warrior emperor level, and moreover, a pinnacle warrior emperor. Tianlin, is what you said true? Are there indeed sacred beasts on our Xianling continent? Ouyang Wufeng inquired, somewhat incredulous. Although Tengu has now transformed into its juvenile form, it remains a divine beast, thus its assertions hold some weight. Tengu, seemingly displeased with Ouyang Wufeng, arrogantly remarked, "Young one, I am a divine beast. While the power of a sacred beast is indeed formidable, it is still far from that of a divine beast. In truth, Tengu's statement is accurate. Above sacred beasts exist celestial beasts, and above celestial beasts are divine beasts. Thus, in the eyes of Tengu, a divine beast, sacred beasts are hardly worthy of mention. However, what currently preoccupies the rebellious Tianlin is not those demon beasts, but rather the king of demon beasts that Tengu spoke of. The sacred beast capable of gathering such a multitude of spiritual beasts must be at least 8th rank or higher." Upon this realization, a sense of unease began to stir within Tianlin. "By the way, Tengu, you have yet to reveal the answer to me. Why am I able to sense the presence of these demon beasts while others cannot? What aspect? Your crimson battle aura. Upon the utterance of Tao Wu's words, a sudden tremor coursed through the heart of Nian Tianlin. Previously, he had contemplated the possibility that the cause lay within the crimson true essence in his dantian. Now, hearing Tao Wu articulate this notion, Nian Tianlin experienced an epiphany. As if awakening from a profound dream. Indeed, I had harbored similar thoughts, yet lacked any solid evidence to substantiate them, thus, I refrained from delving deeper. However, now that you have voiced this perspective, I am inclined to believe that the majority of the issue stems from that red battle aura. Chapter 68, Suspicion Arises. At this moment, Nian Tianlin found himself preoccupied, unable to focus on Ouyang Wufeng's words, as the weight of Tao Wu's statement lingered in his mind. Uncertainty loomed over him regarding the impending events, and his apprehensions persisted. Yet, he was also acutely aware that he could not foretell the future, which deterred him from divulging his concerns to others. Rest assured, I am aware of the appropriate course of action. The implications of this matter are profound. Revealing such information at this juncture would undoubtedly provoke unwarranted panic, leading to turmoil among the populace. It is important to note that the congregation of demonic beasts is already a troubling sign. If we were to disclose this predicament to those who remain oblivious, one can only imagine their potential reactions. Within the confines of the Niandinglio chamber, Nian Tianqi lay pale and bedridden. Today marked the second day of her ailment. Although there were signs of improvement in her condition, achieving notable results in the upcoming year-end competition had become an impossibility. Without delving into the fact that Nishiyanki's cultivation level is not particularly high, he is currently gravely injured by Nishinlan. And the emotional pain he suffers is arguably more severe than his physical wounds. Father, my elder brother is in such a state now. He certainly cannot participate in the year-end competition. What should we do? Nishinsheng's younger brother, Nishinsheng, paced anxiously in the room. Noticing Nightinglio remained silent, Nishinsheng continued. It's all the fault of that scoundrel Nishinlan. Had he not injured my brother, perhaps he would have already advanced to the third tier of the battle soul by now. As the head of the Nishi family, Nightingale wielded the utmost authority. Although he was somewhat constrained by the three elders, they would not interfere with his decisions unless a fundamental disagreement arose. Nightinglio nodded and remarked, "You are correct, I suspect Nishinlan's recent training might be linked to Nightingale's arrangements." The abrupt departure and return of Nishinlan created a sense of unforeseen circumstances. Are you implying that father believes Nishinlan may not have trained at all? Not entirely. But one thing is certain, Nishinlan's path of cultivation is undoubtedly more complex than we had imagined. Nishinsheng's expression changed. Could it be that Nishinlan bore the aura of a beast? How is that possible? It is precisely because I know it to be improbable that I feel even more perplexed and bewildered. I can assure you, it is indeed the aura of a beast. I did not misjudge. Had I not clashed with him, I would not have perceived it at all. Does father understand the reason behind this? I simply cannot fathom how the extraordinary Tianlin could possess such an astonishing rate of cultivation. Could it be that he has consumed some enigmatic elixir or mastered an arcane technique? Upon hearing En's words, En trembled violently. Mysterious technique? Mysterious technique. En muttered, his expression growing increasingly grim. En raised an eyebrow. Why was his father so certain? Ha ha ha. It is thanks to your earlier reminder that I could conceive of such a possibility. Yet, I never anticipated that En would be so audacious. It seems his position as head of the family may soon come to an end. En let out a wild laugh, his face adorned with a cunning grin. What is it? En instinctively inquired. The forbidden forest at the back mountain. What? The forbidden forest at the back mountain? Are you implying that? Just as En prepared to speak, En swiftly gestured for silence, signaling him to refrain from voicing it. Suddenly, En realized something, promptly covering his mouth with his hand. His eyes wide open as if he had just heard something utterly astonishing. Chapter 69, undercurrents rising, N's eyes glimmered with a cold light. A trace of sinister amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. Father, do you mean to say that N allowed N to enter the Forbidden Forest? Indeed, at present. This appears to be the only plausible explanation for the unfolding events. However, Father, isn't entry to the Forbidden Forest restricted to the head of the family from each generation? How could you knowingly commit such an offense? Considering the gravity of the accusation? Lu nodded slightly and remarked, this charge is indeed significant, yet for the sake of Tianlin, you would undoubtedly take this risk. The act of trespassing into the Forbidden Forest would not only result in the forfeiture of his position as the family head but would also subject him to the judgment of the 3 esteemed elders of the clan. Which is precisely why Lu felt such elation. In truth, Lu had coveted the position of family head for many years. Should Lu be stripped of his title, he would stand a considerable chance of becoming the next patriarch, thereby assuming true authority over the Ni family. The mere thought of this made Lu erupt into a fit of manic laughter. Meanwhile, Tianlin remained oblivious to these machinations. He had no time to ponder other matters. His sole focus was to hasten to Lingluo Mountain to participate in the annual grand competition. All right, off you go. Lu chuckled, gazing at the retreating figure of Tianlin with a sense of satisfaction. Since Tianlin's cultivation had been restored, Lu's smile had gradually become more frequent, especially after Tianlin's recent breakthrough, which had rendered the smile almost constant. At that moment, a soft voice interrupted. It seems brother is quite happy. Upon hearing this voice, the smile vanished from Lu's face, for he recognized its owner. Turning to face Lu, he coldly inquired. What brings you here? Lu replied with a smirk, Oh, brother, are you suggesting I cannot visit you without a reason? Lu's face was adorned with a smile. Yet to Lu, that very smile was insufferably irritating. If there is nothing else, I shall attend to other matters. Having said this, Lu prepared to turn and leave, showing no intent to linger. Elder brother, I actually came to discuss Tianlin with you. Indeed, upon hearing this, Lu paused, halting his departure. What do you wish to say? Haha, dear brother, do not be hasty, I merely wish to share some insights regarding Tianlin, nothing more. With that, Lu took a seat beside him. After a moment of hesitation, Lu also sat down, intrigued to hear what Lu might reveal. Elder brother, the speed at which Tianlin has broken through in his cultivation is nothing short of astonishing. It is no exaggeration to assert that across the entire Xian spirit continent, there is likely no one who can compare with him. He truly is a prodigious talent in martial arts. Lu furrowed his brow, uncertain of the true intentions behind Lu's words. While he might have understood if Lu had recounted some embarrassing tales about Tianlin, the unreserved praise being lavished upon him stirred a sense of unease within Lu. Speak your mind, there is no need to indulge in superfluous chatter. Elder brother, the fact that Tianlin has ascended to the 7th realm of the Battle Soul stage in just over half a month is miraculous. It is doubtful that such a genius could be found anywhere else on the Xian spirit continent. What puzzles me, however, is where Tianlin has been cultivating to achieve such rapid progress. Upon hearing these words, Lu's heart trembled. He realized the true intent of Lu. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke slowly. This training was proposed by Liner himself. He expressed a desire to venture outside for personal growth. Thus I am unaware of his specific whereabouts. Ah, so that is the case. No wonder the gatekeepers claimed they had not seen Liner passing through these gates. It appears even my elder brother is oblivious to Liner's training location, Lu thought. However, upon hearing this, a chill swept through Lu's gaze. The implication of Lu's words was unmistakable. He never anticipated that Lu would harbor suspicions regarding this matter, even going so far as to inquire with the gatekeepers about whether Tiankai had left. Clearly, Lu must have already deduced something, otherwise he would not be sitting here so composed, conversing with him. Very well, I understand now. I know how to proceed with this matter. I appreciate your concern. As he watched Enai Dinglu depart, a flicker of worry crossed Enai Dinglu's eyes. He had not expected Enai Dinglu to suspect this so swiftly. In his moment of impatience, he had overlooked this detail, and now Enai Dinglu had likely pieced together several clues. It seemed he needed to devise a plan, should Enai Dinglu uncover this truth. Given his nature, he would undoubtedly make it public. Enai Dinglu murmured softly to himself, his expression deepening in concern. He recognized that Enai Dinglu's ambition for the position of family head was not a recent development, and now that he had caught wind of this opportunity, he would surely not let it slip away. Although the three esteemed elders of the family hold great admiration and envy for the growth of Nixianlin, it would undoubtedly lead to their ire if they were to discover that it was he who had placed Nixianlin into the forbidden forest for cultivation. This forest is coveted not only by Nixianyu, but also by the three elders themselves. As the head of the family, I am bound by the clan's regulations, allowing only myself to enter the forbidden forest for training. However, the three elders remained discontented with this arrangement. Were it not for the ancestral rules that constrain them, the Nix clan might have long since fragmented into factions, turning brother against brother. Such is the reality. In the face of immense gain, even kinship can falter. Of course, this applies to those narrow-minded individuals who prioritize profit above all else. Chapter 70. The Saint-level Beast Master. The Decade's grand competition in the Xianling continent is fast approaching. Nixianlin and Ouyang Wufeng journey together, preparing to attend this prestigious event at the foot of Lingluo Mountain. The competition is held at this location because it is organized by the Lingluo sect, thus naturally taking place at the base of Lingluo Mountain. In truth, Nixianlin decided to depart early to seek out an individual in the Eastern Spirit Continent, someone with expertise in beast mastery. 2 days later, Nixianlin and Ouyang Wufeng arrived at a small town in the southernmost part of the Eastern Spirit Continent, a place teeming with magical beasts and renowned as the birthplace of many distinguished beast masters. The beast tamer, as the name suggests, is an individual skilled in the art of training and mastering mystical beasts. These practitioners possess unique methods to tame and even subjugate these creatures, thereby rendering them serviceable to humanity. In the realm of Xianling, they are revered as beast tamers, a profession that enjoys considerable prestige. For many alchemists require the extraction of vital blood and materials from mystical beasts to concoct elixirs, while weapon artisans seek the bones of these creatures to forge more resilient armaments. Consequently, the role of the beast tamer has naturally evolved into a highly sought-after vocation. To the south of the Eastern Ling continent lies an expansive forest teeming with formidable mystical beasts. Here, many cultivators, in a bid to safeguard themselves from potential beastly assaults, have embarked on the study of beast taming techniques. Over time, a significant number of individuals have acquired a measure of proficiency in this craft, giving rise to several elite beast tamers. Beast tamers are categorized by levels, determined by the highest rank of mystical beasts they can tame. Thus, their ranks are divided into 9 tiers. A tamer capable of subjugating a first-rank spirit beast is designated as a first-rank spirit beast tamer, while one who can tame a 4th-rank spirit beast is recognized as a 4th-rank spirit beast tamer. The mystical beasts themselves are classified into 4 grades: spirit beasts, sacred beasts, immortal beasts, and divine beasts, leading to the differentiation of beast tamers into spirit beast tamers, sacred beast tamers, immortal beast tamers, and divine beast tamers. According to this classification, a beast tamer who can master sacred beasts is thus termed a sacred beast tamer. The individual that the protagonist seeks to meet is none other than Du Chengfeng, the sole first-rank sacred beast tamer on the Eastern Ling continent. Du Chengfeng is the sole saint-level beast master on the Eastern Spirit Continent. Over a decade ago, he tamed a first-tier sacred beast, the giant toothed tiger, earning him renown throughout the entire Xianling continent. The number of saint-level beast masters across the 4 continents northeast, southeast, southwest, and northwest can be counted on one hand, illustrating the formidable reputation Du Chengfeng holds in Xianling. Do you think Du Chengfeng will meet with us? Ouyang Wufeng inquired with a hint of concern during their journey. Since hearing the words of the Tao Wu, Ni Tianlin had been troubled by the recent gathering of demonic beasts, prompting him to seek counsel from the one and only first-tier saint-level beastmaster, Du Chengfeng. After pondering for a moment, Ni Tianlin replied, I am confident that I will persuade him. As a beastmaster, he undoubtedly possesses knowledge far beyond our imaginations. With the surge of demonic beasts now roaming the Xianling continent and the intense fluctuations of demonic energy emanating from the eastern spirit continent, it is imperative that I take this action for our safety. Ah, you truly are overflowing with compassion. I can only hope that, as you say, we can convince Du Chengfeng, otherwise, our journey will have been in vain, Ouyang Wufeng remarked with a sigh. Ni Tianlin smiled reassuringly, rest assured, I have a way to persuade him. Observing the confident smile on Ni Tianlin's face, Ouyang Wufeng could only nod in resignation. Ouyang Wufeng had never anticipated that Ni Tianlin would be so deeply concerned about the welfare of the world's populace. It is well known that in the Xianling continent, a realm where martial prowess reigns supreme, the exalted warriors scarcely regard the lives of ordinary humans, fixated solely on their own cultivation, oblivious to the plight of others. In contrast, Ni Tianlin, while devoted to martial arts, possesses a heart brimming with compassion. Thus, the sword he wields is imbued with emotion, a weapon of sentiment rather than the callous blade typically held by ordinary martial artists. Wufeng, your cultivation still lags behind mine by a considerable margin. You must seize the time to diligently train, perhaps you might achieve a breakthrough before the grand competition in a few days, Ni Tianlin remarked, nodding in agreement. Indeed, the upcoming tournament would attract a multitude of formidable competitors, and each additional breakthrough signifies a greater assurance of survival. Absolutely. I must persevere to the end and cannot afford to fall behind. I have vowed to follow you, Ouyang Wufeng replied with a chuckle, a glimmer of determination sparkling in his eyes, exuding an air of ease and confidence. The southern region of the Dongling continent lies quite distant from the Ni family estate. Ni Tianlin and Ouyang Wufeng urged their steeds onward, only reaching their destination on the third day. Had Ni Tianlin possessed a flying divine treasure, they might have arrived in mere half a day. However, such treasures are exceedingly rare, within the entire demon heaven divine domain. Perhaps only the evil emperor's divine palace could traverse the heavens and penetrate the depths of the earth. As they gazed upon the town before them, Ni Tianlin and Ouyang Wufeng exchanged a glance, each detecting a spark of excitement in the other's eyes. At last, the moment has arrived. Now, let us seek out Du Chengfeng. With a stroke of luck, we may find him today, remarked the eager Ni Tianlin. Ouyang Wufeng shook his head, saying, this seems utterly implausible. It is said that Du Chengfeng is a remarkably low-profile and eccentric individual, and those who are aware of his whereabouts are few and far between. Thus, it may prove quite arduous for us to locate him. I have heard as much, yet time is of the essence. The year-end competition looms imminent, and we must reach the foot of Lingluo Mountain within the next 7 days. We now have only 4 days remaining. Ouyang Wufeng nodded gravely, I understand. Let us commence our search at once. No sooner had Ouyang Wufeng spoken than a delicate cry pierced the air. Oh! Help me! Chapter 71, The Battle Spirit's Ninth Layer? 3,000 strands of hair were effortlessly gathered with a pale purple ribbon, adorned with a butterfly hairpin, with a single lock cascading gracefully down her chest. A light touch of powder enhanced her complexion, while the faint blush on her cheeks evoked the delicate beauty of flower petals. She resembled a butterfly fluttering in the breeze, or perhaps a crystal-clear spring. Ouyang Wufeng found himself momentarily entranced by the sight of the young woman before him, while Ni Tianlin's brow furrowed in deep concern. How could there be the aura of a beast? Ni Tianlin felt a jolt within as he observed the woman. For the presence of a beast's essence on a human could signify only 2 possibilities. Either she possessed an ethereal beast companion, akin to Nian Tianlin himself, or she was a transformation of a beast. However, the extraordinary Tianlin swiftly dismissed the latter possibility. For it is well known that for a demonic beast to take on a human form, it must at least possess the essence of a divine beast, of which there could hardly be a multitude on the entire Xianling continent. Thus, there remained but one possibility: this woman was accompanied by a mystical companion. What astonished Tianlin the most was the potent aura emanating from the woman, which was no less than that of a fifth-tier spiritual beast. Just as she cried out for help, 7 or 8 young men wielding swords and blades emerged behind her, each bearing a fierce countenance, exuding an air of lethal intent. Tianlin and Ouyang Wufeng exchanged glances, both perceiving a hint of astonishment in each other's eyes. This was not due to any other reason, but because the men following the woman were all at least at the 6th level of battle spirit, with the leader's cultivation level eluding even Ouyang Wufeng's discernment. A tremor ran through Ouyang Wufeng as he pointed at the leading man and inquired of Tianlin, "I cannot perceive his cultivation level, suggesting it is undoubtedly above mine. Could he be at the 3rd tier of battle soul?" Tianlin furrowed his brow slightly and shook his head, responding, "No. He has reached the pinnacle of the 9th tier of battle soul." "What? The 9th tier of battle soul? How could that be?" Ouyang Wufeng's face was a mask of disbelief as he gazed at Tianlin, hoping desperately that he had misheard. With a grave expression, Tianlin shook his head once more. For this individual appeared to be no more than 20 years of age. Achieving the pinnacle of battle soul at such a young age was indeed a remarkable feat. Moreover, compared to you, would he not seem like a fool? Ouyang Wufeng shot a disapproving glance at Tianlin, his face alight with dissatisfaction. At merely 11 years of age, the prodigious Tianlin has already attained the 7th level of the battle soul realm. If granted another decade, by the time he reaches 20, he is highly likely to ascend to the battle emperor realm, or perhaps even beyond. The mere thought of this sends a tremor of astonishment through Ouyang Wufeng's heart. A 20-year-old battle emperor is unprecedented across the entirety of the Xianling continent. While Tianlin and Ouyang Wufeng were engaged in conversation, a young woman hurriedly approached them. Desperation etched upon her face. "Please, save me. They wish to take my life," she implored, her hands trembling as they clutched the sleeve of Tianlin's garment. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, Tianlin discerned that the woman was at the 2nd level of the battle emperor realm. Before he could utter a word, a group of 7 or 8 men rushed towards them. "Who are you? Depart at once, or do not blame us for our lack of courtesy," one of the men barked. Stepping forward, Tianlin met the gaze of the ruffian. "Is it not excessive for so many of you to intimidate a frail young woman?" "Humph! Boy, let me make this clear, this is our affair, and it is not your place to meddle. If you value your life, you would do well to leave immediately." Tianlin frowned, taken aback by the sheer rudeness displayed by the men, which irked him greatly. "My dear friend," he began, "we are strangers to one another. Yet I hope you will exercise some decorum in your speech. Very well, if you desire my respect, then be swift in your departure. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless with my blade." With a chilling gaze, Nian Tianlin flicked his right hand, unleashing a faint crimson battle aura. The man from the 1st realm of battle soul, who had dared to provoke him, had no chance to even grunt before collapsing to the ground. The leader of the opposing group displayed a drastic change in countenance, his eyes reflecting a fleeting glimmer of coldness as he regarded Nian Tianlin. The expressions of the other men shifted dramatically, those of slightly lower cultivation paling in an instant. A woman behind Nian Tianlin gasped softly. Her eyes filled with astonishment as she beheld his figure. "I detest it when someone barks like a dog in my presence," Nian Tianlin remarked nonchalantly, seemingly indifferent to the earlier display of power. "Battle soul 9th level. I never would have guessed that at such a tender age you have reached this pinnacle," the leader exclaimed in awe, though his eyes betrayed a hint of shock. The others inhaled sharply upon hearing his words, unable to fathom that Nian Tianlin had attained the peak of the 9th level of battle soul. Judging by his appearance, He seemed no older than 12 or 13. Achieving such a remarkable level of martial prowess at such a young age was truly hard to believe. Yang Wufeng wore a look of astonishment. His brow furrowed in confusion as he gazed at Nian Tianlin, his mind swirling with questions. Was it not widely rumored that Nian Tianlin was at the 7th level of Battle Soul? Moreover, had Nian Tianlin himself not claimed to be at that level? Why then did the other party assert that he had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level? Suddenly, Yang Wufeng contemplated a possibility that was almost beyond belief. Chapter 72, The Surge of Sword Qi. Could it be that Tianlin's martial prowess was at the 7th level of Battle Soul, while his consciousness had ascended to the 9th level? A tremor coursed through Yang Wufeng's heart. It seemed this was the only explanation for Tianlin's extraordinary level of mastery. Perhaps he would inquire later, for now, he needed to address the immediate situation. Resolving himself, Yang Wufeng stepped closer to Tianlin, making it clear that he intended to fight alongside him. Ah, another at the 2nd level of Battle Soul has arrived. Quite commendable. Do you wish to confront us collectively or one by one? The leading man laughed heartily, showing no sign of fear. Since they had already concluded that he was at the 9th level of Battle Soul, Tianlin saw no reason to dispute their assumption. Given their overwhelming numbers, their beliefs would serve as a suitable deterrent. I harbor no intention of engaging in combat. My sole commitment is to protect this young lady. Thus I cannot allow you to harm her. Ha ha ha, do you consider that a valid reason? Observing the fierce countenance of the leading man, Tianlin replied with a calm smile, this is not merely a reason, but a fact. Since I have vowed to rescue this young lady, I will ensure her safety from your harm. Very well, does that imply you intend to resolve this matter without leniency? The answer to that question, I fear, lies beyond my purview, Tianlin replied with a subtle smile, his meaning unmistakable. From the beginning until now, it has been the opposing party relentlessly pressuring the formidable Tianlin, thus placing all initiative firmly in their hands. If they are determined to engage in battle, then Tianlin must oblige and fight to the end. Very well. We shall act according to the circumstances, but we must remain vigilant for our safety. Yang Wufeng nodded, tightening his grip on the sword in his right hand. Having prepared himself for the worst, the young man observed all of this, and in the face of Tianlin's arrogance and disregard, even his cultivated demeanor began to fray. Humph! It seems you are truly intent on provoking us. In that case, do not blame me for overwhelming you with numbers. With a cold snort, the young man unleashed a palpable aura of murderous intent. Kill! At his command, 6 subordinates charged directly toward Tianlin. Tianlin's expression sharpened, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself within the fray. How swift! The young man was taken aback. He had not anticipated Tianlin's extraordinary speed. Seizing the moment, Tianlin raised his right hand, channeling a pale red battle aura imbued with an intimidating pressure towards one of the 6th level warriors. With a mere flick of his wrist, a head was severed and fell to the ground. Tianlin harbored no fondness for indiscriminate slaughter, yet he was not one to hesitate in the face of necessity. When the time came to strike, he would show no mercy. Yang Wufeng was equally formidable, his long sword dancing effortlessly through the air, each arc igniting a fierce wave of battle energy wherever the blade passed. Confronting a martial artist at the initial level of the Battle Soul realm, Yang Wufeng had his latent abilities completely stimulated. The profound energy throughout his body was fully mobilized, and a surge of vigorous battle energy coalesced upon his sword. Upon closer inspection, one might discern a faint, subtle azure hue within the battle energy on Yang Wufeng's sword, though its subtlety rendered it easily overlooked. With a resounding roar, Yang Wufeng brandished his sword, unleashing the battle energy in a fan-shaped arc towards his adversary. Amidst a thunderous crash, yet another Battle Soul expert succumbed. Yang Wufeng, with his head raised, let out a prolonged laugh, his heart filled with exceptional elation. For it had been ages since he had engaged in such an unrestrained and satisfying battle. Ni Tianlin, with a serene smile and an unhurried, steady gait, remained composed. Amidst his gentle smile, blood-splattered and miserable cries echoed. In a mere instant, 3 individuals from the young man's side had fallen, leaving only the last 3 standing there in utter shock, their bodies involuntarily trembling, their faces displaying utter panic. "Well, do you wish to attempt again?" Ni Tianlin inquired calmly. Despite the tranquility in his voice, the intense killing intent it conveyed dissuaded any from taking it lightly. The young man frowned deeply. As Ni Tianlin's formidable strength had far exceeded his expectations, he realized that if he did not intervene, the remaining 3 on his side might face annihilation. Casting a frigid glance at the woman standing not far away, the young man emitted a cold snort, his eyes fixed on Ni Tianlin, filled with icy animosity. Ni Tianlin merely responded with an amused smile, betraying no displeasure whatsoever. In truth, X was eagerly anticipating that the young man across from him would make his move, for he yearned for a confrontation with him. "You have slain so many of my kin, regardless of your reasons, you deserve death," the young man declared coldly, his right hand flipping to reveal a sword of unadorned elegance. X's pupils constricted, it was a second-tier profound-grade spiritual weapon. In that moment, he comprehended that the identity of his opponent was far from ordinary. It was already rare for someone in their early 20s to possess such formidable cultivation, and now, brandishing a second-tier profound-grade spiritual weapon only served to underscore the exceptional nature of his opponent's identity. The young man seemed to perceive X's thoughts, and he laughed heartily. "What is the matter? Are you afraid? I see you've never encountered a profound-grade weapon before. Today, I shall enlighten you and demonstrate the kind of person you cannot afford to offend." Initially, X felt a flicker of intrigue at the appearance of the profound-grade weapon. But upon witnessing the young man's arrogance, his disappointment deepened, extinguishing even the last vestige of curiosity within him. It's merely a second-tier profound-grade weapon. There is nothing to celebrate. In my eyes, it is no different from a yellow-grade ordinary weapon. Ah, how bold of you to claim there is no difference. I am most eager to witness how you substantiate such a claim. As his words faded, the young man's right arm trembled, and the sword was unsheathed. In an instant, a chilling radiance erupted, and the sword's aura surged forth. Chapter 73. The endless sword intent with an expression of serene composure exhibited no fear in the face of the man's advancing longsword, a faint smile gracing his lips, just as the blade approached perilously close to his brow. Let out a sharp exclamation, leaning back while delivering a powerful kick toward the man's sword. Although it was a mere kick, it was imbued with immense battle energy, resulting in a subtle tremor upon their collision. The man felt a wave of despair wash over him. S strike was impeccably timed, expending not a shred of unnecessary force. Infuriated by his audacity, the man roared, shaking his sword vigorously as he ascended into the air, unleashing a formidable surge of battle energy that bore down upon. With a carefree laugh that echoed through the air, remarked, "It seems the pinnacle of the battle soul's 9th realm is not as daunting as it appears." Suspended in midair, he spoke with a light-hearted tone. The man's face turned a deep shade of anger, fully aware that was deliberately provoking him, yet he could hardly withstand such blatant disdain. His eyes widened with fury, emanating an overwhelming aura of battle energy that left and his companions gasping for breath, struggling even to maintain their footing. The man's prowess was undeniably that of a genuine master at the peak of the battle soul's 9th realm, and thus his presence was indeed formidable. Conversely, and his associates, being of lesser cultivation, found themselves laboring under the weight of the man's astonishing might. Ni Tianlin furrowed his brow slightly, taken aback by the unexpected prowess of the man before him. As he sensed the formidable pressure emanating from his opponent, a flicker of desire for battle surged within him, a yearning, indeed, to engage in combat with a worthy adversary. Since Ni Tianlin's ascension, he had yet to experience a truly exhilarating clash with someone of superior cultivation. Now, an opportunity presented itself, and he could not let it slip away. No longer concealing his intentions, Ni Tianlin let out a hearty laugh as a resplendent longsword appeared in his grasp. The moment the man opposite him beheld the sword, he nearly gasped in disbelief. a 6th grade spiritual weapon of the Xian level. The man could scarcely believe his eyes. Nijin Lin wielded such an extraordinary artifact. It was well known that even the most formidable warriors in the Xianling continent might not possess a 6th grade spiritual weapon, yet here was Nijin Lin, astonishingly equipped with one of such caliber, rendering the man momentarily speechless. Ouyang Wufeng and his companions, who stood on the ground, observed the scene with clarity. But none were more astounded than Ouyang Wufeng himself. Having spent several days in Nijin Lin's company, he had been utterly unaware of his possession of a 6th grade spiritual weapon, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. To put things into perspective, Ouyang Wufeng's father, Ouyang Boming, wielded merely a 5th grade spiritual weapon. The enchanting woman standing behind Ouyang Wufeng gazed at Nijin Lin's silhouette and the sword in his hand, her delicate brows furrowing in contemplation, as if pondering something profound. "Young man, I never anticipated that you would possess such a formidable spiritual weapon. Should you falter in the upcoming contest, that splendid longsword shall be mine." A glimmer of greed flickered in the man's eyes as he gazed with a sinister smile at the longsword in the hands of the unparalleled Tianlin. Unfazed by his words, Tianlin merely smiled lightly. With a subtle tremor of the sword, his aura surged dramatically in that moment. A faint crimson battle energy erupted, enveloping the sword in a radiant glow that dazzled against the pristine white blade. "If you desire the sword in my grasp, you must first inquire whether it consents." With a swift flick of his sword, Tianlin ceased any further banter and unleashed a strike into the air. The opponent was not to be underestimated. His formidable cultivation was undeniable. Tianlin sensed the immense pressure emanating from the man, igniting a mixture of exhilaration and anticipation within him. Meanwhile, the man was utterly astounded. Realizing that Tianlin's adaptability and comprehension of sword techniques surpassed all his expectations. The man's swordplay was unconventional, sharp, and cunning, embodying the essence of the extraordinary. Naturally, the sword-loving and battle-thirsty Tianlin would not let this rare opportunity slip away. Without a moment's hesitation, he threw himself into the tempest of sword energy. At this moment, his singular intention was to merge with the man's sword aura and grasp the supreme sword intent and techniques. Observing Tianlin's gently closed eyes and serene smile, the man was struck with terror. The surprises and shocks Tianlin had delivered today were simply overwhelming. Below, the breathtaking woman and Ouyang Wufeng gazed at Tianlin's figure with a hint of fascination, their eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. "Tianlin, it is truly astonishing to witness the extent of your martial prowess and comprehension of swordsmanship. The disparity between us is, regrettably, quite vast." Observing Nishinlin's figure, Ouyang Wufeng wore a faint expression of despondency, a blend of helplessness and shame. Ouyang Wufeng was also a person who cherished martial arts as much as his life. Originally he thought he was already very powerful to be able to cultivate to the battle soul realm at such a young age, but now he knew he was wrong. Since the day he saw Nishinlin, he knew that he was wrong, and he was wrong very outrageous. At the same age, Nishinlin was already the 7th level of the battle soul, and he was still the 2nd level of the battle soul. Now Nishinlin is already able to compete with the warriors in the peak of the battle soul. But he can only draw with the warriors in the 2nd level of the battle soul. At the thought of the gap between them, Ouyang Wufeng's expression dimmed a little. Chapters Hinshisla, complete victory. Shock. In fact, Ouyang Wufeng cannot be blamed for this. You know, Nishinlin is born with magic bones, but also has magic blood. This alone is enough to make him grow rapidly. In addition, he also has a mysterious and powerful blood pupil divine vein. These added together, Nishinlin wants to break through is difficult. The beautiful woman on the side was different. From the first sight of Nishinlin she felt that Nishinlin was very unusual. Not because of anything else, but because of Nishinlin's temperament and composure. Although she did not know what Nishinlin was. But to be able to have such skill and 6th grade aura at such an age, is definitely not an ordinary family's children. At this moment, the formidable Tianlin was oblivious to the thoughts of Ouyang Wufeng and the others. He was entirely immersed in the radiant swordlight of the man before him. Savoring the boundless essence of the sword, fully transcending into a state of selflessness. The young man opposite him, realizing that he could not inflict even the slightest harm upon Tianlin, felt a surge of indignation. As a peak cultivator of the battle soul realm, it was disheartening for him to find himself utterly unable to shake Tianlin, leaving a bitter taste in his heart. Alas! It seemed he had truly overestimated himself, today. He feared the outcome would be grim. As this thought crossed his mind, a wave of bitterness washed over him once more, plunging his spirit back into despair. In that moment, a resounding roar echoed through the air as Tianlin abruptly opened his eyes. With a powerful shake of his right arm, the encircling sword light trembled violently. Then, to the astonishment of all present, Tianlin's wrist flicked, unleashing several streaks of faint crimson sword light that sliced through the bonds of his confinement. With a thunderous crash, the sword light shattered. The air crackled with battle energy. The young man's expression changed dramatically as he coughed blood and was sent flying. Everyone gasped in shock, their eyes reflecting a mix of awe and terror. With a single maneuver, Tianlin had secured a resounding victory. With elegance, he planted his feet upon the ground, a serene smile gracing his handsome, resolute visage. Slightly lifting his gaze, he regarded the young man struggling to rise from the ground, and Tianlin took measured steps towards him. The remaining 3 individuals, upon witnessing the audacious Tianlin approaching the young man, found themselves momentarily flustered. One of them, visibly anxious, stepped forward to block Tianlin's path and exclaimed, "You shall not harm our young master." With this prompt, the other 2 also positioned themselves in front of Tianlin, though their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Yes, they trembled. "Do you truly believe that your meager strength can thwart me? Or do you assume I lack the capability to overcome you?" Tianlin inquired with a bemused smile, observing the trio quaking before him. They could not suppress a gulp, exchanging glances that revealed a flicker of panic and unease in their eyes. "I merely wish to converse with your young master, and I harbor no intention of causing him harm." Noticing the hesitation etched on their faces, Tianlin coldly declared, "Even if I intended to do something to him, your combined strength is utterly insufficient to impede me. Thus, if you wish to avoid demise, step aside." After uttering these words, Tianlin paid no heed to their astonished expressions and gracefully advanced toward the young man. The trio exchanged glances and slowly followed in Tianlin's wake, fervently hoping that he would indeed keep his word. Upon reaching the young man, Tianlin performed an act that left all witnesses astounded. He bent down and extended his right hand, effortlessly lifting the young man from the ground, displaying neither pretense nor hesitation. A look of bewilderment spread across the crowd. They could hardly fathom that Tianlin would act in such a manner. Not far away, Yang Wufeng observed the actions of Tianlin with a deep sense of inspiration. He understood the intention behind Tianlin's behavior and greatly admired his humble and cautious approach to matters. Yang Wufeng recognized that there were reasons for Tianlin's actions. Firstly, one could discern the extraordinary status of the young man merely by his attire and demeanor, further underscored by the fact that several individuals referred to him as young master. The possession of a profound-grade spiritual weapon by this young man was a clear testament to the substantial power backing him. Given these 2 reasons alone, Tianlin would not resort to killing the young man. He was acutely aware that such an act would inevitably provoke a fierce retaliation from the young man's family, a consequence that Tianlin wished to avoid. Thus, he chose to administer a lesson instead, allowing the young man to depart unscathed. Should he have dealt a fatal blow, it would surely trigger a series of repercussions that Tianlin did not desire. The young man, his face a canvas of confusion, rose and gazed at Tianlin for a prolonged moment, his expression a tumult of uncertainty. After a while, he finally broke the silence, questioning, "Why do you not kill me? Why should I kill you?" Because I want to kill you. Yet, knowing that I would slay you if victorious." "Why do you still show mercy?" Tianlin replied with a calm smile, "For no particular reason, simply because I am not one to indiscriminately take innocent lives." "May I inquire your name?" "I wish to know." After a moment of hesitation, the young man slowly began to respond. Seeing that the enigmatic Tianlin did not intend to introduce himself, the man prepared to state his name. However, Tianlin raised a hand to halt his words. Let us refrain from revealing our names. If fate allows, we shall meet again. If not, then even a farewell holds no significance. Tianlin spoke calmly, his expression unwavering. The man was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a response from Tianlin, which left him profoundly disappointed. Observing the resolute look on Tianlin's face, the man could only smile wryly and shake his head. If that is your wish, so be it. Chapter 75, Spirit Level 5. Noticing Tianlin's indifferent demeanor regarding the matter, the man chose not to elaborate further. He cast a lingering glance at the distant woman before gesturing for his companions to follow him. Once the man had completely vanished, Tianlin turned to approach Ouyang Wufeng, though his mind lingered on the words spoken by that man moments earlier. Casually glancing at the stunning woman behind Ouyang Wufeng, Tianlin addressed him. Wufeng, having observed the battle just now, did you gain any insights? Ouyang Wufeng was initially taken aback but quickly nodded with enthusiasm. Indeed. I learned a great deal from your confrontation. This proves far more effective than my daily sword practice. Who exactly are you? Tianlin suddenly inquired. His tone calm yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The woman was momentarily startled, evidently unprepared for such a direct question from Tianlin. The woman hesitated, unable to articulate her thoughts, which caused a deep furrow in Nishalin's brow. She then said with a touch of grievance, although I am a warrior at the second level of battle soul, I would be doomed if I encountered someone with a higher cultivation realm than mine. Therefore, I must accompany you. Very well, Nishalin responded. In that case, I would like to know your purpose. Forgive me for being so blunt, but I sense a hint of a demonic beast's aura about you. How do you explain this? Upon hearing Nishalin's words, Ouyang Wufeng's expression shifted, and his gaze towards the woman became tinged with suspicion. The woman's countenance underwent a drastic change. She had not anticipated that Nishalin would be able to perceive this. According to her father, one would need to be at least a battle master to see through the Xian pet within her, as it was a 5th-level spiritual beast. The fact that Nishalin, a cultivator at the battle soul realm, could discern her Xian pet astonished her. However, she knew that this was not the time to delve into such matters. How can you sense the aura of a demonic beast on me? She asked. Could it be that you are a battle master? Even as she uttered these words, she found them amusing. How could a teenager possess the cultivation of a battle master? Such a thing seemed impossible. As expected, Nishalin replied calmly. I am merely at the 7th level of battle soul. I am not as formidable as you imagine. Upon hearing Nishalin's words, the woman's expression underwent several changes, and Ouyang Wufeng finally confirmed his suspicions. How is it possible that you have defeated cultivators at the pinnacle of the 9th level of battle soul while only possessing the cultivation of the 7th level? The implication of Tianlin's words was quite clear. Having offended that young man earlier, it was uncertain whether he would seek retribution in the future. If Tianlin were oblivious to the circumstances surrounding this matter, it would indeed be rather frustrating. The woman furrowed her delicate brows, her gaze flickering with uncertainty. Tianlin chose not to speak further, preferring to stand quietly, allowing her the space for contemplation. After a considerable pause, the woman let out a heavy sigh, as if she had reached a decision. Very well, in light of the fact that you saved my life, I shall disclose this information to you. But I hope you will refrain from sharing it with others. Tianlin raised an eyebrow, keenly sensing that the woman before him was extraordinary. My name is Duruoxuan. You guessed correctly, I indeed possess a 5th-level spirit beast as my mystical companion, and I trained it myself. Oh? You trained a 5th-level spirit beast on your own? Tianlin asked, a note of surprise in his voice. Indeed, I trained it myself. Do you suppose it was a gift from someone else? The woman's tone suggested a hint of displeasure. Ah, that was not my intention, If I have offended you in any way, I hope you can forgive me. Miss Ruoxuan. However, there is still one matter that eludes my understanding, and I would appreciate your honest disclosure. With a playful pout, the woman glared at Tianlin. Slightly miffed. Just call me Ruoxuan, the formalities of Miss feel rather awkward to me. Nishinclin was momentarily taken aback, then glanced at Ouyang Wufeng, where he discerned a hint of amusement in the latter's eyes. Nishinclin had not anticipated that Du Rushuan possessed such an endearing side. From the beginning until now, Du Rushuan had always been candid and carefree, her vivacity reminiscent of a crystal-clear spring in the mountains. Yet, it appeared that this girl also harbored a shy and charming aspect. Nishinclin smiled gently and said, Lady Rushuan, since you claim that your fifth-tier spirit beast, Shanpat, is one you have trained yourself, does that imply you are also a beast master? Indeed, if I were not a beast master, how could I have trained my Shanpat? It is rather obvious, isn't it? Upon hearing this, both Nishinclin and Ouyang Wufeng were jolted, their faces adorned with expressions of shock and disbelief. Could it be that you are a fifth-tier spirit beast master? Nishinclin exclaimed, his voice laden with astonishment. Chapter 76, Mysterious Identity. Could it be that you are a fifth-tier spirit beast master? Nishinclin voiced his disbelief, his tone brimming with awe. Du Rushuan nonchalantly nodded, indeed, I am a fifth-tier spirit beast master. It seems you possess quite a wealth of knowledge for someone so young. Nishinclin let out a wry smile, feeling a tinge of bitterness at Du Rushuan's calm demeanor. One must understand that a fifth-tier spirit beast master is far more precious than a fifth-tier spirit beast. Du Rushuan appeared to be no more than 18 or 19. Yet at such a tender age, she had achieved such remarkable prowess, leaving Nishinclin in utter astonishment. It is truly astonishing that you, a mere warrior of the second rank of battle spirit, are actually a fifth-tier beast master of the spiritual level. How incredible! Tianlin sighed, gazing at Du Ruoxuan, whose face was filled with admiration. What is so hard to believe? In this town, there are beast masters far superior to my level. Now that I have revealed this to you, shall you take me along? Of course, I keep my word. By the way, you still haven't told me why they are pursuing you. Isn't it obvious? Those people somehow learned that I am. Du Ruoxuan abruptly halted, as if struck by a sudden realization, hastily covering her mouth and turning her head away. Tianlin observed this gesture with keen interest but chose to say nothing, merely offering a subtle smile, feigning ignorance. Tianlin. Ouyang Wufeng nudged Tianlin with his elbow, signaling with his eyes that Du Ruoxuan's earlier action was suspicious. Tianlin nodded slightly, indicating he was aware. Miss Ruoxuan, why the sudden silence? Tianlin feigned curiosity and inquired. Oh, They somehow found out I am a beast master and wanted to capture me to assist them in taming magical beasts. I refused, so they attempted to abduct me. Du Ruoxuan spoke with heartfelt emotion, and combined with her previous display, it would have convinced anyone else. Yet, who is Tianlin? How could he fail to perceive the flicker of her eyes as she spoke? Is that so? Despite your adeptness as a fifth-tier spirit rank beast master, there exist those of superior rank. Why would they single you out for capture? Why do you press me with such inquiries? I was merely in the forest, engaged in the taming of beasts, when they unexpectedly emerged, intent on seizing me. At this juncture, Du Rushuan faltered, realizing she had inadvertently revealed too much. I'm ruined, she lamented inwardly, remorseful for her indiscretion. Conversely, Tianlin chuckled, observing Du Rushuan's discomposure with amusement. Ah, so the truth has finally slipped, he remarked. Earlier, you asserted that their pursuit stemmed from your rejection of their demands, yet now you claim they ambushed you with the intent to capture. Which account am I to believe? Enduring Tianlin's penetrating gaze at such close proximity would elicit blushes even from a man, let alone Du Rushuan. Why do you stare so intently? She stammered, finally succumbing to the weight of his meaningful eyes, and lowered her gaze in bashfulness. This marked the second instance of Du Rushuan averting her eyes since encountering Ni Tianlin. It should be noted that such behavior is uncharacteristic of her, as her disposition is typically more audacious and vivacious than that of most men, often bordering on that of a mischievous imp. However, today, when faced with the formidable Tianlin, she repeatedly lowered her head in shyness. If those acquainted with Du Rushuan were to witness this, they would surely be astounded. Suddenly, Tianlin's gaze sharpened, and he sternly inquired, "Is your surname Du? Do you know Du Chengfeng?" Initially, Tianlin merely posed the question casually, not anticipating any connection between Du Rushuan and Du Chengfeng. Yet, Du Rushuan's subsequent expression ignited a spark of suspicion within Tianlin. She instinctively took a step back, gazing at Tianlin with a flicker of panic in her eyes. "How could that be? I know nothing of Du Chengfeng, I am merely an ordinary beast master." Observing the alarmed look on Du Rushuan's face, Tianlin and Ouyang Wufeng exchanged a glance, each detecting a hint of intrigue and astonishment in the other's eyes. "Miss Rushuan, I hope you won't mind my impertinence in asking, but do you perhaps share a special relationship with the esteemed Du Elder, such as?" Here, Tianlin deliberately paused, casting a sidelong glance at Du Rushuan's expression, the implication unmistakable. Yet, Tianlin offered her no opportunity to respond. "We seek the esteemed Du Elder for a matter of significant importance. Rest assured, we harbor no ulterior motives." Noticing Du Rushuan's silence, Tianlin continued, "If I am not mistaken, you must be the daughter of the esteemed Du Elder?" Upon hearing this, Ouyang Wufeng was momentarily taken aback, while Du Rushuan trembled slightly, her eyes brimming with astonishment as she regarded Tianlin. At last, the extraordinary Tianlin has confirmed the notion that had lingered in his heart. However, he was taken aback to discover that Du Rushuan was indeed the daughter of Du Chengfeng. This revelation elucidates why Du Rushuan possesses such remarkable beast-taming abilities at such a tender age. Initially, Tianlin had harbored concerns about locating Du Chengfeng's residence. Yet it appears that this apprehension has dissipated. Chapter 77, A Thread of Affection. "How did you ascertain that I am his daughter?" Du Rushuan inquired curiously, gazing into Tianlin's eyes. "Well, to be candid, I never considered the possibility of you being the daughter of the esteemed Elder Du. It was merely that your earlier speech was riddled with inconsistencies, leading me to that conclusion later on. Indeed, during our conversation, you revealed far too much. Your demeanor and gestures betrayed you." Ouyang Wufeng chimed in with a chuckle. Upon hearing this, Du Rushuan glanced at Ouyang Wufeng, who stood behind Tianlin, and then, with a hint of confusion, asked, "He calls you Tianlin, could it be that you are?" Suddenly, her eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "You are the renowned prodigy Tianlin of the Xianling continent." "Ah, I cannot claim such grandiosity, however, I am indeed Tianlin," he replied with a modest smile. Upon hearing Tianlin's affirmation, Du Rushuan's face lit up with an exuberant smile. "I never anticipated that I would have the privilege of encountering the legendary genius of cultivation. This is truly a rare occasion." With that, she resumed her earlier audacious demeanor, circling around Tianlin with evident curiosity. "Miss Du, I urgently seek your father and wonder if you might escort me to the residence of Master Du. I sincerely wish to pay my respects to him in person. If you are unwilling to guide us, we shall embark on our own search." Upon finishing his words, Ni Tianlin prepared to move forward, unwilling to squander any more time. Ouyang Wufeng closely followed behind, acutely aware of the urgency of their quest. "Without your guidance, you would search for 10 days or even half a month without discovering where my father resides." A simple statement, yet it carried an unwavering confidence. Who else could it be but Du Rushuan? Ni Tianlin paused, hesitating before turning to say, "If Miss Du is disinclined to lead us, we shall have no choice but to search independently. Even if we fail to find him, I shall not yield." With that, he turned once more, his steps resolute and powerful. Du Rushuan was momentarily taken aback. She did not anticipate such stubbornness from Ni Tianlin. She had already informed him that without her guidance, they would be utterly lost, yet he persisted in his determination. Why was he so resolute? Observing the silhouette of Ni Tianlin, Du Rushuan quietly pondered, before hesitantly taking small steps to follow him. Ni Tianlin sensed Du Rushuan trailing behind him, yet he chose not to comment, proceeding at a measured pace alongside Ouyang Wufeng. Tianlin, is this truly appropriate? If she refuses to lead us, how long must we search? Ouyang Wufeng felt a tinge of anxiety. Their time was truly limited, and they could not afford such a protracted wait. Rest assured, she will guide us, asserted Ni Tianlin with conviction. Why? Ouyang Wufeng was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a response from Ni Tianlin. In Ouyang Wufeng's eyes, although Du Rushuan was the daughter of Du Cheng and a fifth-tier beast tamer, he remained uncertain regarding her father's safety. Just as Ouyang Wufeng pondered this, a somewhat resigned voice drifted from behind them. I will take you there. Ni Tianlin paused momentarily, then smiled gracefully before turning to Du Rushuan and softly saying, Thank you, Miss Du. Do not be so quick to thank me, she replied. I am leading you to find my father not for any other reason, but to repay the debt of gratitude for saving my life. However, at this point, Du Rushuan's delicate brows furrowed slightly, as if she harbored some unspoken concern. Ni Tianlin observed everything keenly, choosing to remain silent and patiently await her next words. Indeed, Du Rushuan continued in a hushed tone, while I can lead you to him, I cannot guarantee that you will be able to see him. Oh? What do you mean by that, Miss Du? Ni Tianlin instinctively sensed that the matter was more complex than it appeared. You see, my father has a peculiar habit. Anyone who wishes to visit him must fulfill a specific request he sets forth. If that request remains unmet, he will not grant you an audience. Indeed, I was quite astonished to discover that Elder Du possesses such stringent rules. Very well, given this circumstance, I am willing to make an attempt. I would appreciate it if Miss Du could guide the way. Du Rushuan's delicate frame trembled slightly, for she had not anticipated that despite her declaration, Ni Tianlin would remain resolute. Gazing into Ni Tianlin's profound and tranquil eyes stirred a ripple of unease within Du Rushuan's heart. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she averted her gaze and, without uttering a word, proceeded to lead the way. Ouyang Wufeng naturally perceived the subtle change in Du Rushuan's demeanor. He merely smiled to himself, keeping his thoughts unvoiced. Alas! It seems this fellow Tianlin is destined to bring misfortune upon yet another enchanting beauty. Ouyang Wufeng sighed inwardly, feeling rather disheartened as he followed behind. The forests in this region of the eastern spirit continent are notably vast, a rarity across the entire land. Primarily due to its reputation as a gathering place for beastly creatures, rendering many areas desolate and uninhabited. Throughout their journey, the trio remained silent, each lost in their own musings. Indeed, Du Chunfeng's residence proved to be elusive, had it not been for Du Rushuan's guidance. They could have searched for days on end without success. After approximately an hour of walking, Du Rushuan finally halted before a secluded villa. Standing 3 paces away from Ni Tianlin, she gently called out to the abode, Father, we have guests. As Du Rushuan's voice fell, a formidable aura emanated from the secluded courtyard. Nishiang Lin's expression shifted, for he recognized that this was a test of his martial prowess. Comprehending this, Nishiang Lin stood there with an unruffled demeanor, slightly bowing as he proclaimed, I am Nishiang Lin, a junior seeking counsel today. I hope you, esteemed elder, can alleviate the doubts that weigh upon my heart. His words were delivered with a balance of respect and confidence, precisely measured. I trust you have heard of my approach to welcoming guests. Should you fulfill a request of mine, this door shall undoubtedly open for you. The slightly aged voice carried an undeniable authority, and the formidable battle aura caused Nishiang Lin's complexion to fluctuate. Though it was well known throughout the eastern spirit continent that Du Chengfeng was the only first-tier beast master of the saint level, the specifics of his martial arts mastery remained shrouded in mystery. From the earlier display of battle aura, Nishiang Lin could ascertain that Du Chengfeng's martial prowess was at least at the level of a battle king. This matter has already been conveyed to me by Miss Du. So I implore you, esteemed elder, to present your challenge directly, Nishiang Lin declared, unflinching, his expression steeled. Very well. If you can devise a means to draw the 12 guardian beast spirits surrounding my courtyard beyond a radius of 10 paces, you shall have succeeded. At that time, I shall personally welcome you. The elder's voice resonated once more in Nishiang Lin's ears, imbued with an air of formidable confidence. Your junior, Nishiang Lin, is most grateful for your guidance. Nishiang Lin bowed respectfully before turning and striding towards the exit of the courtyard. When Du Rushuan heard her father's words, her body involuntarily trembled, and her eyes revealed a profound sorrow. While others remained oblivious to the truth, as the daughter of Du Chengfeng, Du Rushuan was acutely aware of the daunting challenge at hand. The 12 guardian beasts were personally trained by Du Chengfeng, each representing one of the 12 cardinal directions as dictated by the principles of the cosmos. Each beast was ensconced within a unique aura of battle energy. Should any one of them stray beyond its designated boundary, Du Chengfeng would instantly perceive the shift in their essence. This was but one aspect of the challenge. More alarmingly, each of these beasts was at least a 3rd-tier spiritual creature, with the most formidable reaching the 9th tier. A 9th-tier spiritual beast is a terrifying entity, second only to sacred beasts. Possessing strength comparable to that of a war king, coupled with their formidable physiques and armored scales, these beasts would pose a significant threat, rendering even seasoned war kings cautious in their attempts to vanquish them. The astonishing aspect that perplexed Du Rushuan was her inability to fathom why her father would impose such a formidable challenge upon Tianlin. Many exceptional individuals had sought her father's audience in the past, yet he had never before laid down such a daunting requirement. The 12 guardian beasts had been meticulously trained through a unique array, and their bond was profound. Should one beast come under attack, the remaining 11 would immediately rally to its defense. Unless one possessed extraordinary martial prowess, escaping unscathed from such an onslaught would be an exceedingly arduous endeavor. How about I accompany you? Ouyang Wufeng expressed his concern. The aura of the demonic beasts here was overwhelmingly formidable, and as a mere second-level warrior, he found himself struggling under the oppressive weight of their presence. Nishiankin chuckled and shook his head, saying, "There is no need for that. I have my reasons for leaving you here. Prior to my arrival, I conducted a thorough study on the 12 guardian beasts. Thus I possess a considerable understanding of this formation." "Oh, you are familiar with the 12 guardian beasts?" Ouyang Wufeng's eyes widened in astonishment, his face a canvas of disbelief. Nishiankin nodded, explaining, "Elder Du, the most esteemed beastmaster of the Eastern Spirit Continent, has some information recorded about him in our family archives. I chanced upon references to the 12 demonic beasts previously, so I have some knowledge of them." Ouyang Wufeng, still somewhat puzzled, nodded but remained uneasy. For the aura emanating from the 12 beasts was already enough to instill fear. "Tianlin, I insist on accompanying you. As my elder brother, we should face challenges together." Nishinkin, taken aback for a moment, was touched as he patted Ouyang Wufeng's shoulder, saying, "Your words reflect the bond of brotherhood we share. However, now that you acknowledge me as your elder brother, you must heed my advice. Stay here, do not enter." "But," Ouyang Wufeng began, but Nishiankin interjected firmly, "Enough. My mind is made up. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, your presence here will ensure a timely rescue. Trust me." After speaking, Tianlin turned and walked towards the clearing in the woods. Ouyang Wufeng moved his lips, ultimately letting out a sigh and shaking his head, his eyes filled with concern. "Are you worried about him?" Du Rushuan had appeared behind Ouyang Wufeng at some point, gazing at the gradually receding figure of Tianlin, murmuring softly, her face adorned with a hint of subtle anxiety. Ouyang Wufeng shook his head, "No, I have faith in him." Tianlin, clad in white, held his sword with a steady and tranquil stride. From the beginning until now, he had never known fear. Throughout his journey, Tianlin had consistently comprehended the martial arts path in the face of life and death. In his understanding of martial arts, the concept of fear held no significance. The essence of martial cultivation lies solely in advancement. Unbeknownst to him, Ni Tianlin had already reached the edge of the formation guarded by 12 demonic beasts. Feeling the surge of frenzied battle energy approaching him, surprisingly, he felt a surge of inexplicable excitement. From the information Ni Tianlin had gathered, these 12 beasts were interconnected through a unique formation, and they shared a profound mental bond. To lure these 12 beasts beyond a radius of 10 feet, one must find a way to dismantle this special formation. Once the connection linking these 12 beasts is severed, their mutual sensing abilities will dissipate, making it far easier to draw them out afterward. Realizing this, Ni Tianlin could not help but feel a renewed sense of confidence. To draw out the 12 guardian beasts, one must first dismantle this peculiar formation. Chapter 79. Testing the waters. The fearless Tianlin had never known the meaning of fear. The concept of cowardice had never entered his mind. As he sensed the overwhelming presence of the approaching beasts, his expression remained remarkably calm. His clear eyes filled with unwavering determination. The 12 beasts surrounding him were no less than third-tier creatures, with the mightiest reaching the 9th tier. In such dire circumstances, attempting to breach this formation seemed akin to scaling the heavens. Miss Du, might you be aware of the intricate mysteries underlying this formation? Ouyang Wufeng inquired. His gaze fixed intently on Tianlin's figure, directing his question toward Du Rushuan. Anticipating his inquiry, Du Rushuan replied without hesitation. The profundity of this formation lies not only in the formidable strength of the 12 beasts, but more alarmingly, in their ability to maximize their combat prowess through this interconnected array. Unless the challenger possesses extraordinary cultivation, otherwise. Though she left her sentence unfinished, the implication was unmistakable. Ouyang Wufeng soon came to terms with the situation. After all, this formation had been meticulously crafted by a master beast tamer of the sacred level. Compounded by the 12 beasts he had tamed, overcoming this formation would indeed be no simple task. I have faith in Tianlin, he will emerge unscathed. Perhaps, he added, I too hope he remains unharmed. As Ouyang Wufeng and Du Rushuan conversed, Tianlin had already taken his first step into the formation. The air crackled with battle energy, and the roars of the beasts were nearly deafening. The combat aura emanating from the 12 guardian beasts, enhanced by the formation, surpassed anything Tianlin had ever envisioned. A series of feral roars echoed in the ears of the formidable Tianlin, causing the surrounding air to plummet in temperature. Suddenly, a violent gust of wind arose, sweeping up sand and stones, while dust spiraled into fierce tornadoes that ravaged the space. Tianlin's expression sharpened as he rested his right hand on his sword, standing still, patiently awaiting the next moment. In an instant, a shadowy figure darted past him, leaving behind a powerful surge of battle energy. A chill swept over Tianlin's face as he swiftly stepped back, his sword unsheathed almost simultaneously. A faint crimson aura flickered like a distant star in the darkness, carving a path of light amidst the shadows. Sparks flew as the energy surged. No longer hesitating, Tianlin abruptly retreated, thrusting his sword diagonally in a blinding flash towards the shadowy figure. Just as his blade was about to strike, a tremendous roar reverberated through the air. Tianlin instinctively glanced aside, his eyes darting for a fleeting moment. Yet, that brief glimpse caused his pupils to constrict sharply. He beheld a fire-red beast unleashing a colossal fireball from its maw, the blazing flames surging directly towards him. In shock, Tianlin had no time for contemplation. He rolled to the ground just in time to narrowly escape the inferno, yet the searing air still seared his skin painfully. That was close. With a leap into the air, he stood solemnly, his expression graver than ever before. From the earlier position, it was evident that the two beasts were situated in the southeast. Moreover, it was certain that the shadow which had first attacked him was a fourth-tier spirit beast, while the fire lion capable of launching fireballs was at least a fifth-tier monster. Upon realizing this, he withdrew without hesitation, understanding that now was not the time for confrontation. He needed to assess each element thoroughly before determining the optimal breakthrough point. To dismantle the formation, he must first comprehend the principles of its variations, otherwise, breaching it would be as arduous as scaling the heavens. As the next wave of the beast's assault approached, he swiftly brandished his sword and gracefully retreated. Noticing that he had exited the formation, the two beasts immediately ceased their attack and vanished swiftly. Indeed, he marveled, a look of admiration gracing his features. Initially, he pondered whether launching an offensive against the beasts within the formation might draw them out, thus making it easier to lure them away. However, following his recent experiment, he discarded that notion. The beasts within the formation had become intrinsically linked to it. Any disturbance would inevitably provoke a corresponding reaction from the others. This was the terrifying essence of the 12 Guardian Beast formation. Truly, this was the formation of a saint-level beast master. Such an intricate and profound array was a sight he had never encountered before. He couldn't help but feel an inexplicable excitement within him. Not far away, Ouyang Wufeng and Du Rushuan had naturally witnessed the emergence of the unparalleled Tianlin from the formation. Ouyang Wufeng displayed no signs of surprise, as this outcome was entirely anticipated. Miss Du, do you think Tianlin? Before Ouyang Wufeng could finish his thought, Du Rushuan shook her head and replied, given the current circumstances, I truly hesitate to make any bold assertions. However, the remarkable insight exhibited by young Master Ni has indeed surpassed my expectations. Oh? So, does that imply Tianlin has a chance to dismantle this formation? This formation primarily relies on the psychic connection among the 12 beast spirits. If young Master Ni can uncover the means to sever the mental link between these 12 beasts, then he may indeed break this formation. Ouyang Wufeng nodded slightly, his sole desire being for Ni Tianlin's safety. Time swiftly passed, and 3 hours had elapsed. Ni Tianlin had repositioned himself multiple times, meticulously exploring each location. It seemed he had begun to grasp the underlying principles of the formation, unraveling some of its deeper mysteries. The more he probed, the more he sensed the formation's peculiarities, leaving him in awe of how Du Chengfeng had intertwined this formation with the 12 beast spirits. Chapter 80. The Ninth Order Spirit Beast. A terrifying aura permeated the entirety of the space, and Ni Tianlin's expression shifted repeatedly, revealing his grave concern. The formidable limbs of the great black bear instilled fear, causing the ground to tremble with each of its steps. Ni Tianlin's gaze remained fixed on the bear's every movement. With each step the colossal black bear took, the ground trembled violently, creating a scene that sent shockwaves through the heart of the protagonist, Ni Tianlin. He realized that continuing in this manner was futile. This was the final position of his probing. Yet, to his bewilderment, he had yet to witness any other spirit beast launch an assault against him. The brilliance of his sword light flickered in response to the bear's onslaught, resembling a candle's flame struggling in the wind. Ni Tianlin, however, did not yield. Despite the fact that a 9th-tier spirit beast possessed strength akin to that of a battle king, he felt no fear. A pale red battle aura erupted forth, enveloping him entirely in its crimson embrace. With a slight tremor of his sword, an endless intent surged through the surrounding space. Ha! Ni Tianlin bellowed, unleashing a fierce beam of sword light aimed directly at the bear's eyes. In truth, his intention was not to slay the black bear but rather to force it into retreat. To his astonishment, the bear seemed indifferent to the sword light hurtling toward it, raising its massive right paw to strike down at Ni Tianlin's crown. A wave of terror washed over him. Should that paw connect, his life would be forfeit. Without a moment's hesitation, Ni Tianlin thrust his sword forward, using its trajectory to retreat. Yet, the bear's speed was alarmingly swift. As he realized his escape was becoming increasingly difficult, beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. Faced with the inevitability of confrontation, he resolved to fight with all his might, hoping against hope for a chance at survival. With his mind made up, Ni Tianlin steadied his resolve. With a resounding howl, the dark celestial beast unleashed a torrent of profound energy from within, radiating a terrifying crimson glow. the blade of the 6th-tier spiritual weapon trembled softly, resonating with the energy. In an instant, an insatiable bloodlust surged from the depths of the celestial beast's heart. At that moment, the formidable paw of the great black bear descended as anticipated, while the celestial beast's sword was simultaneously thrust forward. As the blade made contact with the bear's massive paw, an overwhelming pressure surged towards the celestial beast, numbing its wrist with the sheer force. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, the celestial beast propelled itself backward, akin to an arrow released from its bow. Though a thin line of crimson blood lingered at the corner of its mouth. Observing the celestial beast's intent to retreat, the great black bear lunged forward, swinging its robust right arm to strike. The celestial beast's expression turned cold, taken aback by the bear's astonishing speed. Already wounded, it seemed nearly impossible to withstand such a formidable attack under these dire circumstances. As the bear's powerful arm loomed perilously close to the celestial beast's head, a sudden rush of slicing air pierced the silence, followed by an urgent voice. "Tianlin, I come to your rescue!" Ouyang Wufeng shouted, soaring through the air with his sword drawn. In the blink of an eye, Ouyang Wufeng's fierce battle aura coalesced around him. As a faint blue energy cascaded from his sword, ready to confront the impending danger. If one does not scrutinize closely, one would hardly notice the faint azure battle aura. Due to Ouyang Wufeng's sudden strike, coupled with the fact that the great black bear had no time to react, the surging sword energy collided directly with its form. "Oh!" The great black bear let out a furious roar, its massive jaws dripping with saliva, presenting a sight that was both fearsome and chilling. "Tianlin, run!" Ouyang Wufeng bellowed, stepping forward to shield Tianlin. A tremor coursed through Tianlin's heart, he felt a warmth looking at Ouyang Wufeng's silhouette. "Wufeng, hurry!" Ouyang Wufeng shouted again, leaping forward, enveloped in an endless radiance of sword light within a 2-foot radius. Should the great black bear dare to take a step forward, it would undoubtedly be met with a gaping wound from the relentless swordlight. In this life-and-death moment, Ouyang Wufeng had unleashed his utmost power. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from Ouyang Wufeng, the great black bear seemed to catch a whiff of danger, momentarily pausing at the sight of the diminutive human before it. Yet, this hesitation was but fleeting. After all, the great black bear was a 9th-tier spirit beast, and it harbored no fear against a warrior of the second realm of battle soul like Ouyang Wufeng. Suddenly, the great black bear opened its enormous jaws and unleashed a black spherical projectile aimed directly at Ouyang Wufeng. A flicker of unease crossed Tianlin's face. Although he stood behind Ouyang Wufeng, he could feel the terrifying energy emanating from the black sphere. Suddenly, the expression on the face of the formidable Tianlin changed drastically as he bellowed, "Wufeng, be cautious! Retreat at once!" Ignoring his own injuries, Tianlin propelled himself off the ground, his internal energy surging beyond its limits in that moment. At this juncture, Ouyang Wufeng finally sensed a wave of terrifying murderous intent and violent energy sweeping towards him. An oppressive feeling that caused his heart to tremble inexplicably. Chapter 81. The Fury unleashes the extraordinary array. 1. It was not that Ouyang Wufeng did not wish to retreat. Rather, he understood that doing so would undoubtedly place Tianlin in harm's way. Although their acquaintance had spanned merely a few days, Ouyang Wufeng felt an inexplicable affinity towards Tianlin. He had already come to regard Tianlin as an elder brother, whether due to their initial wager or some other reason. In Wufeng's heart, Tianlin had long since occupied the role of his elder brother. Seeing that Ouyang Wufeng remained rooted in place, unmoving, Tianlin grew increasingly anxious. For the black energy sphere expelled by the great black bear was now a mere 3 inches from Wufeng's chest. Ouyang Wufeng's gaze sharpened as the formidable energy emitted by the sphere made even breathing a laborious task. The sword net surrounding him trembled precariously, on the brink of collapse. In a state of frantic urgency, as Tianlin was about to reach Ouyang Wufeng, the black energy sphere suddenly accelerated, hurtling directly towards Wufeng's chest. This was dire. In a moment of profound shock, the formidable Tianlin could no longer afford to hesitate. With a swift motion, he extended his right hand, releasing his longsword with great force. The air erupted in a cacophony of dust and flying debris. Ouyang Wufeng's most potent strike shattered beneath the overwhelming energy of the ebony orb, scattering swordlight in disarray. Ouyang Wufeng was sent hurtling backward, akin to a candle flickering in the tempest, a crimson arc of blood tracing a sorrowful parabola through the air. Meanwhile, Tianlin's longsword found its mark, piercing the descending right arm of the great black bear with unerring precision, creating a gaping wound through the beast's limb with the power of a 6th-grade mystic weapon. Soaring into the air, Tianlin caught the falling Ouyang Wufeng, his own form gracefully retreating. After traversing through the bear's arm, Tianlin's sword embedded itself into the ground within the formation, yet he paid it no heed, prioritizing the safety of Ouyang Wufeng as he exited the array. Upon emerging, Tianlin gently laid the injured Ouyang Wufeng upon the earth. Observing his companion's pallid visage and blood-stained garments, a flicker of murderous intent ignited within Tianlin's eyes, not directed at Ouyang Wufeng, but aimed squarely at the formidable black bear. Wu Feng! Wu Feng! Tianlin murmured softly, calling out several times. Ouyang Wufeng struggled to open his eyes, just as he prepared to speak. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his gaze dimming. "Brother! I fear I may not survive this," he stammered, his voice grave as he addressed Tianlin for the first time with a solemnity befitting a brother. Although Ouyang Wufeng had previously referred to Ni Tianlin as brother in a playful manner, it was in this moment that Ni Tianlin discerned the sincerity behind Ouyang Wufeng's words. "You must trust me. Since you call me brother, you must believe that you will be all right. I will ensure your safety." Ni Tianlin grasped Ouyang Wufeng's hand firmly, his tone resolute and compelling. Yet, a flicker of apprehension crossed his gaze. Ni Tianlin was acutely aware that Ouyang Wufeng's injuries were a result of his selfless act to save him. Were it not for Ouyang Wufeng's timely intervention against the ferocious bear, Ni Tianlin might have already sustained grave injuries, or worse, met his demise. "Ah! I never expected you to be capable of offering comfort. This truly surprises me," Ouyang Wufeng remarked with a bittersweet smile, his eyes shimmering with an endless mirth. "I will go find my father. He possesses the prowess of a war king and should be able to aid young Master Ouyang." With that, Durushuan prepared to seek her father. Ni Tianlin shook his head, exclaiming, "There is no time." Durushuan paused, momentarily at a loss for words, burdened by the knowledge that this formation was set by her father, and Ouyang Wufeng's dire condition rendered her partially responsible. "Miss Du, please maintain the protective barrier outside. I will personally attend to Wufeng's injuries." "Very well, leave it to me," she replied, and Ni Tianlin nodded, refraining from further conversation. With both hands, he swiftly executed a series of incantations, directing them onto Ouyang Wufeng's back. A faint crimson aura coursed through the hands of the extraordinary Tianlin, gradually guiding the internal energy within Ouyang Wufeng. However, as soon as the delicate red energy entered Ouyang Wufeng's body, Tianlin sensed an unsettling anomaly. He felt as though his crimson energy was irresistibly drawn towards something within Ouyang Wufeng, instinctively gravitating toward the latter's dantian. Ultimately, the red energy intertwined with Ouyang Wufeng's internal energy. A wave of alarm surged within Tianlin as he promptly withdrew his consciousness, adopting a meditative posture, and sent a fragment of his awareness into Ouyang Wufeng's being. Yet, upon entering, this fragment was met with fierce resistance from the internal energy of Ouyang Wufeng. Faced with this predicament, Tianlin was compelled to send another fragment of consciousness forcefully into Ouyang Wufeng's interior. Thus, his consciousness became entangled with the internal energy, rendering any further advancement impossible. Anxiety began to grip Tianlin's heart. If he failed to guide Ouyang Wufeng's internal energy into the dantian for circulation throughout the meridians, it could lead to a catastrophic accumulation of energy, potentially resulting in Ouyang Wufeng's demise. Chapter 82, Fury Breaks the Peculiar Formation. 2. Tianlin was increasingly anxious. He knew he must find a way to direct his consciousness into Ouyang Wufeng's dantian, otherwise, the consequences would be dire beyond imagination. Suddenly, The extraordinary Lin sensed that the resistance of the mysterious energy within Ouyang Wufeng was gradually diminishing. This revelation brought a spark of joy to Lin's heart, prompting him to channel a trace of mysterious energy. Ultimately, the energy within Ouyang Wufeng surrendered entirely to Lin's crimson energy, merging seamlessly into it. Lin let out a soft sound of surprise, yet did not dwell on it. Instead, he directed the energy towards Ouyang Wufeng's dantian. Upon probing into Ouyang Wufeng's dantian with his consciousness, Lin was astonished to discover that the energy there exhibited no rejection towards his intrusion. On the contrary, it instilled in him a peculiar sense of familiarity. A wave of bewilderment washed over Lin, yet he could not afford to ponder this further. He simply guided the energy within Ouyang Wufeng to circulate in a complete cycle through the dantian. At that moment, Lin noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The energy within Ouyang Wufeng's dantian bore a distinct pale blue hue. This was likely something Ouyang Wufeng had never noticed. How could this be? What is this? Suddenly, Lin discovered a pale blue energy mass deep within Ouyang Wufeng's dantian, resembling a cloud of mist suspended in midair. Upon closer inspection, Lin was astounded to find that although this pale blue mass appeared dispersed, it seemed to be drawn towards something, rotating around it. However, in that instant, Lin could not identify the cause of this phenomenon and decided to suppress his curiosity for the time being. In an instant, the celestial beast, Tian Lin, had guided the profound energy within Ouyang Wufeng to circulate through his major meridians for a total of 36 cycles. At this moment, Ouyang Wufeng's complexion gradually regained some color. Yet the temperature of his body surged dangerously high. It was alarming. Wufeng's internal profound energy had already been depleted, and now, under the potent effects of the small rejuvenation pill, the energy in his dantian and body had reached a terrifying zenith. Given the current circumstances, it was highly likely that Wufeng would experience a breakthrough. As Tian Lin was lost in contemplation, he suddenly heard a faint, pained groan escape from Ouyang Wufeng's lips. Startled, Tian Lin's expression turned grave as he sternly commanded, "Wufeng, this is the most critical moment. No matter what, you must endure. Focus your energy in the dantian, and withdraw your consciousness. Remember, do not let your mind wander." His voice was imbued with an unparalleled gravity, for he understood that at this crucial juncture, even the slightest lapse could result in severe injury for both of them. He vividly recalled the time when he used the small rejuvenation pill to heal himself. The fierce potency of the pill had nearly overwhelmed him. Most crucially, during the process of the pill's effects, an excruciating burning sensation akin to being consumed by fire would ensue, a torment that few could withstand. As Ouyang Wufeng's senses began to awaken, he felt a searing current coursing wildly through his body. Wherever this profound energy surged, his meridians endured a brutal assault, only to be swiftly mended by the overwhelming energy within his dantian. However, Du Xuan was not as fortunate. At that moment, she felt as though her entire being was on the verge of collapse, barely able to maintain her balance. In the next instant, Ouyang Wufeng suddenly opened his eyes, radiating brilliance. Seeing this, Tian Lin's face lit up with joy, and he exclaimed, "The fourth level of battle soul." Upon hearing Tian Lin's words, Du Xuan's expression changed dramatically. She immediately employed her spiritual sense to probe Ouyang Wufeng's cultivation level, only to discover that she could not fathom his martial prowess at all. Previously, she had discerned that Ouyang Wufeng was at the second level of battle soul, but now, no matter how hard she tried, she could not perceive his level. This could only signify one thing: Ouyang Wufeng had truly broken through. Ouyang Wufeng turned to Tian Lin in disbelief, his face adorned with an indescribable excitement and elation. "Tianlin, have I truly broken through? Have I really ascended to the fourth level of battle soul?" he inquired, his eyes glistening with unshed tears due to overwhelming joy. Tian Lin nodded emphatically, affirming, "Indeed, not only have you broken through, but you have also transcended 2 levels. Upon receiving Tian Lin's confirmation, Ouyang Wufeng paused momentarily in astonishment before bursting into wild laughter. He had never imagined that he could fortuitously advance 2 levels in such a manner. This was something he had previously deemed unthinkable. Yet, now he had achieved this unexpected breakthrough without any forewarning. Ouyang Wufeng understood that this was all thanks to Nian Tianlin. Without him, he might have long since met his demise. Chapter 83, The Anger That Shatters the Enigma. 3. Tianlin, you have saved me this time. From now on, you shall be my true elder brother, Ouyang Wufeng. No matter what challenges lie ahead, I shall forever remain by your side, pledging my undying loyalty. And I, Tianlin, momentarily taken aback, soon smiled in understanding. Wufeng, while it may seem that I rescued you, it was you who saved me first. Had you not appeared just in time to shield me from that formidable strike of the great black bear, I would likely have been reduced to mere bones. No! I saved you because I have long regarded you as my elder brother. As siblings, how could one not come to the aid of the other? With Ouyang Wufeng having articulated his sentiments so profoundly, Ni Tianlin felt it inappropriate to voice any further objections. He could only shake his head in a mix of amusement and helplessness. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Ni Tianlin sprang to his feet. No! You have just broken through. You must refrain from exerting yourself to avoid leaving behind any lasting repercussions. Ni Tianlin approached Ouyang Wufeng and gently placed a hand on his shoulder. You declared me your elder brother, so you must sit here and recuperate. This time, I shall assuredly dismantle this perplexing formation, otherwise, I, Ni Tianlin, vow to forsake my humanity. Upon hearing Ni Tianlin's words, Durushuan felt an inexplicable tremor in her heart. Sensing that he might indeed possess the capability to accomplish such a feat. Although her father had mentioned that only those at the pinnacle of the War King realm could barely dismantle the formation, Durushuan held an unwavering belief that Ni Tianlin could achieve this. As she recalled the moment outside the small town when he had come to her rescue, a blush involuntarily crept across her delicate features. Young Master Ni, this formation is a remarkable array meticulously researched by my father. Although I do not grasp its profound intricacies, I have heard my father mention that if one can defeat the strongest spirit beast within, the formation will be broken. Oh! The gaze of Ni Tiankuan burned intensely as he regarded Duruoxuan, a hint of skepticism flickering across his countenance. After examining 12 different positions, he discovered that only in this seemingly inconspicuous spot lay a 9th-tier spirit beast. Ni Tiankuan, being merely at the battle soul level, would not have dared to assert that the formidable black bear was indeed the strongest spirit beast of the 12 guarding the array had he not been aware of the hierarchy of beasts within the formation. Perceiving the doubt in Ni Tiankuan's eyes, Duruoxuan gently parted her lips and remarked, as long as we can eliminate that strongest spirit beast before the other 12 arrive, the formation shall surely collapse. A spark of understanding ignited within Ni Tiankuan. He sensed that Duruoxuan's words hinted at something significant. Yet he could not discern the exact nature of her implication. Thank you for your guidance, Miss Du, he said politely, bowing slightly before turning to depart, leaving Duruoxuan gazing longingly in his wake. At that moment, Ni Tiankuan's mind was consumed by Duruoxuan's earlier statement. He had sensed something amiss during his encounter with the black bear. While it was indeed the strongest spirit beast within the formation, its placement in such an unremarkable position was perplexing. Had Ni Tiankuan not approached with caution and tested each position, he would never have considered this one as a potential breach for the array. The formation was established solely to fend off enemies, thus, it stands to reason that a formidable spiritual beast, such as the mighty black bear, should occupy the most prominent position within the array to deliver a lethal blow to adversaries. However, this particular formation defies conventional wisdom, placing the most potent spiritual beast in a rather inconspicuous location while relegating the lowest tier spiritual beasts to the most accessible entry point. This arrangement is perplexing, to say the least. The only plausible explanation for this anomaly is that the architect of the formation intentionally shrouded the array in ambiguity, making it arduous for intruders to find their way in. Realizing this, the formidable Tianlin quickened his pace. In the blink of an eye, he stood at the periphery of the grand array, clad in a flowing white garment that billowed without the slightest breeze. His countenance remained remarkably serene, his deep-set eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Suddenly, a composed smile graced Tianlin's lips as he boldly stepped forward into the heart of the formation. Upon entering, the cacophony of beastly roars reverberated in his ears once more. Yet, Tianlin did not rush to seek anything. Instead, he stood there in tranquil stillness, gradually closing his eyes. His consciousness expanded outward, keenly observing everything within a 10-zhang radius. The cold wind howled, and the cries of beasts filled the air, creating an atmosphere thick with an aura of impending doom. Abruptly, Tianlin opened his eyes wide and advanced deeper into the array. For his consciousness had detected a long sword embedded not far ahead. That very sword was the 6th-grade mystical artifact he had previously driven through the black bear's right arm. As the formidable Anai Tianlin drew near to the long sword, a deep, thunderous roar from a beast reverberated through the air, heralding the sudden appearance of a large, pitch-black bear before him. A chill coursed through Anai Tianlin's gaze. With a swift motion of his right hand, he summoned a pale crimson battle aura that coalesced within his palm. Ha! He bellowed, and the long sword soared directly into his grasp without a moment's pause. As he launched his assault, confronted once more by the massive bear, only one emotion surged within Anai Tianlin: fury. The memory of the bear's earlier assault on Ouyang Wufeng, nearly costing him his life, ignited an inferno of wrath within him. Were it not for the elixir of minor restoration he bore, Ouyang Wufeng would now be consigned to the depths of the underworld. All this chaos stemmed from the creature before him. A searing heat accompanied Anai Tianlin's anger, rapidly intensifying, while a bloodthirsty impulse surged forth, causing the crimson light surrounding him to swell dramatically. In an instant, his aura reached a zenith of power. The imposing bear, sensing the overwhelming dread emanating from Anai Tianlin, began to slap its robust claws against its chest in a frenzied display, emitting low, guttural growls that seemed to alleviate its own trepidation. Yet, Anai Tianlin paid no heed to such displays. His mind was singularly focused on one objective: to slay the bear and shatter the formation, to avenge Ouyang Wufeng. The red battle aura intertwined with the resplendent swordlight erupted around the bear, where the dazzling brilliance concealed an inexorable threat. In that moment, Anai Tianlin was resolute in his intent to kill. Not for any other reason, but for Ouyang Wufeng. For the bond of brotherhood. With a swift stroke of the sword, a torrent of sword energy surged forth, and flesh and blood were scattered. Chapter 84, Fury unleashes the strange formation. 4. The might of the sword was truly formidable. The great black bear let out a piercing roar, as the coarse and robust hide before it was rent asunder. A gaping crimson wound carved by the sword light of the defiant Qilin. Should this scene be witnessed by others, they would undoubtedly stand agape in astonishment. A warrior at the 7th level of the Battle Soul Realm had managed to pierce the body of a 9th-tier spirit beast, a feat that was nothing short of astonishing. Even a warrior at the pinnacle of the Battle King Realm would struggle to inflict such grievous harm upon the great black bear. The bear's massive form momentarily faltered, and it threw back its head, unleashing a furious roar that reverberated throughout the surroundings. As the bear's roar echoed, a chorus of beastly cries arose from the vicinity of the formation, emanating from the remaining 11 magical beasts. A sense of foreboding washed over the defiant Qilin. The bear's roar was undoubtedly akin to a signal in the language of beasts. If his intuition was correct, the other 11 magical beasts were surely converging upon his location. Time was of the essence. This was the first thought that crossed the defiant Qilin's mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he spread his arms slightly, aligning them with his shoulders, while his right hand held the sword, eerily suspended 3 inches from his chest. With a slight tilt of his head, the defiant Qilin transformed his hands from fists to palms, slowly turning them upward, as 2 orbs of crimson battle energy materialized in his palms. Yet, this strange spectacle did not cease. Instead, it continued to unfold. In the palm of the formidable Tianlin, two crimson orbs of battle energy quivered gently, reminiscent of flames dancing in the wind. Though these spheres rested quietly upon his hand, the energy radiating from them instilled a sense of dread. At this moment, Tianlin distinctly felt a murderous intent intertwining with his rising fury, threatening to engulf the last vestiges of clarity in his mind. Alarmed, he struggled to rein in this violent urge, striving to quell the tumult and rage brewing within him. Yet, the more he attempted to control it, the more the murderous energy rampaged through him unchecked. Just as despair began to set in, the red essence within his dantian erupted, unleashing a brilliant surge of crimson light that swiftly consumed the overwhelming murderous energy. Simultaneously, a radiant glow enveloped Tianlin's form, and strands of red began to weave through his flowing hair. The long sword suspended before him emitted a thunderous roar, its blade aglow with fierce red light, straining even the limits of a 6th-grade spiritual artifact. The great black bear across from him roared repeatedly, as if to dispel the oppressive atmosphere. Tianlin suddenly lowered his gaze, meeting the world with eyes now ablaze with intensity, sparkling with battle fervor. A thunderous dragon's roar resonated through the air as he grasped the sword in his right hand, the aura of slaughter palpable. Die! He bellowed. With a thunderous roar, the formidable Tianlin unleashed a flurry of swordlights, each radiating a dazzling brilliance that concealed an ominous intent and the harrowing cost of death. The long sword quivered in his grasp, casting brilliant streaks of light. At this moment, Tianlin's aura had reached its zenith. Fueled by Ouyang Wufeng's presence, only fury and the thirst for blood coursed through Tianlin's heart. However, what was this? From a distant courtyard, within a shadowy grand hall, Du Chengfeng uttered a voice of astonishment. How could this young warrior emanate such overwhelming pressure and presence? There was even a hint of regal aura. In the darkness, Du Chengfeng's face bore an expression of shock, filled with amazement and bewilderment. He had suddenly felt an overwhelming battle aura enveloping the area, and the most staggering aspect was that hint of kingly essence. At that moment, Du Chengfeng was almost impatient to meet the legendary youth, Tianlin, known throughout the continent. Outside the grand array, Ouyang Wufeng stood in stunned disbelief, gazing at the resplendent crimson glow within the formation. The terrifying pressure emanating from that battle aura was almost beyond his comprehension. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that Tianlin possessed such monstrous power. This was far beyond any mere battle soul realm. It was nearing the pinnacle of the Battle King stage. Indeed, it might even surpass that level. Though Du Rushuan shared Ouyang Wufeng's incredulous shock, her predominant concern was for Tianlin's safety. At this moment, the formidable Nishinclin remained oblivious to the thoughts of Ouyang Wufeng and his companions. He was engaged in a fierce battle with the massive black bear, skillfully evading the bear's powerful strike. Nishinclin lightly tapped his feet and landed directly upon the bear's left arm. Enraged, the black bear let out a furious roar and raised its right arm to strike down upon its own left arm. A flash of brilliance sparkled in Nishinclin's eyes as a wicked smile graced his lips. Just as the bear's right arm descended, he abruptly leaped backward, narrowly escaping the bear's wrathful blow. The sudden retreat momentarily bewildered the black bear, resulting in its right arm striking its own left arm without warning. A howl of pain escaped the bear's maw, revealing a glimmer of ferocious intent in its eyes. Nishinclin snorted disdainfully, unperturbed, as he brandished his sword. Its tip angled toward the ground, radiating an eerie crimson glow. Suddenly, a frown creased Nishinclin's brow. He sensed the presence of other demonic beasts growing increasingly potent. He realized that this surge emanated from 11 other beasts. Time was of the essence. If he did not eliminate the colossal foe before him swiftly, the consequences would be dire. It seemed a swift resolution was imperative. Resolutely, Nishinclin shifted his footing and, in a remarkable display of agility, leapt into the air. Just a yard away from the black bear, he abruptly halted, then lightly propelled himself upward with the tip of his right foot pressing against his left foot's instep. Miraculously, he soared once more, landing squarely atop the bear's head. The black bear let out a furious roar, sensing an overwhelming sense of impending danger. The colossal body trembled uncontrollably, as if attempting to dislodge the formidable Tianlin from atop its head. However, Tianlin offered no opportunity to the great black bear, with fierce battle intent. The sword in his hand pierced directly into the bear's skull. Instantly, a crimson jet of blood erupted forth. Tianlin swiftly retracted his sword, retreating gracefully. The great black bear let out a chilling cry, blood splattering everywhere. Suddenly, a faint red glow emanated from the surface of the bear's body, radiating outward, until it transformed entirely into a vivid crimson hue. The ground beneath trembled violently, causing the entire formation to sway as if it might collapse, nearly unbalancing those who stood upon it. Chapter 85, The Melody of the Zither. A salutation! Tianlin's expression hardened, his gaze tense and focused on the unfolding scene before him. The great black bear flailed its arms desperately, engaging in a final struggle before its demise. Yet, Tianlin remained vigilant, his eyes fixated on the bear's movements. When he had driven his sword into the bear's head, he had infused it with all his battle energy, forcing it into the bear's very being. For Tianlin understood that to slay the great black bear, he must find a way to disrupt its internal meridians and dantian, otherwise it would be impossible to vanquish such a formidable foe with a single strike. The bear's agonizing cries tore through the air, as crimson fissures began to appear across its body, resembling a network of interwoven veins upon its skin, an exceedingly horrifying sight. Suddenly, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed through the air. Nishianshin turned his gaze, spotting a dozen ferocious beasts charging towards him, their chilling roars accompanied by an overwhelming aura of menace. At that moment, alongside the resounding cry of the great black bear, a thunderous explosion erupted as its body was obliterated, flesh and blood splattering in all directions. Following the bear's disintegration, the entire formation trembled violently, and the remaining 11 beasts were now less than a yard away from Nishianshin. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly retreated, and in the blink of an eye, he had escaped the confines of the array. The fate of the formation now hung in the balance, with the great black bear having perished, leaving no trace of its existence. If it had indeed been the core of the array, then the crucial point had been shattered, leading to the inevitable failure of the formation. However, if the bear was not pivotal to the array's structure, the consequences would be dire. As this thought crossed his mind, Nishianshin furrowed his brow, his grip on the sword tightening involuntarily. Yet, a flicker of joy soon graced his features as he noticed the beasts had reached the edge of the array. His eyes gleamed with determination as he brandished his sword, guiding the 11 beasts away from the formation towards the distant forest. The beasts, perceiving him as prey, howled in pursuit of Nishianshin into the depths of the woods. In the distance, Ouyang Wufeng and Du Rushuan were taken aback, their faces etched with astonishment. They had never anticipated that Nishianshin would dismantle the formation with such swiftness. Had he succeeded? Tianlin had triumphed. Ouyang Wufeng's tone was laced with a hint of agitation and anxiety, an unarticulated thrill coursing through him. This sight startled Ouyang Wufeng. There stood Du Ruoxuan, her delicate visage stained with tears, her eyes reflecting a profound sense of relief and exhaustion. A jolt of realization struck Ouyang Wufeng as he gazed into Du Ruoxuan's dazed expression, letting out a resigned sigh. It was evident that she had been deeply concerned for the safety of Xie Tianlin, and now, witnessing his escape from peril, she was finally able to release the tension that had gripped her heart. In the complexities of this world, few matters are as perplexing as the intricacies of emotion. A peerless master might cleave the heavens with a single stroke, yet he may find himself utterly powerless against the bonds of affection. Emotions, at any moment, remain the most unfathomable enigma of existence. In the blink of an eye, Xie Tianlin had distanced himself 10 paces beyond the great formation. Yet the pursuing beasts were drawing ever closer. Xie Tianlin's brow furrowed. This could not continue. He had just emerged from a fierce battle, utterly drained in body and spirit. Should these beasts persist in their relentless chase, he would inevitably reach a point of exhaustion, landing him in a dire predicament. Alas, in his focus on breaking the formation, he had neglected to inquire how Duruoxuan might assist in dispatching the pursuing beasts. Xie Tianlin couldn't help but let out a bitter chuckle. Now he had no choice but to await the arrival of Du Chengfeng. Previously, Du Chengfeng had assured him that as long as Xie Tianlin could lure the 12 beasts outside the formation's 10 paces, he would personally come forth to greet him. Yet, now that Xie Tianlin had indeed drawn the beasts beyond the formation's bounds, Du Chengfeng's presence was nowhere to be seen. Did Du Chengfeng wish to test the limits of his formidable power? The thought flickered through the mind of Xie Tianlin, whose expression fluctuated between uncertainty and apprehension. At this moment, the ferocious beasts were no more than a mere yard away from him. Soon, he would be compelled to confront their onslaught. Xie Tianlin found himself in a precarious predicament, where a single misstep could plunge him into a fierce battle, the dire consequences of which were not to be underestimated. Suddenly, a delicate melody emerged, piercing the tension like a whispering breeze. Though faint, Xie Tianlin's keen senses quickly discerned the sound. As curiosity enveloped him, the music grew clearer, resonating as if it were being played right beside him. A jolt of realization struck him. The enchanting notes seemed to awaken a memory within. Observing the retreat of the beasts, he resolved without hesitation and swiftly made his way toward the courtyard where Du Chengfeng resided. He was certain that the captivating strains of the zither could only belong to Du Chengfeng, for no one else could compel 11 rampaging guardian beasts to withdraw. Brother, you are truly magnificent. I never anticipated such valor from you, Xie Tianlin exclaimed, bursting forth from the fray. Ouyang Wufeng was elated, his voice brimming with excitement as he spoke. In response, Xie Tianlin merely smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, a hearty laugh echoed through the air, and the gate of the courtyard swung open of its own accord, revealing an elderly man, who had crossed the threshold of 50 years, standing just beyond the entrance. Before us stands Du Chengfeng, the singular saint-level beastmaster of the Eastern Spirit Continent. Chapter 86, Generous Gift of Medicine. Du Chengfeng, clad in a long robe, presents a slightly gaunt and aged visage, marked by a pallid hue. The prominent cheekbones on either side of his face, combined with the brilliance in his eyes, exude an aura of dignified authority that instills trepidation in those who gaze upon him. Nishinclin steps forward slightly, bowing respectfully. Junior Nishinclin pays his respects to the esteemed elder and humbly seeks your forgiveness for this intrusion. Ouyang Wufeng, a man of discernment, also advances with a courteous bow. Junior Ouyang Wufeng extends his greetings to the venerable elder. Should there be any offenses, I hope for your magnanimity. Du Chengfeng, his face adorned with a warm smile, nods appreciatively, his eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. He then turns his attention to Nishinclin. Nishinclin maintains a serene countenance, dressed in garments as white as snow, his youthful and handsome features even displaying a touch of innocence. However, Du Chengfeng does not regard his appearance with any disdain, rather, he is taken aback. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. It is truly remarkable that young Master Ni has achieved the 7th level of the Battle Soul Realm at such a tender age. Yet I wonder, what brings young Master Ni here this time? Nishinclin responds with a gentle smile, Elder Du, I have come merely to seek your wisdom regarding the matter of magical beasts, specifically concerning the sacred beasts. Upon hearing this, Du Chengfeng's expression momentarily falters, though it swiftly vanishes. Oh, young Master Ni wishes to learn about sacred beasts? Indeed. This pertains to the gathering of magical beasts. The ethereal figure of Ni Tianlin answered softly, casting a sidelong glance at Du Chengfeng's countenance, before a delicate smile graced his lips. Very well, please follow me. Xian'er, prepare tea for young Master Ni, he instructed. Yes, father. After Du Rushuan exited, Du Chengfeng welcomed Ni Tianlin and Ouyang Wufeng into the room, where the three of them settled into their seats. Upon witnessing the astonishment on Ni Tianlin's face, Du Rushuan gently spoke, I must apologize for not revealing the truth to young Master Ni earlier, as I was concerned for safety. You are too kind, Miss Du. I bear no resentment, Ni Tianglin replied, turning to Du Chengfeng and addressing him, Senior. I possess a small elixir that is remarkably effective for restoring true energy and healing internal injuries. I humbly request that you accept it. As he spoke, Ni Tianglin produced a small, emerald green elixir and placed it before Du Chengfeng. The sight of the radiant green elixir filled both Du Chengfeng and Du Rushuan with awe and disbelief. Du Chengfeng could hardly fathom that Ni Tianglin would so casually offer such a precious healing potion without a hint of reluctance. It is well known that this elixir is not an ordinary remedy, it requires a third-tier alchemist or above to concoct it. The very thought of Ni Tianglin so nonchalantly presenting the small elixir to Du Chengfeng left him astounded. After all, this was a divine pill that could command a price in the hundreds of thousands of crystal stones. Young Master Ni, the small elixir is a rare healing remedy, both costly and difficult to produce. As the ancients say, one should not reap rewards without contributing effort, you should accept it. As Du Chengfeng placed the small elixir before the formidable Tianlin, Du Rushuan's lips quivered before she let out a sigh and stepped back. She understood her father's temperament, knowing that her attempts at persuasion would bear little fruit. Esteemed elder, I previously had to slay your 9th-tier spirit beast in order to break the formation, and I offer this small elixir as an apology, she stated. However, if you could find it in your heart to forgive me, I implore you to accept it, otherwise, I shall be burdened with guilt. Seeing Du Chengfeng still hesitate, Tianlin spoke softly, Elder, please do not refuse. After a moment of contemplation, Du Chengfeng finally acquiesced, Very well, I shall graciously accept this gift from young Master Tian. Your modesty is unwarranted, yet I must inquire, who has inflicted such harm upon you? Sighing deeply, Du Chengfeng replied, it is a long story. While taming a spirit beast, I was inadvertently wounded. Had it not been for your generous offering, I might have met my end. Thus, one could say that my life is indebted to you, young Master Tian. Upon hearing this, Du Rushuan shuddered, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at her father. Father, how can this be? Did you not tell me it was merely a minor injury? How could it be so grave? My dear Rushuan, I was mistaken this time. I assure you, such an incident shall not occur again. Please, do not cry, we have guests present. With that, Du Chengfeng cast a glance at Tianlin and Ouyang Wufeng. His meaning clear. Young Master Tian, I apologize for the spectacle. Esteemed elder, I mean no offense, I merely empathize with the hearts of all parents. Your diligent efforts are truly commendable, and how could I, as a junior, dare to find humor in this? But I digress. I have been remiss in not inquiring about the purpose of your visit. With a faint smile, Xiang Tianlin replied, I seek your wisdom regarding the recent gathering of demonic beasts. Have you sensed the fluctuations of their presence across the eastern spirit continent today? Oh, what do you mean by that? Du Chengfeng's expression shifted. Surprise flickering in his eyes, it is as I mentioned, a few days ago, I detected an unusual congregation of demonic beasts, all converging towards a singular direction, which has left me quite perplexed, prompting me to consult you, esteemed elder. Upon hearing this, Du Chengfeng's demeanor suddenly turned grave. Chapter 87, The Great Calamity. The Demonic Beasts. Indeed, Du Chengfeng had also sensed the presence of numerous demonic beasts days prior. As the only saint-level beast master in the eastern spirit continent, he was naturally attuned to the peculiarities surrounding the demonic creatures today. After a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke, Might I inquire how you came to know of this? Young master? As I have previously stated, it was through my own perception. Oh? Is that so? Du Chengfeng's eyes widened in astonishment as he regarded Xiang Tianlin with renewed intrigue. As a beast master, he spent nearly every day interacting with demonic beasts, and no one understood their essence better than he did. However, when the enigmatic Lin claimed to sense something, it left Du Chengfeng in astonishment. Lin was aware that revealing this would likely elicit disbelief from Du Chengfeng. So he merely smiled and deftly shifted the topic. This is not of utmost importance. What truly matters is that a multitude of demonic beasts is heading towards the southernmost part of the Xianling continent, a region notorious for its rampant beast activity. Could this mass migration signify a foreboding omen? What young Master Lin stated was indeed accurate. The appearance of the demonic beasts in such numbers is a perilous sign. If I am not mistaken, this gathering is related to the once-in-a-century calamity known as the Tianyi catastrophe. Tianyi catastrophe? Lin and Ouyang Wufeng murmured in unison, both lifting their heads to gaze at Du Chengfeng, their faces etched with confusion and curiosity. Senior, what exactly is the Tianyi catastrophe? Lin inquired. It is quite normal for you not to be aware of this, as the Tianyi catastrophe occurs only once every 100 years. However, I find it peculiar that this calamity has arrived so prematurely. The Tianyi catastrophe is a monumental disaster that befalls the Xianling continent every century. Each occurrence claims countless lives, with myriad beings perishing under the onslaught of demonic beasts. After every catastrophe, the land lies barren, littered with corpses. At this point, a somber expression crossed Du Chengfeng's face, and a hint of melancholy flickered in his brow. Nishinclin and Ouyang Wufeng both inhaled sharply, their faces paling slightly. Senior, is there truly no way to avert this calamity? Nishinclin found it hard to believe that such a terrifying catastrophe, which recurs every few centuries, could not be mitigated by anyone. Du Chengfeng sighed and shook his head. This is also something I gleaned from our family's ancestral records. According to the genealogy, the great calamity has occurred twice before. Yet there is no discernible pattern to its timing. This is precisely what renders the great calamity so terrifying. Nishinclin raised his brows in intrigue. Oh? Does Senior Du's genealogy contain accounts of the great calamity? Indeed, all 6 generations of my ancestors were beast tamers, and it is from this lineage that I have learned. The records indicate that the Great Flood calamity transpires approximately every few centuries. The only traceable indication is that prior to each occurrence, swarms of feral beasts gather and move towards a specific direction, which is also the location of the emergence of demonic creatures. At this moment, Nishinclin's brow furrowed deeply, a sense of impending crisis creeping upon him. He had not anticipated hearing such news during his visit, and he understood why Du Chengfeng had chosen to send his daughter away. It was better to remain oblivious to such extraordinary matters. Ouyang Wufeng, already astonished, had his mouth agape, as the information he had encountered today transcended his comprehension, rendering his expression entirely reasonable. Senior, do you mean to say that the appearance of these hordes of demon beasts is a portent of the impending calamity? The remarkably composed Nian Tianlin seized the crux of the matter and inquired. Du Chengfeng nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the congregation and movement of these demon beasts serve as an omen preceding the great calamity, yet you can take solace in knowing that this is merely a precursor. The true disaster is still several years away. Nian Tianlin felt a profound sense of bewilderment, unable to fathom what kind of demon beast could command the allegiance of myriad creatures. Du Chengfeng sighed, a hint of reverence evident on his countenance. The Yaohuan is considered the most formidable demon beast on the Xian spirit continent. Historical records indicate that during the 2 great calamities centuries ago, the Yaohuan that emerged were fearsome 8th-tier sacred beasts. Their might is truly terrifying. What? 8th-tier sacred beasts? Nian Tianlin exclaimed, rising from his seat in astonishment, unable to contain the shock within. Du Chengfeng shook his head and remarked, this is only to be expected. One can surmise that a demon beast capable of commanding the submission of all must possess unparalleled strength. Otherwise, how could it bring about such devastation and desolation? Young Master and I, your ability to sense the presence of the demon beasts is quite intriguing to me. How did you come to perceive it? Du Chengfeng expressed his curiosity regarding Nian Tianlin's ability to detect the aura of the demon beasts, as it is uncommon for even warriors of the Battle Emperor realm to sense such phenomena. Well, perhaps it was just a coincidence. By the way, Senior, could you enlighten me about the Yaohuan? The extraordinary Nishinkin did not wish to linger on this matter. Firstly, because even he could not articulate the reason behind his peculiar abilities, and secondly, he surmised that even if he were to divulge his thoughts, Du Chengfeng would likely remain skeptical. Consequently, Nishinkin opted for silence, fabricating a plausible excuse to evade further inquiry. Du Chengfeng was not one to cling stubbornly to a line of questioning. Upon noticing Nishinkin's reluctance to elaborate, he refrained from pressing further. In truth, the enigmatic Yaohuan was the crux of the impending catastrophe, for it was only in the presence of this creature that the myriad beasts would rally, wreaking havoc upon human settlements, razing cities, and flooding the land with blood. Nishinkin furrowed his brows in deep contemplation, despite Yaohuan being an 8th-tier sacred beast. He believed that a coalition of peak martial sovereigns should be capable of vanquishing it. Yet, the circumstances seemed far more dire than anticipated. Indeed, while Nishinkin's assertions held merit, the reality of Yaohuan was far from simplistic. Historical records indicated that every Yaohuan birthed during past calamities possessed human-like intellect and remarkable defensive capabilities. More critically, it had the ability to absorb the battle aura of countless beasts for its own use, rendering even the most formidable peak martial sovereigns ineffective against it. Furthermore, the pinnacle warriors of Xianling continent were exceedingly rare, thus, who among them could possibly subdue the might of Yaohuan? Chapter 88, Departure, Heartache. Upon hearing Du Chengfeng's words, Nishinkin felt his heart plummet to the depths of despair. He was taken aback to learn of such a cataclysm looming over Xianling continent, a subject his father had never broached. Senior Du, given that the gathering of the beasts has occurred unexpectedly and prematurely, could this herald any significant upheaval? With an expression of deep concern etched upon his face, the unyielding Tianlin inquired, burdened by an overwhelming sense of worry. This is indeed a perplexing matter, he admitted. For it is unprecedented for the great catastrophe to occur ahead of schedule. The nature of any ensuing calamity remains uncertain, however. One fact stands resolute: we are still 5 or 6 years away from the official onset of the great catastrophe. Understanding Tianlin's troubled state, Du Chengfeng endeavored to adopt a more relaxed tone, aiming to alleviate some of the pressure weighing upon him. Must we remain passive observers as this calamity unfolds? He pondered. Every phenomenon in the world surely has its underlying reasons. The emergence of the great catastrophe must be linked to certain events or entities, as such occurrences do not transpire without cause. Indeed, I concur with Tianlin, Ouyang Wufeng chimed in. The terror of the great catastrophe undoubtedly stems from some provocation. Du Chengfeng sighed, acknowledging, young Master Tian's observations are astute, yet I must confess that I have yet to uncover the true cause of the great catastrophe, which is rather shameful. Esteemed elder, Tianlin replied, this cannot be laid at your feet. The enigma of the great catastrophe is such that discerning its origins is no simple task. I shall remain vigilant in my observations, hoping to gather useful information. Du Chengfeng nodded in satisfaction, remarking, young Master Tian, your compassion for the welfare of the populace is indeed a blessing to the world. You flatter me, esteemed elder. Tianlin modestly responded. I merely wish to protect my family and innocent lives from harm. Beyond that, I possess no extraordinary capabilities. Haha, young Master Tian, your humility is commendable. Indeed, just now, as you shattered the formation, an overwhelming aura of battle emanated from you, within which seemed to linger a trace of regal presence. I wonder what could be the reason behind this? Honestly, I am at a loss. Perhaps it is merely coincidence. This cannot be. Du Chengfeng shook his head and gazed into the eyes of Tianlin, saying, in my long life, I have never encountered anyone possessing red battle aura. I have witnessed many hues of battle aura, yet there are 3 specific colors of which I have never heard. Oh? Which 3 colors does the esteemed elder refer to? Tianlin inquired with palpable excitement, clearly intrigued by the matter. Du Chengfeng nodded, stating, red, yellow, and blue battle auras are unknown to me. I have never heard nor seen them. Yet today, I witnessed the red battle aura within you, which truly confounds me. Is the elder speaking the truth? Tianlin raised his sword-like brows, asking earnestly. Do you believe I would deceive you? Ha ha, esteemed elder, you are overthinking it. I harbor no such intentions. Ha ha ha. There is no need for such formalities, young master and I was merely jesting. I have never encountered red, yellow, or blue battle auras before. Who would have thought that I would see them embodied in you today? This must be something extraordinary. At this moment, Ouyang Wufeng fell entirely silent. For his own battle aura bore a faint hue of blue. However, he prudently refrained from mentioning it, as he understood that had it been appropriate, Tianlin would have surely disclosed this matter to Du Chengfeng. Yet, Tianlin chose to remain silent on the subject, and thus, Ouyang Wufeng wisely opted not to utter a single word. Du Chengfeng observed the contemplative expression on Tianlin's face, and with a shift in thought, he surmised the young man's inner musings. He chose not to confront this directly, instead offering a gentle smile from the sidelines. Esteemed senior, I have accomplished the purpose of my visit and must now hasten to the foot of Lingluo Mountain for the year-end competition. Thus, I take my leave. With that, Tianlin rose and inclined his body slightly, acknowledging Du Chengfeng with a gesture of respect. Oh? In such a hurry? Indeed, the martial arts tournament is imminent. And my father has already departed, compelling me to follow suit. Very well, if that is the case, I shall not detain you, young master and I. May our paths cross again in the future. Du Chengfeng, being a man of understanding, refrained from further elaboration, offering only a few brief words of advice before escorting Tianlin out of the main hall. As they reached the entrance, Tianlin and his companions encountered the exuberant Du Rushuan. Upon noticing Tianlin's impending departure, her bright smile faded, replaced by an expression of melancholy and despondency. Young master and I, are you leaving? Yes, I must proceed to the foot of Lingluo Mountain for the competition. I apologize for any offense caused to Miss Du today. Though Du Rushuan was already aware of Tianlin's departure, hearing it spoken aloud stirred a sense of disappointment within her. Young master and I is being too courteous. I wonder when we might meet again after this parting. Her countenance reflected a profound sense of loss, as if she were confiding in herself. Tianlin, not delving deeper into her emotions, simply smiled gently and replied, Miss Du, you speak too gravely, we shall surely meet again if fate allows. Beside them, Du Chengfeng observed everything before him, fully aware of his daughter's temperament. It seemed that this time, his beloved girl had genuinely developed feelings. To avert any potential awkwardness, the astute Du Chengfeng resolved to take on the role of the villain, swiftly cutting through the confusion. With his mind made up, he stepped forward to stand beside Du Rushuan and addressed, Young master and I, since you have matters to attend to, I shall not keep you any longer. Safe travels. Thank you, esteemed elder. I shall take my leave now, replied Tianlin, offering a slight bow to Du Chengfeng. Ouyang Wufeng followed suit, acknowledging Du Chengfeng with a respectful gesture before turning to accompany Tianlin as they departed. As Du Tianlin's figure receded into the distance, Du Rushuan's eyes brimmed with boundless warmth and melancholy, a fleeting tenderness crossing her exquisite features, a softness known only to her. Ahem. Ruxuan, what troubles you? It's nothing, truly. Du Rushuan's heart raced, her lovely face flushed a vibrant crimson, even more radiant than the twilight sky. Observing his daughter's flustered demeanor, Du Chengfeng sighed deeply, his voice tinged with concern and helplessness. Chapter 89, Provocation. Intimidation. 1. We are now less than 20 miles from Lingluo Mountain, let us take a brief respite here, suggested Ouyang Wufeng, wiping the fine beads of sweat from his brow as he glanced at the nearby tavern. Tianlin surveyed the establishment before him, the characters Hongyun Tavern elegantly inscribed, appearing even more robust and vigorous under the glow of the setting sun. Very well, let us pause here for a moment. said Ni Tianlin as he strode towards the tavern, followed closely by Ouyang Wufeng. Upon noticing the newcomers, a young server on the first floor promptly approached with a warm greeting. "Welcome, esteemed guests. Please, come inside. Yes, please prepare a table for us with food and drink. And arrange 2 private rooms," Ni Tianlin instructed softly as he made his way to the table. "Certainly. Please wait a moment, your refreshments will be served shortly." The server replied with a beaming smile before turning to leave. Ni Tianlin and Ouyang Wufeng took their seats in turn. After sipping a cup of green tea, Ouyang Wufeng wiped his slightly parched lips and said, "Tianlin, the news we received from Elder Du is truly astonishing. Do you believe it to be true?" Ni Tianlin set down his porcelain cup and shook his head. Elder Du is the only saint-level beast tamer in the Eastern Spirit Continent. While he may not be the most distinguished in the entire Xianling continent, he is certainly one of the rare saint-level beast tamers. And his words carry a degree of credibility. Nonetheless, the notion of a great calamity is beyond comprehension. I have never heard of such a catastrophe occurring once every century. Indeed, it is quite difficult to fathom. However, I trust that Elder Du is not deceiving us. Consider this, ordinary humans typically live for no more than a century, while cultivators can live for several hundred, or even 1,000 years. Thus, it is understandable that such matters remain unknown, Ouyang Wufeng replied thoughtfully. That is a valid point. Should we inform your father and the others about this? Ouyang Wufeng inquired tentatively. No, it is better for fewer people to be aware of such matters. It would be prudent not to disclose them, as this could incite unnecessary panic. The reason for the cautious consideration of the extraordinary Tianlin is certainly justified, as this issue is rather alarming. Moreover, they currently lack any evidence to suggest that this is related to the impending calamity of Tianyi. To take a step back, as Du Chengfeng mentioned, there are still 5 or 6 years until the calamity occurs, making it premature to inform them at this juncture. Ultimately, the most significant point is that Tianlin understands that even if he were to inform his father, it would be of no avail. After all, a martial artist at the pinnacle of the Battle Emperor realm is no match for the monstrous threats, let alone the fact that his father is merely at the 3rd tier of the Battle Emperor realm. Ouyang Wufeng comprehended the concerns that weighed on Tianlin's heart and thus refrained from further comment. By the way, Tianlin, Elder Du mentioned that he had never encountered your crimson battle energy. To be honest, I have never heard of red battle energy either. Tianlin chuckled softly. Indeed, I have not heard of it either, yet your blue battle energy is equally unfamiliar to me. Are you curious why I did not inform Elder Du about your blue battle energy earlier? Ouyang Wufeng nodded in agreement. Indeed, I am quite curious. But since you chose not to disclose it, there must be a reason. Yes, the colors of our battle energies have never been possessed by anyone before. Typically, a person's battle energy is colorless and transparent, yet ours boasts such vivid hues, which is truly remarkable. Most importantly, I remain uncertain whether this peculiar battle aura will bring us trouble or peril, which is why I have refrained from disclosing your circumstances. Upon hearing this from the extraordinary Tianlin, Ouyang Wufeng felt a warmth within his heart. He had not anticipated that Tianlin would consider him so thoughtfully. Recalling the moment when Tianlin had fiercely slain a 9th-tier spirit beast on his behalf, a gentle warmth flowed through Ouyang Wufeng's heart. Just as he was about to speak, a group of elegantly attired youths entered, numbering around 6 or 7, each wielding a long sword, their faces adorned with an air of arrogance. Among them, the foremost youth displayed a stern countenance, yet his gaze occasionally flickered with a haughty glimmer. Hey! Where have all the people gone? Bring us 2 tables of the finest food and drink, shouted a youth beside the leader in a loud voice. A smiling waiter approached with an eager demeanor, saying, Esteemed guests, please take your seats, the food and drink will be served shortly. All right, I understand, now be gone. The leader, exhibiting an unmistakable impatience, behaved with extreme arrogance. Young Master Gongsun, this way, please. The previously haughty youth bowed respectfully to the leader. his demeanor now humble and reverent, completely shedding his earlier arrogance. The leader did not spare a glance at the youth beside him, striding toward the table beside Tianlin. As he passed by, he cast a fleeting glance at Tianlin and Ouyang Wufeng. Upon meeting Tianlin's gaze, the leader's expression subtly shifted for a brief moment before returning to its previous state. The extraordinary Tianlin naturally noticed the youth who led the group. He had always harbored a disdain for such individuals, thus he paid them little mind. It was evident they were nothing more than spoiled aristocrats, unworthy of attention. Ouyang Wufeng, fearing that Tianlin might take offense, smiled and remarked, "We need not concern ourselves with him." Tianlin shook his head with a faint smile, saying, "Do you truly believe I would stoop to their level? Engaging with them would be a waste of my energy." After sharing a knowing glance, the two exchanged a subtle smile. The 8 individuals then settled at 2 tables and began to engage in casual conversation. "Have you heard? This year's grand competition features even more participants than a decade ago. Indeed, I also heard that the formidable Tianlin from the Ni family will be competing. It is said his combat prowess is truly fearsome. Pfft, what do you know? I have heard that Tianlin is nothing short of a freak, capable of shattering a battle aura shield at the battle emperor level while still in the battle soul realm. It's simply astonishing. Hey, I say. Have you lost your mind? How can that be possible? Surely, there must be someone behind the scenes stirring up rumors. I also see that as a possibility. Yet that young man does seem rather..." A cough interrupted the speaker, as the stoic leader cleared his throat twice. The latter glanced at the leader's expression and wisely chose to remain silent. Tianlin and Ouyang Wufeng absorbed every word of this exchange, undetected. Chapter 90, Provocation and Deterrence. 2. The youth beside the leading boy shifted his gaze and cleared his throat, proclaiming, "Surely, you all recognize the truth, that so-called prodigy pales in comparison to our esteemed Lord Gongsun. In the presence of our Lord, that fellow is merely a jester." A perceptive youth immediately grasped the implication, eagerly chiming in. "Indeed, that lad must have stumbled upon some fortuitous misfortune. There is no way he could rival young Master Ouyang. Our young master is undoubtedly the most promising talent across the entire Xianling continent. This time, at the year-end competition, he is destined to clinch first place." The group of youths nodded in agreement, yet the expression on the countenance of the aloof youth remained stoic, his brows slightly furrowed as if deep in contemplation. Ouyang Wufeng looked disdainfully at the group and remarked, "These individuals dare to call themselves experts? It is truly laughable." The crude insults hurled at had already irked Ouyang Wufeng, which was evident in his unyielding tone. "Wufeng, refrain from inciting trouble. These individuals are merely here to compete at the foot of Lingluo Mountain. Do not stoop to their level," gently advised, returning to his meal. However, life rarely unfolds according to one's expectations. Just as Ouyang Wufeng had barely begun to savor their dishes, a boy from the adjacent table suddenly pointed at Ouyang Wufeng and shouted, "Hey, you there! Hand over those extra chopsticks on your table, I need them for my meal." Ouyang Wufeng's countenance darkened, and Xian Tianlin also furrowed his brow slightly. The young man, witnessing Ouyang Wufeng's indifference, felt a surge of indignation. He believed he had lost face before the austere youth and, thus, shouted once more in anger, "Hey, are you deaf? I'm talking to you." Even Ouyang Wufeng, known for his temperance, found his patience wearing thin. After all, he was the heir of one of the 4 great families of Xianling continent, and being commanded by someone so young was utterly intolerable. When the young man met Ouyang Wufeng's icy gaze, an involuntary shiver coursed through him. What a terrifying look! He swallowed hard, steeling himself to respond coldly. "Of course I'm addressing you, who else would I be calling?" "Oh? Is that so? Are you certain you were indeed calling me just now?" Ouyang Wufeng's tone grew even more frigid. Xian Tianlin frowned, initially intending to intervene, but upon seeing the fierce expression on Ouyang Wufeng's face, he chose to remain silent. "Let others be, and I shall not provoke them. But should anyone offend me, I shall surely retaliate." This principle was well understood by Xian Tianlin and served as his moral compass. The young man faltered, glancing at his 7 companions, which emboldened him considerably. Hey! Are you seeking death? Do you even know who we are? Open your eyes wide and see clearly. I am. You are a dead man. Before the young man could finish his sentence, Yang Wufeng's voice, as cold as ice, interrupted him. Immediately, the crowd perceived a fleeting shadow before them, followed by a powerful surge of battle energy that caused the entire table to slide aside by several inches. Startled, the onlookers found themselves momentarily stunned, only to realize that calm had once again settled over the scene. However, Yang Wufeng remained seated at the table, a wicked smile curving his lips. A chill ran through the hearts of the others, and suddenly, one person screamed, "Ah! Look!" Instinctively, the crowd turned their gaze towards the young boy from earlier. As they beheld the blood trickling from his mouth and nostrils, a wave of shock rippled through each of them. This boy was a master at the first level of true soul, yet he had been inexplicably slain by Yang Wufeng, a reality that defied belief. A collective gasp echoed among them, their hearts trembling with disbelief. The stoic man leading the group furrowed his brow, casting a detached glance at the deceased boy. Devoid of any sympathy or anger, the remarkable reaction of this cold man did not escape the notice of Ni Tianlin, who felt a hint of unease within. Stealthily extending a thread of spiritual awareness, Ni Tianlin sought to gauge the opponent's cultivation level. Upon probing, he discovered to his astonishment that the man stood at the 8th level of battle soul. The stoic man murmured softly. He had distinctly felt someone probing into his cultivation, yet just as he became alert, that thread of awareness vanished without a trace. Turning his gaze towards Ni Tianlin, he attempted to discern the depth of his opponent's strength through his own spiritual awareness but found it utterly inscrutable. Could it be that he was at the 9th level of battle soul? The stoic man muttered inwardly, taken aback. He himself had already reached the 8th level of the battle soul, making him one of the foremost contenders among the participants. Yet, he found himself unable to discern the cultivation of the enigmatic Tianlin, which astonished him greatly. This situation could only suggest 2 possibilities: either Tianlin had attained the pinnacle of the 9th level of the battle soul, or perhaps he possessed no martial skills at all. However, judging by Tianlin's calm demeanor and composed disposition, it was evident he was not someone devoid of martial prowess. Could it be he truly reached the apex of the 9th level of the battle soul? The face of the stoic youth began to change color. He had never known such a young master had emerged on the Xianling continent. In reality, Tianlin had not achieved the 9th level of the battle soul, rather, his spiritual perception had inexplicably surged to that realm, while his own martial cultivation remained at the 7th level of the battle soul. Hence, the stoic youth was unable to perceive Tianlin's true level of cultivation. Tianlin appeared several years younger than the stoic youth, yet possessed such terrifying prowess, leaving the stoic man utterly astonished. Just as the stoic man was deep in thought, a furious voice erupted. "You wretched brat, you killed my brother! I demand your life!" A young man shouted, his face flushed, eyes ablaze with fury, his sword pointed directly at Yang Wufeng, exuding a palpable aura of murderous intent. Chapter 91, A Single Strike. Instant kill. Within the tavern, other ordinary martial artists and patrons, witnessing the unfolding events, hastily fled outside, fearing the repercussions of the situation. Meanwhile, some audacious souls chose to conceal themselves in a corner, their expressions marked by a hint of trepidation, yet their eyes glimmered with eager anticipation. Seeing that the matter had escalated beyond resolution, the extraordinary Lin shook his head, a faint, bitter smile gracing his lips. Second stage of battle soul. Yang Wufeng chuckled lightly before coldly proclaiming, "With such meager cultivation, you dare to utter boastful words before me? Truly, you are audacious." Upon finishing his words, Yang Wufeng extended his right hand, grasping his long sword with ease. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a swift strike, effortlessly shattering his opponent's poised sword technique. Seizing the opportunity, Ouyang Wufeng channeled his entire battle energy into the blade, a fierce radiance emanating as it surged towards his adversary. The young man's complexion shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated such formidable swordplay from Ouyang Wufeng, which caught him entirely off guard. In a panic, he raised his sword to defend himself. But it was already too late. Ouyang Wufeng had reached the 4th stage of Battle Soul, rendering him more than capable of dealing with an opponent of merely the 2nd stage. The dazzling swordlight cascaded forth, and the young man felt a sudden sweetness in his throat, his hands trembling from the shock. With a gasp, he coughed up blood, his face paling in an instant, his frail form resembling a flickering candle in the wind as he toppled backward. Just as Ouyang Wufeng's swordlight approached the youth once more, the stern man finally sprang into action. Before them stood a stern man, who with a mere flick of his right hand, unleashed a brilliant flash that collided directly with Ouyang Wufeng's swordlight. In an instant, the swordlight, which had almost reached the young boy, was abruptly halted. The stern man's brows furrowed slightly as he gave a subtle tremor of his right hand, causing Ouyang Wufeng's swordlight to shatter into fragments. Nix Tianlin's gaze turned icy, a flicker of astonishment stirring within him. What a technique! It bore a resemblance to the hidden weapons of the Gongsun clan? Nix Tianlin mused quietly to himself. Although the stern man appeared to channel his energy through his hand, Nix Tianlin discerned that he did not merely rely on battle aura to dismantle Ouyang Wufeng's swordlight. Rather, he employed the unique techniques of the Gongsun family's hidden weaponry. As one of the 4 prominent families of the Xianling continent, the Gongsun clan possessed extraordinary skills. Renowned for their mastery of hidden weapons, nearly every member of the family was adept in the crafting and utilization of various concealed armaments. Nix Tianlin had keenly observed the technique displayed by the stern youth, especially since others had referred to him as the Gongsun young master, thus solidifying Nix Tianlin's conclusion regarding the young man's identity. Before Ouyang Wufeng could utter a word, the stern man continued, even if my companion's words may have been offensive, his crimes do not warrant death. You have already taken his life, why then, must you resort to further indiscriminate slaughter? Though his words seemed reasonable, a sinister smile lingered on his face. Humph, how easily you speak! If I had not intervened, it might have been my life on the line. As for the first man, he was utterly deserving of his fate. Ouyang Wufeng indignantly uttered a remark, his countenance brimming with disdain. As soon as he spoke, the other 5 could no longer remain seated. They swiftly rose, drawing their long swords and encircling Ouyang Wufeng. Yet, there was not a trace of panic on Ouyang Wufeng's face, nor even a hint of astonishment. The austere young man furrowed his brow, casting a sidelong glance at the indifferent Tianlin, who was leisurely sipping his drink. A wave of unease surged within him. Tianlin's nearly dismissive demeanor only solidified the young man's suspicion. This individual was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the battle soul realm. For this reason, the austere youth hesitated to make any rash decisions. His earlier reluctance to intervene on behalf of his companion stemmed from Tianlin's presence. He had no desire to squander his life needlessly, yet he could not afford to lose face in front of his subordinates. Ouyang Wufeng remained unperturbed and coldly remarked, "What? Do you intend to overwhelm me with numbers? So what if you do? Do you think you can take on 5 at once?" A youth, his face contorted with ferocity, appeared somewhat agitated. "Humph, what of facing 5? Against trash like you, I could manage 10 with ease." Such a boastful declaration. One could only wonder if your prowess matched your bravado. "Let us strike together and avenge our 3rd senior brother," a voice cried out, and without further ado, the others charged forward, the atmosphere suddenly thick with a palpable sense of impending violence. The austere young man was poised to act but, noticing that Tianlin remained still, he too refrained from making any hasty moves, gripping his long sword tightly in his right hand. Ouyang Wufeng, without the slightest hesitation, extended his right hand, poised to unleash a massacre. At that moment, a faint yet authoritative voice resonated, "Wufeng, cease your actions." Upon hearing this voice, Ouyang Wufeng instinctively paused and turned to glance at the formidable Tianlin behind him. However, at that very instant, one of the youths harbored a glint of malice in his eyes, seizing the opportunity to thrust his sword towards Ouyang Wufeng's dantian with a nefarious intent. Shameless! Tianlin's gaze radiated an icy fury as he swept his right hand, sending a fierce gust of energy slicing through the air, aimed directly at the assailant. The suddenness of Tianlin's strike caught everyone off guard, and the forceful energy collided directly with the young man's sword. Yet, the matter did not conclude there. The energy, having severed the sword, continued its trajectory towards the youth's chest. With a piercing scream, a gaping wound, deep enough to reveal bone, was inflicted upon the youth's torso, blood gushing forth like a fountain. After a brief struggle, the youth collapsed to the ground, lifeless. One strike, a fatal blow. Those who harm my brethren shall perish. Tianlin's countenance was as deep as water, his eyes ablaze with a chilling light. Chapter 92, Sword against 3. The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply, instinctively retreating a step, their eyes brimming with astonishment and disbelief as they beheld Tianlin. The stoic youth furrowed his brow, his facial muscles twitching involuntarily. Ultimately, he took a step forward, positioning himself before Tianlin. The recent display of prowess by the extraordinary Tianlin was nothing short of astonishing. Not only could he manipulate the energy with his palm, but he also exhibited an unparalleled precision in controlling his strength, something the stoic youth believed was beyond his own capabilities. At that moment, Ouyang Wufeng also came to a realization. Had it not been for Tianlin's swift intervention in dispatching the assailant, he might very well have found himself lying lifeless on the ground. The stoic youth's expression fluctuated as he gazed at Tianlin with lingering trepidation, remarking, "My companion seems to have not wronged you in any way. Yet you resorted to such extreme measures. Is this not somewhat excessive?" Tianlin rose nonchalantly, casting a glance at the lifeless form on the ground before turning to Ouyang Wufeng, stating calmly, "In future confrontations, never underestimate your opponent or lose focus. Had I not been vigilant, the consequences would have been dire." Ouyang Wufeng shuddered slightly and nodded emphatically. "Yes, I understand." Witnessing Tianlin's blatant disregard for him ignited a fire of rage within the stoic youth, dispelling the calm demeanor he had previously maintained. With a disdainful snort, he declared, "I care not who you are, but to carry out such a ruthless slaughter before me, Gong Sunli, is a grave insult." At this juncture, Gong Sunli finally invoked his identity, aiming to leverage his status to overshadow Tianlin's presence. As soon as Gong Sunli's words left his lips, the crowd within the tavern erupted in astonishment, each face reflecting sheer disbelief. "What? He is Gong Sunli? How could this be possible?" Gong Sunli is the young master of the Gongsun family from the southern spirit continent, merely 16 years of age. Yet his martial prowess has already ascended to the 8th realm of the battle soul. Truly, he is a prodigy of unparalleled talent. Upon hearing this, the commotion among the crowd intensified. Such remarkable ability! It seems that the young man this time has indeed fallen into misfortune. Indeed, it is a pity. The Gongsun family is one of the 4 great clans of the Xianling continent, and this time, it can only be deemed their unfortunate fate. Thus, within the crowd, some had already begun to express their regret for the likes of Ni Tianlin and Ouyang Wufeng. Ouyang Wufeng displayed a look of astonishment, observing Gong Sunli with a hint of barely perceptible amusement in his eyes. Gong Sunli, upon overhearing the discussions amongst the crowd, felt a sense of satisfaction. However, he was puzzled by Ni Tianlin's complete lack of surprise upon learning his identity, not even exhibiting the slightest expected reaction. At this moment, Gong Sunli's expression darkened. It was evident that Ni Tianlin held him in contempt. If he refrained from taking action today, he would never be able to show his face again. Contemplating this, Gong Sunli cast a cold glance at the remaining 6 companions behind him and declared, "They have slain our 2 brothers. What do you suggest we do? Eliminate him?" "Yes. Let us eradicate them. Unless we take his life, our hearts shall not find peace." Hearing Gong Sunli's command, The six behind him straightened their spines and shouted with fervor, exuding an air of confidence. Tianlin furrowed his brow. In truth, he had already deduced Gong Sunli's identity when the latter made his move. Thus, when Gong Sunli revealed his identity, Nian Tianlin exhibited no trace of surprise, rather, his assessment of Gong Sunli diminished further. In Nian Tianlin's eyes, such a person could be succinctly described in 2 words: ridiculous. Unperturbed, Nian Tianlin stepped forward to stand beside Ouyang Wufeng and slowly spoke. "It was your people who instigated this conflict. We bear no blame. Should I merely stand by while he attempts to take the life of my brother? Humph, yet here your brother stands unharmed, whereas they have eternally closed their eyes. Indeed, this fate is of their own making. They should have been prepared for death before resorting to violence." Nian Tianlin's ire was ignited by the fact that the previous assailant had attempted a treacherous ambush on Ouyang Wufeng. Had it not been for this, Nian Tianlin would not have resorted to such extreme measures. The countenance of the cold, youthful warrior darkened, and the 6 individuals behind him clenched their fists tightly. At a mere command from Gong Sunli, they would undoubtedly charge forth to eliminate Nian Tianlin. Of course, this was contingent upon their possessing the requisite strength. If that is the case, do not blame me for being ungracious. Everyone, attack together. Avenge our fallen brother! Gong Sunli bellowed, unsheathing his sword and directing it at Nian Tianlin. The remaining 6 divided, with 2 joining Gong Sunli in besieging Nian Tianlin, while the other 4 converged upon Ouyang Wufeng. Nian Tianlin remained unfazed, clad in white, as pristine as fresh snow. Among the trio assailing Nian Tianlin, only Gong Sunli was of the 8th layer of battle soul. The other 2 were merely of the 3rd layer, whereas Nian Tianlin stood at the 7th layer of battle soul. If placed in the hands of an ordinary individual, defeat would be inevitable. However, when it comes to the unparalleled Tianlin, the outcome is far from certain. Faced with the onslaught of 3 adversaries, Tianlin displayed not a trace of panic. With a long sword in hand, he executed his movements with such precision that it rendered the trio momentarily subdued. Wielding his sword with a focused mind, the brilliance of his blade illuminated the surroundings, exuding an aura of formidable combat energy. Gong Sunli's gaze turned icy. Astonished by the unprecedented mastery of swordsmanship and martial prowess that Tianlin had attained. Who is this individual? How could he possess such overwhelming strength? Given his age, he must be. Suddenly, Gong Sunli's body trembled, as if a realization struck him. How could this be? Tianlin is merely at the 7th level of the battle soul realm, yet the prowess exhibited by this youth eludes even my perception. He must possess strength at the pinnacle of the battle soul realm. Could it be that Tianlin has experienced another breakthrough in these last few days? As Gong Sunli unleashed his own sword energy, he muttered in disbelief. It was difficult to fathom, if this person truly is Tianlin. Then he is far more terrifying than anticipated. Just days ago, rumors circulated that Tianlin from the Ni family had advanced to the 7th level of the battle soul realm within a single day. Yet, the Tianlin before him displayed martial skills that even Gong Sunli, a practitioner of the 8th level of the battle soul realm, could not comprehend. Such a revelation left Gong Sunli utterly astonished. While Gong Sunli contemplated, Tianlin had no time for such thoughts. With a swift stroke, he sliced through one of his opponent's sword energy defenses, leaping forward with agility. His right hand trembled as an endless cascade of sword light erupted forth, enveloping the entire first floor of the tavern in a dazzling display. Chapter 93, Continuous Slashes, Fury. Without any forewarning, the unparalleled sword of the reverse Heaven Lin pierced through the air, causing one of the youths to collapse instantly, his body utterly obliterated by the radiant blade. Gong Sunli felt a jolt of shock surge through him. With a frantic cry, he leapt into the air. His sword raised as he sent a nearby table hurtling towards Reverse Heaven Lin. Humph! Reverse Heaven Lin scoffed coldly, his sword light sweeping through the air. And in an instant, the table was reduced to mere dust. Ouyang Wufeng struggled against the assault of 4 adversaries. Among them, Only 2 possessed the 2nd level of battle soul, while the remaining 2 were at the 3rd level. Although Ouyang Wufeng had recently ascended to the 4th level of battle soul, his newfound prowess still left him at a considerable disadvantage compared to seasoned experts of the same realm. He repelled one youth at the 2nd level with a swift stroke of his sword, seizing the opportunity to slip past, his sword slicing through the neck of another youth as he gracefully maneuvered. A jet of crimson erupted, and that youth fell, clutching his throat in disbelief. Having dispatched one opponent, Ouyang Wufeng remained vigilant, unleashing a flurry of swordplay aimed at another adversary. Beneath the dazzling display of his sword's brilliance lay the chilling intent to kill. One youth, wielding the strength of the 4th level of battle soul, thrust his sword towards Ouyang Wufeng's chest, while another aimed to strike low. Meanwhile, the remaining foe lingered on the sidelines, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Ouyang Wufeng's heart raced with alarm. He understood that the one standing behind was the most formidable threat of all. Without a moment's hesitation, Ouyang Wufeng's arms quivered, and a surge of battle aura enveloped his entire being, casting a faint luminescence around him. This was the ancestral protective technique of the Ouyang clan. His gaze sharpened as he bellowed, and just as the 2 long swords were about to pierce him, he forcefully twisted his body, spinning like a whirlwind. As one of the swords made contact with Ouyang Wufeng's body, an astonishing phenomenon occurred. Sparks erupted from the point of impact as if the blade had struck an iron wall. Ah! The youth gasped in disbelief, momentarily frozen in place. His astonishment, however, did not hinder Ouyang Wufeng. Seizing this rare opportunity, he deftly adjusted his stance, angling his body, and thrust his sword directly towards the boy's throat. A frown creased Ouyang Wufeng's brow. Suspended in midair, he faced a perilous dilemma. If he evaded the attack from one adversary, the other's sword would surely claim his life. Conversely, should he choose not to evade, he would sustain injury yet could take another's life in return. Resolute, Ouyang Wufeng clenched his jaw and ignored the sword thrusting towards him from the ground, instead driving his own blade with unerring precision into the throat of the other assailant. At that very moment, the youth on the ground managed to drive his sword perfectly into Ouyang Wufeng's chest. A jolt coursed through Ouyang Wufeng's heart, and just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Before Ouyang Wufeng's chest, a luminous aura enveloped the tip of the young man's sword, preventing it from penetrating even a fraction. The youth's expression shifted dramatically as he suddenly glanced at Ouyang Wufeng, seemingly struck by a revelation. However, Ouyang Wufeng had already reacted. Realizing that his opponent could not harm him, a sense of calm washed over him. With a fierce shout, he delivered a powerful kick to the blade, simultaneously retreating while releasing his sword. With a sharp whoosh, Ouyang Wufeng's sword darted through the air, piercing the young man's body with unrelenting force, emerging from the other side. Thus, the fierce battle concluded with Ouyang Wufeng's resounding victory, having slain 4 opponents. Gong Sunli observed the unfolding conflict with growing anxiety. The 2 assailants targeting the formidable Tianlin had already fallen to his blade, leaving Gong Sunli increasingly alarmed. He could hardly fathom the terrifying combat prowess that Tianlin possessed. The relentless surge of Tianlin's battle aura seemed inexhaustible, pressing upon Gong Sunli and filling him with frustration. As he felt his own energy depleting rapidly, Gong Sunli's urgency intensified. He yearned to end the skirmish swiftly, fearing that he might ultimately suffer defeat. Tianlin, invigorated by the fray, wielded his sword with the grace of a dragon gliding through the sea, radiating beams of swordlight with each stroke. At that moment, Tianlin's mind was remarkably tranquil, effortlessly wielding his blade without a trace of strain. Upon witnessing the conclusion of the battle, the formidable Tianlin inquired, "Wufeng, are you injured?" Ouyang Wufeng, taken aback, gazed at Tianlin and shook his head in a daze, replying, "No. That's good. Please rest nearby, I shall soon conclude this combat." The moment these words left Tianlin's lips, the patrons in the tavern collectively inhaled sharply, while Gong Sunli's visage was etched with fury and murderous intent. The fact that Tianlin could spare his focus and energy to converse with Ouyang Wufeng amidst their confrontation indicated that he had not exerted himself to the fullest. and had merely toyed with Gong Sunli. The realization that Tianlin still possessed the vigor to engage with another while Gong Sunli had unleashed all his might further deepened his understanding of Tianlin's prowess. He could scarcely believe the extent of Tianlin's strength. As if sensing the threat posed by Tianlin, or perhaps feeling his dignity trampled upon, Gong Sunli's potential erupted in that moment. Yes, it was drawn forth by Tianlin's provocation. Ah! Ah! Gong Sunli bellowed in a frenzy, his face contorted in a grimace. A flicker of delight crossed Tianlin's brow. His earlier actions were intended to incite Gong Sunli's wrath, thus unleashing his latent potential, allowing for a more exhilarating clash. Had Gong Sunli been privy to Tianlin's thoughts at that moment, he would have undoubtedly been infuriated to the point of spewing blood. At this juncture, Gong Sunli's aura surged rapidly, enveloping him in an overwhelming battle energy. Ethereal, translucent orbs of energy began to coalesce and orbit around him. At this moment, the surrounding air underwent a sudden transformation. A somewhat androgynous aura of battle permeated the atmosphere, and Gong Sunli's countenance turned as pale as snow. With lips as red as vermilion, presenting an extraordinarily enchanting visage, the pupils of the defiant Lin contracted sharply, revealing a look of profound astonishment in his eyes.